Chapter 1, Divine Upgrade System. The intense pain made Ji Zihong couldn't help but clench his teeth and clench his hands into fists before using all his strength to open those heavy eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, a chiding voice came from his ears. Yi Zihong, you kid doesn't remember is it? How many times have I told you to stay away from Linya? You just don't understand. After saying that, the boy violently raised his foot and kicked Yi Zihong's back again. This person is called Manhwa, is the class bully of the second class of the third grade in Hangshui First Middle School. In Hangshui First Middle School is also considered to be a little famous character. Smoking, drinking and fighting, known as one of the 5 little bullies in Hangshui. The ones standing behind him, with happy faces and a look of watching the show were his group of little brothers, wearing the same school uniform as Yi Zihong. The leader, Yang Hua, lifted a foot and stepped hard on Yi Zihong's face, with a sneer on his face, looking at Yi Zihong with a playful look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a turtle that was struggling to turn over on all fours. Host found. Starting to bind. Binding successful. Divine upgrade system at your service. A strange voice suddenly entered Yi Zihong's brain, and before Yi Zihong even had time to react to what was happening, he felt as if a burst of electricity ran through his entire body, and his entire body suddenly trembled. System? What the hell? Yi Zihong subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. Yanhua saw that Yi Zihong under his feet finally spoke after being beaten for half a day. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he lifted his foot and kicked him in the face again, sneering. What the are you talking about? Did Lao Zi let you squeak? When Yi Zihong heard this, he was instantly enraged and braced his hands on the ground, violently pushing his body up, then angrily yelled. What's wrong with me getting close? I told not only to get close to him, but also let him be my girlfriend. If you're capable, you'll kill me. As soon as Yi Zihong's words fell, a voice suddenly drilled out from within his mind. Host defies strong enemies and would rather die than submit. Spirit enhanced, comprehending the skill Shocking Heart. Yanhua was shocked and enraged at Yi Zihong's reply, and was about to raise his foot and stomp it towards Yi Zihong's face, but before his foot could fall, his gaze suddenly made a brief contact with Yi Zihong's gaze. It was because of this brief contact that Yanhua seemed to have seen something in Yi Zihong's eyes, and his entire body suddenly froze, his mouth wide open as he looked at Yi Zihong, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Zihong didn't know why this guy suddenly looked at himself with such a shocked face, but he knew that now was a good time to counterattack. Yi Zihong made an instant decision and violently rolled on the ground, then raised both hands and gave a push to the one hanging in midair. The boy didn't stand still and fell to the ground with a barf. Host performs a counterattack and comprehends the skill Prajna Palm. The voice came out once again, causing Yi Zihong, who was lying on the ground, to forget about the matter of getting up, with a bewildered look on his face, not knowing what was happening. On the other hand, the moment Yanhua fell to the ground, a few boys standing next to him couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on their faces, wanting to let out a loud laugh, but it seemed to be that there was some kind of scruple again, forcing a smile and stifling it back. Yanhua hurriedly stood up from the ground, both fists clenched viciously staring at Yi Zihong, but Yi Zihong was not the least bit afraid of this either, both eyes staring straight into Yanhua's eyes, not being humble, not being overbearing, not having the slightest bit of a fearful look. At this time, that strange voice from before once again fell into his ears. Confrontation with a strong enemy, add 1 to the experience value of shock and awe. Chapter 2, One Day Will Succeed. As Yi Zihong listened to the voices that kept coming from his mind, a somewhat bold idea suddenly rose in his mind. Himself. It couldn't be that he had been chosen by the system. As a teenager who loved internet literature, this scene was naturally familiar to him. System, opened the attribute panel. Yi Zihong opened his mouth and said, this was his way of testing whether he had gotten the system or not. Attribute panel opened. The system's voice once again sounded in Yi Zihong's mind, followed by the translucent attribute panel that only Yi Zihong alone could see appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical, 0, 9. Spirit, 1. Skills, Spiritual, Shocking Heart, entry level, 2 out of 10. Physical, Prajna Palm, entry level, 1/10. Comprehensive assessment, frail. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong was first stunned, then a crazy smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I never thought that Yi Zihong, would have such a day. Yi Zihong's heart was filled with emotion, but right at this moment, Yanhua on the side was once again kicking towards Yi Zihong without knowing what to do. But the current Yi Zihong was no longer the Yi Zihong of the past. Seeing Yanhua's kick, without saying a word, he sat on the ground and lifted one of his hands up, and then fiercely slapped his palm over. Bang! A palm passed. Yanhua has not even reacted to what happened. Then only feel the soles of the feet numb. The whole person fell to the ground. A few of Yanhua's juniors on the side were instantly confused when they saw the scene. Dumbfounded, they looked at Yanhua on the ground, not knowing what to do for a moment. the host made a counterattack. The experience value of the prajna palm is increased by 1. Hearing the news from the system that his experience had been increased, Yi Zihang's entire body instantly became excited and violently sat up from the ground, pointing at those people, and was about to provoke them a bit before asking them to give him experience. But before Yi Zihang could say anything on his side, a familiar and serious voice suddenly sounded behind him. "What are you few doing gathered there?" Yi Zihang turned around and found a familiar figure standing there. Their beautiful class teacher, Su Xianjing. Su Xianjing was Yi Zihang's homeroom teacher, a college student who had just graduated and came to their school to work as a teacher. With a sweet and lovely look, she was the perfect goddess in the minds of many students, and was the dream girl pursued by almost every single male teacher in the school. At the moment Yi Zihang turned his head to look at Su Xianjing, a few of Yang Hua's juniors on the side, as a reflex, did not care, directly dragged up Yang Hua on the ground to escape. Seeing this, Yi Zihang also wanted to run, but it was already too late. The beautiful class teacher Su Xianjing behind him had already run up. "Are they bullying you again?" Su Xianjing patted the dust on Yi Zihang's back, with a hint of heartache and a hint of anxiety on her face. Su Xianjing had only been in this class for half a year, but she had already seen Yi Zihang being bullied by that group of people 5 or 6 times. But the strangest thing for Su Xianjing was that Yi Zihang, a student who clearly knew that he couldn't beat the others, had never once escaped, and had tried countless times to get up and fight back. Even though he was knocked down every time, he had never given up. "You're really something too. Knowing that you can't beat them, you still stand and let them beat you, and resist when you're done. Can't you just run?" When Yi Zihang heard this, he jerked his head to look at Su Xianjing, his eyes carrying a hint of obstinacy. "If you run away once, you will keep running away in the future, but if you stand up and fight back, you will succeed one day." After saying that, Yi Zihang picked up the school bag that was thrown away by Yang Hua and the others, patted the ash on it and left alone. Su Xianjing stood there dumbfounded looking at Yi Zihang's departing back. She suddenly felt as if she had never really understood this child. Chapter 3, The Value of Experience Increases. Yi Zihang returned home and threw his school bag to the side before he hurriedly ran back to his room and closed the door tightly. System, opened the attribute panel. Immediately afterward that familiar panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 0. 9. Mental power, 1. Skills, spiritual, shocking heart, entry level, 2 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, entry level, 2 out of 10. Overall rating, wonky. Yi Zihang realized that the experience value of his skill, prajna palm, had changed again from 1/10 of its original value to 2/10 of its current value. And all of this was because of the little experience value Yi Zihang had gained from attacking Yang Hua earlier, which was too easy to get. More importantly, for some reason, Yi Zihang now felt that his strength seemed to be a lot greater than before, and his entire mental energy had become a lot better than before, and his body seemed to have become a lot lighter. To know, Yi Zihang's physical condition has not been very good, although the body does not look fat or thin, but because everyday home basically do not go out much, so the physical quality is also relatively poor. Climb a staircase to sweat a lot, but today a breath of air from the downstairs to run up to the 5th floor is not even a breath of air. It is really surprising. Could it be because of the help of the system? Yi Zihang suddenly thought, and began to ask the system. System, is it because you made my body better? The system was silent. System, can you talk? The system was silent. System? System. The system still did not respond. Yi Zihang couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like it should be a mute system. But mute or not, these Yi Zihang didn't care at all. He only cared about how to improve his strength now. According to his previous experience, the experience value of the prajna palm would go up as long as he went through a battle, and the experience value of the shocking heart would go up as long as he looked into the eyes of a strong person. But he just didn't know if they would go up if he didn't fight against a living body. But no matter what, Yi Zihang was going to try it before he said anything. So Yi Zihang fiercely burrowed underneath his bed, and after some fumbling underneath, he found a sandbag half as tall as him. This is Yi Zihang in the beginning in order to rebel against Yang Hua and other people's bullying and specially bought to exercise the body with. Just because of this period of time close to the midterm examination, in order to be able to get into a good high school, do not let the parents worry. Yi Zihang will be the sandbags properly put away. The original time spent on study, all used in the study. Yi Zihang spent a few minutes rehanging the sandbag where it belonged, then took 2 steps back and slapped his palm right at the sandbag. Splat! Yi Zihang's palm landed on the sandbag. But after waiting for half a second, he didn't wait for the system's beep. So Yi Zihang opened the system's attribute panel to check it out by himself, but the data on it still didn't have any changes. Yi Zihang did not believe in evil, and continuously slapped a dozen palms towards the sandbag, and palm to palm, just a dozen palms down. Yi Zihang's palm had already slapped red and hot, but he was still holding on. Bonjour palm experience value +1. Just when Yi Zihong didn't know how many palms he had slapped, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Yi Zihong was first stunned, then he hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check it out. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 0. 9. Mental power, 1. Skills, mental class, shocking heart, entry level, 2 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, entry level, 3 out of 10. Overall rating, wonky. Yi Zihong was ecstatic to see this scene looking at his already red and hot palms. He trained even harder. Chapter 4 Training. From the end of the school day to 11 o'clock at night, Yi Zihong trained for 5 hours without eating or drinking, and finally succeeded in training the experience value of the prajna palm from 1/10 to 9/10. Just the last remaining 1/10. Yi Zihong shot sandbags shot a whole hour. Hundreds of thousands of palms are shot out. This last point of experience value is how to not go. This has really led a person anxious, coupled with the fact that Yi Zihong is a very persistent guy, never stop until he reaches his goal. 2 hands because of shooting sandbags and a handful of blisters, and then he shot rotten, and finally directly to the whole hand made a bloody mess. But he is still clenching his teeth and insisted on it. But it was under this kind of unbearable pain that Yi Zihong still insisted on patting the sandbag for more than an hour. And it wasn't until around 12 o'clock in the evening that the voice he had been waiting for a long time resounded in his head. Bonjour palm experience value +1. The experience value of the prajna palm is full. Upgrading to proficient level. Current experience value 10/100. Just when Yi Zihong was finally satisfied, the system was the one that gave him another big surprise. The host has demonstrated the excellent quality of perseverance, and has comprehended the beginner's gong method, the vomiting method. Yi Zihong's entire body froze for half a second when he heard this beep, and it took half a day for him to come back to his senses, and then a big, crazy smile appeared on his face. Yi Zihong couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 1. 4. Mental power, 1. Technique, vomiting method entry level, 1/10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 2 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, mastery level, 10 out of 100. Comprehensive assessment, slightly accomplished. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong was naturally overjoyed, but he didn't feel complacent because of this small bit of achievement. He took a few deep breaths, wanting to calm down as soon as possible so that he could proceed to the next training. However, just before he started to take a few deep breaths, the system's beep once again came to Yi Zihong's mind. The experience value of the vomiting method is increased by 1. Yi Zihong was also confused by this sudden beep, but stabilized himself and thought carefully. Isn't this spitting method about breathing? So if he just kept breathing, wouldn't he be able to rise to full level? As soon as he thought of this, before he remembered, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, but he still tried his best to calm himself down, and then started his second training. While doing so, Yi Zihong closed the door of his room, pulled the curtains, opened his second-hand computer, plugged the headphones he spent more than $50 to buy from a certain treasure on the line and put them on, and then some operation opened a mysterious website, and entered a magical world. But the pair of headphones Yi Zihong bought on some bay didn't seem to be very good, and the sound leaking out of the headphones echoed in the room. Spring is here, and it's the mating season for everything. Only Yi Zihong's computer screen showed an endless prairie, and on the prairie, all kinds of animals appeared in front of the camera one after another. Some were sleeping, some were running, and turn your eyes to the upper left of Yi Zihong's computer, where several big words CCTV Animal World are written. But watching the animal world, in fact, is not Yi Zihong's intention. His real intention can be more powerful than this. Chapter 5, Tumulus Method. Yi Zihong maneuvered the mouse in his hand and performed some maneuvers, eventually pulling the video's progress bar to an exact position, and then violently pressing the space bar. The video stopped. On Yi Zihong's computer screen, a tiger that was hunting for food was framed in the middle of the screen, his tiger eyes looking straight ahead at his prey. But now it was no longer the prey in front of him, but Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong similarly stared at the tiger's pupils with his own eyes, his eyes staring as if he was another tiger looking for food. Time passed little by little. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and at the end, 3 o'clock. Shocking experience value +1. The system's beep finally entered Yi Zihong's mind. Yi Zihong could no longer hold out any longer. A wave of drowsiness surged over him. His eyelids had long been unable to stay up, bearing down. After 3 to 4 hours of gazing, he had boosted his experience value by 3 for the vomiting method, but this shocking heart had only boosted his experience value by 1 point. It seems that watching videos to boost his experience value is still a bit unreliable, Yi Zihong thought while drifting off to sleep. Ding bell ringing. A series of ear-piercing alarm bells entered Yi Zihong's ears, and Yi Zihong slowly stood up from the baseboard and climbed up. On his desk, the computer's screen was still lit up, and the video on it was still fixed on the image of that tiger feeding on its prey. Ah! Yi Zihong yawned lazily, turned the alarm off, and glanced at the time above. 6:30. There was still half an hour before the morning reading at school, and it only took less than 10 minutes to get from his house to the school, which meant that he still had 20 minutes to get ready now. Last night, because of his training, Yi Zihong had only slept for a total of 3 hours, and even though with the help of the vomiting method, Yi Zihong's spirit had become much better than before. Getting up after only 3 hours of sleep was just too much to bear. Opening the door to his room, Yi Zihong looked at the empty house and couldn't help but sigh lightly. Yi Zihong's parents are both office workers and have to run to the company every day, so they bought a flat near the company and live there, only coming back to live on Saturdays, Sundays and holidays. But this is good, a person is also free and easy. Yi Zihong packed up his things casually for a while, then went to the restroom and used hot water to wash the blood on his hands. Immediately afterward, the first thing Yi Zihong did was to open his attribute panel and check it out. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 1. 4. Mental power, 1. Technique, introductory level of the vomiting method, 6/10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 3 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, mastery level, 10 out of 100. Overall rating, slight minor success. The experience value of shocking the human heart had only increased by a little bit. This was after staring at the tiger on the computer screen for 3 hours of hard work last night, but it didn't seem to be quite worth it. On the contrary, it was this spitting method, sleeping and still increasing the experience value by 2 points. It was too good to be true. Yi Zihong stared at his attribute panel for 5 or 6 minutes, and in the end, if it wasn't for the fact that he was going to be late, he closed the attribute panel reluctantly, and then ran over to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a pack of bread, and then hurriedly ran off to school. Chapter 6 Lingbo Weibu. When he arrived at school, Yi Zihong glanced at the electronic watch on his hand, which showed 6:58. Seeing this, Yi Zihong sighed in relief. Fortunately he wasn't late. However, Yi Zihong did not rush to the classroom, but rather came to the playground unhurriedly. On the playground, there had long been countless students in school uniforms running there. This was specially established by Hangshui Middle School in order to deal with the upcoming physical education final exam. A 20-minute morning run before the morning reading every day. Yi Zihong placed his school bag anywhere next to the playground and then ran on his own. But before he had the chance to run out a few steps, he heard that familiar voice ringing in his head. Host performed a morning run and comprehended the skill Lingbo Weibu. Upon hearing this, Yi Zihong busily opened his attribute panel and looked at it. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 1. 5. Mental power, 1. Technique, introductory level of vomiting method, 6 out of 10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 3 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, mastery level, 10 out of 100. Lingbo Weibu, entry level, 1 out of 10. Comprehensive assessment, slightly accomplished. Seeing this scene, the smile on Yi Zihong's face became even brighter, and he ran even more vigorously, and in a little over a minute, he finished a lap of the 400-meter playground, and there wasn't even a drop of sweat on his head, and he was still in high spirits. Lingbo Weibu experience value +1. The system's voice once again sounded in Yi Zihong's mind, and without saying a word, Yi Zihong ran several laps around the playground again, running until his legs softened and his face turned red before he stopped. Yi Zihong took a few deep breaths and wiped the sweat from his face. Today was probably the most he had ever run. The entire 15 laps only used 12 minutes, on average, as opposed to running 500 meters in a minute. This speed is basically already unmatched in the school. Not only that, after these 15 laps, the experience value of Lingbo Weibu was also added 3 points, and now it had reached 0.5 of a point. This incremental speed was already considered very fast, but even so, Yi Zihong had no intention of stopping. He was going to jog him for 2 laps to recover his stamina, and then sprint a few laps in the last 5 minutes, thinking that he should still be able to raise some experience value. After jogging for 2 minutes, Chen Xian's stamina had almost completely recovered, and he was preparing for a final sprint run, but he suddenly heard a familiar sound coming from behind him. Quickly look, does that guy in front look like that Yi Zihong kid? Yi Zihong turned around and realized that Yang Huo and a few of his juniors were running not far behind him. It's really that ING guy. As soon as Yi Zihong twisted his head back, Yang Huo immediately recognized Yi Zihong, and, go, surround that kid. I'm going to make this kid pay for what he did yesterday. After saying that, a few of his juniors sped up and ran to Yi Zihong's side, surrounding Yi Zihong from his left, right, and back 3 places. Immediately after that, Yang Huo also slowly rushed up and looked at Yi Zihong with a cold smile. Yi Zihong, weren't you great yesterday? You still dared to hit me back. If it wasn't for the teacher coming behind me, I would have beaten the out of you. Saying this, Yang Hua again looked at Chen Xian with a teasing look and said with a laugh, but it's alright, what I didn't finish yesterday, I'll definitely finish him today. After saying this, he raised his sandbag-sized fist. Chapter 7 Morning Run. Yi Zihong looked at Yang Hua's and couldn't help but sneer, thinking, do you think I'm still the same Yi Zihong who can only be bullied by everyone but is powerless to fight back? But now is the morning run. If you teach Yang Hua a lesson on the spot, it is likely to attract the attention of others, and when the teacher sees it, in case it is written down and punished to go home to reflect, then it will not be worth the loss. However, Yi Zihong had quite a few ways if he wanted to fix Yang Hua. Seeing Yang Hua raise his fist, Yi Zihong intentionally showed a terrified expression, then accelerated the speed on his feet and soon left Yang Hua and the others behind. However, at this moment, Yi Zihong did not utilize his full strength, and only used a little bit faster than usual. When Yang Hua saw Yi Zihong's escape, he thought it was because Yi Zihong was afraid, and immediately smiled with joy, pointing at Yi Zihong's back and said indulgently, ha ha ha, Yi Zihong, do you think you can outrun me with those two short legs of yours? Don't forget, I'm the sports committee member of our class. Compared to running, you're still far behind. After saying that, he sped up and chased after Yi Zihong, and those little brothers behind him started cheering for their big brother. Boss refueling, let that little see come your power. Boss finish abusing him. Boss finish abusing him. Hearing the encouragement from his little brothers, Yang Hua instantly got energized and once again accelerated his speed. Seeing that Yang Hua had fallen for it, Yi Zihong's face revealed a subtle smile, but he didn't speed up immediately, instead keeping his original speed the same and waiting for Yang Hua to catch up. Yang Hua, this guy, although his grades were not very good, but in terms of running and playing basketball, there was really no one in the class who could compare with him. In a few seconds' time, he had already caught up to Yi Zihong's back, and was only half a step away from Yi Zihong. Kid, why don't you run? Run! Yang Hua shouted, his voice filled with arrogance and sarcasm. Yi Zihong sneered and said in his heart, since you want to run so badly, then I will fulfill your wish. With the force of his feet, his speed accelerated a lot more, and he instantly shook off Yang Hua who was just about to catch up with him. After Yang Hua saw this scene, he first froze, then a teasing smile appeared on his face. Dying to struggle, I'll see how much longer you can run. After saying that, he once again accelerated and chased after him. Yi Zihong did this, as if he was walking a dog. Whenever Yang Hua was about to catch up with himself, he would speed up, and it didn't take long to make Yang Hua exhausted. Damn, this kid ate hormones today or what? Running for so long without stopping, tired me to death. Yang Hua was running after Yi Zihong while he couldn't help but spit out. From just now when he was chasing Yi Zihong to now, but in 3 minutes time, he and Yi Zihong had run around the playground for 3 whole laps. He was almost exhausted, but Yi Zihong still didn't have the intention to stop. Boss, do you want us to help you stop him? A few of Yang Hua's juniors said beside him. They didn't follow the two together, so they ran very slowly, and had already been overtaken by Yi Zihong and Yang Hua for 2 laps. But once Yang Hua heard that, the anger in his heart was somehow surging up, and with one hand, he pushed one of the juniors beside him away, and then roared, today this matter, you who are not allowed to intervene. Who intervene? Rush with who? After saying this and clenching his teeth, he rushed towards Yi Zihong as if he didn't want to die. Chapter 8, The Persistent Yang Hua. Yi Zihong turned back to look at Yang Hua behind him, and found that he was gritting his teeth as he rushed towards himself with a red-faced look and a hideous expression on his face. Seeing that Yang Hua hadn't given up, Yi Zihong was more or less surprised, although he knew that Yang Hua was the physical education committee member of the class, and his stamina was much better than others. But with his own running speed, even if Yang Hua's stamina was no longer good, he should have already been exhausted, and he was able to hold on until now, which was indeed not easy. But just how long could Yang Hua hold on? Yi Zihong didn't care, because it didn't matter at all. He just wanted to teach Yang Hua a lesson before. Now he was satisfied to see Yang Hua's face reddened and unable to come up for air, and he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Moreover, the day is long. There is at least 1 month before the midterm. If he wants to teach Yang Hua a lesson, there is plenty of time and opportunity. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Yi Zihong raised his hand and looked at the time on his wristwatch. 7:18. There were still the last 2 minutes before the morning reading would start. He couldn't waste that time. Running a few more laps might be able to add a little bit more to the experience value of Lingbo Weibo. So Yi Zihong took a deep breath and violently exploded all of his strength, sprinting for the last 2 minutes at an extremely fast speed. Yang Hua, who was originally following closely behind Yi Zihong, saw this scene and was greatly stimulated. A rush of blood surged to his heart and he opened his mouth and roared, Yi Zihong, I will never lose to you. Then stepping away from his legs that had long been numb, ignoring the gusts of tingling sensation as he breathed. He ran after Yi Zihang as fast as he could, but Yi Zihang with full horsepower is not something that he, Yang Hua, can catch up with. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Zihang completely left him behind. After 30 seconds, Yi Zihang finished half a lap and passed the starting line again. 50 seconds later, Yi Zihang finished a lap and once again ran past the starting line. 30 seconds later, with the ringing of a bell, Yi Zihang exploded all of his strength, and ended up running through a third of the playground in 10 seconds. And the second Yi Zihang stopped, the system's voice entered Yi Zihang's ears along with the chaotic sounds of the crowd. The experience value of the spitting method is added by 1. Experience value of Lingbo Weibo is added by 1. A faint smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face. His forehead was covered in heavy sweat, but no one seemed to have noticed his amazing performance today, and those who met him only brushed past him, not noticing him at all. However, Yi Zihang realized that those students who brushed past him were basically running in the same direction, and that direction was not the school building. Yi Zihang was a bit curious, so he cast his eyes towards the place where his classmates were rushing to, but when he saw the situation there, he was instantly dumbfounded, only to see in the playground not far away, a familiar figure is lying flat on the twitching non-stop, fixed eyes only to realize that the guy is actually Yang Hua. Yi Zihang froze for half a second, but in the end, he couldn't help but laugh. This guy was trying to catch up with himself, so he kept running after himself, and finally ran until he fainted in the playground due to lack of oxygen in his brain. Yi Zihang shook his head. Never imagined that this guy still had such a persistent time. Chapter 9, Linya. Looking at Yang Hua who was still lying on the ground twitching non-stop, Yi Zihang directly picked up his own school bag and slowly walked towards the direction of the school building with a faint smile on his face, because Yang Hua fainted in the playground. All the students were there to watch the fun. At this time there was no one in the classroom except Yi Zihang. Yi Zihang slowly walked to his seat, put his book bag on the table, his body towards the chair. A wave of drowsiness instantly swept over him. Damn it! Yi Zihang couldn't help but curse. He had slept less than 3 hours last night. He was already a little sleep deprived, and he had just run like crazy for so long. Now that the energy had passed, his brain instantly became drowsy, and the things in front of his eyes began to gradually become blurry. While Yi Zihang was lying on the table, the students in the class came in one after another and sat down on their respective seats, and it was at this time that Yi Zihang felt that someone pushed himself a little. Yi Zihang looked up in a daze and realized that it was Linya who was pushing herself. Why didn't I see you feeding the cat yesterday? Yi Zihang shook his not-so-conscious head and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Linya and Yi Zihang lived in the same neighborhood, and underneath their neighborhood, there was a group of stray cats, and because he had always lived alone, Yi Zihang would often have nothing to do to feed those stray cats. Over time, he met Linya, one of the 3 schoolgirls in Hangshui, who was equally bored and lived alone. It didn't take long for the two, who often fed the cats together, to become friends and start chatting about all sorts of topics. In the second semester of the junior high school, the teacher allowed everyone to find random classmates to sit with. Linya, on the pretext of helping classmates to study, took the initiative to move to the side of Yi Zihang, and very patiently for Yi Zihang to explain those topics that he did not understand. When the other boys in the class saw this scene, they were envious and jealous, and even had the heart to strangle Yi Zihang. After all, Linya was the school's, but envy is envy. Those boys are only talking about dissatisfaction. If they really want to let them do it, they don't have the guts. But there are some boys, like Yang Hua, who have the guts. Yang Hua likes Linya. This is something that the whole class knows. Yang Hua even went out of his way to confess to Linya once a month, even though he was rejected every time, but he always felt that persistence is success. Sooner or later, one day, he will be able to chase Linya to his hand. But now, watching his beloved goddess move next to another boy just like this, or a boy who is not as good as he is, Yang Hua's lungs are about to explode with anger. But he didn't dare to get angry at Linya earlier, afraid that Linya would hate him even more, so he could only find Yi Zihang to vent, which was exactly why Yi Zihang was beaten by Yang Hua yesterday. Isn't this preparing for the midterm? Last night I was just thinking about reviewing and forgot about feeding the cat, Yi Zihang said, with a faint smile on his face. Linya smiled gently and didn't say anything else, slowly sitting beside him before taking out her textbook from her book bag. Yi Zihang propped his chin up with one hand and looked at Linya with a smile on his face. He remembered the words he yelled out yesterday afternoon when he was beaten by Yang Hua. In fact, if Linya was really his girlfriend, it would be pretty good. As he was thinking, Linya suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Zihang and said with a light laugh, "What? Staring at me like that is liking me?" Yi Zihang nodded with a light smile. "Since you all know that I like you so much, why don't you simply become my girlfriend?" When Linya heard this, she was stunned. and then her small face instantly became incredibly red. Obviously not expecting Yi Zihong to say this, but she quickly picked up the textbook in her hand and heavily knocked on Yi Zihang's head. Be serious and read properly. After saying that, she quickly drew back the textbook and used it to block her reddened face. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong also couldn't help but laugh lightly and shook his head, taking out his textbook from the drawer and starting his morning reading. Chapter 10, Avoidance. After surviving the morning study hall and the first 2 classes, Yi Zihong couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the table. In Yi Zihang's dream, he relied on the power of the system and managed to get into the best high school in the city, and then transformed into the top student of the college entrance examination and was guaranteed to be sent to Tsinghua University by the school. And from then on, he started to walk on the peak of his life. And just when Yi Zihong was still daydreaming, Yang Huo was being helped by several people to walk in. Boss, be careful. A little brother held one of Yang Huo's hands and carefully led him across the entrance hall. The worried look on his face made people think that the person he was holding was not Yang Huo but his old mother who had been seriously ill for many years. Yang Huo was supported by people, carefully crossed the entrance door. A look up is just to see Yi Zihang there sleeping soundly. A wave of anger then surged to his brain. Once the 2 people beside him were heard, they didn't let others support them, and stepped on their still somewhat soft feet and walked towards Yi Zihong crookedly. Seeing Yang Huo's face of anger, some people in the class hurriedly pulled the classmates beside them, looking at Yi Zihong with a look of watching a good show. This Yi Zihong is going to have bad luck again. I think he just deserves it. Who told him to mess with Yang Huo? He really doesn't know how to die. Who told him Toad wants to eat swan meat? How dare he sit with Linya? Don't even look at himself. Is he worthy of Linya? Stop it. Stop it. The show is about to start. The students in the classroom saw that Yang Huo had already walked to Yi Zihang's desk. They all quieted down and looked at Yi Zihong with a teasing face. Yang Huo was also a straightforward person. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped down towards Yi Zihang's sleeping face. But at this very moment, Yi Zihong seemed to sense something and violently turned his head to the right side. Splat! Host has successfully dodged the enemy's attack and comprehended the skill evasion. The system's voice and the sound of the palm landing on the table together rang in Yi Zihang's ears. Yi Zihong was overjoyed to hear this. Even his previous sleepiness was dispelled, and with a thought, he directly opened the system interface and looked at it. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 1. 6. Mental power, 1. Technique, introductory level of the vomiting method, 7 out of 10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 3 out of 10. Physical, Prajna Palm, proficient level, 10 out of 10. Lingbo Weibu, introductory level, 6 out of 10. Evasion, passive skill entry level, 1/10. Comprehensive assessment, slightly accomplished. I didn't expect to be able to comprehend a skill like this. It's awesome, Yi Zihong said, completely not putting Yang Huo, who was standing in front of him, in his eyes. Yang Huo was now angry and annoyed, in addition to the fact that he had just failed to hit Yi Zihang's face with that slap, but instead hit the table. His hand was in excruciating pain, but he couldn't scream out in pain, or else he would have to lose face in front of everyone again. Yi Zihong, you are really tired of living. The anger in Yang Huo's heart could no longer be suppressed. He clenched his fist and used his whole body strength to hit towards Yi Zihang's head. When the crowd in the classroom saw this scene, their eyes glared at once, as if they had seen an ancient dinosaur come back to life, and they were so excited that they were close to jumping up and down and cheering. However, in response, Yi Zihong only smiled contemptuously, raised his hand, and caught Yang Huo's fist in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 11, Who are you guys? Bang! Yang Huo's fist was twisted by Yi Zihong. A faint smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face. That expression was like saying again, why is your strength so small? Didn't you eat? Everyone present was shocked by this scene. They completely did not expect Yi Zihong to have the strength to catch Yang Huo's punch. But more than that, what made them feel shocked was Yi Zihang's courage to catch this punch again. To know the reason why Yang Huo can be called under the 5 little bullies of Hengshui, and dominate the whole 3 years class too, rely not only on his brute strength, more is still because of his conspicuous family history and in the city of the first high school taekwondo club president of his brother. Yang Huo their family is doing business, although not very big, but in the city of Qingmu where they are, is also considered a relatively famous enterprises, and Yang Huo's father, Yang Yue was selected as one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs of the city of Qingmu last year. Said that the city of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs of the city of Qingmu seems to be their hand in organizing. But no matter how, Yang Huo their family in this Qingmu city also counts as a small famous existence. By no means these commoner children's family can compete with it. Yang Huo's brother, Yang Di, is even more powerful. not only by virtue of their own strength to get into the city's best high school city, and force is also very superb. Just enrolled in the first day of the former president of the Taekwondo club hit bedridden for 3 months, and also outside the mob made a big brother. The entire city of Qingmu basically does not have a few. He dared not mess with the people. These are all unattainable for ordinary people, but for the current Yi Zihang, that is nothing at all. Others are afraid. He is not afraid. Yang Hua tried to break free from Yi Zihang's palm, but he found that Yi Zihang's palm was like a deadly clasp on his fist, and there was no way for him to pull his hand out. I am. Yang Hua let out a roar. Lifting up his other fist was about to hit towards the face, but Yi Zihang was unable to help but let out a sneer, slightly exerting force on the hand holding Yang Hua's fist. Yang Hua's face revealed a hideous expression, and miserable screams came out from his mouth immediately afterward. Ah! Yang Hua cried out, sweat falling from his forehead one by one, his face filled with pain. When Yang Hua's little brother on the side saw this scene, he also panicked a little, wanting to go up and save Yang Hua, but he didn't have the guts to do so. After all, Yi Zihang suddenly became so powerful, even Yang Hua was taught by him and wailed. These scraps went up. It was not the same to be beaten. Yi Zihang, we are all classmates anyways, don't go too far. That little brother really couldn't think of any good way out, so he could only move his mouth a little. When the others in the classroom heard this, they actually started accusing Yi Zihang of being wrong. Right, Yi Zihang, are all classmates? Why are you so calculating? Can't you be more generous? Yes, we have been together for 3 years. It's not easy. People, Yang Hua is just fooling around with you. You treat people like this. As far as it goes? You this person, how so careful? Ah, people hit have not yet hit you. You so to people. If people hit you, you are not still want to kill him? Ah? The classroom supported more and more people began to speak in favor of Yang Hua, recklessly belittling Yi Zihang. The language was full of sarcasm. The words were harder than one another. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Yi Zihang laughed back in anger. He knew best what kind of guys these people were, but since they wanted to talk about love and friendship with him, then he would have a good talk with them today. 3 years in the same class, right? The love of classmates, right? Then I would like to ask you guys, when I was bullied by Yang Hua, why didn't you guys stand up and say a word for me? Why is it that when I see him being bullied by me now, 1 or 2 of you stand up and accuse me? Why did you look at me and laugh? And now you're pointing at me and cursing. Who the hell are you people? Yi Zihang's rage-filled eyes stared at each and every one of them, his voice echoing in the classroom, scaring everyone into bowing their heads and trembling, not daring to say a single word. Chapter 12, 100 Experience Points. This is none of our business. It's not like we're bullying you. Since you think it's none of your business, then shut the up. Yi Zihang quickly shot back. Once the man heard that, he didn't dare to say anything else. However, right at this moment, behind Yi Zihang was a very familiar voice that suddenly rang out. Yi Zihang. When Yi Zihang heard this, his expression instantly froze, and his grip on Yang Hua's hand also became much looser. He slowly twisted his head around, only to see class teacher Su Xianjing and his deskmate Linya holding a pile of test papers standing at the doorway looking at him, both with a hint of dismay on their faces. Yi Zihang stood still and froze for half a second, not knowing when these two people came over and how long they had been looking at themselves like this. After a long time, Yi Zihang reacted and shook off Yang Hua's hand, then walked straight out towards the door. Su Xianjing and Linya watched Yi Zihang walk past them. Their hearts felt as if they had sunk a piece of iron, wanting to say something, but in the end, neither of them were able to say anything. Yi Zihang left the classroom and went into the restroom. At this moment, there was basically no one in the toilet except for Yi Zihang, because it was now class time. Teachers and students were all in class, and the bell had just been rung earlier, just because the noise was too intense, and they had unknowingly ignored the bell. Yi Zihang stood in front of the sink, looking at the sink that had been filled with water. Yi Zihang saw his own reflection through the refraction of the water. He gazed at himself in the water, and an evil smile raised at the corner of his mouth. Yi Zihang, from today onwards and also no one can bully you anymore. After saying this, Yi Zihang put his hand into the water, cupped up a ladle of water, and sprinkled a handful of it on his face. At that instant, Yi Zihang's brain calmed down all of a sudden, wiping the water on his face with his sleeve. Yi Zihang was about to go back to the classroom when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the system in his mind. Host has successfully pretended to be a bully, gaining 100 experience points. Yi Zihang visibly froze for a moment the moment he heard this voice. What did the system say just now? Rewarding experience value? Or 100 points of experience value? Yi Zihang couldn't believe his ears. The system had directly rewarded him with 100 experience points. This was too scary. After calming himself down for a while, Yi Zihang was still a bit unconvinced, so he opened the attribute panel to check it out. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 1. 6. Mental power, 1. Technique, vomiting method entry level, 7/10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 3 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, mastery level, 10 out of 100. Lingbo weibu, introductory level, 6 out of 10. Evasion, passive skill entry level, 1/10. Comprehensive assessment, slightly accomplished. Remaining experience value, 100. Instead of adding the experience value directly to the individual skills, it was made into a new column and placed there. However, in order to verify the authenticity of this experience value, Yi Zihang still decided to test it himself. After scanning through the many skills, Yi Zihang's eyes finally landed on the top of Shocking Heart. The other skills were relatively easy to upgrade. Lingbo Weibu could be upgraded by running. Bonjour Palm could be upgraded by hitting someone. Exhale method could be upgraded by breathing. And as for evasion, it should be able to be upgraded by dodging attacks. The only one that was a shock and awe, which required eye-to-eye confrontation with others, was a bit difficult, which was why Yi Zihang chose to give him an upgrade. Yi Zihang's mind moved, and immediately afterward, the information on the genus panel changed. Chapter 13 Good luck. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 1. 6. Mental power, 1. Technique, introductory level of the exhalation technique, 7 out of 10. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, entry level, 4 out of 10. Physical, prajna palm, proficient level, 10 out of 10. Lingbo weibu, introductory level, 6 out of 10. Evasion, passive skill entry level, 1/10. Remaining experience value, 99. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor success. The remaining experience value became 99, while the shocking experience value became 4 out of 10. Yi Zihang was instantly overjoyed, and without saying a word, he directly used these experience values to add all of his skills to the proficient level. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 3. 1. Mental power, 1. 5. Technique, vomiting method proficient level, 10 out of 100. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, proficiency level, 10 out of 100. Physical, prajna palm, proficiency level, 10 out of 100. Lingbo weibu, introductory level, 10 out of 100. Evasion, passive skill mastery level, 10 out of 100. Remaining experience value, 77. Comprehensive assessment, slightly accomplished. Yi Zihang immediately felt that his body was filled with power, and he couldn't wait to pull someone out to try his strength. Ding! The host's physical ability breaks through 3, obtaining a skill raffle ticket. Ding! The host's 5 skills have reached the proficiency level, opening the new function one-click upgrade and receiving 1000 experience value. Before Yi Zihang had time to react, the remaining experience value on the attribute panel changed from 77 to 1077. The host has a raffle ticket to use. May I ask if the host will use it? Yes. Yi Zihang replied somewhat numbly. He had been so overwhelmed by the sudden happiness that he didn't even notice what the system was saying. However, in the next second, the attribute panel in front of Yi Zihang transformed into a large carousel and began to rotate. The carousel was divided into 8 areas, on which were written, feats, physical skills, spiritual skills, elixirs, experience value, fabulous treasures, thank you for your patronage, and one more time. The carousel spun for more than 10 seconds before finally stopping at the area for spiritual skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mental skill 1I. The host's experience value has reached the requirement for automatic upgrade. May I ask whether to turn on automatic upgrade? Auto upgrade? What the hell is this? Yi Zihang asked with some confusion, obviously not knowing much about these things from the system. Auto upgrade? When the host comprehends a new skill, the system will automatically help the host to upgrade, helping the host to reduce wasted time. Yi Zihang instantly understood when he heard this. Alright then, turn it on. Please ask the host to specify the upgrade level. Glancing at the attribute panel in front of him, Yi Zihang pondered for a moment. System, what are the ranks of this skill's level? The proficiency of a skill is divided into 5 realms: introductory, proficient, minor, major, and complete, and each realm requires different experience values. Skills at the introductory level require an experience value of 10 points, 100 points at the proficient level, 1,000 points at the minor accomplishment level, 10,000 points at the major accomplishment level, and 100,000 points at the consummate level. Seeing here appeared couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. The consummate realm actually requires 100,000 points of experience value. Why don't you go and grab it? Yi Zihang now suddenly felt that the 1100 points that the system had previously gifted were all a bit too little. Chapter 14 One look and you're goated. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihang finally decided to set the level of automatic upgrade at the Xiao Chang level for the time being, which was the highest level he could accept at the moment. Automatic upgrade level confirmed. Minor achievement realm. Auto upgrade begins. Host, Yi Zi Hang. Physical energy, 7. 1. Mental energy, 5. 6. Technique, vomiting technique at the minor achievement level, 100 out of 1000. Skill, spiritual, shock and awe, small Chang grade, 100/1000. One eye, small Chang grade, 100/1000. Physical, Prajna Palm, minor achievement level, 100 out of 1000. Lingbo Weibu, small adult level, 100/1000. Evasion, passive skill Shao Chang level, 100/1000. Remaining experience value, 708. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor accomplishment. In an instant, all of Yi Zi Hang's skills and feats had risen to the slightly successful level. His physical energy had even soared directly to 8. 1. And his mental energy had reached 5. 6. Yi Zi Hang could even feel that powerful force surging inside his body, and he now felt that as far as Yang was kind of goods were concerned, he could have fought 100 of them. Say, system, how did this physical ability increase? It added so much at once, it's a bit dizzying to see. Every comprehension of a physical skill, physical ability increases by 0. 1. Physical skill if it reaches the proficient level increases by 0. 5. Reaches a small success increases by 1. Reaches a large success increases by 5. Reaches a complete increase by 10. Mental strength is the same as physical ability. The merit law is the increase of physical ability and mental strength together. I see. Yi Zi Hang nodded and looked at his physical ability and mental strength on the attribute interface. Right. This physical ability should be something like strength. What about this mental strength? Is it of any use? Yi Zi Hang asked again. Learning ability, mental state, etc. The system replied in a simple and straightforward manner. As soon as Yi Zi Hang heard the words learning ability, he was first stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, he fiercely spread his legs and ran towards the classroom side. In just a few seconds, Yi Zi Hang ran back to the classroom door and shouted report. Seeing this, Su Xianjing froze for a moment, then reacted and said in a calm manner, come in. Only then did Yi Zi Hang walk in under the gaze of the entire class. Just after walking into the classroom, Yi Zi Hang felt that there was an unkind gaze that was watching him. Turning his head to look, he realized that the person staring at him was none other than Yang Hua. Yang Hua's eyes were staring fiercely at him, as if he owed him $3 to $5 million. Yi Zi Hang let out a cold smile as his eyes flicked to look at Yang Hua. Under the shocking heart enchantment, a single sweep of Yi Zi Hang's eyes caused Yang Hua's entire being to instantly go ape, hastily lowering his head down and trembling in fear. Seeing this, Yi Zi Hang couldn't help but skim his lips. If it was the previous Yi Zi Hang who saw such a Yang Hua, then he would definitely be too scared to enter the classroom. But now it was different. He had the system and already had the power to completely crush Yang Hua. Of course, Yi Zi Hang is not a person who holds grudges. As long as Yang Hua doesn't mess with him in the future, Yi Zi Hang naturally won't look for his trouble. After all, the higher the strength, the higher the horizon. Yi Zi Hang won't waste his time for the sake of a Yang Hua. But if Yang Hua doesn't know what to do and has to die, then Yi Zi Hang doesn't mind teaching him how to be a human being. Chapter 15, Reading Books to Gain Experience. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another class passed, but probably because of what had just happened. Su Xianjing was distracted in her lectures this class and made quite a few mistakes. Once the bell rang, Su Xianjing stood on the podium and contemplated for a moment, then looked at Yi Zi Hang and said, Yi Zi Hang, come to my office. After saying this, she took the textbook and left the classroom. Seeing this, Yi Zi Hang couldn't help but have a headache, but still stood up. But just as he was about to leave, Linya grabbed his hand. Are you alright? Linya asked with some worry. Yi Zi Hang smiled gently and shook his head. It's fine, don't worry. After saying that, he also twisted his head to look at Yang Hua. His face was full of dejectedness. Yang Hua was so angry that his teeth itched, but thinking of the great power Yi Zi Hang had shown today, he didn't dare to act rashly, and could only sit in his seat with a belly full of fire. Yi Zi Hang walked out of the classroom and slowly moved to the office door step by step. Report! Yi Zi Hang shouted. Su Xianjing, who was in the process of organizing her documents, looked up at Yi Zi Hang before putting the documents in her hands aside. Come in. Yi Zi Hang walked over. Has there been some stress lately? Su Xianjing asked. It's okay. Yi Zi Hang shrugged and said, if there's anything bothering you, talk to your teacher. There's nothing bothering me either. If you don't want to talk about it, teacher won't force you. But if you feel there's too much pressure, come to teacher. Teacher will help you share it. Understand. Got it. Yi Zi Hang replied with an honest look. Seeing this, Su Xianjing couldn't help but sigh before adding, alright, there's nothing more. You can go back. Seeing this, Yi Zi Hang didn't say anything else, just nodded and then slipped out. Just as he returned to the classroom, the class bell rang once more, and Yi Zi Hang returned to his seat, only to find Yang Hua's seat empty. Only 5 minutes after class started did Yanghwa strut in from the doorway, without reporting, with that arrogant look. The teacher on the podium was probably used to it, and after glancing at Yanghwa, he shook his head inside without saying anything. Yanghwa passed by Yi Zihang's side and gave a conspiratorial laugh as if he was showing off something. Yi Zihang didn't know what Yanghwa was mad about again, but he didn't bother to pay attention to him, acting as if he didn't hear him. Seeing that Yi Zihang then did not have any intention of taking care of himself, Yanghwa let out another cold snort, then slowly walked back to his seat. Yi Zihang eyed his textbook with a hint of a smile on his face. It wasn't that he liked reading so much, it was just that the 10 lines he had just gotten at the sink had actually come in handy at this moment. Yi Zihang only needed to take a glance at the textbook, and the knowledge in the textbook would rush into Yi Zihang's mind, and then be memorized by Yi Zihang. What's more, it's quick and fast to remember. Not to mention that looking at it can also increase one's experience value. From class to now, less than 10 minutes, Yi Zihang has finished brushing the chemistry textbook and physics textbook, and is now reading the English textbook, and the experience value of a glance at 10 lines, from the beginning to now, has risen more than 30 points, which can be called the fastest increase in experience value among all the skills. Chapter 16 Periodic Table of Chemical Elements. Yi Zihang was reading his English textbook with great interest when he suddenly felt a murderous aura suddenly coming towards him. He looked up and realized that the teacher was looking at him with a fierce glare. Yi Zihang was quite self-conscious and immediately raised his head. The teacher raised his hand, toppled his glasses with the book in his hand, and stared at Yi Zihang with sharp eyes. "What are you doing?" "Reviewing," Yi Zihang replied. The teacher glanced down at the English textbook in front of him. "What class is this one?" Chemistry class." "Then what textbook are you reading?" Yi Zihang was a little embarrassed, a little unsure of how to answer all of a sudden, and only half a day later did he then speak. "Teacher, I think I'm almost done with chemistry." When the chemistry teacher heard this, the two eyeballs staring at Yi Zihang all of a sudden went wide. Yi Zihang just wanted to explain more, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the chemistry teacher. "Memorize the periodic table of chemistry and listen," the chemistry teacher said directly, both eyes staring at Yi Zihang with a murderous aura in his gaze. When Yanghwa saw this scene, he felt it was a good time and hurriedly taunted Yi Zihang. Just him and he's still memorizing the periodic table of elements. If he could even memorize it, Sao's would be up trees. Seeing this, the others in the classroom also began to follow suit and mocked Yi Zihang. Yi Zihang is afraid that he can't even write the word hydrogen. "Teacher, don't make things difficult for Yi Zihang. That textbook of his is cleaner than his face. How could he possibly know the periodic table of elements? Don't you guys hit him like this? In case he gets angry and releases an ammonia to clean you up, then won't we also suffer?" When these words came out, the crowd instantly burst into laughter. The chemistry teacher raised his head and glared at them, and only then did the crowd stop laughing uncontrollably. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Yi Zihang ignored the cynicism of those people and memorized a series of chemical elements as if they were firecrackers, crackling out. Fermium, mendelevium, nobelium, lawrencium. Everyone was shocked after the last chemical element popped out of Yi Zihang's mouth. Even the chemistry teacher in front of him couldn't help but freeze slightly, but after a short moment of silence, they then seemed to have thought of something else, revealing a cold smile, and then began their verbal attack on Yi Zihang. Did Yi Zihang go out with his brain today? It's over. It's over. We're actually inferior to Yi Zihang. I'm afraid we won't even be able to sweep the toilets in the future. Asterisk asterisk. So's actually do get up trees. Listening to these people's cynicism, the chemistry teacher couldn't help but get a little angry and jerked his head up to look at them. "Quiet," the chemistry teacher bellowed with slight anger, and the classroom instantly fell silent, all of them not daring to speak again. "Let's forget about it this time, and next time, don't be in the other subjects' books in chemistry class. Sit down," the chemistry teacher said to Yi Zihang. Once Yi Zihang heard this, he quickly nodded and quickly put the English textbook and physics textbook on his desk back into his desk before picking up his chemistry textbook. The chemistry teacher sighed slightly as he looked at Yi Zihang, then returned to the podium and began his tedious and boring cupped reading. Yi Zihang, holding the chemistry textbook in his hand, sighed helplessly, and then began his second brush of the chemistry textbook. Chapter 17, Letter of War. As soon as the dismissal bell rang for chemistry class, Yi Zihang was about to go to the cafeteria with Linya to get a meal to eat, but before he could even leave, Yanghwa was the one who suddenly walked up and stopped the two of them. "Yanghwa, what do you want again?" Linya opened her mouth somewhat angrily. Seeing that Linya was actually siding with Yi Zihang like this, Yanghwa was jealous and angry, and didn't care about Linya. He directly looked at Yi Zihang and said angrily, "Yi Zihang, today my business with you is not finished. You wanna still be considered a man today after school to the open space behind the school. Let's settle what should be settled. When Yi Zihong heard this, he shook his head and smiled. So he had come to give himself a letter of war. Boss, you are also looking too high at the goon. You are lending him 100 guts he wouldn't dare to go over. That's right. I'm afraid he'll just run straight home after school with his backpack and cry, or he has the guts to go over. The two little brothers behind Manhwa said with a disdainful face. Seeing these two insulting Yi Zihong like this, the look on Linya's face quickly revealed anger, and he was about to open his mouth to say something, but Yi Zihong suddenly stopped him and stood out with a smile on his face. There's no need to provoke me. This afternoon? Well, I will definitely go over there. Manhwa didn't expect Yi Zihong to actually agree, and visibly froze for a moment, but quickly reacted with a cold smile that surfaced undisguised. Good, then let's not see each other at the open space behind the school this afternoon. After saying that, he took the two juniors behind him and prepared to leave, but just after walking to the classroom door, Manhwa seemed to have thought of something again and turned his head to Yi Zihong's side. By the way, to declare to you beforehand, if you don't arrive this afternoon, you and I will definitely personally bring someone to greet you at the classroom door tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, he walked out with a cold smile. Ziheng, are you sure you want to go over there this afternoon? Seeing Manhwa and the others leave, Linya hurriedly looked at Yi Zihong and asked. However, Yi Zihong didn't answer directly, but instead let out a light laugh before saying, come on, let's go eat. Seeing that Yi Zihong didn't want to say it was no good to ask too much, so Linya could only go out to eat with Yi Zihong first, and find a chance to ask later. The two went to a small restaurant outside the school, where there were also a few students wearing the same uniforms as them buying food, to the point where the number of people was relatively small compared to a few others. The two ordered a side of fried rice each before finding a seat. Ziheng, are you really planning to go find Manhwa and the others this afternoon? I've heard that he's beaten people into the hospital before, so why don't we just not go and tell the teacher directly? Linya said with a worried look on her face, clearly concerned about Yi Zihong. However, Yi Zihong could not help but shake his head and laugh. Linya, you're still too naive. Do you really think that you'll be safe by telling teacher about this? Will teacher be able to keep guarding by my side and protect me from Manhwa and the others? Once Linya heard this, she didn't know what to say for a moment and fell into deep thought. Not long after, the fried rice that the two ordered came up. Yi Zihong pulled out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopsticks tube on the table, handed Linya a pair, and then ate on his own. But Linya was a distracted look, after receiving the chopsticks and pondered for a long time before the past half a day before moving the chopsticks to start eating. Chapter 18, Alien. Yi Zihong had just stuffed a mouthful of fried rice into his mouth, and before he had time to chew, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Comprehending the spiritual skill Smell and Eat. Skill automatically upgraded to the minor achievement realm. Consumed experience value 99, remaining experience value 609. When Yi Zihong heard the name of this skill, he couldn't help but frown. Smelling and eating, isn't this something that ghosts do? How did he even comprehend this skill? Then Yi Zihong opened the attribute panel with a thought, and the introduction of smell and taste that he had just comprehended was directly presented in front of him. Smell and taste. After smelling the flavor, you can know the components of the food. Immediately afterward, the ingredients of the fried rice appeared one by one in Yi Zihong's mind. Rice, pork, salted vegetables, cooking oil, salt. A faint smile appeared on Yi Zihong's face. He didn't expect to be able to comprehend a skill even from eating a meal. It seems that he will have to do some more attempts sometime. God knows what other magical skills he could comprehend. Linya, who was sitting directly opposite Yi Zihong, saw Yi Zihong's eyes looking at himself with a hint of a smile on his face, thought he was smiling towards himself, froze and asked, what are you smiling at? Yi Zihong looked back at Linya, his light smile turning into a mischievous grin. I was thinking, you're so good-hearted and so beautiful. Whoever marries you will definitely have accumulated 8 lifetimes of Yin virtue. Put. Linya was instantly amused by Yi Zihong, and a smile instantly blossomed on her face that was originally still a bit sad. Eat properly, don't say these immodest things, Linya said with a laugh. Yi Zihong let out a light laugh and nodded, then ate his fried rice. Linya took advantage of Yi Zihong's time to eat his fried rice to sneak a glance at him. Actually, Yi Zihong is still quite nice. An idea surfaced in Linya's mind and landed and took root. After the two of them ate lunch, they returned to school together and began to review. It was now only the last month or so before the midterm, and in a month's time they would be at the first watershed in their lives, getting into a good high school and then starting to move towards another goal, college, or an ordinary high school, and then when it is time to work hard, and finally either into the university, or into society, or, simply can't even get into high school, directly go to a vocational high school, learn a few years of technology, and then in society to find a secure job, live a well-off life. Linya, in order to meet the midterm, from the second semester of junior high school, has entered the war state. All the free time into the study. Other people in the shopping, she is studying. Other people in the movie, she is studying. Other people in the game, she is studying. In fact, with Linya's achievements, it is not a problem at all to get into the first city high school, but she is always worrying that this year's scoreline will suddenly increase a few points, worrying that the exam will not be more biased questions, worrying that she will not be able to get into the first city high school, so she is always reviewing, always studying. Yi Zihong understands her thoughts. The midterm and college entrance exam are the two major watersheds in life, and she doesn't want to fall at the first watershed, but excessive studying is not always a good thing. At the beginning of Linya in the class is also widely popular. Most of the girls in the class, and she maintains a good relationship, although not good to any particular degree, but at least usually can chat together. However, as soon as she entered the second semester of her junior high school year, she put her heart and soul into her studies, did not negotiate, did not go shopping, and gradually the girls in her class began to alienate her, and even began to say bad things about her, saying that she was pretending to be pure, and said that she was a nerd, and became an alien in the eyes of the girls. If it were not for the fact that Yi Zihong and her both live in the same neighborhood and both like to feed the cats when they have nothing else to do, maybe Linya would really be alone now. Chapter 19, Teaching Them to Be Human Again. The time came to the end of school in the afternoon. Manhwa brought his two little brothers to the classroom door and stopped again, twisting his head to look at Yi Zihong with a wry smile on his face. Then he walked out without looking back. I'll go first. Yi Zihong casually stuffed a few things into his school bag before heading out. When Linya saw this, she was the one who hurriedly stood up, picked up her school bag and ran to the side of Yi Zihong. I'll go with you. When Yi Zihong heard this, he was also stunned. What are you going there for? Didn't you say you still have to go back to review? Reviewing can be later, but right now I have to follow you, Linya said, with a hint of determination on her face. It was obvious that it looked like she had to go today. Yi Zihong sighed slightly and helplessly shook his head and smiled. Alright, but you're only allowed to watch from outside. You're not allowed to come closer. Seeing that Yi Zihong had agreed, Linya quickly nodded her head in agreement. Then Yi Zihong brought Linya to the open space behind the school. Standing there, Yi Zihong then saw that not far away, Manhwa was standing in front of a group of people waiting for him. What? Why are there so many people? Why don't we go? Linya was obviously intimidated by the number of people on the other side, and began to worry a bit about Yi Zihong's safety. Yi Zihong didn't answer. He just took off his school bag and coat to Linya, and then told her to wait here. No matter what happened, she wasn't allowed to come over. Linya originally wanted to persuade Yi Zihong for a few more words, but seeing him like this, she knew that it was useless to persuade him, and could only hold Yi Zihong's clothes and bag and watch Yi Zihong slowly walk over. But in fact, Linya's heart has already made up her mind. If Yi Zihong has any accidents, she will immediately run back to the school and call the teachers who haven't gone home yet to come over to help. After all, this was the only thing she could do right now. Yell, the kid is quite ballsy, seeing so many of us even dared to come over. A gangly teenager wearing a school uniform on top and jeans underneath walked up to Yi Zihong and said with a big swagger. After saying that, he picked up the cigarette in his hand and took a drag, then spat on Yi Zihong's face. This person Yi Zihong recognized, called Li Gaixing in Manhwa the same, is one of the 5 small bullies in Hengshui. The family has a little bit of money in the school as a bully. Yi Zihong did not care about him, but turned his head to look at the others. There were about 30 people standing in front of Yi Zihong, including all of the Hengshui 5 little bullies. Yang Hua, Li Gaixing, Chen Gong, Zhang Shi, Du Tengchong, the 5 little hegemons of Hengshui. For the sake of such a tiny Yi Zihong he even gathered here. Yi Zihong was really a great face. Standing in front of Yi Zihong, Li Gaixing saw that Yi Zihong looked like he didn't care about himself and felt that he was being defied by Yi Zihong. He was furious and violently threw his cigarette butt to the ground and wanted to fight with Yi Zihong one-on-one. Gaixing. Yang Hua on the side suddenly opened his mouth. Li Gaixing saw this, although he was more or less unwilling. He could only snort coldly and then retreated. Then Yang Hua slowly walked out and walked to Yi Zihong's side, with a cold smile on his face. Yi Zihong, I can now give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Lao Zi, and promise that from now on, you won't then crawl over Lao Zi's crotch, and Lao Zi will treat today's matter as if nothing happened. Saying that, Yang Hua then directly spread his 2 feet apart, making it clear that he wanted to make Yi Zihong look good. The 30 or so people behind him were also rubbing their fists. It was obvious that if Yi Zihong didn't do what Yang Hua asked today, then they definitely wouldn't give Yi Zihong a good time. If Yi Zihong were to change to the previous Yi Zihong, then there might only be 2 choices in front of him, either to agree to Yang Hua's request and be insulted by them, or to refuse and be beaten by them. But now, Yi Zihong he had only one choice, and that was to beat them up and teach them to be human again. Chapter 20 pissed his pants. Yi Zihong sneered, didn't say anything, directly raised his foot to Yanhua's crotch and kicked. Yanhua originally waited for Yi Zihong to drill through his crotch, so his legs were particularly open. Yi Zihong kicked him over when he had already reacted, but the two legs were too open, and it was too late to close. Yi Zihong kicked him over, and hit him squarely in the crotch. Ah! Yanhua subconsciously screamed, then he rolled his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Host comprehends the teasing in leg. Teasing in leg automatically rises to the minor achievement realm. Consumed points, 99. Host's remaining points, 510. Yi Zihong couldn't help but stare. To be able to comprehend a skill like this, it's so damn cool. Then, without saying a word, Yi Zihong punched towards those people with his hands and feet, and even used his head to go against people's stomachs, wanting to try to see if he could comprehend a skill similar to Iron Head Kung Fu or something like that. But alas, knowing that at the end of the day, all of the people had been knocked down by Yi Zihong, he couldn't even comprehend a skill again. However, although Yi Zihong's previous punches and kicks didn't lead to a skill, it wasn't for nothing. The experience value of his prajna palm had increased by 21 points, and the experience value of his lifting in kick had increased by 13 points. Although it was still a bit low compared to the 1000 points required for the next level of Deshang realm, it was still not bad to get these points this time around. Yi Zihong turned his head again to look at these few guys on the ground who were being beaten by himself, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Too weak. Yi Zihong couldn't help but sigh. When those few guys who had been beaten down by Yi Zihong heard this, they almost didn't spit a mouthful of old blood out of the air. Grandma, after beating up people and causing them physical injuries not to mention, this now even had to give their weak hearts a painful blow. This was just too much. Yi Zihong slowly walked to the front of Yanhua who had been put down by his own foot before. At this moment, Yanhua was still on the ground and kept doing rolls, his face covered with pain and hideousness. It seemed that Yi Zihong's kick just now was really a bit heavy, but Yi Zihong didn't care about this. When Yanhua bullied him more than just a little bit, he only kicked him now, which was already considered very merciful. Yanhua raised his head and glanced at Yi Zihong. A trace of fear appeared on that lifeless face again, and his body couldn't help but tremble. You, what do you want? Yanhua asked in another trembling tone. It was obvious that he was afraid. Yi Zihong didn't bother to nag at him, directly activating, shocking people's hearts, and then staring at Yanhua with two dead eyes. When Yanhua looked at Yi Zihong's eyes, for some reason, he had a feeling that he was facing an enemy, and the more he looked at him, the more scared he became. It was as if he was alone in a deep forest and encountered a hungry tiger foraging for food, and then the eyes of the two suddenly made contact, and the tiger's eyes met his eyes. The tiger's eyes met his. He read the tiger's eyes and realized that the tiger was hungry and wanted to eat him, and that tiger also read something from his eyes, that this was a cowardly, death-hungry guy. The two men's eyes confronted each other, and at some point, Yi Zihong suddenly smelled a strange odor, and immediately after that, smell and eat automatically activated and gave a verdict. Urine. Yi Zihong then looked at Yanhua's crotch, and only then did he realize that this goon was so scared that he peed his pants. Chapter 21, Be My Girlfriend. Yi Zihong glanced at Yanhua, could not help but frown, full of contempt, silently closed the shocking people, and then left this place of wrongdoing, walked to Linya's front, put on the coat, and then the back of the school bag will take Linya to go. Linya only slowly came back to God at this time, and hurriedly caught up with Yi Zihong, and asked with a face of disbelief, Zihong, how did you just do that? Linya's words revealed a few moments of admiration, clearly not expecting Yi Zihong to be so powerful, knocking out Yanhua and the others in 3 punches and 2 kicks. Yi Zihong couldn't help but glance at Linya and let out a light laugh. This is a secret. I don't reveal it to ordinary people. Unless what? Linya asked with some curiosity. Yi Zihong saw this and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he brought his head to his ear and said softly, unless you become my girlfriend I can tell you. Linya was first stunned, then his face swished and turned red beyond recognition. Linya lightly grunted and made a gesture to ignore Yi Zihong, while Yi Zihong also hurriedly apologized and said sorry, but Yi Zihong knew that in fact, Linya's heart wasn't very angry, and that the redness on her face was more of a shyness. And for Linya, know why Yi Zihong can so easily defeat Yanhua more than 30 people to get the secret is actually not important. The important thing is that Yi Zihong can be safe and sound, did not get hurt. This is Linya's only wish. From the first year to now, 3 years down the road, the two feelings from shallow to deep, from the beginning of mutual ignorance, to the later mutual help. Honestly, she cares about this friend, especially in the last half a year, because Linya in order to meet the middle school exams, she has been almost no interaction with other people, even in school, also buried themselves in a pile of books. Yi Zihong had unconsciously become his only friend, and the only one who could make friends with him. Linya didn't want to lose this only remaining friendship, so he treated Yi Zihong with extra care. Unconsciously, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Linya looked at Yi Zihong, who was ready to go up, seemed to suddenly remember something, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Will you come out to feed the cat tonight?" "Definitely will come," Yi Zihong answered dryly. A faint smile appeared on Linya's face when she saw this. "See you tonight then." See you tonight." After saying that, Linya twisted the key and opened the door to his room and walked in, while Yi Zihong proceeded to walk upstairs. Linya's family and his family lived in the same building, with Linya's family living on the first floor and his family living on the fifth floor. The two families weren't really familiar with each other, and the parents were both working people who didn't have much time. They only knew that in this building, there was a friend who liked to keep stray cats just as much as their child did, but they didn't ask much about it. Yi Zihong went upstairs while cursing himself in his mind for being a wimp. Linya's family lives on the first floor. His family lives on the fifth floor, so close to live 3 years. Since even Linya's home did not go in, he was a little puzzled how he managed to maintain such a pure friendship with Linya. Is really puzzling himself? But Yi Zihong thought of himself at the beginning. Learning in general, average grades, family in general. There is no attention-grabbing point of light. Meta goddess-level beauty to chat with himself. That heart is happy and excited. Yi Zihong also once quietly like Linya, also thought of confessing to him, but was afraid of confession will be rejected. Then even friends cannot be done. May meet will feel awkward, not to mention that the two also live in the same neighborhood, in the same building, helplessly. In order to protect the current gesture from being broken, Yi Zihong only had to quietly suppress the thoughts of liking in the bottom of his heart again, maintaining a pure friendship relationship with Linya. Chapter 22. Little excited. But now the situation is different. Yi Zihong has the system, with the powerful force of 1 to fight 30, someone who can't forget, a glimpse of the amazing memory. Yi Zihong gradually have confidence in himself. He felt that maybe he should go after Linya. After all, this is the girl that he secretly liked for 3 years, playful for 3 years. In the past, he didn't have the strength and felt that he had no possibility, so he didn't go after her. But now, he felt that he had that strength, so he wanted to try. Not long after that it will be the midterm exam. After the midterm exam, Yi Zihong will not have many days to spend with her, and he doesn't even know if he will be able to see Linya again in the future. 3 years, 3 years of secret love. Even if the confession failed to be rejected, so what? From the midterm examination there is only more than a month's time. The big deal is more than a month do not talk. It's not a big deal to be rejected, but it's a big deal to not even have the chance to be rejected. People always say that youth will be away from the next. Too many regrets cannot be made up, and finally can only become memories. Yi Zihong does not intend to make up for anything. He intends to take away this regret. Let this regret disappear. Let him become a good memory later, not a memory. Thinking about it, Yi Zihong had already arrived at the door of his home, took out his key, opened the door, and then walked in. Then he saw Yi Zihong throw his school bag towards the sofa, and the person also paralyzed towards the sofa, directly opening the system panel. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 8. Mental power, 7. 2. Technique, vomiting method, small adult level, 100/1000. Skill, spiritual, shock and awe, small adult level, 110/1000. 1 eye, minor success level, 137 out of 1000. Scenting and eating, small level, 111/1000. Physical, prajna palm, small achievement level, 121/1000. Lingbo weibu, small adult level, 100/1000. Evasion, passive skill sengoku level, 100/1000. Teasing in leg, Xiaochang level, 113/1000. Remaining experience value, 510. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor achievement. The physical ability reached 8, but unfortunately, it was only an approximate value, and could not directly determine just how strong Yi Zihong was now. But thinking about it, to be able to easily take down 30 or so people, one would think that it was pretty impressive. To knock down more than 30 people at once, this was something that Yi Zihong had not even dared to think about before. But now he did it easily by lifting his hands and moving his feet, and it had to be said that the change in him was really too great. Yi Zihong even dared not imagine, if one day his physical ability reached the triple digits, that would have to be a person how powerful. According to his current 8 beating 30 people without taking a breath. If his physical ability reached 10, Yi Zihong felt that he wouldn't have a problem beating 50 people, and if it reached 100, I'm afraid that 500 or 600 people wouldn't be his opponent. The more Yi Zihong thought, the more excited he felt. He couldn't wait to raise his physical ability to 4 digits, then maybe he could try to act like in the movie, catching bullets with his bare hands, crushing boulders with one palm. invulnerable to knives and guns, invulnerable to all poisons, blocking people from killing people, and blocking the Buddha from killing the Buddha. Thinking about it is still a little excited. If the physical ability to 5 figures, tens of thousands of physical ability, Yi Zihong will become how strong? Will become the legendary gods like that? Open up the sky, omnipotent? Thinking of this, Yi Zihong can no longer sit still, without saying a word. Into the room to place sandbags to add experience value to go. Chapter 23, Aoi. The time flashed and it was already evening. Yi Zihong came out of the restroom. He had just finished his shower and his hair was still a bit wet now. Yi Zihong shook his hair and glanced at the alarm clock on the table. 9:06. The time was just right. Without delay, Yi Zihong walked to the kitchen and took out today's leftovers, then took out another large bowl from the corner. This bowl was specially prepared by Yi Zihong in order to feed the stray cats, and had been used for over a year. Before there was another one that had been fed for over a year before it was broken by a slip of Yi Zihong's hand. After he had served some leftovers, Yi Zihong took out the pair of chopsticks specially prepared for feeding stray cats, and stirred the rice and vegetables. When he first fed the cats, he didn't know how to do this. He took a bowl of rice, covered it with some meat and went down. As a result, when he got down there, the stray cats, one by one, were more savvy than the other, and they all grabbed the shame, and the rice didn't move a single bite. After mixing the rice, Yi Zihong rinsed the chopsticks towards casually, then he opened the door and walked straight down. Arriving downstairs, Yi Zihong found that Linya had already started feeding the cats before him. Watching the kittens eat while squatting there with a smile on her face, Yi Zihong slowly walked to her side and put his bowl down. Those stray cats that couldn't grab it saw this and immediately shifted positions, taking big bites of the meal Yi Zihong had brought. Looking at these kittens taking such a big bite of the food he had prepared for them, Yi Zihong would smile, a hint of fulfillment appearing on his face. Rescuing the weak. Reward points experience value, 10,000. 1 raffle ticket, 1 beast pet spirit cat. When Yi Zihong heard this, he couldn't help but let his eyelids jump and almost didn't stand up in excitement. 10,000 experience points. The system had directly sent him 10,000 experience points, a raffle ticket, and a beast pet. For a moment, Yi Zihong had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. Sure enough, good intentions have good rewards. Yi Zihong painstakingly insisted on feeding these stray cats for 3 years as one day, and now he finally had a good reward. Good and evil will be rewarded. Yi Zihong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ziheng. Linya suddenly spoke. Yi Zihong twisted his head to look at Linya with a hint of a smile on his face. What's wrong? Having just received 10,000 experience points gifted by the system, Yi Zihong was now in a good mood. Aoi hasn't come over for 2 days, Linya said, a look of worry on her face. Yi Zihong was first stunned, and then the look on his face became a bit gloomy. Yi Zihong and Linya had been feeding cats in the neighborhood for 3 years, and knew quite a few cats, and the two of them would even name the ones that came often, such as this little Aoi. Little Aoi is a soil cat, a cat they met when they first started feeding cats, not very prominent, looks very ordinary cat, but the temperament is rare bad. He bites people when he sees them, fights cats when he sees them, and even dislikes the big black dog on the road sometimes, often getting himself bruised all over. Yi Zihong, 2 people just met him when he scratched a lot, and even Yi Ziheng's arm still has a small quai when he scratched the claw marks left, has not been able to recover. Although this little guy's temper is a bit stinky, but also has a lot of advantages. Take his ability to catch mice, that is absolutely first class. When Yi Zihong home into a large rat, the family how to do nothing, and then Yi Zihong risked being scratched by Aoi. Aoi will be carried to their own home. I did not expect this guy's skills are not small. 3 times 5 to 2. From the door to catch the rat. A total of time consumed less than a minute. Even Yi Ziheng's parents, who originally didn't like cats much, couldn't help but show their appreciation, and even intended to keep the kitten. As a result, Xiao Aoi was good. Once he finished catching the mouse, he ran away directly without saying anything, and it wasn't until that night when he fed the cat that his figure was seen again. Chapter 24 Confessions. Xiao Aoi has been with them for 3 years. 3 years, but whenever it comes to mealtime he will show up. There has not been a single absence. 3 years as 1 day, but Linya is now saying that he hasn't seen Xiao Aoi for 2 days. This is really a bit suspicious. It might have been adopted. Yi Zihong said this. Over the past 3 years, many of these stray cats they had fed had been adopted by people who lived in the same neighborhood. So the stray cats were often raised with 2 fewer cats, and then a few days later, they would see the little girl in that building holding a stray cat they had raised for quite some time. But the two were not unhappy about this. After all, they also wanted these little ones to have a home of their own, which was also good. Besides, they couldn't take care of these kittens all the time. one day they would have to leave and go somewhere else. So being adopted could be a good fate for these kittens. However, the sadness on Linya's face when she heard Yi Zihang's words had not diminished by half, and she still had a sad look on her face. I hope, Linya said faintly. In fact, she does not believe that the so-called adopted Xiao Aoi is not the kind of cat that will please people, will not be cute, will not pretend to be stupid. Someone close to him directly pounced on the bite, a ferocious look. And how can someone be willing to go to the adoption of this as a cat? Thinking of this, Linya couldn't help but sigh again, looking towards the several kittens that were eating, revealing a faint smile. Yi Zihang saw Linya's appearance, and for a moment he didn't know whether or not to say that thing. He had originally planned to confess to Linya tonight, but now that Xiao Aoi had lost her, Linya was obviously not in a very good mood. So should he or should he not say the confession thing? Yi Zihang was sitting in his spot, his heart was pounding, his body was becoming a little involuntary, and there seemed to be a voice in his head that was constantly encouraging him to confess. Meow, a kitten suddenly called out. Yi Zihang took a look and realized that it was the food Linya had brought that had already been eaten. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Linya's originally sad face, stroking the kitten's head, then picking up the bowl and standing up. Then I'll go back to review first. With that, Linya turned around with a flourish and prepared to leave. Yi Zihang first froze when he saw this, then tangled for a moment before he finally violently warped to his feet. Linya! Yi Zihang suddenly shouted, his breathing becoming much heavier all of a sudden. Linya took a deep breath and didn't turn around, but also didn't proceed to walk on, but stood quietly in place, seemingly waiting for something and running away from something. Yi Zihang wanted to say something, but his brain was suddenly blank. Originally thought of the gorgeous words, oaths, romantic words, in this moment is like a piece of paper full of words. Messy, complicated and gorgeous words as if every one of them is his heart, but as if they are not enough to express his feelings. For a moment he did not know what to say. After a long time, Yi Zihang seemed to have decided something, took a deep breath and looked towards Linya, a resolute look on his face, as if he had made some major decision. Linya, will you be my girlfriend? Yi Zihang said it out loud. Saying this sentence that had been buried in his heart for many years, an indescribable pleasure surged to his heart, but immediately afterward, regret followed. He finally said the words. He felt that a big stone weighing on his heart seemed to have fallen, but then another big stone seemed to have quickly pressed on. What if Linya didn't say yes? What if their relationship broke down from then on? Yi Zihang's heart was filled with anxiety. Chapter 25, Small Goals. It's easy to reject someone you don't like, but it's hard to say yes to a favorite. Obviously you want to love, but you don't dare to love. Before, Yi Zihang felt that he was not qualified to love, but now Linya was afraid of being loved. Linya momentarily do not know how to answer Yi Zihang. He likes Yi Zihang. She herself think actually still quite like him. After all, no matter how to say also get along with 3 years. Day-to-day love is also very normal, but to talk about the words of love, she has not even considered this. But if she rejected him now, what would happen? The friendship between them will not be collapsed from now on. In the future is not to see each other will feel awkward. Not to mention the two people are still at the same table. But what could she do if she didn't reject it? Agree to it? She really did not want to talk about this now. She only wanted to get into a good high school, so that her parents worry less. She did not know what she should say now, how to say. For a long time, a ray of cold wind blew by. Linya bit her lips. The look on her face suddenly became resolute, as if she had made some major decision. Zihang, I think that right now it's still mainly about studying. Isn't it still a bit too early to talk about this? When Linya said this, Yi Zihang's face instantly darkened. It seemed to have failed after all. But if you can go to the same high school with me, I think we might be able to try then. After saying this, Linya's little face instantly became playfully booming. When Yi Zihang heard this, he also instantly felt joyful. When Linya just said the first sentence, Yi Zihang thought that she would reject herself on the grounds of her busy schedule, and he was even ready to leave the scene. But he didn't expect Linya to change her mind and actually said to Yi Zihang that as long as she was able to get into the same high school as him, she would agree to go out with Yi Zihang. If Linya gets into the same high school as him, then which high school is Linya's favorite? Without a doubt, it was naturally the best high school in Qingmu City, the famous City First High School. The total score for the midterm in Qingmu City's region was 680 points, while the admission line for City No. 1 middle school was as high as 650 points. 650 points but Yi Zihang played the best of a mock test only examined about 620 points. Want to reach the height of 650 points may still need some effort. If it is the previous Yi Zihang, want to in the last month will be their own score will be raised 30 points is very difficult, but as long as a little effort. Learn Linya that, in addition to study is to study. A month time is still enough to pull up the results. But now Yi Zihang is different. He has the system. has the one eye, 10 lines, originally may need a month to memorize things. He now only need a few days time can easily memorize. So for him, will be 30 points to improve the score is really not a problem. Then this is what you said. If I get into the first city high school with you, you'll be my girlfriend. Yi Zihong was afraid that Linya would back out and quickly opened his mouth. Seeing that Yi Zihong happily accepted his opinion, Linya was also very happy and turned around to reveal a smile. It's a deal. Immediately after that, Yi Zihong's system also let out a voice as if it was congratulating him. The host sets a small goal to get into the first city middle school, obtaining an experience value reward, 10,000, a raffle ticket, and comprehending the spiritual skill Firm Will. Firm Will reaches the minor achievement realm. Experience value consumed, 99. Remaining experience value, 20,411 inch. Chapter 26, Desire to Cry. Having returned home, the first thing Yi Zihong did was to open the attribute panel and start doing his favorite thing. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 8. Mental energy, 8. Technique, vomiting method at the minor success level, 100 out of 1000. Skills, spiritual, shock and awe, small adult level, 110/1000. One eye, minor success level, 137 out of 1000. Smell and eat, minor achievement level, 111 out of 1000. Firm will, successful level, 100/1000. Physical, prajna palm, small success level, 121/1000. Ling bo weibu, minor achievement level, 100 out of 1000. Evasion, passive skill Sengoku level, 100/1000. Teasing in leg, Xiaochang level, 113/1000. Remaining experience value, 20411. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor accomplishment. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong's heart was bursting with joy. He got 20,000 points directly, as well as a spiritual skill and 2 lottery tickets. Don't say anything, this wave is definitely worth it. But then again, didn't the system say that there was another beast pet before? Why haven't we seen it yet? Yi Zihong thought while starting to pore over the system, but after poring over it for half a day, he didn't see anything different about the system, and had no choice but to choose to give up first. System, can the automatic upgrade be changed? Yi Zihong asked. Judging by the experience value he had now, it was completely enough to upgrade all the skills to the realm of great accomplishment. It can, the system replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zihong was overjoyed, and without saying a word, he directly changed the limit of automatic upgrades to the grand completion realm. A grand completion level physical skill added 5 points of physical energy value, so Yi Zihong now had 4 physical skills. If all of them were upgraded to the grand completion realm, his physical energy might directly soar to more than 20, close to the state of 30, and at that time, Yi Zihong was sure that it was if Manhwa called out 100 people to come over, he would be able to beat them all. The host does not have enough levels in front of him to raise his skills to the grand achievement level. The system suddenly issued a voice. Yi Zihong couldn't help but stare at it, and then he opened the attribute panel once more. But as the attribute panel appeared before his eyes once more, tears of remorse flowed from the corners of his eyes. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 8. Mental power, 8. Technique, vomiting technique, minor achievement level, 999/1000. Skill, spiritual, shocking the mind, small Chang grade, 999/1000. One eye, minor achievement level, 999/1000. Scenting and eating, small adult level, 999/1000. Firm will, successful level, 999/1000. Physical fitness, prajna palm, successful level, 999/1000. Ling bo weibu, small adult level, 999/1000. Evasion, passive skill Sengoku level, 999/1000. Teasing in kick, successful level, 999/1000. Remaining experience value, 12,719. Comprehensive assessment, slightly minor achievement. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, he almost didn't get so angry that a mouthful of old blood spewed out of his mouth. If you can't raise it, don't waste my experience value. Damn it, you have to use all the experience value to raise all the skills to 999/1000. I'm not a tycoon. How can I withstand this kind of tossing and turning from you? Chapter 27, Barrier Breaking Pill. Yi Zihong sighed and looked at the data on the attribute panel. Helplessness written all over his face, wasting so much experience value, and as a result, not a single skill could be upgraded. This wave of blood loss but no matter how much he complained, it was impossible to get back the points he had already spent. Yi Zihong could only divert his own attention and opened the system's lottery carousel function. Yi Zihong witnessed his raffle tickets, too. Raffle, Yi Zihong said without a trace of humor. Immediately afterward, Yi Zihong's raffle ticket changed from 2 to 1, and the grand carousel turned. The carousel spun for 7 or 8 seconds, slowly stopped, and finally the pointer's position steadily stopped in the middle of the thank you for your patronage and weapons area, a little to the left. As for how much this deviation was, not much, just a hairline, the size of a hair. Yi Zihong took a deep breath, his face twitching. This is absolutely intentional, just a hair's breadth away. You give me a thank you for your patronage. It's a pitiful thing. Yi Zihong was speechless for a while, although he was angry, but now being angry didn't seem to help. He sighed and started drawing again. The carousel spun, and after 6 or 7 seconds, the pointer stopped at the area of elixir. Obtained a first-grade elixir, barrier-breaking elixir. Immediately after, a flash of green light passed through Yi Zihong's hand, and a rice-sized elixir appeared in his palm. Yi Zihong brought the elixir closer to look at it, but he couldn't help but frown. Why is this elixir so small? It can't be for ants. Just as he was thinking, a knocking sound suddenly came to mind outside the door. Dab dab dab. The sound of knocking sounded a bit small and strange, as if something was scratching the door. It couldn't be some family's bare child, Yi Zihong thought, placing the rice-sized elixir in his hand on the table before standing up and opening the door to go. Cluck! The outer door was opened. Yi Zihong took a look outside, but he did not see any people. But immediately afterward, he felt a cold wind suddenly cross under his feet. Yi Zihong seemed to have thought of something, and turned around fiercely to see a black earth cat standing on the table, with its head facing the table, its tongue sticking out towards the rice-sized barrier-breaking Dan. Yi Zihong was first stunned, then his pupils widened, and he rushed over with a full burst of Lingbo Weibu, running while also shouting, "Don't ah!" But when Yi Zihong grabbed the earth cat had already swallowed his barrier-breaking Dan. Yi Zihong's face instantly darkened, and the hands holding up the earth cat suddenly trembled. I had 2 chances in the lottery, and I got such a barrier-breaking Dan in exchange, but you ing swallowed it in one bite like this. You didn't even leave any dregs for me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Yi Zihong roared, both eyes staring at the earth cat, itching to kill him, but looking at it, Yi Zihong was suddenly stunned, feeling that this earth cat had some déjà vu, as if he had seen his appearance there. Chow, little Aoi? Yi Zihong asked tentatively. As a result, once the earth cat heard Yi Zihong call out this way, it also responded with a meow. Yi Zihong's hands holding little Aoi instantly loosened, and little Aoi instantly slipped out of Yi Zihong's hands, then steadily landed on the ground, jumped onto the sofa, and looked at Yi Zihong in a leisurely manner. But Yi Zihong was even wanting to die. Chapter 28 Beast Pet, Little Aoi. Yi Zihong sat on the sofa, his hands covering his face filled with pain, his eyes filled with numbness. At this time, Xiao Aoi on the side suddenly came over, pushed Yi Zihong with his small paw, and then meowed twice. Yi Zihong glanced at this guy, originally thought that he was feeling guilty because he had swallowed his barrier-breaking pill, so he wanted to rely on being cute to beg for his forgiveness. Yi Zihong was somewhat surprised. After all, this guy had never shown this side before. He was always fierce, and now, in order to beg for Yi Zihong's forgiveness, he even put on this pitiful appearance, which was not easy. But slowly, Yi Zihong seemed to feel that things were a bit off. This guy didn't seem to be begging for his forgiveness at all, only to see Xiao Aoi's 2 front paws kept pushing Yi Zihong's thighs, while both eyes were looking straight towards the direction of the kitchen. Yi Zihong instantly understood the meaning of this little guy. After half a day this guy actually did not ask for his own forgiveness. Cute just because hungry, right? Yi Zihong shook his head helplessly, but still stood up and walked to the kitchen to get him something to eat. However, the leftovers from before had already been eaten up by those stray cats outside, and now there was nothing left to eat, so he could only cook a bowl of noodles for him to eat. After a few minutes, Yi Zihong carried a bowl of noodles to Xiao Aoi's front. Xiao Aoi's 2 eyes had been staring at the noodles in Yi Zihong's hand, watched the bowl of noodles slowly fall in front of him, and then with a face of adorableness towards Yi Zihong meowed, and began to eat the noodles on his own. Eating the noodles on his own. Spirit Cat favorability +1. Experience value +100. A voice entered Yi Zihong's mind, and Yi Zihong was first stunned, then seemed to think of something. Can the system open the attribute panel of the Beast Pet? The system didn't answer. It just silently opened the attribute panel. Beast Pet, Spirit Cat. Owner, Yi Zihong. Grade, no grade. Favorability, 71, like. Warm reminder, the owner's attitude towards the Beast Pet determines his goodwill towards the owner. The goodwill of the Beast Pet represents his degree of loyalty towards the owner. Goodwill below 30 is dissatisfied with the owner and may leave the owner at any time. 50 is not good but not bad and is in the state of love and care. 60 is passing line. 70 is like. 80 to 99 is loyal to the end. And 100 is till death do us part. Note, after reaching a goodwill of 100, no matter what the master does to the Beast Pet, he won't rebel. Even if he is told to die, he won't have the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Yi Zihong couldn't help but be a little shocked as well, not expecting Xiao Aoi to have 71 goodwill towards himself, reaching the level of liking. But thinking carefully, he fed him for 3 years and he gave himself 71 goodwill. How come he suddenly had the feeling as if he was a little bit of a loss? Not long after, Xiao Aoi ate all the noodles in the bowl and raised his head to look at Yi Zihong with a meow. Yi Zihong reacted, smiled and touched little Aoi's furry little head, picked up the evening and was ready to like it, but suddenly heard the system's voice once again into his mind. Master used after dinner caress. Favorability +1. Experience value +100. Touching the head can also add favorability. Said it earlier. So Yi Zihong went back and touched his head 2 more times, but the system was not prompting. What's going on? Could it be that touching isn't enough? So Yi Zihong accelerated the speed of his hands and rubbed around on Xiao Aoi's head. Oh! Xiao Aoi suddenly let out a dull sound, both eyes staring deathly at Yi Zihong's hand, rubbing his head with a hint of anger in his eyes. Beast pet favorability -1. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hastily pulled his hand back, then walked into the kitchen with the bowl in his arms, then silently went to wash the dishes. Chapter 29, Sharing a Bed. Yi Zihong washed the bowl and walked out from the kitchen, but saw that Aoi then had no intention of leaving, but stayed on the sofa and lay quietly. It seems that this guy is not going to go home, Yi Zihong secretly said in his heart. Yi Zihong didn't want to drive him away. After all, no matter how Yi Zihong has raised him for 3 years, the feelings are still more or less there. Can let him more warmth, try to let him less wind and rain. Yi Zihong walked to the side of Xiao Aoi and carefully picked him up. It was unknown if it was because of becoming Yi Zihong's beast pet. Xiao Aoi didn't do the slightest bit of resistance this time, but allowed Yi Zihong to carry him away. Yi Zihong brought him into his own room, then found a large cardboard box, and took a few pieces of clothes that he didn't usually wear, and helped little Aoi build a simple nest. Then Yi Zihong took little Aoi and put him in the nest, then took off his clothes and pants, turned off the light and started to sleep, but his eyes just closed up less than 10 seconds. Yi Zihong felt that the bed seems to jump up something, and this thing is getting an inch to climb to his chest. Opened his eyes to see. Sure enough, Xiao Aoi is lying on his chest, shrinking into a ball there to sleep. Yi Zihong was about to get up and carry him back to his own nest to make it clear to him that this is Laozi's territory, but before he could get up, Yi Zihong heard the system's voice coming from within his mind once again. Sharing a bed with a beast pet. Goodwill +5. Experience value +500. Once Yi Zihong heard this, a light smile appeared on his face, closing his eyes and continuing to sleep. The next day, at 4 a.m., Yi Zihong looked at the ceiling above his head, his face covered in confusion. He slept around 10 p.m. last night, but this morning he woke up at less than 4 a.m., but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he didn't feel any drowsiness at all. Instead, he also felt that the whole person was refreshed and particularly energized. Yi Zihong pondered. Could it be because last night's confession was successful, so the whole person was kept in a state of excitement? That's why he woke up so early? But this is also unlikely. And how excited is not so early in the morning, less than 4 o'clock in the morning to wake up and stay in bed for so long, have not a trace of drowsiness. Yi Zihong felt that the most likely reason is because his spiritual power has been enhanced, so he will only sleep for a short while on the feeling of special spirit. Just like this morning, when he originally came out of the classroom, he was still a little sleepy, although not that strong, but since he comprehended the 10 lines, his skills were all accomplished, and his mental power had been greatly increased. His entire body directly did not feel sleepy. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihong glanced at the alarm clock above his bed. 4:05. It was still so early, but Yi Zihong couldn't stand it if he kept shrinking in bed, so he just carefully got down from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room before gently closing the door again. There are still 2 hours to go to school. How should I spend these 2 hours? Yi Zihong thought about it and felt that there wasn't much he could do at home. Watching TV, playing games and whatnot was meaningless. So he slowly opened a drawer and held out a few books. And the book that was placed at the top had such a few big words written on it, language 7th grade book. Chapter 30, The Persevering Manhwa. With nothing else to do, Yi Zihong took out the textbooks of various subjects from the first year and read them. His 10 lines had already reached the peak of the small achievement realm, so he could remember the books faster, and it probably wouldn't take long for him to finish reading all the textbooks. Yi Zihong opened a textbook. His eyes darted between the lines of text, and those words were engraved in his mind one by one, just like a photocopier. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Zihong managed to finish the first textbook, and then proceeded to pick up the second one and started reading it. 2 hours passed, and Yi Zihong had finally finished brushing through all the textbooks in junior high school except for the second semester of the 3rd year, and all the knowledge was firmly memorized in Yi Zihong's mind. During the period of reading these books, Yi Zihong's experience value increased by more than 300 in total. but all of them increased in the remaining experience value, and the experience value of 1 eye, 10 lines didn't increase at all, and still remained at 999/1000, which made Yi Zihong very helpless. He glanced at the watch on his hand. 6:05. It was almost time to go to school. Yi Zihong grabbed a piece of bread and a bag of milk from the refrigerator, opened the door and walked out. When Yi Zihong made it all the way to the first floor, Yi Zihong's footsteps suddenly stopped. He glanced at the door of the room next to Linya's house, pondered for a long time, and finally knocked down. Coming. Linya's voice came from inside, followed by the door of the room opening and Linya probing out from inside. After seeing Yi Zihong, Linya's face showed a hint of surprise, but she quickly reacted. Wait for me. I'll go get my book bag. After saying that, she went back into the house and put her school bag on her back and walked out. Alright, let's go, Linya said. Yi Zihong nodded his head and was about to walk out, but he suddenly heard that familiar voice in his mind once again. Invite a girl to travel with you. Experience value plus 10,000. After hearing this voice, Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Experience value can still be added like this? At school, after the morning run had just ended, Yi Zihong walked back into the classroom without turning red in the face, but before he could get to his seat, several people rushed over and surrounded him. Yi Zihong looked up at those people, but he couldn't help but sigh. This let guy was really persistent enough. Yi Zihong, we're not done with yesterday. Yi Zihong was too lazy to care about him and directly bumped away from him and walked to his seat, then sat down on his butt and buried his head into his arm. Manhwa saw the situation, is angry and annoyed. Hate to directly slap Yi Zihong, but the thought of Yi Zihong yesterday broke out of the amazing fighting strength. Manhwa will once again goat, but after that, he still had to get his face back. Manhwa once again walked up to Yi Zihong and raised his voice a few points to say loudly, Yi Zihong, if you have the ing balls, come to Blackstone Park tomorrow afternoon. If you don't dare to come, it's fine, as long as you kowtow to me a few times right now in front of the whole class, I'll spare you. Manhwa said this, instantly attracting the attention of the entire class. Everyone looked at Yi Zihong and Manhwa, revealing a look of watching a good show. Murmurs rose and fell, the smiles on their faces were full of teasing, as if they were waiting for something. Chapter 31 Things Between Men. I say this Yi Zihong is also really, apologize is so difficult, is not just kowtow a few heads, and not want his head, why bother? Yes, tolerate a moment of peace and quiet, a step back to the sea and the sky, kowtow and will not die. As for it, I think Yi Zihong this kid is owed a beating. Our brother Yang have mercy, do not want to beat him, he still want to be so stubborn. This time should be a good beating him, let him learn a little lesson. The people in the class, all of their comments were to Manhwa's side, not a single word was to help him. Yi Zihong. Those who are not accustomed to Manhwa's style of people also did not come out to stop, just quietly sit and look at the book in hand. Other people's voices again big also pretend to hear. These people do not want to help Yi Zihong speak, just in the way of Manhwa's power, afraid to help Yi Zihong speak now. Wait a while, may have to become a pig's head. Yi Zihong didn't care. The face of these people, he had long been used to seeing, tend to influence, flattery, born a dog's leg like. Manhwa, don't go too far. A voice suddenly rang out. Yi Zihong raised his head to look and realized that it was Linya walking in. Manhwa saw that his beloved was actually speaking for someone else. He was hateful and jealous. Damn stinking sub. Laozi chased you for 3 years, and now you're ing speaking for someone else. When the old man went to chase you, you play enough to see how the old man to get you dead. Although he was thinking like this in his heart, Manhwa might not really dare to say so. After all, he has been chasing Linya for 3 years now. If it's because of this little thing that he and Linya's relationship is stagnant, then it's not worth it. Xiao we'll settle things between us men ourselves, so you don't have to care much. Manhwa's face deliberately showed a hint of indifference, pretending to look like he was familiar with Linya. Linya witnessed him fiercely with a few moments of anger in her eyes. My name is Linya, please don't call me Xiao. We are not familiar to that extent. After saying that, he pushed Manhwa away and walked straight to his desk and sat down on his butt. Manhwa was angry and annoyed to see this scene, but he didn't dare to directly lash out at Linya, so he could only turn his angry gaze towards Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong, I'm going to give you one last chance. Either kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize, or come to Black Rock Park tomorrow and let's make things clear. Manhwa's tone was laced with anger. He seemed to be on the verge of forgetting how he and his 30-odd minions were put down one by Yi Zihong yesterday. Zihong, ignore him. Linya, who was on the side, directly spoke up. His disgust towards Manhwa had already reached the extreme. When Manhwa heard this, he really wanted to slap Linya directly on her face. Damn, I give you some good face. You directly stir up the nose on the face. Right, I talk to people where you interrupt the part. Don't yell. It's not just going to Black Rock Park. I'll go. Yi Zihong looked at Yang Hua and said with an indifferent face. When Yang Hua heard this, he first froze, then he revealed a reckless smile. Good, this is what you said. If you dare not come at that time, ha! After saying that, Yang Hua walked away very arrogantly. Lin Ye, who was beside him, wanted to persuade Yi Zihong in, but Yi Zihong lightly laughed and shook his head towards him. I can beat more than 30 people, do you think I'm still afraid of him? Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't say anything else, but he made up his mind in his mind that tomorrow, no matter what, he would accompany Yi Zihong over there. Chapter 32 Aoi is jealous. That night, downstairs in the neighborhood, Yi Zihong held Xiaoaoi and walked to Lin Ye's side, and the first time Lin Ye saw Xiaoaoi, a trace of a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Lin Ye saw Yi Zihong holding Xiaoaoi also want to try to hold a little, but Xiaoaoi is 100 reluctant. A moment from Yi Zihong's arms to break free, climbed to Yi Zihong's head, a look of tiger eyes looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye saw the scene although more or less a little lost, but thought if Xiaoaoi did not have an accident, and is still safe and sound, then feel that all this is nothing. The two of them put down the bowls that they were hand-feeding the cats, and the few stray cats next to them immediately ran over and began to gulp down their meals, while Lin Ye and Yi Zihong sat on the stone steps to the side and watched those kittens. Ziheng, will you be able to get into City No. 1 middle school? Lin Ye suddenly asked, and then a pretty blush appeared above her small face. Yi Zihong naturally understood the meaning of her words. If he got into City No. 1 middle school, Lin Ye would promise to be his girlfriend. This sentence was obviously not something she said in jest. City No. 1 middle school, do you want me to get into it? Yi Zihong asked rhetorically with a smile. At first glance, this sounded like asking Lin Ye if she wanted Yi Zihong to get into City No. 1 middle school, but as long as one was a person with a brain, they could hear the words. Lin Ye naturally also heard the extra words within these words. Her face showed a hint of flushing, but in the end, she shyly nodded her head. Seeing this, Yi Zihong boldly put his hand on Lin Ye's shoulder and gathered her. Although Lin Ye felt a bit awkward at first, she did not refuse. It's just City No. 1 middle school. Don't worry, I'll definitely get in. As they were talking, two kittens slowly walked towards the two, with their bowls in their mouths. Seeing this, Yi Zihong revealed a hint of a smile and took the bowl from the two kittens' mouths, then gently stroked their heads as a sign of appreciation. Favorability 1. When Yi Zihong heard this voice, he was bewildered. I didn't seem to have done anything, how did the favorability somehow drop? Immediately afterward, Yi Zihong felt Xiaoaoi patting his head there. When Lin Ye saw this scene, she couldn't help but let out a pft and laughed. Yi Zihong was even more bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. Can't you see it? See what? Yi Zihong was still a bit confused. Aoi is jealous. Yi Zihong was speechless. I didn't just touch their heads, do you need to? Yi Zihong forced Xiaoaoi, who was whacking herself on the head, down and then collected her in his arms, gently touching her head before Xiaoaoi was gradually pacified. Little Aoi quite likes you? Lin Ye said with a smile. Yi Zihong smiled gently and glanced at Xiaoaoi in his arms, still with a puffed-up look, but still shrinking in his arms and not moving a muscle, because tomorrow was Saturday. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night, when Lin Ye said she wanted to go back to bed, that the two of them returned to their respective homes. However, due to his very strong spiritual power, Yi Zihong still didn't have a trace of drowsiness right now, and turned on the TV to watch it after he got home. On the other hand, Xiaoai was still lying on Yi Zihong's head, watching the TV. In the end, by 2 p.m., Yi Zihong managed to survive the night owl on his head. Seeing that Xiaoai had fallen asleep, Yi Zihong also did not intend to stay up all night, turned off the TV and walked into the room, and then carefully carried the night owl on his head down. Looking at this sleeping Aoi, Yi Zihong's face suddenly revealed a smile. Forget it, let you sleep with me tonight. With that, he slowly placed Xiaoai towards his own bed and then turned off the lights. Favorability +5. Chapter 33, Yi Cheng. Saturday, 1 o'clock at noon. Ka ka ka. The doorknob then turned a few times and the door was slowly opened. A middle-aged man slowly walked in, but as soon as he entered with his front foot, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He was now wondering what this furry mass on his son's head was. Dad, you're back. Yi Zihong, who was originally sitting on the sofa watching TV, turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Yi Zihong's father, Yi Cheng. Yi Dad glanced at Yi Zihong and then at the soft pile of objects lying on top of his head. Hey Zihong, why do I see this cat of yours looking a bit familiar? Is it the cat you carried back to help our family catch mice last time? Yi Zihong nodded, but didn't dare to push too hard for fear of dropping the little owl on top of his head. This kitten is not bad. In the future, it can still help catch mice when they accidentally get into the house. Yi Dad said while walking into the kitchen and took out a bottle of milk from inside. Dad, where's my mom? Yi Dad took a sip of milk and shook his head. It should be something on the company side. Anyway, he asked me not to pick him up. Saying this, Yi Dad seemed to be remembering something again and hurriedly walked over to Yi Zihang. Zihang, why don't Dad show you a couple hands today? The moment Yi Zihang heard this, his entire face instantly darkened. Eating his cooking? Let's forget it. Yi Zihang felt that he was still young now, and wasn't that thoughtless yet. He especially remembered that when he was still in elementary school, his father decided to cook a pot of good food for Yi Zihang and his classmates in order to celebrate his birthday. The poor kids didn't know Yi Dad's cooking skills and waited with great anticipation for him to serve the food. As a result, all the children who attended Yi Zihang's birthday party collectively had diarrhea for a week. Even Yi Dad, after eating his own cooking, had to take a 3-day vacation from work and stayed home for 3 days with diarrhea. Since then, Yi Zihang never dared to eat anything that Yi Dad cooked. There are still a few buckets of instant noodles at home. Instant noodles, that stuff is not healthy. If you want to eat noodles, personally cook it for you, Yi Dad said, his face piled up with smiles. No need, I'm not very hungry, Yi Zihang said again. Anyway, no matter what, he would never eat his dad's cooking again. He already had a psychological shadow on his dad's cooking. You have to eat more or less even if you're not hungry. You're growing your body right now. Can you grow taller by eating more? Yi Dad said while showing a wry smile towards Yi Zihang. Seeing this, Yi Zihang only felt a chill run down his backbone, and hurriedly took several steps backward, retreating to the side of the door before taking hold of the door handle. Dad, I suddenly remembered that my classmate is looking for me for something today. I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Zihang immediately twisted the door handle and ran out with a zip. Seeing this scene, Yi Dad couldn't help but shake his head. This brat, isn't it just for him to have a meal? It's not like he's being sent to the guillotine. What's the point? Forget it, make it for yourself. Saying that, Yi Dad walked into the kitchen alone, a faint smile on his face. Today, I, Chef Yi, will personally fry a dish for myself. Saying that, he picked up a handful of green onions beside him and put them directly into the pan. It seems like I forgot to turn on the induction cooker. Chapter 34, Bringing Relationships Closer. Yi Zihang had just descended to the first floor when the door of a house was suddenly opened slowly. Yi Zihang subconsciously looked back. Zihang, are you going out? The household that opened the door was Linya's house, and the person who opened the door was none other than Linya. Yi Zihang looked at Linya and froze for 2 seconds, then scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "My dad is going to murder me. I came out to hide." Linya couldn't help but laugh out at once. After pondering for a while, Linya seemed to have thought of something and blushed slightly as she looked at Yi Zihang. Why don't you come into my house and sit down? Upon hearing this, Yi Zihang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Your parents don't have a problem with that. They have something going on. They won't be coming home this week. Yi Zihang also had a few seconds after hearing this, then nodded. Then I'm sorry to bother you. With that, he walked into Linya's house. Yi Zihang took a general look at the layout of Linya's house. It was similar to his own, nothing very different. Well, I'll go get you some fruits. Sit by yourself. Yi Zihang nodded, then sat down directly on the sofa. Not long after, Linya brought a fruit plate and placed it in front of Yi Zihang, then sat down beside Yi Zihang. Linya's 2 hands were clasped together, her fingers constantly fidgeting, with nowhere to rest them. The 2 of them were silent like this, and an awkwardness filled the air. Are you going to Black Rock Park this afternoon? Linya was silent for a long time before she finally opened her mouth to ask. Yi Zihang nodded. Then what time to go? It was only then that Yi Zihang remembered that Yang Hua didn't seem to have said that he only asked him to go over in the afternoon, and didn't say what time to go over. It doesn't seem to say but waiting for a little while at 3 o'clock in the past should not be a problem. Linya nodded. Then, can I accompany you? Yi Zihang froze for a moment, but this time he didn't refuse. Alright, then you can come over with me later, Yi Zihang said. Linya nodded, a hint of a smile on her face, and then she couldn't help but lean her head towards Yi Zihang's shoulder. Seeing this, Yi Zihang was excited and apprehensive, and seeing that Linya's head was about to lean up, his chest felt like there was a deer constantly banging around. However, just at the moment when Linya's head was about to lean down, a furry paw suddenly reached out and slapped towards Linya's head. Meow. Little Aoi, who was lying on Yi Zihang's head, looked at Linya with hostility, as if she was telling Linya that she had violated her territory. Seeing this scene, Linya couldn't help but shake her head and laugh, teasing. Little Aoi is quite protective of her food. Yi Zihang smiled helplessly, but in his heart, he was a million times speechless. Had he known that when he came out, he would have thrown little Aoi directly at home and not brought him out. This guy is really too bad. After thinking for a long time, in the end, Yi Zihong decided, against all odds, to pull little Aoi off his head and then hold him in his arms. Little Aoi did not seem to like to stay in Yi Zihong's arms, struggling desperately, but Yi Zihong just held on for dear life, not giving him up. After struggling for a while, Aoi seemed to realize that Yi Zihong was determined not to let him go up, so he had no choice but to shrink in Yi Zihong's arms. Yi Zihong, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Aoi in his arms with a surprised expression. He originally thought that this would have to deduct a point or two of his favorability, but this time it didn't seem to. Not even a little bit of favorability was lost. When did Aoi become so generous? And the Linya beside him saw Yi Zihong pulling Xiao Aoi off his head, hesitated for a short while, and finally leaned his head over once again. Drawing close, experience value plus 10,000. Chapter 35, 4 Big Men. At 3 p.m., Yi Zihong brought Linya, and the unrepentant Aoi that had once again climbed onto his head, to Black Rock Park. As soon as he entered the Black Stone Park, Yi Zihong did not expect to feel that the atmosphere here seemed to have become somewhat different. Originally at this time, the Black Stone Park should have many children playing here, or more or less there will be some old people here fitness. But today, here is really surprisingly quiet, not even a silhouette. At this moment, a few people suddenly emerged from a corner. Needless to say, it must be Yang Huo and his good brothers of Hainshui 5 Little Fighter. Yi Zihong, you're pretty awesome. How dare you make a few of us wait here for you for an hour? Li Gaixing said irritably, with a hint of anger in his eyes. However, Yi Zihong was directly ignoring him, looking towards Yang Hui in the middle of the five. You only said to come in the afternoon. You didn't say the exact time. Yang Hui glanced at Yi Zihong and snorted coldly, his eyes filled with displeasure. However, Yang Hui was not upset because Yi Zihong had made them wait here for an hour. What really made Yang Hui feel upset was that Yang Hui actually came here with Linya today. What does this mean? You two have to be so close that you play together on Saturdays. His heart was furious. The fists of his hands were clenched tightly, and he could not wait to rush up and give Yi Zihong a punch. But he did not have the strength to do so he could only look at Yi Zihong with a furious look on his face. Yi Zihong ignored Yang Hui's eyes. Instead he turned his head to look at Linya, then raised his hands and held down Xiao Aoi on his head. Linya, please help me hold little Aoi. Once Linya heard this, although her heart was still more or less a little psychologized about little Aoi, she still gathered the courage to saturate little Aoi over. This time, Xiao Aoi was surprisingly obediently letting Linya carry her over, instead of resisting and then going to bite Linya. Little Aoi looked at Yi Zihong, her two black eyes staring at Yi Zihong's body. Meow. Good sense +1. Yi Zihong froze for a moment. Xiao Aoi added 1 point to her goodwill just by calling out. Could it be that there was some intention within her call? But unfortunately Yi Zihong didn't know cat language and couldn't hear what Xiao Aoi wanted to express. Damn. What are you doing there? Are you a coward? If you're a wimp, then quickly kneel down and apologize. Li Gaixing shouted once again. Yi Zihong didn't gently touch Xiao Aoi's head, then raised his head to show a smile towards Linya, and once he turned around, he walked towards Yang Hui and the others. Say it, what do you want to do this time? Yi Zihong said with a blank expression, not putting Yang Hui in his eyes in the slightest. When Yang Hui saw Yi Zihong's attitude, he was instantly annoyed, but he didn't snap. Instead, he revealed a smile, then raised his hand and clapped it. Immediately afterward, Yi Zihong saw that not far in front of him, a bearded, stout man wearing a black sweatshirt slowly walked towards him. Not long after the big man left, immediately afterward, behind the big man came out another 3 big men with a stout body wearing white sweatshirts slowly walked over. With a fierce and vicious look, the 4 big men slowly walked over towards Yi Zihong, their eyes all staring at Yi Zihong, their eyes filled with ill will. Chapter 36, a little heavy-handed. Is this the kid? The big man in black sweatshirt at the head of the group asked, pointing at Yi Zihong. Yes, it's this little guy. Before Yang Hui could say anything on his side, Li Gaixing couldn't wait to point at Yi Zihong and shouted. The black-clothed big man swept a glance at Yi Zihong, and a sneer appeared on his face when he saw his bone-thin appearance. Old 4, over to you. Don't hit too hard, or else you'll have to accompany the medical bills if you're crippled, and you'll have to lose all the money you took in. The big man behind the big man in black slowly walked to Yi Zihong's front with a sneer on his face. Little brat, why don't you just admit defeat, or else I won't be able to stay my hand in a moment and slap you to tears. Making you lose face in front of so many people, that would be bad. The big man said with a big smile, not putting Yi Zihong in his eyes at all. In his eyes, Yi Zihong was just a fledgling brat, with these small arms and legs, not to mention hitting people, not even enough to scare them. Even Linya, who was not far away, was a bit flustered after seeing this scene. Yi Zihong had seen the scene when he fought 30 people, but Yi Zihong was only fighting a group of 15 or 16-year-old brats, but now the opponents had changed to 4 adult men, and they were still the kind of adult men with big bodies, which really made Linya worry whether Yi Zihong could beat them or not. Are you so sure you can beat me? Yi Zihong raised his head to look at the adult men facing him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yi Zihong, are you out of your ing mind? Still ing pretending at a time like this? Don't be ridiculous. People with strength to pretend, that can only be called pretending. Those like him who don't have strength can only be called. Right, he's a ing. As soon as Yi Zihong's words fell, he instantly drew angry sprays and taunts from Yang Huo and the others, thinking that Yi Zihong was just a man who dared to pretend to be a pussy when it came to this kind of time. Even the big man standing in front of Yi Zihong couldn't help but laugh for a long time after hearing Yi Zihong's grandiose words. Kid is quite interesting, can make me happy. Come on, Big Master, let you a move today. Come on, to Big Master's face. The big man pointed at his face and said towards Yi Zihong with a sneer, but Yi Zihong also smiled gently all the same, not refusing this opportunity given by the big man. Lifting his palm, he directly slapped it over. Slap! A count of crisp and loud slaps landed heavily on the big man's face. The big man's originally cheeky and large faceplate began to gradually become distorted in the next second. A trace of blood accompanied by saliva flowed out of his mouth, and there was even a tooth that directly flew off. Immediately afterward, the big man's body performed a 360-degree rotation in the air, and the smile on his face changed to pain. Plop! The big man's body landed heavily on the ground, but did not move again. There was a trace of blood around his mouth, and there was also the imprint of a large red palm on his face, which was undoubtedly Yi Zihong's palm imprint. He seems to have been knocked out by me. Did I hit him too hard? Yi Zihong suddenly opened his mouth and asked, with a very apologetic look on his face. And at this moment, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 37, Shame on you. Damn, you even dare to hit my brother. You don't want to live, do you? The big man in the lead shouted loudly, then walked directly to Yi Zihong's face, stretched out his hand, and directly slapped him in the face. When Yang Hua and the others on the side saw this, they couldn't help but shout good. However, the next scene was one that once again made the crowd present drop their jaws, only to see Yi Zihong violently raise his hand, and with a single grab, he caught the big man's slap that was thrown over, and then his fingers moved with force, and a cackling sound rang out from the big man's palm, and the big man's face instantly became pale and unimaginably pale. He seemed to have suddenly realized something, turned back to look at the two big men behind him, and shouted with a fierce face, "This kid seems to be a practitioner, quickly go together." When the other two big men heard this, they didn't dare to waste any more time, and hurriedly brought up their fists and ran over, with a ferocious look on their faces. Yi Zihong saw this, but he shook his head and smiled, his face full of unconcern. "Yeah!" The big man who was grabbed by Yi Zihong's hand clenched his other fist and slowly smashed it over towards Yi Zihong's head. The expression on his face was a mix of agony and fierceness. Yi Zihong also raised his other hand, and then grabbed it, once again wrapping the big man's fist into the palm of his hand. No matter how hard the big man tried, he couldn't break free. However, the big man didn't seem to care about this and just looked at Yi Zihong and sneered. He, without hands, I'll see how you can fight with us." Yi Zihong sighed helplessly after hearing this. "Originally, I didn't want to do this, but now you guys had to force me." The big man saw Yi Zihong's helpless face, and thought that Yi Zihong was at his wit's end and was complaining about the sky, but he didn't realize that the next second Yi Zihong violently raised his foot and kicked towards his crotch. "Severed son and grandchildren kick," Yi Zihong shouted, and in the next second, the big man's face turned pale all of a sudden. His face twisted. Yi Zihong gently loosened his hands, and the big man fell down on his knees in the process, both hands covering his crotch, his face filled with pain. Yang Hua, who was not far away, subconsciously touched his crotch when he saw this scene. The last time Yi Zihong kicked him there, it didn't even seem that hard. The other two big men looked at their own big brother who had been ed down, and all of a sudden turned abashed. Their bodies trembled twice, and their feet couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Right at this moment, one of the big men suddenly yelled out, directly twisting his head in trying to escape. But how would Yi Zihong give him this chance? His Lingbo Weibu was not upgraded for nothing. Then, everyone saw that Yi Zihong chased after the fleeing man with the speed of a cheetah, and then raised his hand and slapped his palm on his back, and the man directly flew out with a dog's poop. Yi Zihong slapped his palm and turned towards the last big man. That big man had already been scared out of his wits by Yi Zihong, and before Yi Zihong came over, he himself first fell to his knees with a soft foot. Master, don't hit me. I know I'm wrong, please spare me." Before Yi Zihong could make a move, the big man began to cry and beg for mercy. Yi Zihong's heart was speechless at this time. "You are such a big man full of muscles in front of me, a junior high school student crying. Don't you feel ashamed? I feel ashamed for you." Okay. Chapter 38. Thank you. Seeing that Yi Zihong was silent and had an impatient look, the big man thought that Yi Zihong was not planning to let him go just like that, and being frightened, he hurriedly said aloud again, "Da, Grand Master, I'll give you all the money that the few of them gave me. Do you think you can let me off?" The big man said once again. When Yi Zihong heard this, he couldn't help but freeze, and looked towards Yang Huo and the others who were not far away, but he realized that those guys had long since slipped out of sight. "How much did they give you?" Yi Zihong asked. The big man glanced at Yi Zihong. A hesitant look appeared on his face. Pondering for half a day, he raised his hand and compared 3 fingers. 50. When Yi Zihong heard this, he directly huffed a big mouth. $50 for a hitman. When lousy as Yang Huo and his that kind of fox and dog friend. That is not a family fortune. How can you only give 50? The big man touched himself to be slapped by Yi Zihong, a face of a grieved kind, like a little girl, really let Yi Zihong speechless. "Say, how much in the end?" Yi Zihong asked again. The big man pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Yi Zihong. 5. Is 500 okay? Yi Zihong really didn't know what to say. Your technique of cheating people is to learn from pigs. Say 500 even if it's okay, but also ask if it's okay. Even the sight of the cover the crotch bosses also hate to strangle this disgraceful thing. God knows what kind of tendon he was wrong in the beginning. Even became a brother with him. Yi Zihong was too lazy to talk nonsense with this idiot. Slap slap slap, a few slaps over. Directly swollen his face. "Take out all the money." Yi Zihong directly stretched out his hand towards the big man in front of him and said. Upon hearing this, the big man looked up at Yi Zihong, actually revealing a pitiful look. Seeing this, Yi Zihong made a gesture to slap him over. And seeing this, the big man didn't dare to say anything, and could only take out a stack of red bills from his pocket and hand it to Yi Zihong, his eyes full of reluctance. But Yi Zihong ignored him and walked over to a few other big men and took the money they had on them. As for the one who was knocked out by Yi Zihong before, Yi Zihong was too lazy to collect it, so he didn't take it. But who knew that the big man just now even climbed directly next to the knocked out big man, fumbled around with his body for a while, and fished out a wad of red banknotes, and then handed it to Yi Zihong. "Aren't you brothers?" Yi Zihong couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, the big man looked down and played with his fingers before whispering, "Sharing wealth and poverty, true brothers." Yi Zihong was completely speechless this time. As for the big brother on the side, he had an urge to rush up and strangle this man. Yi Zihong glanced at the banknotes in his hand. Before and after a total of more than 6,000, is also considered a sizable number. Just in these bills, but also mixed with a few nickel bills and dimes. Some of the bills are needed but there is still a large part of the red banknotes to maintain a brand new look. Yi Zihong roughly counted these new bills. There were 50 in total. $5,000. "Hey, did you guys take $5,000 from them?" Yi Zihong asked as he looked at the big man who had been slapped like a pig's head by himself earlier. When the big man heard this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. "Looks like it was a right guess." Yi Zihong said in his heart, "To beat yourself up to get $5,000. I want to beat myself up to get the money." Yi Zihong thought as he pulled out $1,000 from among the bills. "This $1,000 when it's to make my moral damages. I don't want the rest. You guys take it and go to the hospital." With that, he handed all the remaining $5,000 to a big man, then turned around and walked away. The big man took the money in his hand, but he was a bit reactive for a moment. Looking up at Yi Zihong who was slowly walking away, he opened his mouth and said loudly, "Master, thank you." Chapter 39, Fabric. "Ziheng, why did you return the money to them?" On the way home, Linya asked with some curiosity. Yi Zihong smiled gently, but asked in return, "Why not give it back to them? That was originally their money However, Linya was shaking her head, seemingly disagreeing with Yi Ziheng's point of view. "But they are triad They took Yang Hua's money to beat you up. You took their money as a lesson to them. Why give it back to them?" When Yi Zihong heard this, but he revealed a light smile and didn't say anything. Triad? Yi Zihong felt that those guys weren't a triad at all. At most, they were laborers who didn't know where to find them to do the hard work at the construction site. When Yi Zihong fought with the leader of the big man, he clearly felt that the big man's palm had a thick layer of calluses, and his hands were very rough, and his fingers were a bit dry and cracked. Moreover, most of the clothes they were wearing were also some stall goods, probably only about $10 worth of goods. The sweatshirt on that big brother might be slightly more expensive, but definitely not more than 20, plus the money they pulled out. Except for the $5,000 given by Yang Huo and the others, all of them were some money that was worn out. There were even a few with tape stained on them, as well as those 15-cent Mao bills that they couldn't throw away, and loaded them on their bodies at all times. To say that these guys were triad members would not be believable by beating Yi Zihong to death. 1 against 5. Experience value plus 5,000. Raffle ticket plus 1. Compassion. Experience value plus 10,000. Raffle ticket plus 1. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Zihong was instantly overjoyed, and his heart was so beautiful. This wave is definitely earned, and it is blood money. Not only took $1,000 compensation, there are also 2 raffle tickets sent by the system and a whole 15,000 experience points. It's really cool. Yi Zihong's mood was so good that he turned his head to look at Linya and asked with a smile, "Do you have time tonight? Anything?" Linya froze for a moment and asked, "Didn't I just earn $1,000 and want to invite you out tonight?" Linya was obviously a bit hesitant, her shell teeth lightly biting her lips as she pondered there. After a long time, Yi Zihong got the answer he wanted. "Alright then, when do we go?" Linya asked. Yi Zihong smiled gently. "Let's go at 7 tonight. We'll go over to the night market and stroll around." "Aha." Linya nodded. The two of them walked for a while longer and returned to the neighborhood, where Linya and Yi Zihong parted ways and each returned home. Yi Zihong gently pushed the door of his room open and glanced at the house, a hint of suspicion appearing on his face. "Dad!" Yi Zihong shouted, but strangely no one answered him. "Went out," Yi Zihong muttered to himself, closing the door behind him, and without much thought, he sat down on the sofa with gusto. "System, open the grand carousel," Yi Zihong said impatiently. Immediately after, the familiar grand carousel appeared in front of Yi Zihong's eyes. "Start," Yi Zihong said. The carousel rotated, the pointer crossing over one area after another. The 2 eyes that appeared stared silently. For the carousel he did not have any unnecessary requirements, as long as it did not give him another "thank you for your patronage" on the line. Soon, the carousel slowly stopped, and the pointer finally stayed in the treasure area. Chapter 40, Making Up a Whole Number. Obtaining a first-ranked magic treasure, bone-cutting dagger. Immediately afterward, a light appeared in Yi Zihong's palm, then transformed into a short and delicate dagger. Yi Zihong looked at the bone cutter in his hand, but he couldn't help but frown, a hint of suspicion appearing in his eyes. The boning knife was about 10 centimeters long, with a blade less than 2 fingers wide, and a wooden handle that looked somewhat familiar. This knife, why does it look like a fruit knife? Chen Xian couldn't help but think. Magic treasure, bone-cutting knife. Characteristics, sharpens iron like mud, blows away hair. Physical strength plus 5 after equipping. Looking at the introduction that suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Zihong was first stunned. Then he hurriedly opened the attribute interface to check it out. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 13. 8, plus 5. Mental energy, 8. 8. Technique, vomiting method small chong grade, 999/1000. Skill, spiritual, shock and awe, small adult level, 999/1000. Physical, prajna palm, small success level, 999/1000. Remaining experience value, 48774. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor achievement. Seeing that his physical ability had really increased by 5 points, soaring from 8 to 13. 8. A delighted smile appeared on Yi Zihong's face. Now even if Manhwa really invited 100 triad societies to come and beat him up, he wouldn't be a wimp at all. As Yi Zihong thought, he carefully looked at the boning knife in his hand, but for some reason, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it looked like a fruit knife. But knives and other things, or try to use as little as possible for good. After all, now is the rule of law society. You have nothing to do with a fruit knife to go out to stab people, certainly will be arrested. Putting the boning knife on the table, Yi Zihong then opened the big carousel and started the lottery. Start, Yi Zihong softly shouted, and immediately afterward, he saw the carousel spinning once again. Yi Zihong didn't have anything in particular that he wanted right now. After all, he already had everything he needed, and if he could, he would have liked to try another elixir. The last pill was swallowed by Xiaoaoi, and he hadn't even tasted it, so he didn't know how that barrier-breaking pill tasted and what it actually did. That said, last time when he drew out the barrier-breaking pill, the system didn't seem to give any explanation, didn't explain his role. As he was thinking, the dial slowly stopped, and the pointer finally rested on the top of the experience value. Experience value plus 1226. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, he was almost so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Because his skills couldn't be upgraded, the last thing he needed right now was experience value. And with over 40,000 experience value, it was completely useless. Moreover, even if you give me experience value, how do you mean to give only 1,000 plus points at a time? But looking at this 1,000 points of experience value, Yi Zihong felt that the more he looked at it, the more he felt that things seemed to be a little bit wrong, and that the experience value given seemed to be a little bit strange. Next, Yi Zihong opened the attribute interface to take a look. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 13. 8, plus 5. Mental energy, 8. 8. Technique, vomiting method small chong grade, 999/1000. Skill, spiritual, shock and awe, small adult level, 999/1000. Physical, prajna palm, small success level, 999/1000. Remaining experience value, 50,000. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor achievement. Seeing the remaining experience value on the attribute interface, Yi Zihong seemed to understand something. Okay, after half a day you're just rounding up a whole number for me, right? Chapter 41, Night Market. At 7 o'clock that night, Yi Zihong stood at the door of Linya's house. Looking at Linya who opened the door for him, the whole person was dumbfounded at once. This is Linya? Only to see the house Linya, a plain white dress, black and straight long hair fell behind the shoulders, cheeks on the red halo like a natural blush. Looks like a just ripe red apple. Let a person have a kind of hate to bite into the top of the feeling. Seeing that Yi Zihong had been looking at himself without saying anything, the blush on his face became more and more severe, and he asked in a somewhat shy whisper, "Can we go now?" Only then did Yi Zihong react and smiled. "I'm sorry, I was just mesmerized by what I was looking at, and I didn't react at once." Once Linya heard this, a blush instantly took over her cheeks. She now only felt her cheeks were hot, as if she had a fever. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't say anything more for fear of shaming Linya into not daring to go out. "Let's go then," Yi Zihong said, then reached his hand over and grabbed Linya's hand. Linya didn't refuse, and after holding Yi Zihong's hand tightly, she followed Yi Zihong out of the neighborhood. 20 minutes later, Yi Zihong and Linya arrived at the night market. In the night market, there were all kinds of snacks, barbecues, countless. In addition to that, there were also quite a few entertainment venues. Similar to throwing sandbags to smash dolls, lassoing and other small venues are also quite a lot. Is the first choice of the people in the neighborhood to wander around at night. Just into the night market, Yi Zihong will give 2 people each bought a cup of milk tea, and then all the way down towards the past. The most important thing in the night market was the food and snacks, and there were all kinds of them. But Yi Zihong didn't pay attention to these things. He paid attention to Linya's eyes. Whenever Linya's eyes suddenly jumped a little when she was looking at that thing, or there was a small change on her face, Yi Zihong immediately stopped, and then sold a copy of it, and ate it together. Don't look at Linya with a pavilion look, but when it came to eating, she was definitely considered a foodie. Grilled lamb kebabs, grilled squid, and small fried buns, one bite at a time, she ate with pleasure, and also giggled towards Yi Zihong from time to time. The two of them ate at the night market for more than an hour in such a situation, and in the end, they really ate before equipping themselves to go home. While walking, Linya suddenly pulled Yi Zihong's hand and stopped. Yi Zihong was slightly stunned and looked at Linya, finding a grilled fish restaurant next to her. "Want some grilled fish?" Yi Zihong asked. Linya shook her head and turned her head to ask, "Are you the only one in your family?" Yi Zihong nodded. "Then did you feed Aoi when you came out?" Linya asked again. When Yi Zihong heard this, he reacted instantly and hurriedly looked at the owner of the grilled fish store. "Boss, come one." "Oh no, 3 roasted fish. Can Aoi eat so much?" "Don't waste it," Linya said. However, Yi Zihong smiled gently, then returned. "Aoi can't eat it, but the stray cats in the neighborhood. It shouldn't be a problem to solve 2 roasted fish, right?" Once Linya heard this, she also understood. Today the two didn't eat at home. There weren't even any leftovers. If they didn't buy 2 baked fish to go back, how could they entertain those little guys? Was waiting for the boss's roasted fish. Suddenly a clamor came over. Yi Zihong looked over towards the direction where the sound came from. In the direction of a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a black underwear was fleeing towards them, and behind him, a few youths of 17 or 18 years old were chasing after him. Chapter 42, Sudden Situation. The middle-aged man glanced around the room, and finally his gaze landed on Linya's body. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and directly rushed towards Linya. Yi Zihong couldn't help but frown at the situation, a cold light crossing his eyes. He didn't know what the middle-aged man wanted to do, but if he wanted to touch Linya, then he would have to get past him first. At this moment, Yi Zihong was very confident. He had easily knocked down 4 big men only at noon today. What was wrong with another one now? The middle-aged man quickly rushed over. Yi Zihong reached out in front of him, wanting to stop him. However, the middle-aged man directly ignored him and raised his hand to slap Yi Zihong. Immediately after, Yi Zihong felt a huge impact violently coming towards him, and before he could even react to what happened, the next second his entire body had already tumbled to the ground and flew out more than a meter away. A sharp pain came from Yi Zihong's palm, and the place where he had just been hit by the middle-aged man had turned blue throughout. "Don't come over, all of you. Come over again and I'll kill him." Yi Zihong raised his head and looked over in the middle-aged man's direction, finding that his hand was deadlocked on Linya's neck. His face filled with a hideous look. "And Linya, who was controlled by the middle-aged man, had long been scared to tears at this point, looking at Yi Zi-hung with his face covered in horror. The few youths who were originally chasing the middle-aged man also didn't dare to approach forward when they saw the scene, and only had to stand within a certain range and look at him with a hint of anger in their eyes. "Back off! All of you back off!" the middle-aged man shouted again. The several youths were a bit hesitant, not knowing whether they should back off or not, and finally looked at the leader, a man wearing a blue jacket. "Back off!" the man in the blue jacket said through clenched teeth, his two eyes staring deathly at the middle-aged man. A look of unwillingness was evident in the eyes of those men, but they had to grit their teeth and back off, the anger in their eyes intensifying. At this moment, Yi Zi-hung stood up from the ground and walked over towards the middle-aged man. "Let him go. I'll be your hostage." Several people obviously froze for a moment when they heard his words, especially a guy standing next to him who had previously chased the middle-aged man. "Hey, who are you? Don't mess up here, will you?" the guy said with a hint of anger in his tone. Yi Zi-hung looked at him with the same anger on his face. "I'm her boyfriend," Yi Zi-hung roared. The man visibly froze after hearing this, and was about to say something, but before he could, the middle-aged man who had grabbed Linya said loudly, "Good, kid, I appreciate your courage. Come over here and be my hostage and I'll let your girlfriend go. Don't trust self guy, even if you go over, he won't be able to release your girlfriend," the guy standing beside Yi Zi-hung said loudly, but Yi Zi-hung ignored him and instead looked at Linya, realizing that she was crying and shaking her head, clearly not wanting Yi Zi-hung to go over. But could Yi Zi-hung not go over? If it wasn't for him proposing that Linya accompany him to the night market today, then Linya wouldn't have encountered any of these things, nor would she be in any danger. What kind of Linya he brought out today? What kind of Linya he had to send back today? Not a hair less. Yi Zi-hung slowly walked towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 43, Tendon-Splitting Hand. When the middle-aged man saw that Yi Zi-hung actually did obediently walk to him, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, and hurriedly stretched out his other hand, pulling Yi Zi-hung to him with a crazy smile on his face. Yi Zi-hung was pinched by the middle-aged man and was a little out of breath. His face became a little red, but he still braced himself and said, "Now you can let her go." When the middle-aged man heard this, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His face was filled with the color of madness. "Kid, have you seen which bad guy keeps his word?" After saying that, he burst into laughter again, and then looked towards Linya, who was grasping in his other hand, and scoffed, "Little sister, I look at the middle boyfriend you'd better not forget, so stupid." Even the words of the bad guys also believe, the middle-aged man said while laughing uncontrollably. Linya looked at Yi Zi-hung, with a tear in her eye and a hint of guilt on her face, obviously feeling that she had dragged Yi Zi-hung down. However, Yi Zi-hung did not look at Linya. He had long guessed that this middle-aged man would not let Linya go, and his purpose from the beginning was not to come over to exchange Linya. Yi Zi-hung took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged man who was still laughing uncontrollably. His 2 feet suddenly separated a little bit one after the other. Then only Yi Zi-hung violently kicked his right leg back. Bang! Yi Zi-hung's back heel heavily kicked the middle-aged man right in the center of his 2 legs, and the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly twisted. His legs clamped together, his face flushed red, and his body trembled. The man's hand that grabbed both of them loosened, and he just wanted to say something, but before he had the chance to say anything, Yi Zi-hung started to exert force again, and both of his hands violently lifted up, grabbing the middle-aged man's hand that was choking him, one hand holding his thumb, and one hand holding his palm, and then exerting force to break it. Cluck! Ah! The man's thumb was instantly broken by Yi Zi-hung, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. Host comprehends the splitting tendon and bone hand. Automatic upgrade system activated. Splitting tendon and bone hand has reached the peak of the minor achievement realm. Consumed experience value, 998. Remaining experience value, 49002. As soon as the system's words fell, Yi Zi-hung felt that a map of the distribution of human bones appeared before his eyes, and the connection points between bones were even directly labeled in red. Seeing this scene, Yi Zi-hung was first stunned, then a delighted smile appeared on his face. He was ready to test his new skill on this middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man looked thoroughly annoyed, abandoning the last hostage in his hands, pushing Linya out with a push, then raising the fist that could still move and smashing it towards Yi Zi-hung. Yi Zi-hung had seen the strength of this middle-aged man, and knew that he was no match for him, so he launched the Lingbo Weibo, dodging the middle-aged man's attack with great speed, then circled around to the middle-aged man's back, grabbed both ends of his shoulders with both hands, and pressed his thumbs against the bone connections between the 2 shoulders. Immediately afterward, only to see Yi Zi-hung's face condensed, directly launching the prajna palm and tendon splitting hand together. LOL, LOL. 2 clear and loud sounds rang out at the same time, and the middle-aged man's 2 arms were instantly removed by Yi Zi-hung. Chapter 44 Undercover. The middle-aged man's two arms had completely lost their fighting strength, becoming a liability. He looked at Yi Zi-hung, who had a fierce face, and only felt a chill down his spine. The middle-aged man twisted his head to look at the few guys standing behind him who were originally chasing him, and seemed to think of something at once, regardless of the facts. Directly ran to the front of those people, and then plop fell to his knees with a plop. And just at the moment the middle-aged man escaped past, a voice once again resounded in Yi Zi-hang's head. Cross-level challenge. Defeating a first-grade initial stage martial artist. Experience value plus 10. 000. Raffle ticket plus 3. Yi Zi-hang couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing this. How could the system be so generous this time, sending so many things at once? And also, what the hell was that first-grade beginner stage martial artist? On the other side, the middle-aged man who had just escaped from Yi Zi-hang's hands began to cry. I know I'm wrong, please take me away. Take me away. Those few people looked at each other when they saw this scene, then turned their gaze to the blue-clothed leading youth. The youth glanced at Yi Zi-hung, a glint of essence crossing his eyes, then glanced at the few people beside him. The few of you tie him up with a rope first. There's no need to help him with his arms for the time being, lest he endures any more chaos. Yes, senior brother. Several other people replied in unison. Then the blue-clothed youth looked at Yi Zi-hung again, a hint of a smile on his face as he slowly walked over towards him. At this moment, Yi Zi-hung was comforting the crying Linya. After all, no matter who it was, after encountering something like this, would it be inevitable that they would also be somewhat unable to control their emotions? Seeing the blue-clothed youth from before walk over, Yi Zi-hung gently patted Linya's shoulder again, then stood up to look at the blue-clothed youth. Li Ruohai. The blue-clothed youth smiled amiably and extended his hand to Yi Zi-hang. Seeing this, Yi Zi-hung also had a smile on his face before extending his hand to shake it. Yi Zi-hung. The two shook hands and then let go, but for some reason, there was something more in Li Ruohai's eyes as he looked at Yi Zi-hung. Yi Zi-hung couldn't tell that feeling, he just felt strange, but there wasn't the slightest bit of malice in those eyes, but it was like he was saying towards Yi Zi-hung, I understand you, thank you very much for helping us arrest the culprit just now. Now we have to go back to the police station to record some statements. I wonder if you have the time. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi-hung was slightly stunned and pointed at himself, asking, just me alone? Or is Linya going along as well? If it's possible, I would like the two of you to go there together. Li Ruohai replied. Yi Zi-hung nodded. Alright then, is it time to go now? Li Ruohai shook his head. Wait a moment, I'll take care of something first. Saying that, Li Ruohai walked to the few people who were with him and spoke in a whisper towards one of them. Called Director Li and asked him to help take care of it. That person nodded, then walked to the side and took out his cell phone to make the call. Then Li Ruohai walked over to Yi Zi-hung and Linya's side and said with a smile, alright, we can go now. Yi Zi-hung nodded, so he took Linya and followed Li Ruohai together. Li Ruohai walked at the front of the crowd. Yi Zi-hung held Linya in the center, while the others, escorting the middle-aged man, who had two of his arms removed by Yi Zi-hung earlier, walked at the end. The gazes of the people in the night market would fall on them from time to time, but what they carried in their eyes was more of a novelty. Li Ruohai's previous words most of the people in the night market heard. Know that they are plainclothes police, but for the police to arrest prisoners back to the police station and things like that, they at most look at the TV, rarely see the reality of what happens. A few days suddenly happened once, more or less will be some feel novelty. Not long after walking, the crowd came to a black commercial car in front. Li Ruohai opened the car door. The crowd did not panic and walked up, to be almost all the people after Li Ruohai and then closed the car door, walked to the driver's seat. Start the car. Chapter 45, Making Up Stories. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Qingmu City Police Station, Yi Zi-hung and Linya slowly walked in under the leadership of Li Ruohai. Yi Zi-hung looked up at the police station with a hint of novelty in his eyes. Police station, this place, television is often seen, but coming that Yi Zi-hung has not really tried, especially with this status now, both flying prisoners, and non-law enforcement officers. Just watching, a female police officer suddenly walked over, nodded towards Li Ruohai, and then looked towards Linya beside Yi Zi-hang. Sister, can you help your sister along to take a statement? Linya froze slightly and glanced at Yi Zi-hung beside her. Go together? No, it's separate recordings. It's fine, it's quick. We'll send you back after recording, the female officer said again. Linya didn't say anything else, just nodded and then looked at Yi Zi-hang. Yi Zi-hang smiled and nodded towards her. After Linya was taken away by the female police officer, Li Ruohai took Yi Zi-hung all the way inside an office before closing the door and sidetracking all the few people next to him, leaving only Yi Zi-hung and himself. Li Ruohai politely poured a cup of tea for Yi Zi-hung and himself. I don't know what sect Brother Chen comes from, Li Ruohai suddenly spoke. Yi Zi-hang's entire body was instantly confused upon hearing this. and the cup of tea in his hand was instantly suspended in mid-air. What is this saying? Why can't I understand any of it? After thinking for a long time, Yi Zihan looked up to Li Ruohai and opened his mouth. New Oriental Culinary School. Put. Yi Zihang's words just fell. Li Ruohai just drank the tea in his mouth and directly spat it all out in one breath. Li Ruohai hurriedly put down the teacup in his hand and took a piece of paper to wipe the tea from the corners of his mouth. Brother Chen is really humorous, but I think you don't need to hide your identity too much. You and I are both martial arts practitioners. We don't need to hide from each other. Once Yi Zihang heard this, he seemed to have thought of it and looked at Li Ruohai in a much different light. People in the martial arts. Li Ruohai just said people in the martial arts. Could it be that there really exists in this world, like the kind depicted in the novels, the immortal cultivation sect? Seeing that Yi Zihang remained silent, but with a thoughtful look on his face, Li Ruohai thought that his sincerity was insufficient and failed to impress Yi Zihang, so he continued with a smile and said, "My name is Li Ruohai, a disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, a first-grade middle-stage martial artist." Hearing this, Yi Zihang once again affirmed his earlier judgment that in this world, there definitely existed immortal cultivation sects, and the Li Ruohai in front of him was a member of this immortal cultivation army. Yi Zihang looked at Li Ruohai, wanting to speak. He wanted to tell Li Ruohai, he is not a martial arts person, but he was afraid that after he said this, Li Ruohai will not let him understand about their martial arts and sects, and then will use the kind of novels depicted in the soul-taking art to make him into a little cute. The more he thought about it, the more horrible Yi Zihang felt. In order to protect the safety of his own life, he decided to make up a lie to help himself through this difficult time. It was a dark and windy night. I went home alone. I was walking on the road. Suddenly there was a person from behind me patted me. Before I had time to turn around, I felt a sharp pain on my head. Immediately after, I heard an old voice ringing in my ears. "Young man, the old man to see your bones amazing. A natural martial arts practicing wizard. Today, the old man will accept you as a disciple. Pass on a strand of true chi to you. And when you have achieved something in your cultivation in the future, the old man will come back to you." Chapter 46 Investment. Li Ruohai looked at Yi Zihang, his brows slightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Yi Zihang, on the other hand, had some regrets. Was the story he had just made up too much bull ah? How could people believe this kind of story? But what Yi Zihang did not expect was that Li Ruohai had actually thought of it. So it is. Li Ruohai opened his mouth and said, a faint smile on his face without a hint of questioning. Yi Zihang, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. "Brother, this kind of story you believe? Did you guys really cultivate your brain, silly?" But in reality, the reason why Li Ruohai believed Yi Zihang's words was not because cultivation had cultivated his brain, silly, but because there really had been such things in the martial Dao world, and there were not a few of them. Some of the old men in the martial arts world often have nothing to do but come down to the mortal world to look for seedlings suitable for cultivation, and then either bring them back to the sect directly to be accepted as personal disciples, or first pass on a few sets of techniques and martial arts to him, and then wait for some time, then come back to see if there's any progress, and if there is, then they'll be taken back to the sect to be a disciple. The most famous thing is that 5 years ago, the immortal crane real person received that true disciple, suddenly appeared, and the moment he came directly reached the realm of the 3rd grade. But the peak of the 3rd grade realm wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that true disciple. Until the moment he was brought out by immortal crane reality and appeared in front of the crowd, he didn't even know that there was such a thing as martial arts in the world, much less what realm his cultivation had reached. And Li Ruohai felt that this Yi Zihang in front of him might just be another lucky one who had been spotted by a senior high-ranking person who traveled in the clouds. Then, does Brother Yi know the name of the senior who passed on your gongfu? Li Ruohai once again opened his mouth and asked. Yi Zihang was speechless in his heart, but since people believed it, it was fine to keep making it up. "I don't know. After he passed on the gongfu to me, he directly flew away in the air." Li Ruohai nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That, Brother Li, it's getting late. My parents are still waiting for me at home." Li Ruohai revealed a trace of apology on his face and laughed. "I'm sorry, I forgot about it. So let me send you home now." Li Ruohai said, stood up, but seemed to have thought of something else, bent down and pulled open the drawer, found paper and pen from inside, then wrote down a string of numbers on it with a furious pen. "Your master is not by your side right now. Some of the things that have too much cultivation you may not be able to figure out. This is my phone number on it. If you encounter any cultivation problems, or any other problems, you can come and find me." Saying that, Li Ruohai handed Yi Zihang the slip of paper with his phone number in his hand. Yi Zihang hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out and took the note. "Thanks, Brother Li." Li Ruohai, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He didn't feel that Yi Zihang should thank him. Rather, he should thank Yi Zihang. a mortal who could be looked upon by a real person, must have something in his body that ordinary people couldn't match. And when Yi Zihong was brought back to the sect by that real person one day, and his status had risen, then he might be able to mix in some favors at that time as well. In fact, to put it bluntly, Li Ruohai is flattering Yi Zihong, but it's not right to say it's flattering. More accurately, it should be investing in Yi Zihong. Chapter 47, Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. Li Ruohai personally drove and brought Yi Zihong and Lingya back to the neighborhood where they lived, then smiled and waved his hand at Yi Zihong before driving back. Thank you for today, Lingya said as she looked at Yi Zihong beside her. If Yi Zihong hadn't stepped forward before, she would have been in a really bad way today. Where are the words? It's clearly my fault. I was the one who had to drag you to the night market. If it wasn't for me, maybe you wouldn't have encountered such danger today, Yi Zihong said. Speaking of which, this matter was indeed his own fault. Lingya didn't say anything else, because she knew that robbing the wrong at such a time was of little use. She looked at Yi Zihong with a hint of fluorescence in her eyes. Yi Zihong and her eyes, unconsciously, their cheeks slowly close, lips slowly close, and then kissed together. However, just a few seconds into the kiss, Lingya was the one who suddenly had a wince and violently shrunk her head back, and her entire body fell back half a step, her cheeks flushed and emitting a hint of heat. I'll go back first. After Lingya finished speaking, she ran all the way into the neighborhood. Yi Zihong lightly laughed and shook his head, walking 2 steps slowly into the neighborhood. Seeing a group of small things running towards him not far away, fixing his eyes on them, he found that they were the group of small stray cats. But just then, Yi Zihong seemed to think of something. It seemed that he hadn't taken his grilled fish yet. Right, and the money had already been paid. And more importantly, what should he feed this group of little guys in Aoi with today? Yi Zihong looked at the direction of the night market. If he performed his Lingbo Weibu to rush over there with all his strength, he could run over there in about 5 minutes, and then he could run back in about 5 minutes. 10 minutes, which wasn't very long, so why don't he go back? Therefore, Yi Zihong turned around, fully utilized Lingbo Weibu, and ran to the entrance of the night market in just over 5 minutes. But because the night market is still very crowded, in front of so many people to perform Lingbo Weibu will lead to unnecessary trouble, or slowly walk over it. Yi Zihong then walked and jogged for more than a minute, arriving in front of the boss who had bought the grilled fish before. Boss, get the grilled fish, Yi Zihong called out to the boss who was roasting the fish. When the boss heard this, he turned around with a smile on his face. Take a few. The boss originally wanted to ask to take a few, but he couldn't help but freeze when he saw Yi Zihong's face appear in front of him once again. This kid was not taken away by the police before to go back to assist in the investigation, so quickly came out, but out also even if, since also not forget to come back to get roasted fish. If the average person encountered this kind of thing, not to mention the roasted fish, the Gaul was scared through, but he is still able to face calmly back to get roasted fish. This determination, this quality, is a high person. The boss looked at Yi Zihong with admiration for a few moments and then loaded the fish for him and handed it over to him. Yi Zihong didn't linger after receiving the grilled fish and directly walked back. The owner of the grilled fish store watched Yi Zihong's unhurried departure from behind him, picking up the half-burned cigarette in his hand and putting it to his mouth to smack a few mouthfuls. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. Hey boss, is our grilled fish ready yet? Behind the boss suddenly came the voice of another customer. The boss then reacted, and hastily smiled. Sorry, it'll be ready in a minute. It'll be ready in a minute. Chapter 48, 3 Raffle Tickets. After leaving the night market, Yi Zihong directly executed his Lingbo Weibu and rushed back to the neighborhood as fast as he could. The stray cats were squatting in front of the building where Yi Zihong lived, waiting for Yi Zihong and Lingya to come down to feed them. And when they saw Yi Zihong walking over with something in his hand, they hurriedly ran towards him. Yi Zihong smiled gently and picked up a bag of roasted fish, opening the bag and placing it on the ground. The aroma from the roasted fish quickly attracted the half-hungry kittens over, and then began to eat the roasted fish in large mouthfuls. The roasted fish that Yi Zihong had bought were quite large, but these stray cats looked starved, and in just less than 5 minutes, they had solved a whole head of roasted fish, and there wasn't even a single fish splinter left. However, they still looked at Yi Zihong with a look of not having enough to eat. Fortunately, Yi Zihong had the foresight to buy them 2 portions of roasted fish, and opened the second portion of large roasted fish, placing it in front of them, and the stray cats then once again ate the roasted fish in large mouthfuls. Seeing this, Yi Zihong stood up then smiled slightly and left directly. After all, he only had 1 serving of roasted fish in his hand right now. If these little guys still didn't feel full and set their eyes on this last serving of roasted fish of his, then little Aoi would have to go hungry tonight. Yi Zihong returned to the 5th floor, opened the door, but found that there was no light in the house. It was dark. Yi Zihong froze, turned on the light and glanced at his watch. 21:45. Going to bed so early? Not very reasonable His parents usually stayed up until 1 or 2 o'clock when they slept at home Dad, Yi Zihong shouted. But no one answered him, so Yi Zihong walked to his parents' bedroom again, and as soon as he opened the door, he realized that the room was empty, not a single person. Not at home? Yi Zihong thought to himself, but Yi Zihong didn't care too much. Maybe the company had something to do and then rushed back. Yi Zihong walked to his own bedroom. Xiao Ai was lying on his bed with an expression of hopelessness. The moment he saw Yi Zihong open the door and came in, Ai's entire cat immediately came to life. Swish stood up from the bed, and then ran over towards Qin Xian. Yi Zihong squatted down and stroked little Ai's head. Starving. With that, he brought little Ai to the living room, then found a large plate from the kitchen and put the grilled fish on it. Ai smelled the aroma coming from the roasted fish, and her stomach rumbled with a gurgle. Meow. Ai let out a soft meow, then opened her little mouth and started eating the roasted fish. Favorability +1. The favorability had been added another 1, and there was no telling to what extent little Ai's favorability towards herself had reached. So Yi Zihang's mind moved and opened the attribute interface of the beast pet. Beast pet, spirit cat. Owner, Yi Zihang. Grade, no grade. Favorability, 81, loyalty, 81 goodwill. It's only been 2 days Goodwill has directly risen by 10 points. It seems that in a short while, it will be able to reach 100 points of goodwill. I wonder if the system will give himself some rewards at that time. As soon as he talked about rewards, Yi Zihong remembered that he seemed to have gained 3 raffle tickets after defeating that big man earlier. So Yi Zihong hurriedly changed the interface in front of him, replacing the attribute panel with the Grand Carousel, and then without saying a word, he directly opened the Grand Carousel. The carousel slowly rotated in front of him. Chapter 49, Breakthrough Method. The carousel slowly rotated, and finally slowly came to a stop before resting on the position of the elixir. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Obtaining a first-grade elixir. Bone-quenching pill. Bone-quenching pill. Enhance bone strength. Yi Zihong looked down at the bone-quenching pill in his hand, which was less than the size of a grape, and after thinking about it, he finally did not take it. It wasn't that Yi Zihong wasn't willing to swallow it, he was just prepared to wait until the number of times he had won the award had been used up before taking it. However, since the last time Xiao Ai swallowed his barrier-breaking dan, Yi Zihong didn't dare to put the pills around anymore. Otherwise it would be a big loss if it was swallowed by this little guy again. Yi Zihong spun the wheel again, but this time his luck seemed to be a bit bad. Thanks for the patronage. Sighing, but Yi Zihong didn't care too much. There was still a raffle ticket anyway, so Yi Zihong launched the grand spinning wheel again, acquiring the mental skill 1 mind. 2 minds. Automatic upgrade activated. 1 mind 2 uses has risen to the peak of the minor achievement realm. Consumed experience value, 998. Remaining points, 58004. Spiritual skills, it doesn't seem to be very useful, but at least it's better than thank you for your patronage. Yi Zihong thought as he opened his attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 9. 9. Mental power, 9. 9. Technique, vomiting technique at the small adult level, 999/1000. Skill, spiritual, shock and awe, minor success level, 999/1000. Physical, prajna palm, small success level, 999/1000. Remaining experience value, 58004. Comprehensive assessment, slight minor accomplishment. After seeing this scene, Yi Zihang's eyes were revealing a hint of suspicion. This data, it seems a bit off right. According to what the system had said before, comprehending a skill increased physical or mental strength by 0. 1. Adding 0. 5 to the proficient level, and adding 1 to the minor success. Previously, Yi Zihang's physical and mental strength had already reached 8. 8. He had comprehended a splitting tendon and bone hand, and now he drew a 1 heart, 2 minds, so by all rights, shouldn't his physical and mental strength have reached 10? 4. But why is he now stuck at 9? 9? Why were they stuck at 9? 9 now? System, isn't this physical energy and mental energy miscalculated? Yi Zihong asked. The host's current physical and mental strength have both reached their maximum values and cannot be increased any further, so please break through to a first-grade martial artist as soon as possible. The system immediately answered. As soon as Yi Zihong heard the system say the phrase first-grade martial artist, he instantly remembered Li Ruohai and that middle-aged man he met today. System, how is this first-grade martial artist going to break through? Yi Zihong asked. His knowledge of these things was basically equal to 0. The system was silent for a while, then gave a few options. 1. Use 100,000 experience points to make a breakthrough. 2. Use the first-grade barrier-breaking pill to assist in the breakthrough. 3. Wait for him to break through on his own, but it's not very reliable. It's as short as 1 or 2 months, and as long as 3 to 5 years. 4. Learn a first-grade technique. 5. Defeat 10 first-grade martial artists. Looking at the 5 methods given by the system, Yi Zihong couldn't help smacking his lips. These don't seem to be simple. 100,000 experience value. He is now only half. Break the barrier Dan before being swallowed by Aoi. Breakthrough on their own is unreliable. The merit law. There is no. Want to draw it out also have to depend on luck. As for the defeat of 10 first-grade martial artists. Oh, Yi Zihong knows only 2 first-grade martial artists. After thinking about it, Yi Zihong took out the note with his phone number that Li Ruohai gave him earlier. Forget it, it would be better to directly seek Li Ruohai's help tomorrow. Chapter 50 Woolly Ball. Early the next morning, Yi Zihong dialed Li Ruohai's phone and informed him of his upcoming breakthrough. Li Ruohai was silent for half a day on the other side of the phone, and finally told Yi Zihong to wait for him at home, as he had something to do right now and would not be able to come over until noon. Yi Zihong agreed and then hung up the phone. But this end of the phone just hung up. The phone has not even had time to put it down. Yi Zihong's hand trembled again. The phone once again issued a buzzing sound. Yi Zihong took a look at the cell phone screen, and the caller wrote a big mom above. Hey mom, just got up? No, I've been up for half a day. That's good. By the way, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back in the next 2 weeks. I've put some money in the card for you. You can withdraw it yourself. Good. Also, were you not at home yesterday? When Yi Zihong heard this, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What was mom asking about this for? It couldn't be that he was encountered by an old acquaintance when he took Linya to the night market last night. After all, it was also, after such a big thing happened yesterday, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Just thinking about how to explain it, Yi Zihong's mom on the other side of the phone but suddenly said, your father yesterday cooking himself to eat his own diarrhea. Directly ran to the city hospital. You later watch point, do not let him close to the kitchen. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Yi Zihong stood in place for half a day, suddenly remembering that yesterday, his dad swore that he would cook for him, and then he came back in the afternoon and disappeared. Yi Zihong slowly looked towards the kitchen and walked over to have a look. Oh, why is that big bottle of soy sauce all gone? Didn't I just buy it back the day before yesterday? That sesame oil is also all gone. Directly not a drop left. What for? And what's that blackened mess in the trash can that's been bitten into and giving off a big, suffocating aroma? Sweet and sour pork chop? An ing made with sesame oil. It also disliked a whole bottle of soy sauce. Yi Zihong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was lucky that he ran fast yesterday, or else I'm afraid that he would have to lie in the hospital together with his dad today. Shaking his head, Yi Zihong lifted the dark cuisine in the trash can along with the trash bag. If this kind of stuff was left at home, one would have to have nightmares at night. Next, Yi Zihong picked up the empty bottles of soy sauce and sesame oil and couldn't help but shake his head. Gotta buy new ones again. Yi Zihong prepared to go out as soon as he opened the door, and Xiao Aoi, who was sprawled out on the sofa on the side, saw this and hurriedly ran to follow. Arriving downstairs, Yi Zihong threw the garbage away and then went straight to the nearby supermarket to buy something. Although he ate a lot of things at the night market last night, he only spent a total of more than 300, and now he still has a lot of money in his pocket. Walking to the door of the supermarket, the first thing Yi Zihong did was not to run in immediately, but to carry down Xiao Aoi, who was plopped on his head, and carried him in his arms and walked in. After entering the supermarket, Yi Zihong pushed a supermarket shopping cart, placed Xiao Aoi inside, and walked towards the direction of kitchen supplies. But halfway there, Yi Zihong suddenly noticed a bunch of wool balls sitting on a shelf of goods. Yi Zihong looked at Aoi in the supermarket shopping cart. Cats seem to like playing with balls of wool, Yi Zihong thought, so he reached out his hand and took a ball of wool and put it into the shopping cart. Chapter 51 The Power of the Bloodline. After buying something, Yi Zihong then carried the bag and prepared to go home, but just walked not long, but was found not far away a 16 or 17-year-old, dressed fancy. A gangly little rascal is a little lowly, blocking her in the alley, with a lewd smile on his face. Little sister, brother will take you to play, okay? The little rascal said with a smile, his salty pig's hoof touching towards the little lowly. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, the sense of justice in his heart burst out, and without saying a word, he directly ran over with big strides, then jumped violently and kicked in the air. Bang! The little rascal hadn't reacted to what happened, and in the next second, his body fell heavily to the ground. Comprehend overhead kick. Overhead kick is automatically upgraded to the peak of the minor achievement realm. Experience value consumed, 998. Remaining experience value, 57006. Seeing justice. Experience value plus 1000. Raffle ticket plus 1. When Yi Zihong heard this voice, he also froze for a moment. Seeing justice and bravery can even get a raffle ticket. It's too good to be true. At this time, The little rascal on the side also climbed up from the ground, looking at Yi Zihong who had kicked him away earlier. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. When Yi Zihong saw this, a hint of hatred immediately appeared on his face. What? Still want a kick? Upon hearing this, the little rascal hurriedly turned around and fled. Yi Zihong smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the little loli behind him. Little sister, is everything alright? However, the little loli was looking at him with a cold face, then slowly spoke. Mind your own business. After saying that, she directly walked past Yi Zihong's body. Yi Zihong? Looking at that little loli's slowly departing figure, Yi Zihong couldn't help but shake his head in sigh before turning around and walking towards the direction of the neighborhood. Just returning to the neighborhood, Yi Zihong caught a glimpse of the black commercial car parked not far away. The very same one that Li Ruohai drove when he sent them back last night. Could it be that Li Ruohai had already come over? Yi Zihong thought to himself. Brother Yi. Yi Zihong looked up and realized that a figure had suddenly appeared beside the commercial vehicle, and that person was none other than Li Ruohai. Brother Li. Yi Zihong waved his hand before jogging his way over. Why did you come so quickly, Brother Li? Things were done early, so I rushed over a bit early. Then let's go sit at my house, Yi Zihong said. Li Ruohai didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. The two of them arrived at the 5th floor. Yi Zihong took out the key and just opened the door. A figure scurried in under their feet with lightning speed. Li Ruohai first froze when he saw the scene, and then a few looks of surprise appeared on his face. Brother Yi, did you raise this cat? Li Ruohai asked, pointing at little Aoi. Yi Zihong nodded. Yes, I just raised it a few days ago. What's wrong with it? When Li Ruohai heard this, his face couldn't help but show envy, but then he shook his head and laughed. Brother Yi is indeed someone who possesses great luck. Not only was he chosen by the real person, but now he has even harvested a beast pet that carries the power of bloodline. It is really enviable. Bloodline power? Yi Zihong asked with some doubt. Seeing Yi Zihong's puzzled look, Li Ruohai gently smiled and did not skimp on these things, explaining them one by one for Yi Zihong. Chapter 52, The One the True Man Looked Upon. In the ancient times, there were some powerful demonic beasts that after cultivating to a certain level, the heirs they gave birth to would more or less carry some innate bloodline that made them stronger than ordinary animals. Li Ruohai explained. Then, do these blood veins have any specific functions? Yi Zihong asked again. There are many. Better cultivation qualifications, stronger physique and higher intelligence. However, this kitten of yours doesn't seem to have inherited a very strong bloodline power. It should be that the bloodline power has been weakened after many generations. Yi Zihong nodded and looked at Xiao Aoi as if he was pondering something. Let's talk about the breakthrough first, Li Ruohai said. Yi Zihong reacted and looked at Li Ruohai. Brother Li, I always felt as if I had encountered something when I was practicing my gongfu in the past 2 days. How can I put it? It's like a bottleneck that I have never been able to break through, and I suspect that I might be about to break through. Yi Zihong said this, but in reality, he didn't feel anything at all. The only reason he said this was just to make his signs of an impending breakthrough appear more accurate. Li Ruohai couldn't help but frown after hearing this, but he shook his head and said, encountering a bottleneck doesn't necessarily mean that you're about to break through. It could also be that you've made a mistake in your cultivation technique. Why don't you show me the technique you're practicing, and I'll see if it's a problem with your one cultivation method. Yi Zihong was dumbfounded when he heard this. Gong Fa? The gongfu he was currently practicing was the vomiting method, but that was automatically sent by the system. There wasn't much text at all. How could he show it to Li Ruohai? Seeing Yi Zihong's difficult look, Li Ruohai seemed to have realized something and apologized without waiting for Yi Zihong to speak. I'm sorry, I forgot that this gongfa was given to you by a real person. Without his permission I even let you take it out and show it to me. I hope that Brother Yi will not be blamed. Yi Zihong's heart was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be able to muddle through like this, but he still forced himself to say, Brother Li also did it as a favor to me. Where would I blame you? Seeing this, Li Ruohai nodded and sat on the sofa to think for a while before turning his head to look at Yi Zihong again. Brother Yi, please give me your hand for a moment. Although Yi Zihong could not figure out what Li Ruohai wanted, he still extended his hand over. Seeing this, Li Ruohai slowly held Yi Zihong's hand, then slowly sent a wisp of his breath into Yi Zihong's body to probe. However, not long after probing, the expression on Li Ruohai's face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed as he wondered if he had discovered something wrong. Yesterday, when Li Ruohai held Yi Zihong's hand for the first time, he carried out a probe on Yi Zihong's body, and found that his body was different from normal people, and his breath was 100 times stronger than normal people. And it was precisely because of this that Li Ruohai was sure that Yi Zihong was a member of his martial arts path. But yesterday when he clearly felt that Yi Zihong's breath is not so strong, from the breakthrough of the first grade realm at least will take some time to be, but today another probe has found that his breath instantly powerful several times, all of a sudden fled to the peak value. which is about to break through the first grade realm of the signs of awe. Within a day's time, the progress is so fast, this kind of cultivation speed, that is, those geniuses in his heavenly star sect can't compare to awe. This Yi Zi Hang is worthy of being a real person who looks at the person. Chapter 53, Breaking Through. After calming down a bit, Li Ruohai let go of Yi Zi Hang's hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. Congratulations, brother Yi. This is indeed an omen that you are about to break through the first grade realm. Yi Zi Hang breathed a sigh of relief. He had just looked at Li Ruohai's frowning appearance and thought that he had discovered the system within his body. Good luck, just good luck. Yi Zi Hang laughed, but as he said that, Yi Zi Hang seemed to remember something else. Brother Li, do you have any first grade realm techniques on you? When Li Ruohai heard this, he was in a daze. Brother Yi, did the real person not leave you a merit law? Yi Zi Hang shook his head and pondered for a while, then said, my master probably didn't expect me to cultivate so fast either, so there wasn't much left for me. Upon hearing this, Li Ruohai hesitated for a moment before looking up at Yi Zi Hang and said, brother Yi, wait for me. Although this first grade realms technique is not very precious, the Heavenly Star sect has an order, but all the techniques and martial arts within the sect shall not be easily spread out. I'll make a phone call now to ask and see if I can communicate with the senior management of the sect. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and went aside to call the senior management of the sect, and when Yi Zi Hang saw this, he took that exact moment to open the big carousel and use the raffle ticket he had obtained from his previous act of bravery. The carousel rotated, passing through one area after another, and finally landing in the area of feats and techniques. Obtaining a first grade realm merit law. Star forging technique. Ding, the host has reached the first grade realm. The system is starting to upgrade. Upgrade time, 1 hour. Immediately afterward, Yi Zi Hang felt a powerful force within his body instantly erupt, just like a breeze blowing by. Li Ruohai, who was on the phone to report the situation to the higher-ups, also ran out immediately after sensing this power. You broke through? Li Ruohai looked at Yi Zi Hang with a surprised look on his face and asked despite the shouting on the other side of the phone. Yi Zi Hang rubbed his head. Seems like it. How did you break through? Li Ruohai asked with some disbelief. Yi Zi Hang was silent for half a second and slowly said, when I was waiting for you just now, a first grade technique suddenly appeared in my mind, and as soon as I practiced it, I broke through. Asterisk. Li Ruohai couldn't help but burst out. Suddenly there was an additional first grade technique, and as soon as he practiced it, he made a breakthrough. You're kidding me. I had cultivated for a year to reach the bottleneck, and then closed my eyes for 2 weeks before breaking through the first grade realm. But even so, I'm still considered a genius in the Heavenly Star sect. Yi Zi Hang, yesterday is still away from breaking through the first grade realm, has a small distance. Li Ruohai presumed that he will be about a month later to reach the bottleneck, but he is on the contrary, this morning called to say that he has reached the bottleneck. To break through. Well, Li Ruohai didn't want to say anything more. Just take it as a real person left Yi Zi Hang some magical pills, which Yi Zi Hang quietly used last night. But now what? Yi Zi Hang arrived at the bottleneck. Li Ruohai presumed that this time, in how he was a genius, what heavenly materials and treasures, then there must be a week, or at least 3 or 5 days of closed-door breakthrough time. Right, but just now, just in his phone call a minute less than this short period of time, Yi Zi Hang breakthrough, he actually broke through. Swish, a breakthrough. This ing is also too bullying it. Li Ruohai now really had some tears in his eyes. Chapter 54, One Piece Middle Stage. Li Ruohai restrained her urge to strangle Yi Zi Hang, took a deep breath, and looked at Yi Zi Hang. Wait for me for a moment. I'm going to report this matter with the elders within the sect. After saying that, he directly rushed into the toilet and unlocked the door, discussing with the Heavenly Star sect senior on the other end of the phone inside. Yes, he just made a breakthrough. A swish breakthrough. I didn't treat you like a cutie. He really did break through with a swish, probably because his cultivation had reached the first grade realm. Yi Zi Hang's hearing had gotten a lot better, and even the voices in the restroom were clearly heard into his ears. After the sounds in the toilet lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, Li Ruohai slowly walked out and looked towards Yi Zi Hang with a faint smile on his face. Does brother Yi have any time recently? What for? Yi Zi Hang asked with some confusion. Li Ruohai smiled and slowly sat down beside Yi Zi Hang. A few elders within the sect are very interested in Brother Yi and would like to invite Brother Yi to sit within the sect. Yi Zi Hang didn't expect to freeze for a moment, obviously not thinking that the elders of the Heavenly Star sect would be interested in him, but after thinking for a while, he was forced to shake his head. That one has to be busy with the midterm exams recently, so he might not have the time. When Li Ruohai heard this, but he quickly waved his hand and added, it's fine to go after the midterm. Seeing that Li Ruohai was like this, Yi Zi Hang didn't say anything else and agreed with a nod. Seeing this, Li Ruohai looked at the time and left. and before he left, he also said that if he encountered anything, he could come and find him. Although their Tianqing sect was a martial arts sect, they more or less had some power here. Yi Zihong sent Li Ruohai away with a smile. Not long after sending off Li Ruohai, the system's voice in Yi Zihang's mind once again sounded. System upgrade successful. Skill system has been updated. Host breaks through the first grade realm. Experience value plus 10W. Raffle ticket plus 3. All skills have been upgraded to the grand completion realm. Experience value spent, 1010. Remaining experience value, 156,996 inch. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical strength, 42, middle of first grade. Mental power, 9. 9, pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Great achievement realm, 1000/10,000. Mental skill class, 5. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 6. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 156, 996. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Looking at his data, a faint smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face. 42 physical ability when 8 picked over more than 30 people without the slightest bit of pressure. Yi Zihang felt that now he went to find 100 adult Hulks to try. Of course, this kind of thing is just a random thought. Really want to do this? Yi Zihang may have to enter the police station once again. However, when Yi Zihang saw that all of his spiritual skills had reached the great achievement realm, and his spiritual power was still 9, and there was a banned breakthrough written on the back, Yi Zihang was depressed. It seems that this spiritual power needs another separate first-grade spiritual power technique to break through. I should have known that. I just asked Li Ruohai to ask for one from that Heavenly Star sect while he was still there. But unfortunately, now that he's gone, he can't ask for it. However, this is nothing. Yi Zihang just broke through the first grade realm when the system special delivery gifted him 3 raffle tickets. Maybe these 3 raffle tickets can burst out of the spiritual power technique. Chapter 55, Hidden Functions. Yi Zihang turned on the dial, and the pointer crossed from one area to another, finally stopping steadily at the magic treasure area, obtaining a low-ranked storage ring. Low-level storage ring. Space, 1 cubic meter. Each additional cubic meter of space costs 1 W experience points. Immediately afterward, a ring automatically appeared on Yi Zihang's right index finger, with a black, semi-transparent round gemstone embedded on it. Yi Zihang looked at this small ring on his finger, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. Storage ring. This thing he had seen a lot in novels, but it was the first time he had actually gotten a physical object. Then, Yi Zihang seemed to think of something, rushed into the bedroom, put his hand into the mattress under a fumble and took out a fruit knife. This knife was naturally the boning knife that Yi Zihang had drawn in the lottery a few days ago. Yi Zihang took the boning knife in his hand, looked at the storage ring in his hand, pondered for half a day, and finally touched the storage ring with the boning knife in his hand. Dang! The boning knife touched the storage ring, but nothing happened. The storage ring was still safe and sound in his hand, and the boning knife was still held in his hand. This time Yi Zihang actually some headache. Storage ring is one, but how to put things in it has become a new problem. Storage ring use method. Focus your mind and hold the artifact in your hand. Upon hearing this, Yi Zihang hurriedly followed the system's prompts and did so, focusing his intention on the bone-picking knife in his hand. Immediately afterward, the storage ring on Yi Zihang's finger suddenly flashed with a faint light, and the bone cutter then transformed into a stream of light and flew into the storage ring. Yi Zihang was obviously startled by this scene, and with a surprised expression on his face, he hurriedly brought the storage ring in front of him to scrutinize it. But after looking at it for half a day he still didn't see a reason for it. But Yi Zihang now found another problem. Schools do not allow students to bring these ornaments to school. Was seen will certainly be confiscated. But if he put him at home, Yi Zihang is not too assured. In case of thieves, the storage ring to take away, that can be a big loss. Yi Zihang decided to ask the system. System, can this storage ring be hidden? Yes, the system replied bluntly. How to hide it? Yi Zihang was overjoyed after hearing this and hurriedly asked after it. There are 2 methods. 1. Spend 5 W experience points to activate the hidden function of the storage ring. 2. Spend 99 W experience points to upgrade the storage space of the storage ring to 100 cubic meters. Promote the high-level storage ring, and the storage ring can automatically open up to have the hidden function. Yi Zihang subconsciously opened his attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 42, middle of first grade. Mental power, 9. 9, pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 5. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 6. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 156, 996. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Around 15W of experience value. This was all he had. But Yi Zihang carefully thought about it. There seems to be no use in keeping these experience values now. If he upgraded his skills, he was afraid that it would become like last time again. 999/1000, no. This time it should be 9999/10,000, wasting even more experience values. Instead of wasting experience value, it would be better to use it to open the hidden function of a storage ring. Anyway, experience value is something that can still be earned in the future. So Yi Zihang clenched his teeth and was ruthless, and directly spent 5W experience points to open the hidden function of the storage ring. Chapter 56, Bone Hardening Pill. Spending 5W experience value. The hidden function of the storage ring opens, gifting 1 cubic meter of storage space. Low-grade storage ring. Space, 2 cubic meters. Each additional cubic meter of space costs 1W experience value, giving away 1 cubic meter of space. This system was quite a bit conscientious, Yi Zihang said in his heart. Then Yi Zihang looked down at the storage ring on his finger again. This time he didn't use the system's prompts. He directly focused his attention and then thought about making the storage ring hidden. The storage ring literally disappeared, but Yi Zihang was still able to feel that he still wore it on his finger. It seemed that it was just invisible. The entity was still there. Yi Zihang didn't bother much about the storage ring, but continued to sit back on the sofa, then opened the carousel and continued the lottery. The carousel turned again, but this time Yi Zihang's luck didn't seem to be so good, and he got, "Thank you for your patronage." However, this time Yi Zihang was not very angry. Anyway, he had just drawn a storage ring. Blood money is not a loss. In addition, he still had a lottery ticket in his hand. The carousel rotated once again, and finally the pointer stopped at the area of elixir. Obtained a first-grade beast heart pill. Beast heart pill, a first-grade elixir that can increase the chances of a demonic beast breaking through to the first rank after taking it. Beast heart pill appeared in Yi Zihang's hand. Yi Zihang glanced at Xiao Aoi beside him, but found that Xiao Aoi's 2 eyes were staring directly at the beast heart pill in his hand. Yi Zihang did not think too much, and directly handed the beast heart pill to Xiao Aoi's face. Xiao Aoi seemed to be a little moved, but never took a bite, but looked up at Yi Zihang. "It's fine, eat it," Yi Zihang said. Xiao Aoi seemed to understand Yi Zihang and nodded, opening her mouth to eat the beast heart pill in one gulp. Aoi had just eaten the beast heart pill. Yi Zihang was about to ask Aoi how she felt, but before he could say anything, he heard the system's voice in his head. The beast pet has taken the beast heart pill and has entered a state of seclusion. Estimated time of seclusion, 3 days. Immediately afterward, little Aoi yawned as if she was sleepy, and then flopped down to sleep. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihang walked over to Xiao Aoi's side and carried him inside his room before closing the door and walking out. Yi Zihang glanced at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock now, but probably because of the breakthrough to first-grade realm martial artist, Yi Zihang felt not only a hint of hunger. Yi Zihang put his hand into his pocket, from which he fished out a grape-sized elixir. This pill was obtained from the carousel earlier, called Bone Hardening Pill. It seemed to be a first-grade pill, and its function was to strengthen bones. It sounded like it wasn't very useful, but since it was drawn, it couldn't be wasted, so Yi Zihang decided to eat it. Just after taking the bone-quenching pill into his mouth, Yi Zihang's face convulsed, and the expression on his face twisted beyond recognition. This medicine was too bitter and also carried a strange fishy odor, as if he had eaten the guts of a fish. Yi Zihang had previously thought about savoring the taste of this pill, but now he immediately changed his mind and directly swallowed the pill along with a mouthful of saliva. But even so, Yi Zihang's mouth was still left with the bitter and fishy flavor of the elixir. Yi Zihang really couldn't stand the taste, and rushed to the kitchen to open the refrigerator and took out a bottle of milk from it, and drank it all in one go. Chapter 57 Unbelievable. After a bottle of milk was finished, Yi Zihang clearly felt that the taste in his mouth had become much lighter, although there was still more or less some residue, but the taste was at least acceptable. Taking a breath of relief, Yi Zihang was about to sit down and watch some TV to relax, but before he had the chance to sit down, he suddenly felt a sharp tingling sensation coming from his spine, which caused him to grit his teeth. But fortunately, the tingling sensation quickly disappeared. But just in the moment when his spine was no longer in pain, Yi Zihang felt another sharp pain suddenly coming from the bones of his right hand, which was the same as the pain that came from his spine just now. Likewise, this time, the pain disappeared quickly, but rather than disappearing, it was more like it had flared up in a different place. Right hand bone, left leg bone, skull, ribs. The pain came in bursts, not even giving Yi Zihang a chance to cry out in pain, directly knocking Yi Zihang over on the ground with a pained expression. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The bones made a rattling sound. Yi Zihang's pain was worse than death. He felt that his bones were being crushed one after another. But he couldn't do anything about it. The bones in his body weren't following his orders. He couldn't control them. Even his voice couldn't come out. Yi Zihang felt like he was about to die. The pain was consuming him. His vision started to become blurry. Fear surged to his heart. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't do anything about it. And in the end, he could only be swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. Ah! A scream rang out. Yi Zihang sat up from the ground with a swish. His face and body were covered in sweat, staining his entire body wet. Yi Zihang looked at everything around him that was familiar and incomparable, suddenly feeling a bit bewildered and confused. After being immersed for half a second, Yi Zihang seemed to have thought of something, and raised his hand to look at the time on his watch. But as soon as he raised his hand, he heard a cackling sound coming from his ears. Left hand bone partially quenched successfully. Physical ability +5. Yi Zihang froze, even forgetting to look at his watch. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihang lifted his right hand. Lol. Right hand bone portion quenched successfully. Physical ability +5. This time Yi Zihang heard it clearly. A delighted smile appeared on his face, and not caring about anything else, he directly swished and stood up from the ground, and then started a wild demonic dance. Cackle, 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 cackle. The rattling of the bones was like firecrackers, sound and sound, and Yi Zihang heard the system's beeps in his head with the same sound and sound. Spine partially quenched. Physical ability +5. Rib bone quenching completed. Physical ability +5. Hardening of the left leg bone is complete. Physical ability +5. The system's beeps continued for almost a minute before stopping, and at this time, Yi Zihang's physical energy had already increased by a full 40. Yi Zihang opened the attribute panel to take a look, and the data on it was a bit hard for him to believe. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 82, first grade high. Mental power, 9. Pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Grand completion realm, 1000/10,000. Mental skill class, 5. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 6. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 106996. Comprehensive assessment, beginning martial arts. Chapter 58, experience value +10. Comprehending the physical skill Iron Bone Clank. Iron Bone Clank has reached the grand completion realm. Consumed experience value, 999. Remaining experience value, 105. 997. Yi Zihang froze for a moment and hastily opened the attribute panel to check. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical strength, 88. 6. First grade high. Mental power, 9. Pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Grand completion realm, 1000/10,000. Mental skill class, 5. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 7. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 105. 997. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Physical ability had risen by another 6. If this trend continued, Yi Zihang felt that maybe tomorrow he would reach the peak of the first grade realm and then ask Li Ruohai for a second grade technique. Then after a few days of waiting, third grade martial artist, fourth grade martial artist, and finally ninth grade martial artist. It might only take a few months, or maybe Yi Zihang would reach the ninth grade just after the midterm. But these things Yi Zihang just casually thought about it. After all, after Yi Zihang upgraded to the first grade of martial artist, the demand for physical fitness jumped directly from 10 points to 100 points. If he reaches the second grade, I'm afraid that he will need 1,000 points. The third grade is 1W, the fourth grade is 10W, and it goes on and on like this. Who can stand it? Stretch a lazy waist. Yi Zihang now feel relaxed, never so comfortable. Is this a stinky sweat is really let a person some cannot stand? After thinking about it, Yi Zihang opened the door of his room, took some change of clothes from inside, and then took a bath. Turning on the nozzle, warm water hit Yi Zihang's body. Yi Zihang was about to start scrubbing, but he heard the system's voice ringing in his ears once again. Comprehending the spiritual skill Ice Clear. Ice Clear in Jade Clean has reached the grand completion realm. Consumed experience value, 999. Remaining experience value, 105. 997. Yi Zihang didn't know what to say. He was drunk that he could comprehend skills even after taking a bath. But it was a pity that this ice cleansing and jade cleansing was a spiritual martial art. Yi Zihang didn't have any spiritual power technique right now, so there was not much use in asking for a spiritual martial art. Without further thought, Yi Zihang quickly showered and walked out, glancing at his watch. 4:53. Yi Zihang remembered that it was only 1 o'clock before he passed out, but now it was all of a sudden running to 4:53. Subtracting the time used for bathing, it still meant that he had been unconscious for more than 3 hours. However, using 3 hours of unconsciousness to exchange for more than 40 physical fitness and 2 sets of martial arts skills. Yi Zihong felt that it was still quite cost-effective. After putting all the clothes into the washing machine, Yi Zihong walked to the kitchen to make some dinner, but he didn't have any appetite now, and Xiaoai was closed now, so who would he cook for? After thinking about it, Yi Zihong still made some food, but not for himself, but for the stray cats downstairs. Until about 9 o'clock, Yi Zihong warmed up the meal and then went downstairs on time to feed the cats there with Linya. However, because of the problem of having to go to school tomorrow, Linya Ji and Yi Zihong chatted for 10 minutes before going back. Seeing this, Yi Zihong was also about to go back, but just at this moment, a voice emitted from within his mind was what made him stop short. Experience value plus 10. Chapter 59. Your world is too small. Experience value plus 10. Experience value plus 10. Experience value plus 10. Yi Zihong's mind had drifted through these words countless times. He didn't know what was going on, and thought that he was hallucinating, but hallucinations weren't always there. Thinking for a while, Yi Zihong finally decided to open the attribute panel to take a good look, and the moment he opened the attribute panel, his entire body was stunned. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical power, 88. 7, first grade high. Mental power, 9. 9, pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 6. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 7. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 106. 240. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Physical ability increased by 0. 1. And the experience value went up by more than 200, and it was still going up, and it was going up by 10 every time, about once every 10 seconds. After freezing for half a second, Yi Zihong came back to his senses and felt that empty holes don't come from the wind. There must be a demon in everything. There must be some reasonable explanation for this. So, ask the system. System, why has my physical ability risen by 0. 1 for no reason, and the experience value is also rising non-stop? The host previously comprehended the star forging technique. It's also nighttime now. The stars have appeared, and the star forging technique is being cultivated on its own. Yi Zihong nodded. So that was the case. Then why did breathing only increase the proficiency of the technique when I comprehended the spitting method before, but not the experience value? That's because although the vomiting method is also a gong method, it doesn't have a grade, so it can't increase the experience value. Yi Zihong had another epiphany. What about physical ability? Is it also increased because of the star forging technique? Yes. Every hour of operation of the star forging technique will help the host increase his physical ability by 0. 1. 0. 1 an hour. Doesn't seem too bad. Yi Zihong muttered to himself. Every night at 12 o'clock is when the power of the stars is the most powerful and lasts for up to an hour. The power of the stars during this time is 3 times that of the normal time period, so the host can get a 3-fold increase. Once Yi Zihong heard that there was such a cool thing, he simply sat down on his butt. Nothing more to say. Today first squat until after 12 o'clock. When Yi Zihong first started squatting there were still a few kittens there to accompany Yi Zihong, but after a long time, all the cats left, leaving Yi Zihong alone, all alone. But now it was only 22:30 p.m., there was still some time before 12 o'clock. Really bored out of his mind, Yi Zihong started trying to chat with the system. System, where did you come from? Created by what? The system didn't answer. Have you ever had another host before? The system still didn't answer. Is the 9th pin realm the highest realm of cultivation? Why did you choose me? Are you male or female? Do you have a family? Yi Zihong chattered for a while, but the system never answered a single word since the beginning. Finally, 12 o'clock arrived, and Yi Zihong's experience value increased at a rate of 30 points per time, and in 1 hour, Yi Zihong gained more than 1 W experience value in 0.3 physical fitness, and that was only counting this 1 hour, not the whole night. However, seeing that it was already 1 o'clock, and that he had to go to school tomorrow, Yi Zihong didn't stay long, and crossed his steps and prepared to go back. Your world is too small. A voice entered Yi Zihong's mind. This was what the system said, and he recognized it, but Yi Zihong ultimately didn't bother anymore, because he knew that even if he talked back the system wouldn't necessarily tell him anything, so he might as well go back to sleep earlier. Chapter 60, The Last Time. The next morning, Yi Zihong had just returned to the classroom after his morning jog and sighed helplessly as he looked at the person who had stopped him in front of him. Aren't you annoyed? Yi Zihong asked in a good-natured manner. Needless to say, the people standing in front of him were naturally Yang Huo and his several little brothers. Yi Zihong, we're not done with what happened last time. Yang Huo once again uttered these words. Yi Zihong really felt very speechless. How many times have you fought? You don't think it's annoying? I'm sick of it. Not bothering with him, Yi Zihong directly knocked away a few people and returned to his seat. But Yang Hua still didn't give up and walked over to Yi Zihong's seat. Today, bang! Yang Hua's words had just been uttered when Yi Zihong just couldn't hold back any longer and punched out, hitting his abdomen. Yang Hua was instantly knocked to the ground, his two hands holding his stomach in death, his face filled with pain. At the sight of this appearance, Yang Hua's two little brothers hurriedly started fanning the flames, shouting, "Yi Zihong, your ing hands are too heavy. Our family boss only said a few words to you, and you just went straight for it. You're going too far." Another junior brother hurriedly chimed in once he heard that. "That's right, don't forget that we are still classmates." Saying that, he made a look towards the few classmates around him. Those few saw this and instantly understood. "Yi Zihong, don't take advantage of the fact that you're a bit strong to bully people in the classroom. Be careful, we'll tell the teacher." "That's right, people Yang Hua just said a word to you, and you beat them to the ground. Then the teacher scolded you if you still want to beat the teacher into the hospital." Yi Zihong swept a glance at those people, coldly laughed. These people he has long seen through, are a group of bullying guys. He also didn't bother to pay attention to them, closed his eyes and directly got down on the table to sleep. And the crowd saw that Yi Zihong didn't seem to care about their verbal abuse, cursing their mouths dry, so they didn't bother to curse anymore. However, Yang Hua was enduring the severe pain in his abdomen and stood up, speaking again. "Yi Zihong, for the last time, this is the last time. If you are winning this time, I will guarantee that from now on and will not mess with you and Linya." Yi Zihong raised his head to look at Yang Hua. A flash of essence crossed his eyes, and after pondering for a while, he nodded. "One last time," Yi Zihong reminded him and said, then went back to sleep. Yang Hua saw that Yi Zihong had agreed, and with a smile on his face he said evenly, "Last time, absolutely last time." After saying this, he turned around, but revealed a sinister smile. "Fight with my old man. I can't get you killed," Yang Hua said in a very small voice. But ever since Yi Zihong had broken through to the first-grade martial artist, his perception ability had reached an extremely strong point. Even if the voice was small, as long as it was within a certain range, he could hear it. And just now, Yang Hua's words naturally fell into Yi Zihong's ears. But for this kind of words, Yi Zihong is completely not in the eyes. After all, the strength of a first-grade martial artist is placed here. Unless Yang Hua he can find a first-grade martial artist to clean up his own, or else want to defeat himself, the door is not. However, Yang Hua his father at least is also considered a multi-millionaire. Martial arts things should not know nothing. If really willing to spend some money, things should be able to hire a martial arts. However, would his dad go and spend money on a first-grade martial artist just to let Yang Hua teach a middle schooler a lesson? Yi Zihong smiled. Chapter 61, Someone's Fighting. In the afternoon, after school, still in the open space behind the school, Yi Zihong looked at Yang Hua, who was not far away, with Linya still following beside him. "Just a few of you?" Yi Zihong looked at the few people not far away. Yang Hua, one even less than 10 people, and all of them were beaten by him. Could it be that Yang Hua wanted to rely on these few people to defeat himself? "Yi Zihong, don't be arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful you are later," Li Gaixing from the opposite side shouted. Yi Zihong witnessed a glance at him. This guy had half of his fighting skills, but this mouth was about to be practiced. After waiting for about 3 minutes or so, Yi Zihong saw a white van slowly drive towards them before stopping in front of them. Ka! The doors were opened, and a dozen or so big men actually drilled out of a van. Yi Zihong was also shocked after seeing this scene. How did so many of them drill into this van? However, Yang Hua on the side interpreted the expression on Yi Zihong's face to mean something else. So many people, this is still able to fight? So Yang Hua began to shout arrogantly, "Yi Zihong, I appreciate your strength. This time I don't want you to kneel down and kowtow. As long as you promise to be my little brother, and then don't touch my woman, I'll let you off the hook. What do you think?" Yi Zihong heard this, but laughed lightly and shook his head. "It's not that I'm arrogant, but just these few of these guys you hired, I can put them all down in a minute." Once those few big men who came down from the van heard this, they immediately felt enraged and clenched their fists around Yi Zihong's body, looking at him menacingly. You're pretty wild," a big man said viciously. Linya was obviously also frightened when she saw the scene, grabbing Yi Zihong's hand and hiding behind Yi Zihong. "Gu, this girl is quite handsome. Why don't you come over and give a few of the masters a good time?" Once Linya heard this, her entire face was scared white, and her grip on Yi Zihong's hand increased by a few points. When Yi Zihong saw Linya being scared like this, the smile on his face dissipated, revealing an icy expression. "You end up minding your mouth. Don't fart everything out." Yi Zihong stared at the big man who had spoken earlier and said viciously, but the big man didn't seem to hit Yi Zihong in the eyes, revealing a sneer. "What? Can you still beat us up?" Bang! As soon as the big man's words fell, Yi Zihong directly blasted out a fist onto his stomach. The big man only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, as if someone had taken a big rock and hit him in the stomach. The pain was intense and unbearable. The other guys looked at the big man who fell to the ground holding his stomach and first froze, then reacted violently, revealing a ferocious expression, swinging their fists to fight with Yi Zihong. But to Yi Zihang, these guys were too weak, only to see Yi Zihong wave his hand and punch a big man's face. One of the big man's teeth then splashed out along with a trace of blood, and then the whole person collapsed on the ground. Not far away, Yang Hua's face became a bit ugly when he saw the scene. "Boss, should we start filming?" Li Gaixing took out a video camera and looked at Yang Hua and asked. Yang Hua's gloomy face revealed an evil smile. "Shoot, this time I can't get him dead." Li Gaixing sniffed and hurriedly turned on the camera to start filming Yi Zihang's fight. On the other hand, Yang Hua on the side took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, police station? There's a brawl here. Please come over immediately. The address is..." Chapter 62 Don't Move. Yi Zihang spent 2 minutes putting down all the big men, then walked over to the one who had clamored before and put his hand out. "Pay up." The big man was instantly dumbfounded at the sight. "What was this?" Yi Zihang saw the big man's dumbfounded look and kicked him, then said, "Don't think I'm stupid. If he doesn't pay you guys, you'll be willing to come and beat me up." When the big man heard this, he couldn't say anything else, but he really wanted to give all the money to Yi Zihang. He was still a bit reluctant to do so. After all, they did come over this time because Yang Hua gave them money to invite them to come over and beat up someone. But now, people did not fight. Their own several brothers were injured, not light. Just the medical fee is not a small amount of money. If in the hands of Yang Hua to bring the money handed out, then the wave will really lose a lot of money. After thinking for a long time, the big man touched his pants pocket and felt out a few $100 bills from it. Yi Zihang squinted his eyes for a few seconds, and without saying a word directly slapped him over. "Such a small amount of money. You're sending out a beggar." The big man looked at Yi Zihang, who was also an ordinary student, and the things on his body were not high-grade goods, and thought that he was a child who hadn't seen much of the world, and thought that a few $100 would be enough to get rid of him, but he didn't think that he was too little. Then how much do you want?" the big man asked with some fear. Yi Zihang pondered for a while and finally compared 2 fingers. 2,000? The big man guessed. Yi Zihang immediately slapped him on the head again. "Is the thumb and index finger 2,000? It's 8,000. When the big man heard that Yi Zihang even wanted 8,000, the whole person was dumbfounded. He did not think that this kid would be this lion's mouth. To know, Yang Hua gave them these people only 12,000 this time. This Yi Zihang will take away a large part of it at once. It is also too ruthless. Although the heart is furious, but on the face is not dare to show. Also dare not reject Yi Zihang's meaning, for fear that he will be beaten by a wild beating. Only have to use the tactic of slowing down, showing a smile and said, the number is too big. I don't have that much money on me. Sweep it." As soon as the big man's words fell, Yi Zihang took out his own cell phone and tapped the collection code. The big man looked at the QR code and froze for half a day, then looked at Yi Zihang in front of him, and didn't react for a long time. For a long time, the big man took out his own cell phone from his pants pocket, cried out, and slowly swept at Yi Zihang's collection code. Arrival, 8,000 yuan. Seeing this, Yi Zihang had a smile on his face and put his cell phone away before looking at Linya behind him. "Do you want to go on a trip to the night market tonight?" Linya froze for a moment, but quickly nodded with a smile. Yi Zihang smiled gently at the sight, then turned his head again to look at Yang Hua and the others, and was about to walk over, but suddenly heard a police sound, and turned his head to see that a police car had already arrived in front of him. Immediately afterward, several uniformed police cars immediately drew their guns on them and chided. No movement. Yi Zihang seemed to realize something and jerked his head to look at Yang Hua and the others, finally seeing the camera in Li Gaixing's hand. At this very moment, Yi Zihang seemed to understand something. A fierce look appeared on his face. He understood why Yang Hua had said those words this morning, but it was all too late. Chapter 63 Finding Backstage. After the police took control of the scene, they told the uninvolved people to leave quickly and not to disturb the police's handling of the case. Linya looked at Yi Zihang, seemed to be thinking about something, and finally toward Yi Zihang said, "I'll be back soon," and then threw her bag to the ground and ran away. Yi Zihang didn't know what she was going to do, but now Yi Zihang thought it would be better to let her leave and not stay here. Then, Yi Zihang saw Li Gaixing with an attentive face bring that said camera to the front of the police officer, and then started to play the video of Yi Zihang hitting people and demanding money, and that policeman couldn't help but stare at that video. This kid, too damn able to fight. After not long, a few more police cars drove over. A few big men and Yi Zihang got into the police car one after another, and were about to leave, but they heard a familiar voice suddenly come from not far away. "Wait, Yi Zihang's head poked out of the car window to take a look, but found that two figures were running towards them, and these two people were Linya and his homeroom teacher Su Xianjing. Yi Zihang now knew what Linya had just run back for. Just what was the point of inviting his homeroom teacher over? A police officer stopped Su Xianjing and Linya. May I ask what's the matter with you guys? Why are you arresting my students? Su Xianjing asked sternly under her breath. The officer glanced at Yi Zihang and twisted his head to look at Su Xianjing. Your student is suspected of participating in a brawling incident. Su Xianjing was silent for a few seconds. I'm going with him. The officer glanced at Su Xianjing and pondered for a while before finally nodding. Teacher, I'll go together too, Linya said. However, Su Xianjing shook her head. There's no use in you going. It's better to go home. But, it's fine. Teacher will take care of Yi Zihang. Seeing that the teacher had already said so, Linya couldn't say anything else, and stood still to watch several police cars slowly drive away. On the police car, Yi Zihang looked at Su Xianjing who was sitting beside him, but he felt that an indescribable awkwardness filled the air, and the entire police car maintained a quiet and weird atmosphere. Kid, you're quite good at hitting people, the officer driving in front asked. Yi Zihang froze for a moment, then smiled. Not bad. Su Xianjing on the side did not say anything. Looking at the scenery outside the police car seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, her mood than Yi Zihang also in the tension on a lot. After a few more minutes, the police station arrived. Su Xianjing took a deep breath, opened the car door and walked down. Being ready, Su Xianjing was worried that Yi Zihang would be afraid, ready to take him in together, but turning her head, she found that Yi Zihang had already entered the police station as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Su Xianjing could only walk in with her head. The first thing Yi Zihang did after walking into the police station was to find the police officer from before and walked in front of him, then asked, "Can I make a phone call?" The officer couldn't help but frown but still nodded. Yes. Yi Zihang didn't say anything else, took out his own cell phone, opened his address book, found Li Ruohai's phone number, then dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is it Brother Li? Something happened on my side. Now in the police station. Can I ask you to help? Let them not move you. I will come over soon. After saying that, the phone hung up. Chapter 64, Cultivation. Not long after Yi Zihang's phone call, almost only 5 or 6 minutes later, Yi Zihang saw a black commercial car with a beautiful tail swing steadily parked in front of the police station. As soon as the door opened, Li Ruohai walked out from the driver's seat, looked into the police station, and saw Yi Zihang at a glance. Without saying a word, Li Ruohai walked over to an officer and said something to him. The officer shot a glance and then nodded. Let's go, Li Ruohai said as he walked over to Yi Zihang's side. Yi Zihang got up and was about to walk away, but seemed to have thought of something else, and turned his head to find his homeroom teacher still there looking at him with a dumbfounded look on his face, as if he didn't even know what was going on. Brother Li, can my teacher leave too? Li Ruohai glanced at Su Xianjing who was sitting on the chair and looked at the officer. The officer nodded, indicating that he could. Seeing this, Yi Zihang turned his head to the teacher behind him and spoke. Teacher, you can go back now. Today's matter is really troublesome for you, but I still have some things to do, so I can only leave first. After saying that, he followed Li Ruohai out of the police station and got into the black commercial car, and Su Xianjing hadn't woken up from the shock. She even forgot how she got out of the police station and how she got back to her home. The business car. Yi Zihang was sitting on the passenger side, while Li Ruohai was driving towards Yi Zihang's home. Li Ruohai's car drove very slowly, and would always turn his head to look at Yi Zihang twice from time to time, making Yi Zihang very uncomfortable. Brother Li, can you stop turning your head to look at me all the time? Be careful driving. Yi Zihang couldn't help but open his mouth, but just as Yi Zihang's words fell, Li Ruohai directly stepped on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side, then leaned on the steering wheel with one hand and turned his head to look at Yi Zihang. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? Yi Zihang froze for a moment, thinking he was asking about today's events, and couldn't help but shake his head and explain. I have a classmate, and the relationship is not very good, so I beat him up a few times, and the result was that the kid got a dozen or so big men to beat me up, but they were still put down by me. But what I didn't expect was that he called the police to make a false statement, wanting to get me into the police station. When Li Ruohai heard this, but he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who's talking to you about this? I'm talking to you about your cultivation. Yi Zihang froze for a moment. Cultivation? What's wrong with my cultivation? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Li Ruohai really didn't know what to say. He really wanted to beat up Yi Zihang, but thought that this kid was the real person was looking at. If he beat him up today, and that day his real person found out and beat him up, he would be finished. Sighing, Li Ruohai didn't bother to beat around the bush with him and directly opened his mouth to ask, Yesterday your cultivation had just entered the first rank. Today it directly soared to the high rank of the first rank. Yi Zihong froze for a moment before he reacted, and after half a day of pondering, he didn't know how to answer. That I ate a bone-hardening Dan yesterday. Yi Zihong could only reply like this. Otherwise he had no other way to explain this matter. After Li Ruohai heard Yi Zihong say that he had eaten a bone-hardening pill, a flash of brilliance suddenly crossed his eyes, and without saying anything, he held Yi Zihong's arm, and put a breath into his body. Chapter 65 Explanation. Holy, skeletal primordial hardening. Li Ruohai couldn't help but shout out, then jerked his head up to look at Yi Zihong, pondered for a while and finally said cheekily, "That, I don't know if brother Yi still has any bone-hardening Dan there. Why don't you send me one to eat?" Yi Zihong was suddenly speechless and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Brother Li, I only have one of that thing. It was given to me by my master, and it was already eaten by me yesterday." Li Ruohai was slightly disappointed, but after thinking about it, he looked at Yi Zihong again and asked, "Didn't you say that your master didn't leave you anything except a gongfu? Then what's with this bone-hardening Dan? Your master came to see you again yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zihong was also a bit at a loss as to how to answer. If he answered Li Ruohai that his master came to give him this pill yesterday, then Li Ruohai would definitely ask a whole lot of questions, such as his master's appearance, his master's age, his master's clothes, his master's name, and so on. By the time Li Ruohai consolidated this information and realized that there was no such a character in the martial arts world, then he would be in trouble. After thinking for a long time, Yi Zihong finally decided to show some of his cards, only to see Yi Zihong lift his left hand and place it in front of the two of them. Then with a thought, a ring inlaid with a round black translucent gemstone appeared on his index finger. Li Ruohai froze for half a second as he looked at the ring, and then reacted violently, pointing at the ring and asking somewhat unconfirmed, This is a storage ring." Yi Zihong nodded. Then with a wave of his right hand on the storage ring on his left index finger, a dagger appeared in his hand. The moment he saw this dagger, Li Ruohai's eyes lit up again, and the expression on his face was filled with shock. "A first-grade magic treasure? Aha!" Yi Zihong replied. "This thing would be discovered sooner or later anyway. Rather than coming out and explaining it when the time came, it would be better to take it out now to make it clear." Looking at the two treasures in Yi Zihong's hands, Li Ruohai fell into deep thought for a long time before pointing at Yi Zihong's storage ring and asking, "How much space does this storage ring have?" 2 cubic meters. When Li Ruohai heard this, but he couldn't help but frown. Storage rings generally only have hidden functions like yours after reaching a high rank, and the built-in space of a high-rank storage ring starts at least at 100 cubic meters. The rest of the space is sealed. Yi Zihong immediately replied. The system had mentioned this before, so he also guessed that Li Ruohai would ask this 9 times out of 10. So he had prepared everything to say beforehand. Seal? Li Ruohai seemed to somewhat not quite understand Yi Zihong's meaning, but it wasn't so much that he didn't understand the meaning of the word seal. Rather, he didn't understand why it was necessary to seal. My master was afraid that I would use my resources indiscriminately, so he put a few seals on me. And there are still some things within the rest of the storage ring space that can only be used once I reach a certain level of cultivation. When Li Ruohai heard this, he nodded his head. Indeed, if he was Yi Zihong's master, he would have also given Yi Zihong such a few seals. There was no way. This kid was too wasteful of resources. He even just reached the first great realm before swallowing a bone-hardening Dan. It was really too wasteful. However, after vomiting such a large sum of money, Yi Zihong as a real person's disciple is considered to be determined. Should give the clan a letter. So Li Ruohai opened the door of the car, got off alone and walked a few meters away, took out the phone and dialed the phone number of the senior management of the clan. Chapter 66, Flying Flower Folding Leaf Hand. 10 minutes later, Li Ruohai returned to the car with a hidden smile on his face. Yi Zihong didn't ask him what happened, because he could probably guess what happened. Li Ruohai started the commercial vehicle and just after driving for a short while, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at Yi Zihong again. Brother Yi, what are you going to do about that classmate of yours who messed with you? Do you want us to help out and make him? Li Ruohai didn't say anything. Instead, he emptied a hand and made a neck-wiping motion. Yi Zihong couldn't help but shiver after seeing that. Killing someone? Although Manhwa had a not-so-small conflict with him, but after all, we were all classmates. It wasn't to this point. But when he thought of what Manhwa did to himself today, Yi Zihong felt angry. If he didn't know Li Ruohai, he might have to spend the night in the police station today. Thinking of this, Yi Zihong couldn't help but clench his fists. His fists made a cackling sound. No need. I'll settle my own matters on my own. Seeing Yi Zihong said so, Li Ruohai didn't say anything else, and drove him back to the entrance of the neighborhood with peace of mind. Isn't Brother Li coming to sit at home? Li Ruohai shook his head. Let's do it tomorrow. I won't bother you with your business today. Yi Zihong smiled and didn't say anything else. "Oh right, this is something you take," Li Ruohai said, pulling out a blue book from his pocket and throwing it to Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong reached out and grabbed it with ease. Yi Zihong glanced at the few large characters on top of the blue book. Flying flower folding leaf hand. A first-grade martial art. It's not very powerful, but it's very practical, and it's easy to learn. You'll be proficient in 10 minutes at the most. Plus we're first-grade martial artists. Smashing a few monitors with a small stone would be a breeze. After saying that, a meaningful smile appeared on Li Ruohai's face. Yi Zihong looked up at Li Ruohai showing a hint of a smile and nodded. "Thanks a lot, brother Li." Li Ruohai did not say anything else. Waving his hand towards Yi Zihong, he started the car and drove off. Yi Zihong turned over the flying flower folding leaf hand in his hand for a glance, followed by that familiar voice in his mind. Comprehending the skill, flying flower folding leaf hand. Flying flowers and folding leaves, all of them can hurt people. Automatically rising to the grand completion realm. Yi Zihong opened the attribute panel to take a look, and saw that his physical ability had risen once again. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 95. 6, first grade high. Mental energy, 9. 9, pending breakthrough. Feats, 2. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 6. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 120. 240. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Yi Zihong glanced at the blue leather flying flower folding leaf hand in his hand, and with a thought, he put him into his storage ring. Standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, the smile on Yi Zihong's face slowly dissipated as he lifted his watch and glanced at it. 18:30. The time was not too late. If he utilized his Lingbo Weibo to run to Yanhua's residence now, he should be able to arrive at around 1850. But before that, Yi Zihong had to test one more thing. Seeing Yi Zihong bending down and picking up a small stone, he then forcefully hit towards a tree not far away. Bang! The stone sank directly into the tree, and a faint smile appeared on Yi Zihong's face. Chapter 67, Revenge 1, 1848. Yi Zihong glanced at his watch, 2 minutes earlier than predicted, but it didn't matter. At this moment, Yi Zihong was standing not far from the entrance of a sparsely populated upscale neighborhood called Jinhu Garden. Yi Zihong casually swept a glance at the entrance of the neighborhood. There was a security room with 2 security guards inside, and there was a camera above the security room, while the place where Yi Zihong was standing now was the blind spot of the camera. Yi Zihong twisted his head and looked around to make sure no one was around before slowly pulling out a small stone from his pocket. Swoosh snap! After the stone flew out and hit the camera's lens, the camera let out a loud bang, followed by a burst of white smoke coming out from the camera. Seeing this, the 2 security guards in the security room hurriedly ran out to check the situation. 2 security guards looked at the sudden explosion of the camera to discuss what. One of them also used their own walkie-talkies to touch the camera, but was not able to see what to. After discussing for a while, the 2 security guards didn't seem to take it too seriously and directly returned to their security room to continue chatting. Seeing this, Yi Zihong had a faint smile on his face, glanced at the ground again, picked up a fist-sized piece of stone, weighed the weight of the stone, and then aiming for the middle of the 2 security guards, threw the stone violently. Click pop! The glass of the security room instantly shattered. Countless glass shards poured into it, and the 2 security guards were so scared that they hurriedly held their heads and got down, not even daring to raise their heads. Yi Zihong also saw this opportunity, stomped his feet, ran to the front of the 2 security guards, while they had not raised their heads, quickly raised both hands, and each gave them a prajna palm on the neck. 2 people were directly knocked unconscious in the past. Yi Zihong did not delay, directly grabbed the clothes of the 2 security guards, and then lifted. Both sets of security uniforms were torn down. Then Yi Zihong raised his head towards the security guard. The dozens of subscreens on the monitor in the security room were immediately memorized by Yi Zihong in his head, and a rough map of Jiayuan district instantly surfaced in his brain. After doing all this, Yi Zihong quickly fled to the public places here according to the map of Jade Garden shown in his mind, and destroyed all the cameras he encountered along the way. Yi Zihong stood in a toilet room, closed the door, and began to emerge in his mind a rough map of the entire Jinhu Park and the location of Yanghua's house. Speaking of Yanghua and his family's location, in fact, Yi Zihong didn't investigate it. The reason why he knew that Yanghua and his family were in Jinhu Park was because this guy was too fond of showing off. Before his birthday, invited the whole class, and also sent everyone an invitation, which wrote his birthday time and their home address, Jinhu Park, XX District, XX number. This way, the whole class knew that his home was there, and most importantly, because his father has his own business to be busy, so often cannot return home, His mother is said to be abroad to train to stay in the country for 3 to 5 years, and his brother in high school, and is the kind of residential school, so such a big house, in fact, has always been his alone in the living. But for Yi Zihong this is good. Teach him when there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 68 Revenge 2. Yi Zihong's mind had already appeared a set of the best path from the toilet he was in to reach Yanhua's house. There were 4 cameras on the way, but the problem wasn't very big. It was just the work of a few small stones. After making up his mind, Yi Zihong didn't stay in the toilet any longer. He put on one of the security uniforms in his hand and kneaded the other into a ball in his hand. Then he ran all the way towards Yanhua's house. 1700 hours. Yi Zihong arrived at the entrance of Yanhua's house, a small independent villa. But all the cameras in the neighborhood had been destroyed by Yi Zihong's flying flower leaf breaking hand. However, the method Yi Zihong used this time was slightly different from the one he used in the security room before. Previously, he had directly smashed the cameras in the security room, destroying them, but the sound was too loud, and it was easy to alert the snakes. So Yi Zihong changed his method this time. Stone cutting wires. Taking out a stone and aiming it at the wires of the camera, the stone gently scratched, the wires were directly cut, and the camera stopped running when it lost its power source. After destroying all the cameras in the vicinity, Yi Zihong realized that things seemed to be slightly different from what he had imagined. Yanghua was not the only person in his home, but there was a group of people. Brother Yang, or you are great. Know that hiring someone to beat that little guy is not reliable. Directly shoot video to call the police, and then in giving those beaters some money, let them do false testimony. This time there is that kid's bitter fruit to eat. My brother Yang is awesome. Yi Zihong, that kid is really too arrogant. Even brother Yang he dare to mess with. That's right. A chorus of assenting voices. Yi Zihong stood at the door, listening to the voices coming from inside. His fists couldn't help but clench for a few moments, and a few angry colors appeared on his face. He really wanted to slap down the gate in front of him that was blocking him right now and rush in to break their bones, but he couldn't. If he rushed in now, he would definitely be recognized by them, and at that time, no matter whether he had hit them or not, he would be burdened with the charge of breaking and entering, as well as those cameras along the way, and vandalism would be another one. Although Yi Zihong knew that if he asked Li Ruohai for help, Li Ruohai would not refuse, but this was his own thing. He did not want others to get involved. Yi Zihong glanced at the security uniform he was wearing, buttoned up all the buttons on it, and then took out another security uniform, tore it to shreds, and took a piece of it and masked it over his face, so that he wouldn't be seen by them to see his true colors. After all, Yi Zihong's purpose this time was mainly to teach them a lesson, not to come over to kill people, so the secrecy of his identity was extremely important. After preparing for half a day and making sure that he would not be recognized as his true face, Yi Zihong attached himself to the gate and listened for a while, confirming the exact number of people inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Zihong confirmed the number of people inside. The number of people was around 20, not a lot. There was also the sound of music and water inside. They should be drinking, they just didn't know if they were drunk, so Yi Zihong could also clean up some. Knock knock knock. Yi Zihong knocked on the door. After the knock sounded, the voices inside stopped, and immediately afterward, Yanhua's voice could be heard coming from inside. Who? The neighborhood property. Yi Zihong said with a suppressed voice. Go open the door. Yanhua's voice came again, followed by a sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Yi Zihong's fists couldn't help but clench a few points. Chapter 69, Revenge 3. Ka-ching. The door was slowly opened, and a reddened face was revealed. Yi Zihong didn't hesitate and directly raised his hand, slashing at his neck with a count of hand slashes. Plop. The man then fell to the ground in response. Yi Zihong then rushed into the house, and all the people turned their heads to look over, including Yanghua. Yanghua was probably drunk at this point. His face was red, and when he saw that there was a man wearing a security uniform with a rag on his face walking in, with a hint of anger on his face, he pointed at Yi Zihong and yelled, "Do you know what this place is? Just a little security guard like you dares to come in. I see that you are just tired of living. Believe it or not, I can smash your rice bowl with just one word right now and make you pack your bags and go home." However, Yi Zihong didn't care about what he said, but instead scanned the surrounding area for a few people. There were 17 in total, 18 counting the one who had just knocked out. All of them had red faces and looked like they had drunk a lot of alcohol. Seeing that Yi Zihong didn't pay attention to himself, Yanhua was infuriated and grabbed a wine bottle on the table next to him, then smashed it towards Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong was undaunted by this, and with a single reach, he easily grabbed the bottle in his hands, then turned the direction and threw it towards the head of a guy not far away. Bang! The bottle exploded on the guy's head, splattering debris in all directions, and immediately afterward, the guy directly collapsed. The crowd present couldn't help but freeze for a moment after seeing this scene, looking at the fallen man, not reacting for half a day. But Yi Zihong didn't freeze. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He directly performed Lingbo Weibu, ran to the side of the two people, and then two hand knives toward their necks. The two people also fell down at once. This time everyone reacted, but it was too late. Only Yi Zihong came to a case of beer and fished out 2 bottles of beer from it, then smashed them towards the brains of the two people furthest away from him. Bang! Bang! The 2 bottles exploded on those 2 people's heads, and 2 more people fell down. The crowd was startled at the sight of this scene, instantly sobering up from their half-drunkenness. There were a few people who directly ran towards the gate's place Ben, but how could Yi Zihong give them a chance? Picking up a few bottles of wine and throwing them towards the heads of those few people who fled. Bang! 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 The bottles burst one after another, each bottle bursting a head. There was no miss. Half of the bottles in the box were smashed by Yi Zihong, and the dozen or so people all fell to the ground. Only one Yang Huo was still standing not far away watching him. At this moment, Yang Huo's face, which was originally reddened by alcohol, was covered with pallor, and his body was trembling unceasingly, obviously frightened. Yi Zihong picked up another bottle of unopened beer from the cardboard box and slowly walked towards Yang Huo. Seeing this, Yang Huo was so scared that tears flowed from her eyes and took out her cell phone to point at Yi Zihong and shouted, "Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll call the police." As soon as Yi Zihong heard the words "call the police," a wave of anger rose violently from the bottom of his heart. Then, only to see Yi Zihong violently smash the bottle in his hand over to Yang Huo's arm. Yang Huo's cell phone was immediately sent flying out. Chapter 70, Revenge 4. You, what the hell do you want? Yang Huo looked at the masked man who walked towards him, a look of fear on his face. However, Yi Zihong didn't say anything and walked over to Yang Huo before grabbing his collar. Don't hurt me. Yang Huo waved his hands in panic, tears coming out of his eyes. Please don't hurt me. My father is the chairman of the Yang Group in Xingmu City. As long as you let me go, I can immediately ask someone to send you money. 100,000. How about 100,000? Yi Zihong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Then he seemed to think of something, lowered his own voice and said in a strange tone that he couldn't even hear. 100,000. Sorry, for you, they gave me 3 million. After saying that, Yi Zihong then punched Yang Huo on the bridge of his nose, and blood violently gushed out from his nostrils. Immediately after that, Yi Zihong violently punched towards his vice again, and Yang Huo's entire body then curled up all of a sudden, sprawling on the ground like a prawn. You mustn't blame me. I'm just getting paid to do my job. If you want to blame me, blame your father for messing with the wrong person. After saying that, not waiting for Yang Huo to open his mouth to beg for mercy, both hands grabbed Yang Huo's legs, then twisted them to both sides. Ka-ching! Ah! Yang Huo's 2 thighs were immediately dislocated by Yi Zihong, and the intense pain instantly made him lose his mind. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. I'm going to make my father kill you, Yang Huo said with a roar. But Yi Zihong didn't have time to listen to his roar, and with a count of hand knives, he directly knocked Yang Huo out. Looking at the 4 messy things, Yi Zihong only felt a pang of distraction, but he did not feel regret for this reckless behavior of his, because he did not do anything wrong at all. Yi Zihong didn't leave immediately, but stayed for a while, destroying everything that might have left his mark. He purposely wrapped his palms in the security uniform that was torn into rags when he came in, so that he wouldn't leave fingerprints on things anymore, and he also masked his face, leaving only a pair of eyes to watch from outside, so these guys shouldn't be able to recognize themselves. In addition, Yi Zihong finally beat Yang Huo when the scene played a bit, so that when Yang Huo woke up, will talk to his father about this matter, his own suspicion will be minimized, or even not. Having done all this, Yi Zihong was about to leave, but before his feet could even take a step out, he heard the familiar voice in his head ring out again. Revenge successful. Experience value plus 30W. Raffle ticket plus 3. Comprehended the mental skill breath detection. Breath detection can detect the strength of everyone in a radius of 5 meters. Automatically ascends to the grand completion realm. Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw the scene, and tried to turn on breath detection. Immediately afterward, lines of text appeared before Yi Zihong's eyes. Name, Yang Huo. Physical energy, 0. 9. Mental energy, 0. 7. Cultivation, none. Name, Li Gaixing. Physical ability, 0. 8. Mental power, 0. 8. Cultivation, none. Looking at the lines of text, Yi Zihong's face showed a hint of joy, but he knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and it was better to study these things after returning home. So Yi Zihong ran out of Yang Huo's house and ran towards his own home. Chapter 71 Invitation to Dinner, 2035. The sky had already darkened throughout, Although it was summer now, it didn't get dark very quickly, but it wasn't too late now. Yi Zihong opened the door to his room and returned home. For the first time in so many days, he felt tired and was ready to go for a good rest. But just then, a piece of data suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Linya. Physical energy, 0. 6. Mental power, 1. 2 inch. Yi Zihong froze for a moment before he could react to what was happening. Don't hear a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Ziheng, are you back? Linya's voice came in through the door. Yi Zihong glanced at the information sheet in front of him and closed him with a thought. Then he walked to the door to open it for Linya. The moment the door opened, Linya stood still and looked at Yi Zihong dumbfounded, and after seeing Yi Zihong unharmed, the color of worry on his face then disappeared, but tears began to well up in his eyes. Although Linya tried her best to hold back the tears from falling, Yi Zihong was not a little cutie. If he didn't even understand this, then he had lived these 10 years in vain. Yi Zihong didn't say anything and went forward to hug Linya's with one hand gently stroking her hair and letting her head rest against his. I'm sorry for making you worry, Yi Zihong said in a very gentle tone. He heard Linya's choked sobs and felt the sensation of his shirt being penetrated by Linya's tears, but he didn't say anything and just quietly stroked her hair. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Linya's choked sobs disappeared. She gently pushed away from Yi Zihong's embrace. Tear-stained face revealed a lovely blush. Police? They didn't do anything to you, right? Don't worry, that was self-defense on my part. It's not like I took the initiative to pick a fight with someone. It's fine, Yi Zihong said, a hint of a smile on his face. Then, what about the matter of you taking their money? Is that also fine? They won't sue you for extortion. The money, they gave it to me as moral damages. Really? How could I lie to you? Alright then, right, and, Linya still wanted to ask something more, when it was Yi Zihong who covered his mouth with one hand. Don't worry, everything has been settled. Seeing that Yi Zihong had already said so, Linya was not in a position to say anything else, and stood in place for half a day pondering, seemingly entangled in something. What's wrong? Yi Zihong asked. He always felt that Linya still had something to say. Have you not eaten dinner yet? Linya glanced at Yi Zihong and asked somewhat shyly. Yi Zihong was first stunned, then immediately reacted. I'm the only one in my house, and I've only just gotten back, so I don't have time to cook. Then why don't you go eat at my house? Linya said. Yi Zihong opened his mouth and prepared to politely refuse first, but then thought for a moment. This polite refusal in case he really messed up the opportunity. That would be a big loss, so he simply nodded. Then I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then I'll go down and prepare your dishes first. With that, he went down. Yi Zihong didn't rush down, but first went back to his room to take a look at Xiao Aoi, and seeing that she was still sleeping on her back, he gently closed the door behind him, then turned off the lights and ran downstairs. Chapter 72, Under the Starry Night. Yi Zihong finished his meal and was about to help Linya clean up with him, but Linya directly smiled and gave him a plate of stirred rice before telling him to go out and feed the cat. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't say anything, picked up the rice and went out to feed the cat. Just as he came out, Yi Zihong heard the system's voice in his head ring out again. Have dinner together. Experience value plus 5W. Raffle ticket plus 1. Yi Zihong froze for half a second. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Can you even add experience value like this? Placing the is and plates in his hands on the ground, all those stray cats then brainlessly ran over and started grabbing food. As for Yi Zihong, seeing that Linya hadn't come out yet, he directly opened the interface of the Grand Carousel and started the lottery, obtaining the elixir Heart Protecting Pill. Heart Protecting Elixir, a third-grade elixir that strengthens the strength of the internal organs. Third grade available. Needs to be combined with Liver Protecting Elixir, Spleen Protecting Elixir, Lung Protection Pill, Kidney Protection Pill. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong was instantly confused. Bullying people also do not take this bullying. To give him a pill to the third grade can only be used even so, but this also want to use with the other 4 pills is what the hell. Pit lousy, it is right. Yi Zihong is really helpless, but no matter how, it is also a third grade elixir. Cannot be wasted. First put it away. Then Yi Zihong once again spun the carousel, but the luck didn't seem to be very good. Once thank you for your patronage. Once 10W experience points. However, fortunately, the last time, Yi Zihong finally got lucky and directly spun the wheel to technique, and obtained a volume of the first grade spiritual power technique meditation. The system has begun updating. Estimated time 1 hour. Then, the Grand Carousel interface in front of Yi Zihong directly disappeared, and immediately afterward, Linya walked out. Is Aoi okay? Linya asked as she walked to Yi Zihong's side. It's okay, it's just that it's gotten lazy, and now it's still cowering up there sleeping and unwilling to come out. Yi Zihong lied. There was no way he could tell Linya about Xiao Aoi's seclusion, at least not right now. It involved too many things. It was still a bit too early to tell her. When did you become so powerful? Linya suddenly asked. Yi Zihong froze for a moment, suddenly not knowing how to answer. After a long silence, he revealed a small smile. Ha! I've always been very powerful. I just don't want to show it. Yi Zihong said and laughed dryly, but he glanced at Linya out of the corner of his eye, but found a hint of disappointment on her face. The smile on Yi Zihong's face gradually disappeared, and after a long time, he held Linya's hand and looked at her. Linya, there are some things I can't tell you right now. It's not that I don't trust you. It's really not possible. Linya smiled and shook her head. It's fine. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? After saying that, Linya then looked towards the distant starry sky and asked again. Zihong, are you sure you can get into City No? 1 middle school? Yi Zihong smiled gently. Don't worry, we have a deal. I'll be your boyfriend when I get into City No. 1 middle school. Linya nodded, revealing a hint of a smile. Then you have to work hard. If you break your promise, I won't let you off easily. After saying that, she smiled and twisted her head to look at Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong twisted his head to look at her. His cheeks slowly moved closer to Linya's, lips kissing lips, under this starry night. Chapter 73, First Grade Nianli Master. At 11:30 p.m., Yi Zihong stood outside alone, practicing the star forging technique while looking at his updated attribute panel with a hint of doubt on his face. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 95. 6, first grade high. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Feats, 3. Great achievement realm, 1000 out of 10. 000. Mental skill class, 7. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 570234. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Not only did the mental strength not rise in any way, but it also changed from 9 to 1. This was what puzzled Yi Zihong the most, but after the 1 was another Nian. Could it be some kind of spiritual power conversion method? Yi Zihong felt that this was a more normal explanation. Host breaks through to the rank of primary Nian master, gaining 50 W of experience value and 3 raffle tickets. Spiritual power system upgraded. A grand perfection level spiritual power skill can increase 1 point of Nianli value. Looking at this sentence, Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Nianli value. Could it be the new unit after the transformation of spiritual power? System, what is the use of this Nianli value? Yi Zihong asked. Nianli value is an evolved version of spiritual power. After having Nianli value, the host can become a true Nianli master. Nianli can be used to briefly control the minds of other creatures. The stronger the Nianli, the longer the control time will be. If the Nianli reaches a certain strength, it can even be used to set up formations, alchemy, refining weapons, etc. When Yi Zihong heard this, he was instantly confused, and it took half a day for him to come back to his senses, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Then how much Nianli value is needed to refine pills? Refining a first grade elixir requires Nianli value, 10 yen. Second grade elixir, 100 points. Third grade elixir, 1,000 points. And the same for array and weapon refining. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't know what to say for a moment. A mental power skill at the grand completion realm only added 1 point of nihility value, but he couldn't even raise his mental power skill to the grand completion realm at his current realm. Was that to say that he couldn't raise his nihility value at all? And even if he reached the second grade realm and the system allowed him to raise his skills to the consummate realm, so what? All that is up skills plus. His Nianli would be 8 points at most. There is still a small distance from the most basic 10 points yet. System, my experience value has reached 100 W. Is there any reward? Yi Zihong asked. His experience value had already reached a huge 50 W, and he had just been promoted to primary nihilist and gained another 50 W. His experience value had directly reached 100 W. The system was silent for a few seconds, but eventually gave a notice. The experience value has reached 100 W. In the future, the skill does not require any experience to be upgraded to the grand completion realm, but 1 W experience points are required to be upgraded from the grand completion realm to the perfection realm. Yi Zihong heard that he didn't need to use experience for his skill upgrades anymore, but the expression on his face didn't change much because his experience value of over 100 W was all for show when he put it away. It wouldn't be of much use, and it was useless except for upgrades, but since he can save a little, then save a little. It's nothing anyway. But Yi Zihong had just put a smile on his face when his mind suddenly spun, as if he had thought of something extraordinary. The experience value required for a skill to go from introduction to perfection was 999 points, And now although the system doesn't charge for introduction to completion anymore, the experience value required for introduction to completion is no longer collected. Although the system doesn't charge the experience value from introductory to completion, if he wants to upgrade his skills from completion to completion, he will have to pay 1 W points of experience value. So if you do the math, doesn't it mean that he has to lose 1 point of experience value for each skill? Chapter 74, A Blank Check. The next day, 1800 hours, Yi Ziheng's home. Because of Yang was broken leg by Yi Ziheng, today Yi Ziheng felt extraordinarily quiet in the classroom. From the morning to the afternoon, no one came to disturb himself the whole time. Until he went home after school, everything was so calm. As for Yang was news, Su Xianjing said that he was accidentally injured yesterday, so he didn't come today. When the people in the class heard this, they didn't say anything. It seemed extraordinarily calm. Not a single person spoke. Yi Ziheng didn't care. Anyway, he had already eliminated all the traces that should have been eliminated yesterday. If this was the case and they could still find him, the real murderer, then he really had no choice but to ask for the help of this person in front of him. Can you explain? Li Ruohai did in front of Yi Ziheng, his face full of helplessness. Yi Ziheng smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. I've become a primary nihility master. Li Ruohai wanted to say something and looked at Yi Ziheng not knowing what to say. After a long period of silence, Li Ruohai pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his own pants bag, pulled out a cigarette, and then lit it. At this moment, Li Ruohai was a mixture of sadness and joy. He was happy that Yi Ziheng had become a Nianli master, but also felt sad for himself at Yi Ziheng's incredible cultivation speed. A cigarette was quickly smoked out. Li Ruohai threw the butt to the ground and looked at Yi Ziheng. Brother Yi, are we friends? Yi Ziheng froze for a moment, not showing that he didn't expect Li Ruohai to ask him that. Yes, good. In that case, you are already a Nianli master, right? Yi Ziheng nodded. How about helping me refine a first-grade body strengthening pill? Yi Ziheng paused for a moment, reacting only after half a second, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Li, that one might have some problems. Don't worry, I'll pay for the materials, and I'll also give you a Yunling stone as payment, okay? Li Ruohai said, his face filled with sincerity, but Yi Ziheng still shook his head. Brother Li, you misunderstood. It's not that I'm not willing to help you. It's just that with my current strength, I simply can't refine pills. Even if I promise you now, I can only give you a blank check. I'm not sure when I'll honor it. When Li Ruohai heard this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face, but he still smiled bitterly and said, "Oh, it's me who was reckless." Hearing Li Ruohai say this, Yi Ziheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could finish exhaling on his side, Li Ruohai opened his mouth once again and said, "Then can you promise me first?" Yi Ziheng nodded helplessly. "Alright, but I have to state in advance that I myself don't have any certainty as to when exactly I will be able to refine a first-grade elixir. For a short period of 1 or 2 years, or for a lifetime." Seeing Yi Ziheng agree, Li Ruohai revealed a smile and nodded. "No harm, no foul. With Brother Ye's qualifications, it will only take 5 or 6 months to refine the elixir." Yi Ziheng laughed bitterly for a while, but didn't say anything else. "By the way, what realm has your cultivation reached?" Li Ruohai resumed his previous normality and looked at Yi Ziheng and asked. Yi Ziheng shrugged. "It's not bad. It feels like it's almost at the peak of the first grade." After a full night of cultivation last night, his physical ability had reached 97 points, and he was still 2 points short of 99. At most, it would only be a matter of a few nights. Chapter 75, One Piece of Body Refining. "Can Brother Yi take off his clothes?" Li Ruohai said. Yi Ziheng looked at Li Ruohai with wide eyes, his eyes filled with shock. "Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. I just want to see your body refining degree." "Degree of body refining?" Yi Ziheng asked with some doubt. "Brother Yi just entered the martial Dao realm not long ago. It's only natural that you don't understand these things, but since that's the case, then I'll explain it to Brother Yi in passing today." With that, Li Ruohai began to explain the many points of cultivation for Yi Ziheng. The martial Dao is divided into 9 grades, and cultivation is divided into 9 realms from the first grade to the 9th grade. Among them, the first grade is the weakest and the 9th grade is the strongest. The first to 3rd grades of the martial Dao are called the foundation establishment realm and are based on the cultivation of one's own body. The first grade refines the body, the 2nd grade hardens the bones, and the 3rd grade cleanses the organs. The first grade cultivates one's body, strengthens one's physique, and lays the foundation for one's future cultivation. The stronger one's body is, the easier it will be to cultivate in the future. The 2nd and 3rd grade are the same. After saying that, Li Ruohai looked towards Yi Ziheng, and the meaning within those eyes was simple, asking him to undress. Although Yi Ziheng felt more or less strange, he still took off his top. Under the shirt, Yi Ziheng revealed his not-so-strong upper body. The pants are also off. Yi Zihang grabbed a handful of his pants and narrowed his eyes at Li Ruohai. Li Ruohai was also helpless at this. The underwear doesn't need to be taken off, but the rest must be taken off, Li Ruohai said again, his tone not allowing for any questioning. Yi Zihang pondered for half a day, but finally gritted his teeth and took off his pants and shoes. But Yi Zihang's side of the clothes and pants had just come off, when Li Ruohai went up and pinched down Yi Zihang's thighs herself. Seeing this, Yi Zihang fiercely retreated backward, both eyes staring at Li Ruohai, his eyes filled with vigilance. I'm too weak to see it at a glance. I will let my breath seep in and check, Li Ruohai explained helplessly. Yi Zihang thought about it and finally covered the bottom and walked over. Looking at this action of Yi Zihang, Li Ruohai was also helpless. I'm a big man. It's hard not to be interested in you. Li Ruohai touched his hand to Yi Zihang's thigh, stayed for a few seconds, and then quickly put it on the other thigh, then both arms, then the back and chest, the abdomen and other places. Li Ruohai finally touched it for more than 2 minutes and finally nodded towards Yi Zihang. You can put your clothes on now. Once Yi Zihang heard this, he didn't say anything and directly pulled up his pants and put them on first, then spent a few more seconds putting his clothes on. How is Brother Li doing? Yi Zihang asked as he sat down beside Li Ruohai to return to normal after putting his clothes back on. Li Ruohai witnessed him, shook his head. Your lower body cultivation is basically almost done, but there are still some problems in some areas of your upper body. What should be done then? Yi Zihang asked. Li Ruohai pondered for a while and finally extended 2 fingers. 2 ways. Either a body strengthening pill that directly strengthens your body so that you at least enter the 2nd grade realm is not a problem. Either cultivate martial arts techniques that work on the upper half of your body, in conjunction with your kung fu. Running your kung fu while cultivating the martial arts techniques can further refine your physique. Yi Zihang nodded and finally turned his head to look at Li Ruohai. Brother Li, do you still have martial arts techniques for cultivating the upper body there? Chapter 76 Extreme Physique. There is a way, but there is no topography. Why don't I ask the clan to see if I can get you a few copies over? Li Ruohai said. Yi Zihang didn't refuse. Anyway, people had said it out loud, so why not just accept it? So he nodded and said, then I'll be grateful to Brother Li. Li Ruohai smiled gently and didn't say anything, taking out his cell phone and dialing the SEC senior management once again, then walked in towards the toilet. Yi Zihang tried to eavesdrop, but realized that he couldn't hear anything at all. The toilet was silent, and he didn't know if it was because their voices were too low, or if Li Ruohai had used some magic treasure to shield the sound. But since he didn't want to let himself hear it, then Yi Zihang didn't bother to listen to it anymore, and directly opened the big carousel and continued to start the lottery journey. Yi Zihang hadn't yet passed the 3 raffle tickets he obtained from last night's promotion to Primary Nihility Master. The carousel spun, and after 10 seconds, it stopped at the area of spiritual skills. Comprehend heart like a rock. Heart like a rock increases the host's power of determination, automatically ascending to the grand completion realm. Yi Zihang subconsciously opened the attribute interface and glanced at it. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 97, 1st grade high. Mental power, 1 yen, 1st grade. Feats, 3. Great achievement realm, 1000 out of 10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 110W. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. The experience value didn't become less. It seemed that the system didn't lie to him. All skills could be upgraded to the Deshang realm for free. Then Yi Zihang turned his gaze back to the big carousel and continued to draw. Gained experience value, 10W. Yi Zihang shook his head helplessly. Experience value. This thing should be one of the most useless things out there. Now it was up to 120W, but it was nothing more than just for show. Immediately afterward, Yi Zihang seemed to think of something and asked the system in a low voice. System, can I use experience value to raise my cultivation? Yes, but it requires the host to raise his body to 99. 9 in his physique to reach the ultimate physique before he can use 100W to upgrade. Ultimate physique? Yi Zihang froze for a moment. This physical ability 99. 9 he did understand. But what the hell is this limit physique? Completely unheard of. Ultimate physique, which means cultivating the physique to the highest limit achievable by humans. The system explained. Then how much am I still short of ultimate physique now? Yi Zihang asked again. The system was silent for a moment. The data about the ultimate physique has been transmitted to the attribute panel. The host can check his ultimate physique through the attribute panel. Yi Zihang's mind moved, and the attribute panel appeared in front of him once more. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 97, 1st grade high. Mental power, 1 yen, 1st grade. Extreme physical completion, 5%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. De Chang realm, 1000 out of 10. 000. Physical skill class, 8. De Chang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 120W. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Seeing this, Yi Zihong was instantly confused. A 5% ultimate physical completion degree seemed a bit low. Chapter 77 Body Refining Liquid. Forget it, it's better to wait until the physical ability reaches 99.9 and find a second grade technique to break through, Yi Zihong said. The limit of physical fitness thing he intended to directly ignore. After all, he had been practicing for so long, only 5% of the limit of physical fitness completion. To reach 100%, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. But Yi Zihong just said the words. The system's voice is once again in his mind. Please note that if the host does not reach the ultimate physique, the system will not allow the host to break through to the second grade realm. When the system said this, Yi Zihong was speechless. He should have known better than to mention this. But since the system had already said so, Yi Zihong had nothing to say. And with a wave of his hand, he closed the attribute panel and reopened the Grand Carousel. In the Grand Carousel, Yi Zihong still had one last raffle ticket left, so he activated the Grand Carousel. The carousel spun and finally stopped at the position of Elixir. Ka-ching! The door to the restroom opened, and Li Ruohai walked out with a smile on his face. Obtained a bottle of first grade refining. First grade refining, used for tempering the body. After using it, it can increase the ultimate physique completion by 10%. The system's voice rang out and a small white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Li Ruohai looked at the small porcelain bottle in Yi Zihong's hand, and both of his eyes narrowed into a slit. What is this? Li Ruohai asked. Yi Zihong looked at the refining in his hand and pondered for a while before finally planning to tell Li Ruohai. Just now the storage ring was unsealed for a small portion of time, and one of my master's thoughts was transmitted into my mind, saying that this vial of refining inside is for me to use to forge the ultimate physique. Hearing this, Li Ruohai was silent for a few seconds before turning around and walking towards the door. I still have some things to take care of, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, he directly opened the door. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hurriedly ran over to stop him. Brother Li, don't leave in a hurry. You don't need to stop. My mind is made up, Li Ruohai said. He really has been struck by Yi Zihong to the point of autism. This time he will not say anything to stay here again. In case Yi Zihong this little is pulling out something to stimulate him, he feels that he will 80% directly beat Yi Zihong and then rob him. What about martial arts? Yi Zihong asked in a very untimely manner. As soon as Li Ruohai heard this, his entire face instantly darkened. The whole time you stopped me just for those sets of martial arts. Right, it's too heartbreaking. Seeing Li Ruohai's expression of having eaten, Yi Zihong immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said again, Brother Li, I don't mean that. Don't misunderstand. At this moment, although Li Ruohai wanted to hit someone, but considering that Yi Zihong was a disciple of a real person, if he did, he was afraid that his future days would not be easy. Unable to do so, Li Ruohai could only hold back the anger in his heart and looked towards Yi Zihong and said, The martial skill sect will send someone over in a couple days. Farewell. After saying that, he also stopped talking and directly walked away. Yi Zihong watched Li Ruohai jogging all the way down the stairs and hurriedly ran out, poking his body out to look at Li Ruohai, who had already walked to the next floor, and shouted, Brother Li, I really don't mean that. Don't take it to heart. Li Ruohai didn't care about him and directly trotted all the way down the stairs. He felt that if he stayed with Yi Zihong any longer, he might really have to go autistic. Chapter 78 Completion Degree. After Li Ruohai left, Yi Zihong went to the toilet, filled up the bathtub with water, and then poured all the refining into the bathtub according to the usage tips, and stripped off his clothes and soaked in. Just soaked in. Yi Zihong can obviously feel a burning sensation, but this feeling in simple boiling water is a little different. He is more like soaking into the chilly water in general. Not long after, Yi Zihong's skin took on a layer of red color, but he gradually felt somewhat comfortable soaking. Immediately afterward, after soaking for another 5 or 6 minutes or so, Yi Zihong's skin began to emerge a layer of black sticky objects, which looked a bit disgusting. However, Yi Zihong was somewhat prepared for this situation beforehand. After all, he could often see similar plots in novels. Scraping the bones and washing the marrow, detoxifying the skin and so on. Is it normal? The black sticky liquid oozed out bit by bit. Yi Zihong felt an unprecedented sense of comfort coming through. His eyelids became a few points heavier. Everything in front of him started to become blurry, and once he closed his eyes, he fell asleep directly. Wow! Yi Zihong sat up from the bathtub. He frowned as he looked at this thin layer of black material attached above the water surface of the bathtub. He slowly stood up from the bathtub and looked at the black object attached to his body. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned the jets on again, drained the bathtub, and then took a good bath to rinse away the black sediment in the bathtub. When Yi Zihong got dressed and came out, the time had already reached 2000 hours. Yi Zihong went in and first went to his room to take a look at Xiao Aoi, ensuring that she was still in seclusion and that nothing had gone wrong before closing the door and going to the kitchen to cook himself a meal. Probably because he had become a first-grade martial artist, Yi Zihong's meal quantity had been reduced a lot in the past 2 days. Basically one meal could last the whole day, and he usually didn't have any hunger pangs. However, for some reason, Yi Zihong suddenly felt a little hungry now, and his stomach made a gurgling sound. Maybe it was because he had just used refining. Yi Zihong didn't bother to think too much about it. Anyway, if you're hungry, just eat. Putting the stuff into the microwave, Yi Zihong opened his attribute panel to check it out while waiting. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical power, 97, first grade high. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Extreme physical completion, 15%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000 out of 10. 000. Physical skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 120W. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. The completion level of extreme physique jumped from 5% at the beginning to 15%, an increase of 10 percentage points, which is considered a very good progress, but there still seems to be a considerable distance to reach 100%. System, other than soaking in refining, are there any other methods to enhance the extreme physical body? Cultivating the star forging technique at night can increase the ultimate physique completion degree by 1% in one night. The system immediately replied. A 1% increase in a day was not bad, but even so, it would take at least 3 months of hard work to reach 100%. 3 months? For Yi Zihong, it seemed more or less a bit long. His idea was to reach the second-grade martial artist around the time of the midterm exams, but now it seemed to be a bit of a stretch. Chapter 79, Aoi Awakens. In order to reach the ultimate physique as early as possible, Yi Zihong would run outside on time every night, and under the shower of stars in the sky, he would cultivate for a few hours until 2 a.m., and then go back to sleep for 4 hours, and then get up and go to school. On Thursday afternoon, when Yi Zihong returned home, the breath detection was automatically activated again, and a familiar line of text appeared in front of Yi Zihong. Beast pet, little Aoi. Grade, early first stage. Favorability, 97. Loyal, bloodline power, not activated. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hurriedly threw his school bag onto the sofa before walking into his room, and at a glance, he saw Xiao Aoi, who was obediently sitting on the bed playing with a wool ball. When little Aoi saw Yi Zihong open the door, she turned her head to look at him, and then gave a meow. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The favorability was already so high, so it still looked like it was being ignored? Yi Zihong was helpless. Originally, he thought that Xiao Aoi had not seen him for 4 days, should miss him, maybe after opening the door is directly run over to hug himself. But how is it so different from what he thought? But think about the previous Xiao Aoi, once someone close to the direct scratching, biting, now at least willing to let himself touch, is also considered good. At this time, Yi Zihong saw Xiao Aoi turn around once again, then got up and leaped off the bed, walking to Yi Zihong's side. Meow, little Aoi called out, but Yi Zihong didn't know the beast language either. So he didn't know what little Aoi was going to do just by calling him. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihong saw Xiao Aoi's dry and shriveled stomach and immediately reacted. Hungry? Aoi nodded. Yi Zihong smiled gently, then turned around and went out to cook for Xiao Aoi. Aoi, on the other hand, followed him out of the room and jumped onto the sofa to wait for Yi Zihong. Half an hour passed, and Yi Zihong walked over to Xiao Aoi with the meal in his hands, placing it directly in front of him. Xiao Aoi looked like he was starving as well, and opened his mouth and began to eat the meal in large gulps. Yi Zihong looked at Xiao Aoi, but suddenly smelled a strange odor. Stinky, smelling a bit disgusting. Yi Zihong cast his gaze onto Xiao Aoi's body. Needless to say, this odor was definitely coming from Xiao Aoi's body. However, Xiao Aoi was still eating now, and Yi Zihong didn't want to disturb him, so he simply waited until the moment he finished eating, and without saying a word, he directly picked up and grabbed him in the toilet. Xiao Aoi didn't know that Yi Zihong wanted to carry her there at first, but when he saw Yi Zihong start to fill up the bathtub with water, he instantly reacted. He began to struggle desperately, but Xiao Aoi's strength was never as strong as Yi Zihong's, and no matter how much he struggled, he ended up being put into the bathtub by Yi Zihong and took a good bath. After the bath, Yi Zihong saw that the sun was still outside, so he took Xiao Aoi outside to bask in the sun. However, Xiao Aoi didn't seem to have the intention to get down, and kept hugging Yi Zihong's head and not coming down, which made Yi Zihong helpless as well. While basking in the sun, Yi Zihong suddenly heard a sound of a car. Turning his head to look in the direction of the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw that familiar black commercial car parked there. The door opened, and Li Ruohai and another man jumped down from the car. Chapter 80, Lu Jiang. Li Ruohai led the way to Yi Zihang's side, and Yi Zihang took little Aoi off his head and cradled her in his arms. Brother Yi, let me introduce. This is my heavenly star sex elder, Lu Jiang. Elder Lu Jiang. This is the true disciple I once mentioned before, Yi Zihang. Seeing this, Yi Zihang revealed a smile and extended his hand to Lu Jiang, but Lu Jiang glanced at him, disdain written all over his face. Ha, just a thug who relies on resources to pile up his strength. Lu Jiang opened his mouth, his tone sounding unfriendly, as if he had a problem with Yi Zihang. The smile on Yi Zihang's face froze, and after a long time, he retracted his hand. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Li Ruohai quickly stepped forward to ease the situation. Brother Yi, Elder Lu didn't mean it that way. Don't mind it. No, that's what I meant, Lu Jiang said, both eyes staring straight at Yi Zihang as he spoke, his eyes filled with ill will. Li Ruohai also didn't know what to say when he saw that things had gotten so stagnant all of a sudden. He hadn't expected things to go in such a direction at all. First-rank cat demon. Lu Jiang suddenly opened his mouth and said, his eyes slid onto Xiaoao in Yi Zihang's arms, and then moved closer towards Yi Zihang. Yi Zihang originally wanted to back away, but was to find a powerful aura suddenly sweeping over him, pinning him dead in place. Lu Jiang looked down at little Aoi, a greedy look in his eyes that he did not conceal in the slightest. What a cute kitten. Saying this, his face moved a few more points closer to little Aoi in Yi Zihang's arms. Right at this moment, little Aoi suddenly moved. The fur on her body suddenly exploded, and with a violent wave of her claws, she grabbed onto Lu Jiang's face. Hiss! Lu Jiang fiercely raised his head, but his face had a few more blood-red blood marks, obviously scratched by little Aoi. Xiao Aoi, on the other hand, maintained an angry stance as she looked at Lu Jiang. Good, you sinful animal, even dare to hit me, see me cloth clean you up. After saying that, he fiercely reached out and grabbed Xiaoao in Yi Zihang's arms. When Yi Zihang saw this scene, he didn't care about Lu Jiang's powerful pressure, and fiercely used both of his arms to protect little Aoi in his arms. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Jiang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile as he halfway transformed his palm into a fist and blasted his fist on top of Yi Zihang's arm bones. LOL day. Yi Zihang's bones were directly broken by the punch, letting out a crisp ringing sound, and then he collapsed onto the ground as a whole. Intense pain coming from the broken hand bone, causing Yi Zihang to grimace in pain. Elder Lu, Li Ruohai shouted, the anger on his face undisguised. He had felt that things were a bit off when Lu Jiang had started provoking Yi Zihang, but he had never said anything due to the other party's status. But now, Lu Jiang had directly exerted pressure on Yi Zihang, and had even struck out at Yi Zihang, which was really going too far. He didn't know why the always amiable and gracious Elder Lu would suddenly become like this, but no matter what the reason was, Elder Lu had gone too far. Please don't go too far, Li Ruohai said with anger. Once Lu Jiang heard this, but he spread his hands and smiled, saying, how can you blame me for this? Didn't you see it? It was his beast pet that started it. I just wanted to teach his beast pet a lesson. Who knew he was so stupid that he blocked it himself? But the beast pet not being taught well is also his fault as a master. Does it seem reasonable for me to hit him? You say so. After saying that, a cold smile appeared on Lu Jiang's face. Chapter 81, Getting Stronger. Li Ruohai's heart was holding a ball of anger. Others were not sure why the beast pet attacked Lu Jiang, but he knew exactly why. Lu Jiang is a 4th grade martial artist. After entering the 4th grade, martial artists began to cultivate true qi. 1st grade realm martial artists are generally very difficult to find the existence of true qi. If Li Ruohai is not wrong, Lu Jiang just now may be using true qi to attack Aoi, and then prompted Aoi to attack. If Li Ruohai's guess is correct, Lu Jiang might have just used his true qi to attack Aoi, and then prompted Aoi to attack him, so that he would have a reason to take Aoi away from him. But what he did not expect was that Yi Zihang would give up his life to save Xiaoao despite the oppression, and that was why he shot out to injure Yi Zihang. Although his heart had already deduced the whole thing roughly, Li Ruohai didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was only a 1st grade realm martial artist. He couldn't even touch the true qi, and there was no evidence. So what could he do to question others? Elder Lu, I still hope that you don't forget the purpose of the sect leader asking you to come here. Li Ruohai held back the anger in his heart and said, although he was very angry, now was definitely not the time to get angry. Lu Jiang glanced at him and slowly pulled out 2 blue books from his arms. I also ask Elder Lu to follow the order of the sect leader and give the martial arts to Brother Yi. Li Ruohai directly lifted out the Heavenly Star sect master, wanting to use this to oppress him. However, Lu Jiang revealed an evil smile. I will naturally give him the martial skill, but what about this injury on my face? You have to make him compensate me with something. Yi Ziheng, who was lying on the ground, heard these words and only felt that there was a rage held in his heart with nowhere to vent it. First, he badmouthed himself. Then he used a secret technique to control himself so that he couldn't move. Then he angered Xiao Aoi. Then he let Xiao Aoi scratch his face and then injure him when it was clear that he could dodge it. And now he was even looking for him to compensate. Getting stronger. This was the only thought in Yi Ziheng's mind. And it was also the first time that he didn't already say these two words to himself with a dispensable mindset. Previously, he had always held a novelty attitude towards upgrading, wanting to see what he would get after advancing to the second grade realm, wanting to see if there were any other fun features. But now, he felt powerless. In front of true power, he looked so fragile and humble. He didn't even have the qualification to move. Others wanted to take away his things, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. Yi Ziheng was sure that if it wasn't for his identity as a true disciple, he would have suffered more than just a few injuries. He wanted to become stronger, stronger than Lu Jiang, stronger than everyone, so strong that no one could insult him like this. Anger was written all over Yi Ziheng's face as he endured the pain and gritted his teeth as he climbed up from the ground. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on the face of Lu Jiang, who was on the side, but this smile quickly disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile filled with playfulness. Ha, but there is still some backbone. With that, he flung his hand and attached a strand of true chi to the two martial arts in his hand, striking Yi Ziheng's body. Bang! The two martial arts techniques hit Yi Ziheng's body heavily, and immediately after the strand of true chi attached to the two martial arts techniques drilled into Yi Ziheng's body, a mouthful of black blood gushed out directly from Yi Ziheng's mouth. When Li Ruohai saw this scene, his fist clenched and he wanted to say something, but he saw Lu Jiang suddenly turn around and walk towards the direction of the black commercial vehicle at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chapter 82, Too Peaceful. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect things to turn out this way, Li Ruohai said with an apologetic face. Yi Ziheng covered his chest with one hand, his face not looking very good. Hey, we should go, not far away, Lu Jiang shouted. Li Ruohai glanced at Lu Jiang, his teeth itching with anger, his fists clenched tightly making a cackling sound. Brother Li, Yi Ziheng suddenly spoke. Li Ruohai hurriedly squatted down, wanting to help Yi Ziheng up, but was rejected by Yi Ziheng. I'm fine, you go first, I can take care of myself, Yi Ziheng said. Seeing this, Li Ruohai was a little hesitant, but hearing the shouting once again from the road ginger not far away, he could only apologize to Yi Ziheng and then walked over. Seeing Li Ruohai walk to the entrance of the neighborhood and get into the car with Lu Jiang, only then did Yi Ziheng endure the pain and stand up from the ground. Meow. Little Aoi walked over to his side and licked his arm that was lightly propped up on the ground, looking towards the slowly moving away commercial vehicle with a hint of anger on her face. Let's go back, Yi Ziheng said, gently picking up Aoi, but the broken bones in his hand would still give him a stabbing pain. However, fortunately, Yi Ziheng had taken a bone-hardening dand before. His bones were already different from normal people. The repair speed was very fast, and the injury this time didn't seem to be very serious. At least the hand could still move a little. If nothing happens, 3 to 5 days' time will be able to roughly recover well. Yi Ziheng looked at the two martial arts techniques that fell in front of him, pondered for half a second, and finally reached out and took the two martial arts techniques over. Host comprehends Iron Head skill. Host has realized Iron Sand Palm, automatically ascended to the Grand Completion realm. Physical ability has reached its peak value. Yi Ziheng opened the attribute panel with a thought. Host, Yi Ziheng. Physical energy, 99. 9. Peak first grade. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Extreme physical completion, 20%. Feats, 3. Grand Completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 135W. Comprehensive assessment, beginner to the martial way. Yi Ziheng looked at the data in front of him, pondered for a while, and finally threw the 2 volumes of martial skills into his storage ring, and then walked back with little Aoi in his arms. In the black commercial car, Li Ruohai drove the car while Lu Jiang was leaning on the passenger side with his eyes closed and a smile on his face. Both of them didn't speak to each other and the atmosphere appeared a bit cold. What? Still angry with me? After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jiang opened his mouth and asked. Li Ruohai, who was on the side, froze for a moment and looked at the co-pilot, Lu Jiang, and realized that he was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Li Ruohai looked at the kind smile on Lu Jiang's face and felt that the person in front of him seemed to be not the same person at all as the person who had faced Yi Ziheng before. Suddenly, Li Ruohai seemed to have realized something and asked with a hint of doubt, there was a reason why you did that before, wasn't there? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jiang's face as he looked out the window at the vehicles coming and going, and after half a second, he slowly replied, Everything here is too peaceful. So peaceful that people are on the verge of forgetting to fight. So peaceful that even martial artists are on the verge of forgetting what being a martial artist is all about. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh lightly, and then continued. Martial artists should fight. Martial artists should be strong. Chapter 83, Blessed by the Trouble. Martial artists should fight. But look at that Yi Zihang. Does he have any desire to become powerful? Lu Jiang asked Li Ruohai Dao. When Li Ruohai heard this, he opened his mouth but was unable to say a word in half a day. Did Yi Zihang have any desire to become stronger? It didn't seem like it. He was more curious about cultivation enhancement than a true desire. There are things that if they become useless in your hands, then you won't value him anymore. His life is still too comfortable, and power is all considered dispensable to him. But in order to enter the martial arts realm, he has to start valuing power again. Hearing these words from Lu Jiang, Li Ruohai vaguely understood something, but on second thought he felt that something was wrong. But these things wait until he enters the martial arts world will naturally slowly understand. And why rush this moment? After Lu Jiang heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at Li Ruohai. It's better to suffer at the hands of one's own people than to suffer outside. Besides, this is a disciple of a real person. There are not many chances to be able to teach him a lesson so openly and honestly. If you don't teach him a lesson now, when one day his strength exceeds your own, or his master shows up, then you won't have a chance in the future. Having taught a disciple of a real person a lesson, this is doubly honorable to say. As Lu Jiang spoke, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. That happy look was as if his wife had just given him a big fat kid. Li Ruohai looked at Lu Jiang with a helpless face. This old codger, all 50 years old, how can he still like you to do these things? Also don't know why in the end Tianqing sect sent Lu Jiang down. But you seem to have hit a little too hard this time. Right, directly broke someone's hand bone, not to mention, also beat them to vomit blood, Li Ruohai said. He felt that even if it was to inspire Yi Zihang's fighting spirit to become stronger, this was still a bit too much. In case Yi Zihang took what Lu Jiang did to him as true, wouldn't it be troublesome in the future? However, Lu Jiang shook his head and replied with a smile. Don't worry, the times I hit him before, although they seemed heavy, they weren't. The reason why I had to break his hand bones, in order for him to be able to better cultivate the martial arts skill I gave him. Iron sand palm. First I cracked his hand bones, and then through the martial arts skill as a carrier, I injected a strand of my true chi into his body to help him soothe his meridians and bones to strengthen his physique. And then finally, the true chi flowed into his hand bones and helped him to strengthen his hand bones. As for beating and spitting out blood, can't you see that all that spit out blood is black? That's useless impurities in his body. That blood spitting out instead is for his own good. After listening to Lu Jiang's explanation, Li Ruohai was somewhat admiring him, not realizing that the few blows that seemed to casually hit the past were so carefully calculated. It was really convincing. However, very quickly, Li Ruohai realized another problem, looked at Lu Jiang and opened his mouth to ask, but are you sure that he can realize that you are helping him? What if he feels that you are simply trying to insult him? Lu Jiang smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, he's a disciple of a real person. Even if his cultivation is not high now, he definitely still has some knowledge about cultivation, so he'll be able to understand it with just a little bit of pondering. Li Ruohai heard this but couldn't help but be silent. If he didn't remember wrongly, Yi Zihang had taught himself all the cultivation basics right. After a little thought, I'm afraid Yi Zihang would be even more sure that this was Lu Jiang's insult to him, right? Yi Zihang stood at home looking at the attribute panel in front of him. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 99. 9. Peak first grade. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Extreme physical completion, 30%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 135W. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. I didn't expect that I was hit by Lu Jiang a few times, since I was blessed with a 10% increase in ultimate physical completion due to misfortune. I'm afraid that even Lu Jiang himself didn't expect it. Yi Zihang said, a hint of a smile on his face. Chapter 84, Warm Jade. The following afternoon, Yi Zihang had just returned home from school when he saw Li Ruohai at the entrance of his house. Brother Li, why are you here? When Li Ruohai saw that Yi Zihang had returned, he quickly grabbed him by the shoulders, and without waiting for him to say anything else, he told Yi Zihang about yesterday's events from beginning to end. Yi Zihang was obviously a bit shocked after hearing this, not realizing that yesterday, Lu Jiang's badgering and striking at his own party was actually meant to ignite his own pursuit and desire for power. But thinking about it carefully, he was at least a 4th grade martial artist. If he really wanted to hurt himself, in fact, if he casually punched over, he could probably kill himself directly, rather than letting himself suffer some minor injuries, especially after spitting out that blood yesterday. Yi Zihong clearly felt that his breathing had become a lot more comfortable. Then, Yi Zihong invited Li Ruohai to come inside and sit down, but Li Ruohai directly refused and revealed a look of fear, as if there was something bad in Yi Zihong's house. Seeing this, Yi Zihong could not say anything else. Li Ruohai didn't stay any longer, but before he left, he handed Yi Zihong a piece of turquoise jade and told him, "This kind of jade is called warm jade, has the function of warming the body, below the 3rd grade, including the 3rd grade of martial artists can use him to cultivate, and the effect is very good, is the road ginger let him send over." The moment Yi Zihong received the warm jade, he felt the power contained within it flowing unceasingly. He looked at the warm jade in his hand, his eyes as if he was looking at a curvaceous beauty. "Alright, if there's nothing else I'll leave first." Li Ruohai said that he was about to leave, but Yi Zihong was quick to reach out and pull him back. "Is there anything else? Brother Li, can this warm jade be bought at the place where the stones are gambled?" Li Ruohai was first stunned when he heard this, then he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "How to say? There is a chance, but it's usually very rare, about 1 in 10,000. Yi Zihong directly fell silent once he heard this probability. "Alright, I won't say much else, let's go first ah." After saying that, he walked down the stairs. Yi Zihong looked at the warm jade in his hand, feeling the power inside, while thinking about how to pick out the warm jade in the gambling hall. After thinking for a while, Yi Zihong went into the room, found a few small things, wrapped up the warm jade, and then tried to feel the power that came out of it, but there was no feeling, not even a trace of power. Yi Zihong helplessly put the warm jade and the things on it to one side, with a disappointed look on his face. Just such a small thing could isolate his feeling towards the warm jade, let alone a layer of stone. Yi Zihong lay on the sofa, helplessness written all over his face, but just then, he seemed to remember something and sat up violently. "System, can the breath detection detect the power emitted by the warm jade?" Yi Zihong asked. The system did not answer his question and directly turned on the breath detection, and immediately after, Yi Zihong felt a familiar scent coming through, and that scent belonged to the warm jade. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, a smile of joy appeared on his face. It just so happened that tomorrow was Saturday, so he could go to the gambling casino and become a gambling god. Chapter 85, 14 percentage points. Yi Zihong held the warm jade in his hands. The system silently helped him run his gong method, and the power in the warm jade began to seep into Yi Zihong's hands, and finally flowed into his body. Ultimate physique reaches 32%. Ultimate physique reaches 33%. Ultimate physique reaches 34%. Yi Zihong's mind was constantly filled with the system's voice, and when Yi Zihong heard the voice, he hastily stopped running his gongfu and opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 99. 9. Peak 1st grade. Mental power, 1 yen, 1st grade. Extreme physical completion, 34%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 140W. Comprehensive assessment, beginning martial way. Seeing that his ultimate physique had risen by 3 percentage points all of a sudden, Yi Zihong was also taken aback and looked at his attribute panel with a dumbfounded expression, surprised for a long time before reacting. Then, Yi Zihong turned his gaze to the warm jade in his hand, feeling the power inside. The power within the warm jade had obviously weakened quite a bit, and he could feel that the power flowing within had become significantly weaker. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihong decided to continue his cultivation and use up the power in this piece of warm jade to see to what realm he could cultivate his physique. After another 2 to 3 minutes, the original turquoise warm jade in Yi Zihong's hand had already turned into a light green color, and the power inside had already been fully absorbed by Yi Zihong, with not a single trace left. And Yi Zihong's ultimate physique had also reached 45% from 34%. Before and after, it had increased by a total of 14 percentage points, which was equivalent to the result of Yi Zihong's hard work in practicing for 14 nights. Looking at the soaring ultimate physique on the attribute panel, Yi Zihong was both happy and sad. Although this warm jade increased the ultimate physique by a lot, he only had one piece of it, and when it ran out, it was gone. Yi Zihong recalled what he had asked Li Ruohai earlier, that there was a possibility that warm jade could be found in the place where the stones were gambled, but the chances were somewhat small, so small that it was only 1 in 10,000. However, if Yi Zihong had breath detection, he could directly use this skill to detect all the stones in the quarry, and he should be able to find a few pieces by then, together with the 8,000 or so dollars he had as capital. It shouldn't be a problem to buy a few pieces, but immediately afterward, Yi Zihong thought of Linya and wondered if he should bring him along. However, This idea ended up only flickering in Yi Zihang's mind, and was then rejected by Yi Zihang himself. The stone quarry was not a night market, and he might still encounter martial artists who went there to buy warm jade with the same mentality as himself. So if something happened at that time, Yi Zihang did not have much certainty that he could protect Linya. The reason why he was able to save Linya in the night market before was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough, and the big man didn't think he was much of a threat. And now that he was already at the peak of the first grade realm, if Linya was being threatened as a hostage, he might not even be able to get close to the person's side. So for safety's sake, it was better not to take Linya there. Chapter 86 Gambling on Stones. The next morning, Yi Zihang climbed out of bed early in the morning, then washed his face and went out at dawn. Yi Zihang opened his cell phone, and quickly found the nearest gambling stone farm in the map navigation, 5 kilometers away from their community, Huangjiang Jadestone Farm. Originally, Yi Zihang was planning to take a taxi there, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. 5 kilometers, just more than 5,000 meters of distance, to Yi Zihang's speed, about 10 minutes can run over, but also can exercise their own physical fitness. Why not? 15 minutes later, Yi Zihang came to the gate of Huangjiang Jadestones, gasping for breath and looking inside. Probably because Yi Zihang came too early. At this time the casino is not many people. Looks like a total of only 50 or 60 people. Yi Zihang walked in and looked at a jade stall next to him, which had a dozen or so stones of different sizes on it, with numbers ranging from 50 to 500 written on them with a black marker. Watching the stall was an old man in his 60s or 70s, his temples graying, his face covered in wrinkles, and a hint of a kind smile on his face. Is the young man here to buy jade, or to gamble? The old man asked with a smile on his face. Yi Zihang glanced at the old man and didn't have the intention of hiding anything, saying very directly, to gamble on stones. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded, but it was with a thoughtful expression. Young man, don't think the old man I'm annoying, but some words I still want to advise you. Gambling this thing, a knife rich, a knife poor, if you come to play also even if, but don't take it seriously, see the good, not good also don't die. This is something that has caused a lot of people's families to die, said the old man could not help but sigh. Seems a little melancholy. Grandpa, you don't worry. I just have nothing to do, casually come to play, just absolutely will not get broken family. Yi Zihang laughed. Getting rich by gambling on stones. He didn't have this idea. The old man looked at Yi Zihang and smiled, but did not say anything more. A 15 or 16-year-old child who had nothing to do to play at the gambling stone quarry. He had never heard of it. Yi Zihang took a look at the raw jade on the old man's stall, but after all, it was a mortal eye, could not see anything at all, and could only use the breath detection to try. As soon as the breath detection was turned on, Yi Zihang sensed a slightly familiar breath slowly coming over, which seemed to be the unique breath of warm jade. Yi Zihang turned his head sharply to look at the jade stones on the old man's stall, and then touched them one by one. When the old man saw Yi Zihang's behavior, a faint smile appeared on his face. Each piece of jade raw stone was picked up and simply touched, but did not properly look at it. This look was a novice gambler. However, the old man is not saying anything. He has already said all that should be said. As for whether to listen, buy or not, that is Yi Zihang's own thing. Yi Zihang touched the jade stone one after another. Finally, when he touched the seventh piece, the breath became stronger, although not very strong, but Yi Zihang could obviously feel that this piece of jade stone is different. Yi Zihang glanced at the number of that character written with a black marker on the jade in his hand. 70. A faint smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face as he directly pulled out a large red banknote from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Chapter 87, Second Grade Boss. Grandpa, I want this piece. Yi Zihang held a fist-sized jade raw stone in his hand with one hand, and handed out the $100 bill towards the grandpa with the other. The old man glanced at him and shook his head with a faint smile, but nonetheless took the $100 bill in Yi Zihang's hand. Although he didn't want to see a child like Yi Zihang come to this kind of place at such a young age, he had already persuaded what he needed to persuade, and he wasn't Yi Zihang's anyone, just a passerby. His heart may be considered kind, but he is also a human being. Also need to eat. Why should he drive away the business that comes to his door? Why should he let his own children starve for the mistakes of other people's children? So the old man laughed softly and took Yi Zihang's money and gave him change for 30. Yi Zihang held the raw jade stone in his hand, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He himself obviously did not expect that he would receive a piece of warm jade just after entering the quarry today. However, according to the breath of the emanation, this jade in the raw stone of the warm jade block should not be very large. Even if it is large, the power stored inside should also be very small. May not be as much as yesterday's piece of 1/3. However, no matter what, this was the first piece of warm jade that he had found after coming in today, and it was a good start. Yi Zihong put the raw stone into his pocket, and then proceeded to walk towards the inside of the Huangjian Jade Yard. While walking towards the inside of the Yellow River Jade Yard, Yi Zihong used his breath detection to pay attention to the surrounding gambling stalls, wanting to see if he could find another piece of warm jade in these gambling stalls. However, Yi Zihong's luck seemed to have just run out at the entrance, and after 2 hours of wandering around, he was unable to find another piece of warm jade in half of the gambling halls. Yi Zihong remembered what Li Ruohai said yesterday: if you want to find a warm jade in the quarry, there is a chance, but only a 1 in 10,000 chance. From just now until now, Yi Zihong's breath detection had swept through how many jade stones? At least 30, 000 to 40, 000 of them, but the only warm jade that he found was the one he came in with at the beginning. Yi Zihong couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't give up on it and continued to walk towards other gambling stalls that he hadn't been to before. After 6 or 7 minutes, finally Yi Zihong was in front of a door store and once again felt that familiar aura, and not just one, but 3. Yi Zihong froze for a moment and turned his head to look inside the door store. It was a small store, not very large, but much better and more formal than the others that were set up outside and looked like a small ground stall. Yi Zihong pondered for a while and finally walked inside the store. Not long after walking inside the store, Yi Zihong saw a middle-aged man with a kind face slowly walk out with a hint of a smile on his face, and at the same time, there was a sudden flash in front of Yi Zihong's eyes, followed by the appearance of an information bar. Name: Physical strength, 113. Mental strength, 9. 4. Cultivation, 2nd grade beginning stage. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment, looking at that boss with a subsequent change in his eyes, and that middle-aged boss seemed to have noticed something as well, looking at Yi Zihong with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but immediately after, he hid his surprise and revealed a smile. Chapter 88, Scattered Cultivators. My humble self, Chen Zizai. I wonder what my young friend's business is here, that boss asked with a smile and a kind face. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hurriedly said, late generation Yi Zihong, came here to try my luck, wanting to see if I can buy some warm jade. Yi Zihong said. He did not intend to hide his purpose, as he felt that it was impossible for a 2nd grade realm martial artist to say that he did not even know what warm jade was. Chen Zizi heard this, and with a hint of a smile on his face, he nodded and added, then little friendie is now planning to try his luck within my store. Yi Zihong nodded. Then little friend will come in and take a look. With that, Chen Zizai led Yi Zihong into the interior of the store. The raw jade stones inside the store were much more than those on the stalls outside, and of course, they were also much more expensive. There were a total of 500 pieces of large and small, and the price tag of each piece of raw stone was 500 to start with, and the highest one even had 5. 6W. Yi Zihong can feel. He felt before the 3 strands of power. There are 2 hidden in these jade in the original stone. As for the other one, is in Chen Zi in the body. Think as Chen Zi in their own used to cultivate it. However, to be able to get 2 pieces of warm jade at once was also considered very good. Yi Zihong picked up the jade stones one by one, and then observed them before putting them down, with each stone remaining in his hand for less than 10 seconds. I see that young friend Yi has an extraordinary aura. At a young age, he has already reached the peak of the 1st grade realm. I think he is also from a major sect. Chen Zizi, who was on the side, watched Yi Zihong's maneuver of selecting the raw stones while he opened his mouth to ask. Yi Zihong didn't take this too much to heart and just took it as a few polite words, but there were some things that one couldn't just casually tell others. Senior is joking. I am not from any major sect. In fact, at best, I can be considered a casual cultivator, only that I have gained some chance. Yi Zihong said as he picked up a piece of raw stone the size of one finger and looked at it for a few moments. But what Yi Zihong didn't notice was that when he said that he was a casual cultivator and had gained some chance, a touch of essence crossed Chen Zizi's eyes, just like a jackal that had been starving for a long time seeing a piece of tasty meat. Only this touch of essence in Chen Zizi's eyes was only a flash and quickly disappeared. Yi Zihong didn't even notice it. Oh, not a sect disciple, but it's good. The sect has too many rules and regulations, too much constraints. Scattered cultivators, on the contrary, a little more free and easy, Chen Zizi said. Yi Zihong nodded his head while picking up a piece of apple-sized raw stone, and obviously felt the silk power coming from inside. If not unexpected, there should be warm jade inside, and the power in it is by no means lower than the piece that Li Ruohai gave himself yesterday. Yi Zihong took another look at the number 1200 written on it with a black marker. It didn't seem to be very expensive, so Yi Zihong held this stone in his hand and reached out his other hand to touch the other raw stones. While touching, he didn't forget to chat with Chen Zizi. Senior, are you also a casual cultivator? Chen Zizi nodded, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sort of, at least for now. Chapter 89 Cutting the Raw Stone. Yi Ziheng heard the meaning in Chen Zi's words and paused in his hands for a moment before turning his head to look at Chen Zi's eye again. Senior used to be a disciple of the sect? Yi Ziheng asked, putting down the raw stone in his hand before picking up another raw stone. Chen Zizi nodded with a light smile. Well, but has been expelled from the sect for many years. Why were you expelled from the clan? Yi Ziheng once again picked up a raw stone. Offended some people who shouldn't have been offended, so they were expelled. Saying this, he looked at Yi Ziheng and added, how did you get to pick the raw stone? Yi Ziheng froze for a moment, smiled and said, I just picked out a piece, and I'm going to pick out a few more to try. As he was saying this, a familiar feeling once again came from the raw stone that Yi Ziheng was touching. Another piece of warm jade had been found. Yi Ziheng looked at the raw stone. 500. This piece was only a third of the size of the one found earlier, and the aura was obviously not strong enough, but it was still not bad. At least it was better than the one found in the morning. Although he had already found 2 pieces of raw stone, Yi Ziheng didn't stop there. Not that he felt that the breath detection would be inaccurate, and wanted to touch them one by one to try again. It's just that if he only picks these 2 pieces, and then these 2 pieces are open warm jade, then it may attract the attention of others, or just randomly pick a few pieces of general good, so as not to be targeted. Especially similar to Chen Ziji, this kind of deep-seated martial artist. It's not that Yi Ziheng thinks Chen Zizai is a bad person. It's just that the value of the warm jade seems to be a bit high, and buying 2 pieces and opening up 2 pieces. This is not clearly telling others that you have the means to find out the warm jade, and then by the time the other martial artists turn up, the warm jade is not a good thing. When the time comes, it won't be fun to be turned around by other martial artists as a warm jade identifier. So Yi Ziheng picked another 5 or 6 pieces of jade that weren't very expensive. Just these, Yi Ziheng said, clutching the jades in his hands. Chen Zizi glanced at the jade raw stones in Yi Ziheng's hands, a total of 8, and with a blink of his eyes, he worked out the price, a total of 3,100. For the sake of being a fellow traveler, don't bother with that $100, just give it to 3,000, Chen Zizi said. Seeing this, Yi Ziheng said thank you senior, then took out his cell phone and paid. After paying the money, Yi Ziheng casually glanced at the screen of his cell phone, and the time on it already showed 13:30. It had already been 5 hours. Yi Ziheng thought to himself, why don't we just leave it here today, and wait for tomorrow, or simply come back next week after the physical education midterm? Little Frenchie, how about casually cutting the raw stone right here? Chen Zizi said. Yi Ziheng heard this but didn't feel too surprised because he had already expected this situation before. After all, like his age people, alone to the gambling field to buy jade, will certainly cause some people's attention. Those who do not know the truth of the most will casually join in the fun and laugh a couple of times. But like Chen Zizhong, this kind of the same martial arts world of martial artists is really not good to fool. He knows how small the chances of warm jade appearing in the gambling field, and also knows that you do not have some certainty that will be the case is not a person to come to the gambling field to buy warm jade, even if you are really just holding a playful mentality to come over. He also has to buy you to buy a gambling stone cut, and then a piece of a piece to see clearly, and then a piece of a piece to see clearly, then one by one to see clearly. In let you go, nothing else, is to see if you can open the real warm jade too. If you can, he will be jealous, harboring a grudge against you, and may even directly take action to rob you. But if you can't open out, then all will be happy. At least it can prove that you and he are as unlucky, and there is no hand can be seen in any of the warm jade treasures. Chapter 90, The Gathering of the Strong. Fine, but I want to buy a few raw stones before opening them together, Yi Ziheng said. Once Chen Zizi heard this, he nodded. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, but he opened his mouth and said, good, it just so happens that I have nothing to do, so it's fine to accompany you out to buy a few pieces of raw stone. After saying that, he turned his head and called out to the house, and a man around 20 years old came out to help him watch over the store. Yi Ziheng was also quite helpless about this. To put it bluntly, wasn't this Chen Zizi just trying to watch over him a bit, lest he accidentally run away? However, if Chen Zizhong was really indifferent to this, Yi Ziheng might really choose to directly run home. Anyway, he has already found 3 pieces of warm jade. It is not a problem to come back in a few days to look for it. But now, with Chen Zi following beside him like this, he didn't have the heart to go back. After thinking about it, Yi Ziheng turned his head towards Chen Zizai and said, Senior, can you find a bag for me? It's not too convenient for me to hold it here. Upon hearing this, Chen Zizai glanced at Yi Ziheng, who was holding 8 pieces of raw stone in his hands, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then wait for me. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house to get the bags for Yi Ziheng. Seeing this, Yi Ziheng immediately took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and put all 3 pieces of warm jade raw stones into his storage ring. After a few seconds, Chen Zizi came out of the house with the bag, and all of Yi Zihang's warm jade had already been collected. Let's go, Chen Zizi said while handing the cloth bag to Yi Zihang. Yi Zihang took the bag and said thank you before throwing all the remaining raw stones in his hands into the bag. Then Chen Zizi personally led Yi Zihang to various gambling stalls to help Yi Zihang buy gambling stones, and also said to Yi Zihang. He also said to Yi Zihang that among the stones he helped Yi Zihang to buy, if any of them lost, Yi Zihang would just look for him, and he would return to Yi Zihang with 10 times of the amount he lost. If he won, it would all be Yi Zihang's. He had just started to symbolize his refusal. Yi Zihang symbolically refused twice at first, but Chen Zizi quickly opened his mouth and said, if you're being polite to me, that means you're looking down on me and don't think my gambling skills are of any use. Chen Zizi said such words. Yi Zihang also had to difficult agreed, and then the next, Yi Zihang in Chen Zizi's leadership, came to a courtyard, ready to solve the stone. There weren't many people who came here to decode the stone. There were only 3 in total, and none of them were very old. They were all in their 30s or 40s. Name, cultivation level, peak 1st grade, spiritual power, 9, 8 inch. Name, cultivation level, 1st grade high, spiritual power, 9, 6 inch. Name, cultivation, 1st grade high, spiritual power, 9, 5 inch. Looking at these data that suddenly popped up in front of his eyes, Yi Zihang was instantly confused. Is there something wrong with the system or is there something wrong with my eyes? How could so many strong data come out all at once? Yi Zihang's face hung a look of disbelief, while the few people who were originally watching the stone deciphering there intently also noticed the arrival of Yi Zihang and Chen Zizi, turning their heads to look at the two of them. When they saw Yi Zihang, their originally indifferent faces were showing a trace of a bizarre smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihang vaguely felt that things seemed to be getting a bit off, and a hint of wariness slowly rose. Chapter 91, Problems. Yo, isn't this Mr. Yu? It's been some days. One of the guys slowly walked up to Chen Zizi's side and gave Chen Zizi a deep hug, but his eyes couldn't help but look up and down on Yi Zihang's body. Yi Zihang disliked his eyes. As he looked at himself like he was surveying a fine object, Chen Zizi seemed to have realized something as well, and hurriedly pulled the guy away from himself before giving him a vicious glare. Let me introduce. This is the young martial artist I just met. Yi Zihang, little friend Yi. Little friend Yi. These are my dear friends, just like me. They are all casual cultivators who have no one to rely on. Then, Chen Zizi began to introduce the 3 for Yi Zihang. First was the one closest to them, called Zhong Jie, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the 1st grade. The one who was solving the stone was called Zhang Ligua, with a high stage of the 1st grade, and the last one was called Su Gaoshan, with a middle stage of the 1st grade. After listening to this introduction from Chen Zizi, Yi Zihang's however became even more vigilant. From the data given by the system, of the 3 people here, at least 2 of them were at the high rank of 1st grade, and the remaining one was at the peak of 1st grade. But Chen Zizi told Yi Zihang that there was only one at the high rank of 1st grade, and the other 2 were all at the middle rank of 1st grade, saying their cultivation levels were all 1 level lower. What exactly did he intend to do? Yi Zihang sensed that the danger was approaching him step by step. Perhaps he felt that it would be better if he escaped now. Only, in front of 4 martial artists, what were his chances of successfully escaping? Yi Zihang took a deep breath. He knew that he had to calm down now, because panicking would not solve anything. Suddenly, Yi Zihang's nose arched and his face tightened as he looked towards Chen Zizi and asked, "May I ask if there is a restroom here?" While saying this, Yi Zihang did not forget to twist his legs twice, making an appearance of being in a real hurry. Chen Zizi hesitated for half a second, but eventually pointed to the other 2 people and asked them to take Yi Zihang inside to use the restroom. Now Yi Zihang could be 100% sure that he had entered a wolf's den. He needed 2 people to follow him to go to the toilet. He really looked down on himself. However, Yi Zihang didn't say anything more. He had guessed beforehand that they would do this, but it didn't affect the normal implementation of his plan. In Zhang Ligua and Su Gaoshan left and right under the escort, Yi Zihang walked into the courtyard of an independent small toilet, and the sight of the excited Zhong Jie saw this scene, quickly turned his head to look at Chen Zizhong. Let go of the box. Hey, how is it? Does this kid have the goods? Zhong Jie asked with an excited face. Chen Zizi glanced at Zhong Jie, a helpless expression on his face. It's a loose cultivator rash, but listening to himself he said that he had gotten a chance, and it doesn't look like he's been cultivating for a long time, so if he's lucky, he should have quite a lot of good goods. As soon as he heard Chen Zizi say this, Zhong Jie was so excited. Then what are you waiting for? Tie it up. Chen Zizi couldn't help but blank this guy. You'll put something in your pocket when you go out. Zhong Jie heard this, but was somewhat unconvinced, coldly snorted and added, "Humph, what are you afraid of? Don't you have the white jade poison needle?" Give him a shot and force him to say where the chance to obtain is not on the line. But Chen Zizai was shaking his head. No, white jade poison needle has only a few left. In case this kid's chance is pitifully small, then I'll lose a lot of money. It's better to wait until more information has been extracted to come to a conclusion. Hearing Chen Zizhong say this, that Zhong Jie also only had to spread his hands, not to say anything. Chapter 92, Looking for Helpers. The toilet here was a small single room that belonged to an individual. Not like a public toilet where only one person could enter at a time. And that was why Yi Zihong was able to leave the two people following him outside. Otherwise Yi Zihong doubted that they would even follow him in and watch him go to the toilet. Coming into the toilet, Yi Zihong immediately unlocked the door, then took out his cell phone, modulated the volume to the minimum, then found Li Ruohai's phone number and dialed it. The sound of the cell phone was very weak, but Yi Zihong still used his fingers to deaden the sound hole of the cell phone to make the sound as small as possible. After roughly a few seconds, the phone connected, and out of it came Li Ruohai's voice. Hello, that person? The voice was small, but Yi Zihong was still uneasy and walked to the innermost part of the toilet before squatting down to return. Brother Li, it's me. Yi Zihong kept his voice low to ensure that the two people outside the door wouldn't hear. The Li Ruohai on the other end of the phone heard Yi Zihong's small voice and instantly realized that something was wrong and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Where are you? Did something happen?" Yi Zihong didn't bother to talk nonsense and spoke directly. Brother Li, I'm at the Huangjiang Jade Quarry. I encountered 4 casual martial artists, a second grade, a peak first grade, and 2 first grade high stage. These people seem to have a bit of a problem. Can you find a few people to come over and help? After saying that, the other end of the phone was silent for half a second before speaking. You wait, I'll go find Elder Lu to go now. Do it for more than 20 minutes. During this time you try to keep yourself safe. Yi Zihong responded before hanging up the phone. Staying in the toilet for too long would attract their attention. Walking over to the toilet, Yi Zihong pressed the flush. The sound of clattering water rang out. Then he walked over to the sink, turned on the faucet, and washed his hands properly. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zihong walked out from the toilet. The two men outside the door were guarding on both sides. Seeing Yi Zihong come out, they gave him a glance, and then brought him back to the previous courtyard. Seeing that Yi Zihong had returned, Chen Zizai immediately revealed a smiling face to greet him. Little friend Yi has returned. Yi Zihong nodded with a light smile and walked over to a few people, but still looked more or less restrained. Come, Li Gua. Little friend Yi bought a few pieces of raw jade before. You help cut them and see if they can produce good goods. With that, he lifted up the bag that Yi Zihong had casually placed on the ground earlier and handed it over to Zhang Ligua. Seeing this, Zhang Ligua didn't say much, took the bag and went to the cutting machine to start cutting. As for Yi Zihong and the other three, they watched Zhang Ligua decipher the stone there. I heard that little friend Ye's exposure to the martial arts world doesn't seem to be too long. Zhang Jie, who was on the side, pretended to be full of concern and spoke. Yi Zihong pondered for a moment. Not very long, but it's been 2 or 3 months. Although his mouth said this, in reality, it seemed like Yi Zihong's time in contact with martial arts had only been 2 or 3 weeks in total. But the reason why he didn't tell them this was because there were still too many concerns. When Li Ruohai saw himself jumping from the first rank to the middle rank overnight, his eyes were envious and jealous. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a fake master in the background, Li Ruohai might not have been able to resist robbing him directly. Now if he told them that he had turned from an ordinary person into a peak first-grade martial artist after only 2 weeks of cultivation, maybe they would think that he had acquired something good and directly make a move against him. Then Yi Zihong really couldn't afford it. Chapter 93, Will you die a horrible death? However, what Yi Zihong didn't know was that for these people, a treasure that could turn an ordinary person into a peak first-grade martial artist in just 2 months' time simply had a fatal attraction for them. I've heard that little friend Yi has obtained some chances. I wonder if you can reveal some to us. Zhong Jie looked at Yi Zihong with a faint smile on his face. Yi Zihong hesitated for a moment, pondering faintly for a while before speaking with a smile. It seems to be an elixir called Barrier Breaking Pill. Barrier Breaking Pill. The 4 of them shouted in unison, a look of astonishment appearing on their faces. Yi Zihong was also taken aback by the reaction of the 4, clearly not expecting that a barrier breaking pill would be able to cause such a big ripple among them. For the value of the barrier breaking dan, Yi Zihong had not really explored it carefully, because he was not the one who had eaten the barrier breaking dan in the first place, and the system had not given a specific introduction, and he had not asked Li Ruohai about it either. However, looking at the reaction of the 4 people now, Yi Zihong could probably guess that this barrier-breaking dance seemed to be quite precious. The 4 of them were shocked for a while, but quickly regained their composure, at which point, Chen Zizi on the side couldn't help but ask again, then besides that barrier-breaking dan, is there anything else? Chen Zizi said, but the expression on his face as he looked at Yi Zihong had already shifted. and the color of greed on his face was not hidden in the slightest. Yi Zihong sensed the danger. He could smell the putrid odor of greed coming from the air. It seemed like he was ready to tear his face off. The other three people also surrounded Yi Zihong, surrounding Yi Zihong in the middle of the four, directly leaving Yi Zihong with no way to retreat. Yi Zihong also couldn't help but get nervous, although he had envisioned this situation before. But a big four and there was also a cultivator at the beginning stage of the second grade realm. How could this possibly be a winnable fight? What do you guys want? Yi Zihong asked in his ice-cold voice, even though he already knew what they wanted. Chen Zizi walked to Yi Zihong's front, revealing a cold smile as he looked at Yi Zihong and said coldly, "Little friend Yi actually I still quite like you, so simple and so stupid. This is really not rare in the martial arts world." Saying that, Chen Zizi revealed a look of unable to give up, but Yi Zihong could see that he was mocking himself. "But I'm sorry, we always have to eat, so just please reward us with a meal." Saying that, he slowly put his hand into his pants pocket, then pulled out a finger tiger and put it on his right hand. "Let's put it this way, seeing as you're not very old, I'll give you a chance. If you cooperate properly and hand over all the chances you've obtained, we'll let you go and won't harm you. But if you refuse to cooperate, Chen Zizi revealed a cold smile. Although he did not finish his words, his meaning was clear. Yi Zihong breathed a sigh of relief and raised his head to look at Chen Zizi, a hint of cold light appearing in his eyes. "Then if I refuse to cooperate?" After saying that, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Chen Zizi saw that hint of a cold smile at the corner of Yi Zihong's mouth, he only felt a cold shiver in his heart, but still quickly suppressed the hint of fear in his heart and forced out a cold smile. "Then you will die a miserable death. Is that so?" Yi Zihong said coldly, then waved his hand out towards Chen Zizi, and a dagger with a cold light blooming appeared in his hand. Chapter 94, One Fighting For. The dagger in Yi Zihong's hand slashed. Chen Zizi immediately reacted. His face revealed a look of horror, and he hastily blocked it with his hand wearing a finger tiger. However, the dagger in Yi Zihong's hand was not an ordinary mortal object, but a first-grade magic treasure, bone-cutting knife, which could cut iron like mud, and the small iron system broke with a stroke. Then, Yi Zihong hand finger tiger cut through the finger tiger after cutting into Chen Ziji's fist, but Yi Zihong holding the boning knife hand does not feel any pressure, as if he is now cutting not manpower, but a piece of soft tofu in general. The boning knife cut between Yi Zihong's ring finger and middle finger, penetrated his entire palm, and finally came to a stop at the wrist. Chen Zizi retreated violently backward, looking at his fist that had been slashed open by Yi Zihong with both surprise and fear on his face. "Yes, it's a magic treasure. Be careful of the magic treasure in his hand," Chen Zizi said loudly as he pointed at Yi Zihong with his other uninjured hand. The other three people had begun to focus on the dagger in Yi Zihong's hand, with a hint of fear in their eyes. However, probably because they were afraid of the boning knife in Yi Zihong's hand, all three of them did not choose to make a move, but instead looked at Yi Zihong with a tangled face and a hint of fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hesitated for a couple of seconds, then quickly made a judgment and stabbed towards Su Gaoshan. Among the several people, only Su Gaoshan and Zhong Jia had the lowest cultivation levels. Both were at the high first grade stage, so it was safer to take care of them first. When Su Gaoshan saw Yi Zihong killing towards him, he reacted in a hurry and stormed back 5 or 6 steps, but his speed was still a bit slower than Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong arrived in front of Su Gaoshan and without the slightest hesitation, he directly slashed down towards his head. Su Gaoshan could only raise his hand to block in front of his forehead, but doing so was still useless. The blade of the boning knife pierced through Su Gaoshan very easily before stabbing into the door of Su Gaoshan's head, and Su Gaoshan's originally shocked face was immediately engulfed by gushing blood as his 2 eyes became dull. Yi Zihong pulled the boning knife off of Su Gaoshan's head with a hint of fear on his face, but he quickly calmed himself down as he knew that now was not the time to panic. It was really likely that he would get himself killed if he panicked now. Yi Zihong quickly turned around to look at the remaining 3. He decided to take care of the other first-grade higher-stage martial artist first, which was that Zhong Jia. When Zhong Jia saw Yi Zihong looking at him, his face showed a look of eagerness to try. Just like a ferocious wolf seeing its prey, he quickly judged Yi Zihong's purpose and hurriedly roared out, "Damn! Do you want to watch us all die? Don't use your white jade poison needle yet." As soon as the words fell, in the next second, Yi Zihong had already rushed in front of him with lightning speed, and then stabbed towards his head. Zhong Jia was obviously taken aback by this scene, and a look of horror appeared on his face, but he still didn't give up. His face changed, and with a clench of his teeth, both of his hands attacked the boning knife in Yi Zihong's hand. Zhong Jia used both hands to steadily grab Yi Zihong's boning knife in his hands, but because he did so, his left little thumb had been directly cut off, and the other 9 fingers were also in a shaky state. Chapter 95, Poisoning. When Zhang Ligua, who was on the side, saw this scene, he didn't say a word and directly lifted his sandbag-sized fist towards Yi Zihong. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't tangle with Zhong Jie and lifted his foot to kick Zhong Jie in the stomach, kicking him away before wielding his boning knife again to kill Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua looked obviously stronger than Zhong Jie and Su Gashan before. His body moved to dodge Yi Zihong's attack, then turned his fist into a claw, grabbing Yi Zihong's right arm that was holding the knife with one hand, and the other grabbed Yi Zihong's upper arm with the other hand, and then turned around, turning his side towards Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong saw Zhang Ligua's intentions at a glance. He was preparing to directly break his arm off. At this moment, although Yi Zihong was flustered, his mind was still quite clear, and he immediately reacted by rotating the boning knife in his hand by 180 degrees, and then moved his index finger to perform the flying flower leaf folding hands, and stabbed the boning knife at the back of Zhang Ligua's head as a concealed weapon. Zhang Ligua was about to skim off Yi Zihong's arm, but suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from his back. Subconsciously twisting his head, he saw a silver glittering dagger flying towards his face. Zhang Ligua's speed was quite fast, but it was still not fast enough to match the flying speed of the bone-picking dagger, only to see that he flicked his head to the side, but then the bone-picking dagger directly pierced into his left eyeball, and blood gushed out along with his screams of misery. The intense pain from the pierced eyeball had made Zhang Ligua forget everything. His original grip on Yi Zihong's hands instantly loosened. Both hands covering the eye socket where a boning knife was still inserted. Screaming miserably, the moment Yi Zihong was released by Zhang Ligua, he immediately reacted, focusing on one of Zhang Ligua's arms while his other hand grabbed towards the boning knife stuck in Zhang Ligua's eye socket. Put! Ah! A burst of blood splattered out, accompanied by Zhang Ligua's screams, but the screams didn't last long before being cut off by Yi Zihong's knife. Yi Zihong stabbed the bone-culling knife between Zhang Ligua's eyebrows, resolving him in the kindest and most direct way. Just as Yi Zihong was about to turn around to deal with the remaining Zhong Jie and Chen Zzz, a stabbing pain suddenly came from his left arm, and for a split second, he felt as if he had lost consciousness in his left arm. Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing jeering sound came into Yi Zihong's ears. Ha ha ha, kid, aren't you crazy? You go on to be crazy. Having been hit by the white jade poison needle without our antidote, you will definitely die within a month. The source of the voice was Zhong Jie, but Yi Zihong knew that the person who made this white jade poison needle was that Chen Zizai. At this moment, Yi Zihong's left arm had completely lost consciousness, just like a pile of flab, but Yi Zihong was not afraid, only to see Yi Zihong's right hand gripping the bone-picking knife. He turned around, fully utilized the Lingbo Weibu, and rushed towards Zhong Jie. Zhong Jie obviously did not expect Yi Zihong to be so bold as to dare to fight against them even though he had been hit by the poison needle, but he knew that even with the loss of an arm, Yi Zihong's strength was still not something he could contend with, so he turned his head to look at Chen Zzz, who was not far behind him, but in the end, he saw that Chen Zizhou's face was showing a look of panic, and he no longer had the same confidence he had before. It was also in that second that he lost hope in himself. A coolness traveled into his neck, and he knew that it was the feeling of his head being severed. Chapter 96, Enemy Bullet with Knife. Yi Zihong took advantage of the moment when Zhang Ligua turned his head to look at Chen Zizhi, and rushed over with a violent step. Then he directly raised his hand and dropped his knife. The boning knife slashed across Zhang Ligua's neck as if it were a piece of tofu, and blood gushed out from his neck and shin, behind Yi Zihong, like a blood-colored painted curtain, adding an extra touch of terror to the atmosphere. Looks like I really underestimated you, Chen Zizi said, backing up while touching his uninjured left hand to his back. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he rushed towards Chen Zzz at top speed. However, Yi Zihong had just run halfway when Chen Zz's hand had already lifted up from, and in his hand there was one more thing, a silver-colored pistol. The moment he saw the pistol, Yi Zihong stopped. His body froze in place all of a sudden, and his grip on the bone-culling knife couldn't help but tighten a few points. Seeing Yi Zihong listen, a cold smile appeared on Chen Zz's face. Killing all of my men, you are indeed very powerful, but do you think your magic treasure can stop bullets? Yi Zihong didn't say anything, he just stared at the pistol in Chen Zz's hand, but in his eyes there was no trace of anger, nor fear, just a hint of vigilance. This is a desert eagle. Yes, if you're familiar with firearms you should be clear. In real combat he's not considered a good gun. It's heavy and even has a lot of recoil. Chen Zizi introduced the pistol in his hand for Yi Zihong with a smile on his face, just as if he was introducing his lover. However, I still like him a lot, because he's really powerful. Just one shot to your head. Bang! In one shot, your brains will splatter everywhere. Your whole head will explode. It's your mom who came here. She won't even be able to recognize your corpse. Saying that, Chen Zizi couldn't help but laugh out loud. His face was covered in pleasure. Perhaps in his opinion terrorizing Yi Zihong was a fun thing to do. But what he did not expect was that Yi Zihang always maintained a bland face, not showing a bit of fear on his face, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Chen Zizai was enraged by Yi Zihang's attitude. Originally he was thinking of teasing Yi Zihang for a while longer, but now, he changed his mind. Kid, remember to say hello to Master Yin for me. After saying that, his finger pulled the trigger, and a slug flew out from the flames of the muzzle, followed by the deafening sound of gunshots. Yi Zihang looked at the slug that flew straight towards him. He knew that with his speed he could not escape this bullet in any way, even if he dodged the fatal part. But with the lethality of the desert eagle, I'm afraid that the place where he was struck would leave a huge hole, directly affecting the fight behind him, so he made a decision that even to himself seemed to be crazy and incomparable. Yi Zihang's legs did not have the slightest intention to move, but his hand holding the bone-culling knife was violently raised. Swoosh! The bone-culling knife flew out of his hand and flew straight towards the bullet. Bang! The bullet collided with the tip of the boning knife, and the boning knife's blade directly collapsed, turning into pieces and scattering on the ground. However, the bullet's fate was no better. The iron bullet had been directly split in half. Seeing this scene, Chen Zizi was obviously shocked, but quickly reacted and prepared to fire a second shot at Yi Zihang. But it was too late, as a piece of jade raw stone flew towards his face, and ended up smashing heavily on his face. Chapter 97 A Bold Idea. The moment the original stone hit Chen Zizai's face, Yi Zihang fully utilized his slight steps and rushed to Chen Zizai's side as fast as he could, and then fiercely kicked his leg, directly sending the desert eagle flying out the moment his toe touched it. Getting rid of the biggest threat to himself, Yi Zihang raised his own fist again and violently struck towards Chen Zizi's abdomen. Bang! Yi Zihang's fist landed on Chen Zizi's stomach with a dull thud, and at this moment, Chen Zizi, who had been struck by the original stone, also came back to his senses, but his face looked unnatural after being struck in the abdomen by Yi Zihang's fist, because his other arm had lost consciousness. Yi Zihang didn't choose to continue his attack, but instead violently stormed back 5 or 6 steps, pulling away from Chen Zizi. Yi Zihang and Chen Zizi looked at each other with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. It was obvious that in this battle today, only one of the two of them could survive. Yi Zihang looked at Chen Zizai in front of him. He tried to control the arm that had lost consciousness, but there was no effect, which was very unfavorable to Yi Zihang. Although Chen Zizi's side was also injured, his right arm was basically shaped like nothing. There was no difference between having a root and not having one, and he couldn't exert much strength anyway. But even so, without the bone knife, he still couldn't possibly be a match for Chen Zizai of the second grade realm. He did not understand Chen Zizhou, know nothing about him. The only thing he knows is the cultivation of the early stage of the second grade realm and that white jade poison needle, and that the desert eagle. But in addition to these, Chen Zizi has no other cards? Chen Zizi is now 30 or 40 years old, cultivation at least 4 or 5 years, such a long time. It is impossible to have only this little thing, Yi Zihang thought while staring at Chen Zizi, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. The current him was already out of his cards and had no means left to deal with Chen Zizhou. He did not have any certainty, and he did not even feel that he had a chance of successfully escaping even if he ran away. The only hope he had now was probably Li Ruohai and Lu Jiang who were rushing over this way. But when he had called earlier they had said that they wanted him to wait for 20 minutes, but from the time he had finished the call until now it had only been less than 10 minutes. Yi Zihang pondered how he should be able to kill Chen Zizi. Even if he lost something, it would be worth it. As for waiting for Li Ruohai to come over, Yi Zihang felt that this matter should just not be thought about. It wasn't that Yi Zihang didn't have confidence in Li Ruohai to come over. It was just that he understood very well that with his own half-catty cultivation, if he really fought with Chen Zizi, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to hold out for 5 minutes, let alone 10. Yi Zihang looked at Chen Zizi, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a small bright light flashing up on the ground. The moment he saw that bright light, Yi Zihang couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but then he reacted. It was one of the countless fragments scattered on the ground after his bone-cutting knife shattered. A bold idea then appeared in Yi Zihang's mind. His fist suddenly clenched. Without the slightest sign, he raised the only fist he could raise and blasted towards Chen Zizi. Seeing that Yi Zihang had rushed over so recklessly at this moment, Chen Zizi's face revealed a sneer of ridicule as he moved his body and reached out to grab, easily controlling Yi Zihang's arm. Chapter 98, Counter-Killing. Kid, it seems like you're still too young, Chen Zizi said with a cold smile, a hint of chilliness in his tone. However, Yi Zihang simply ignored him and directly kicked towards his crotch with a teasing leg. However, this Chen Zizi was also a person who had been in the martial arts world for a few years, and when he saw Yi Zihang's leg move, he knew what he was going to do. Then, he saw Chen Zizi raise his right foot violently, and with a speed faster than Yi Zihang, he violently kicked Yi Zihang's calf on top of his leg bone. Yi Zihong only felt a stabbing pain in his calf first, and even though he desperately tried to hide his pain, the slight change on his face still fell into Chen Zizi's eyes. "You are still too tender," Chen Zizi said, violently kicking Yi Zihong in the stomach, directly knocking Yi Zihong over. Yi Zihong rolled over on the ground and collapsed. The intense pain coming from his abdomen made it impossible for him to hide the expression on his face as pain overflowed his cheeks. Seeing this scene, a sneering cold smile appeared on Chen Zizi's face. In his opinion, without the aid of the magic treasure, Yi Zihong was a piece of meat on a chopping block, and could only be slaughtered without any room to fight back. "Kid, to be honest, I actually still quite like you, just cultivated for 2 or 3 months. Yet you have such a strong perseverance. It's just that some cultivators who have cultivated for 1 or 2 years probably don't have your strong perseverance to kill without blinking an eye." Saying that, a cold smile appeared on his face. Chen Zizi felt that he had won. Completely won. Even if Yi Zihong was fighting back, he could easily defeat him. Without the aid of the magic treasure, Yi Zihong was like a bird without wings in his eyes, unable to fly much higher, so he began to enjoy the victory of the battle in advance. But he probably wouldn't have thought that it was his arrogant character that caused him to lose his life. While Chen Zizi was gloating, Yi Zihong had already collected the 2 fragments of the bone cutter and held them in his hands. Although the bone culling knife was broken, it was still a first-grade magic treasure. It had only become smaller, but its power had not diminished. Piercing through the skull of a second-grade early-stage martial artist was still an easy task. However, Yi Zihong did not act rashly. He was still lying on the ground, holding the 2 fragments in his hand, clutching his stomach, revealing a look of pain. Chen Zi gave a speech to himself there for a while, and finally turned his head to look at Yi Zihong, a cold smile on his face. "Now let me send you on your way." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the desert eagle that had been kicked away by Yi Zihong earlier. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong knew that this was an opportunity that could not be missed, and with a violent flip, he threw all 2 fragments of the bone-culling knife in his hand towards Chen Zizi. The 2 fragments were one large and one small. The slightly larger one pierced into Chen Zizi's neck and shin, while the smaller one pierced into the back of his heart before flying out together. But maybe the fragment is too small or the speed is too fast reason. The 2 fragments penetrate Chen Zizhou's body. That instant he did not immediately produce what reaction, but wait for a second or two. Chen Zizhou only seems to react to what? Lift up the left hand to cover his shin, but it was already too late. Yi Zihong had already seen the blood spilling out through Chen Zizi's palm. It seems that in the end he still won. Chapter 99, Toxicity Erosion Rate. Yi Zihong endured the pain and walked a meter away from Chen Zizi and looked at him. Even though Chen Zizi was now surely dead, but in case if he suddenly recoiled and wanted to die with him, then Yi Zihong might not be able to stop him. So for safety's sake, it was better to keep a certain distance from him. Where is the antidote? Yi Zihong looked at Chen Zizi, who was covering his neck and shin with a horrified face, and asked in an ice-cold voice. Previously, he was hit by the white jade poison needle. Zhong Jie said that without the antidote, he would have to die within a month. Something that Yi Zihong felt that Zhong Jie was lying to him, because he had previously seen a full of playfulness in Zhong Jie's eyes, rather than deception. And it was for this reason that Yi Zihong did not throw the shards towards his brain so that he would die directly, but rather towards the heart and throat area so that he would die slower and at least allow himself to ask for the antidote to that poison. Chen Zizi heard the question that Yi Zihong asked, and a weird smile suddenly appeared on his originally horrified face. A smile so oozing that blood couldn't stop gushing out from his neck. Yi Zihong vaguely guessed what was going on, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You don't have the antidote at all. Yi Zihong opened his mouth, a rare expression of anger showing on his face, but that anger only flickered across his face before turning back to normal. Chen Zizi wanted to open his mouth to speak, but naturally, his throat had been severed, and he was now finding it difficult to even breathe, let alone speak. Blood gushed out from his mouth and nose, and he seemed to have given up struggling. Releasing the hand covering his throat and pointing it towards Yi Zihong, mocking Yi Zihong with a bizarre and incomparable laughter. Yi Zihong's heart was naturally very angry, but he tried his hardest to suppress his anger, calmly picking out a small fragment of the bone-culling knife from the ground before flying towards Chen Zizi's brow. Yi Zihong did this in front of him. Originally he had the chance to dodge it, but he chose to let the cold shard pierce his skull, probably because he felt that there was no possibility of living anyway, but he might as well suffer less pain and just die. The moment the shard pierced through Chen Zizi's skull, the system's familiar voice rang out in Yi Zihong's mind. The host has killed 1 early grade 2 martial artist, 1 peak grade 1 martial artist, and 2 high grade 1 martial artists, and has received the following rewards: a map of the ruins, 1 piece of extremely high grade warm jade, for 1-time grade 3 magic treasures white jade poison needle, 5 raffle tickets, 500 W of experience, and the ultimate physique has been upgraded directly to a full level. As soon as the system's words fell, Before Yi Zihong could speak, it directly opened the attribute interface. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 99. 9. Peak first grade. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Extreme physical completion, 100%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 8. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 640W. Toxicity erosion rate, 10%. Comprehensive assessment, beginning martial arts. Yi Zihong wasn't happy that his ultimate physique had reached 100%. His gaze rested on the toxicity erosion rate, 10%. It didn't seem like a lot, but it was quite a lot. Chapter 100, Treatment Methods. Yi Zihong looked at the attribute panel in front of him and was thinking about what to do, when he saw that the numbers in the line of toxicity erosion rate suddenly trembled for a moment, and then changed from the original 10% to 11%. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong the whole person is frozen. This only how long work actually increased 1% of the toxicity erosion rate. According to this way do not need a month, 2 or 3 days time. He will have to hiccup. System, is there any way to cure this poison? Yi Zihong asked. As the saying goes, there must be a solution to poison. This white jade poison needle is only a third-grade magic treasure. The poison it is infected with must not be too strong, and it should be able to be cured. The cure is as follows. 1. Break through to the 4th-grade martial artist. With the power of their own true chi, the poison will be refined or forced out of the body. 2. A 3rd-grade 100 solution pill. Take 1. The medicine will get rid of the disease. 3. Amputation. 4. Practicing toxicity techniques. The poison for their own use. Note, the lowest grade of toxicity technique is the 3rd grade. 5. Spend 100 million experience value. You can let the system for the host to carry out detoxification. 6. Other, such as strange encounters, etc. After reading these 6 methods, Yi Zihong was deeply silent. Sure enough, he shouldn't have sought help from the system. It was just too unreliable. Among these 6 methods, there wasn't a single one that he could do in a month's time alright. The first method, 4th grade martial artist, was too distant and unrealistic, and even if Yi Zihong did have hopes of reaching that realm, it would never be possible in a short period of time. The second method of the 3rd grade 100 solution dan is slightly possible, but the chances are not great, although he now has 5 raffle tickets, but God knows whether he will be able to draw a pill. Even if he draws a pill, will it come out as a pill or not? Even if he does, it's not certain if it's the peptic pill. The third method, amputation, is very simple. That is, Yi Zihong will be toxic erosion of the part completely removed. But Yi Zihong's toxicity erosion rate has now reached 11%. Is it possible to let Yi Zihong remove 1/10 of his body at once? Although the method was simple, Yi Zihong would never mess around with it if it wasn't a last resort. The fourth method, the toxicity technique, should be the technique of practicing poison, but according to the system, the lowest toxicity technique is the 3rd grade technique. That means he has to reach the 3rd grade realm before he can practice. Now even if he draws it out from inside the Grand Carousel, it won't have any effect. The fifth method, 100 million experience points. Yi Zihong just wanted to say, go to your mom's system. All the points of the old me added up only 650W, less than 1000W, even 1/10 cannot come together. As for the last method, encounter, Yi Zihong did not know where to go to find the so-called encounter. After thinking for half a day, Yi Zihong shook his head helplessly and had to ask the system again. System, then is there some relatively simple method that can resist the toxicity erosion rate? Breaking through to the 2nd grade realm can slow down the toxicity erosion rate by 10 times, and a 1st grade rare poison pill can stop the toxicity erosion for 3 days. Then if I don't put up any resistance, how long do I have to live? Yi Zihong asked again, analyzing the host's current level of poisoning and its grade. If the host does not put up any resistance, the toxicity will take over the host's body within 5 days, and then make the host lose control of his body within 10 days, with only his brain functioning after 20 days, and then the brain will die after a month, and the host will die directly. Hearing these words from the system, Yi Zihong's face revealed a grave expression, and at the same time, the cell phone in Yi Zihong's pocket rang once more. Chapter 101, 5 raffle tickets. Yi Zihong picked up the phone. It was Li Ruohai calling, saying that he and Lu Jiang had already arrived at the Huangjiang Jade Quarry, asking Yi Zihong where he was now, and to rush over immediately. Yi Zihong looked at the ground around him that was dyed red with blood, suddenly fell silent, but he didn't panic and didn't lie like Li Ruohai and the others because he knew that he needed Li Ruohai's help and their help right now, and he couldn't hide these corpses with his own strength alone. After thinking for a while, Yi Zihong finally opened his mouth and said to Li Ruohai on the other end of the cell phone with a calmness that surprised himself, I've already solved things. but now there's still a little, trouble. I hope you can help me. Li Ruohai on the other end of the cell phone also seemed to have heard Yi Zihong speak to him in such a calm and weird tone for the first time, which made him freeze for a few seconds, but he quickly came back to his senses and nodded, saying, "Okay, where are you? I'll come over right now." Yi Zihong told Li Ruohai the details of where he was, and then hung up the phone with Yi Zihang. After hanging up the phone, Yi Zihong opened the system's grand carousel interface and started the lottery. Although the chances of him winning the 100 solution pill were not very high, he was still prepared to give it a try in case he accidentally won the lottery. Draw. The dial spun, but in the end, it stopped at the top of "Thank you for your patronage." Not winning anything right off the bat was still somewhat disappointing, but Yi Zihong just sighed lightly and shook his head. After the bad tone was over, the next step should be good luck. So Yi Zihong started the wheel once again, and this time, his luck really improved. The pointer stopped at the position of elixir. Obtained a 3rd grade elixir. Liver protection pill. Enhances the strength of the liver. 3rd grade available. A brown-colored elixir appeared in Yi Zihang's palm, but a hint of disappointment appeared on Yi Zihang's face. Although he had drawn out a 3rd grade elixir, it was a pity that it wasn't the 100 solution elixir. However, Yi Zihong didn't give up. Anyway, there were still 3 raffle tickets left, so let's use them up first. The dial spun again. This time the pointer stopped at the area of magic treasure. Obtains 2nd grade treasure. Thorn. 2nd grade treasure. The blade of the sword has a trace amount of toxin attached to it. It will not kill, but will cause a person to fall into a coma after being stabbed. A short sword appeared in Yi Zihang's palm. It was quite a bit larger than the previous boning blade, as long as his arm, and looked like a short sword. There was a shallow groove where the blade of the sword had been, and on top of it was a layer of light green color similar to pigment. However, Yi Zihong did not focus on this, and then directly put the thorn into his storage ring. Yi Zihong then proceeded to turn the carousel and use the last 2 raffle tickets. With the last 2 raffle tickets, Yi Zihong drew its spiritual skill, perseverance, and a new 2nd grade magic weapon, flowing dart. 10 of them. Seeing these things in the draw, Yi Zihong was still a bit disappointed. After all, what he wanted was still the 3rd grade 100 solutions pill. Sighing, Yi Zihong once again opened the attribute panel in front of him. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 99. 9. Peak 1st grade. Mental power, 1 yen, 1st grade. Extreme physical completion, 100%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 9. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 640W. Toxicity erosion rate, 12%. Comprehensive assessment, beginner's martial way. The toxicity erosion rate had already reached 12%, so it seemed that he should break through and suppress it as early as possible. Yi Zihong was just thinking about it when a rush of footsteps came from far and very near. Chapter 102 Unconsciousness. Not long after, Li Ruohai walked in with Lu Jiang and a few people he didn't recognize, but the moment they came in and saw these corpses on the ground, everyone couldn't help but freeze. For blood-stained corpses, the blood stained the ground red and emanated into the air, causing the air to carry a strong smell of blood. When the few people that Li Ruohai had brought over saw the scene, their faces couldn't help but show expressions of horror. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they subconsciously took several steps back. Even Li Ruohai couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after seeing the scene. His entire body froze in place all of a sudden, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Only Lu Jiang, after seeing the 4 corpses on the ground, had an expression as indifferent as water on his face, but when he looked up at Yi Zihong and saw that his body was covered in blood, a trace of an appreciative smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for Li Ruohai and the others to react, Lu Jiang took the first step towards Yi Zihang, then raised his hand with a smile on his face and patted his shoulder. "Kid, not bad? Originally, I thought that you were nothing more than a pampered flower in a greenhouse, surely unable to withstand any big storms, but I didn't expect that after only a few days of separation, you've impressed me so much." A faint smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face, and he was about to say something, but he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and his body swayed, almost falling down. But fortunately, Lu Jiang's eyes were quick, and she held him steady. With a glance, Lu Jiang could tell that Yi Zihong was out of sorts. A flash of brilliance crossed his eyes and he opened his mouth to ask, "Kid, did you suffer any injuries just now?" Yi Zihong opened his mouth, wanting to tell Lu Jiang about the injuries he had just sustained, but the dizziness came once again and directly took away Yi Zihang's consciousness. Seeing this, Lu Jiang didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly picked up Yi Zihang and carried him on his shoulders, then turned his head to look at the several people behind him. "A few of you, immediately deal with the scene. Will be the body here, all the things cleaned up and packed up, and then scattered on the corpse powder." and then go to investigate the identity of these people, to see if there is any backstage. Remember, must not let this matter spread out. After saying that, he also turned his head to look at Lee Ruohai, then said, Ruohai, you go and drive there. Then we'll immediately send him to Li Nianchu's place. Upon hearing this, Li Ruohai came back to his senses and hurriedly ran out, while Lu Jiang carried Yi Zihong on his shoulder and followed Li Ruohai out. Although Li Ruohai is a martial artist, and has some relationship with the police department, but usually driving is quite disciplined. There is no emergency, will not casually get into trouble. But now, he was speeding, running red lights, and didn't even put on his seatbelt, racing all the way. But the reason why Li Ruohai did so is also justifiable. After all, no matter how, Yi Zihang is the real person's disciple. If he died here, the real person knows after blaming them, then they will suffer even if the main responsibility does not lie with them. Do not forget, yesterday was he told Yi Zihang, in the quarry also has the opportunity to find warm jade. Yi Zihang 80% is because of this sentence to come back to the quarry. If the real people know about this matter, you can not only is he a person unlucky, maybe the whole clan to be implicated. Chapter 103, Small Medical Center. 10 minutes later, the black commercial vehicle drove into a secluded alley, and just after traveling for 5 or 6 seconds, Li Ruohai directly applied the brakes and stopped the black commercial vehicle in front of a small medical center. Then, without saying a word, Lu Jiang inside the car directly pulled open the door, picked up Yi Zihong and ran directly into the small medical center. Li Ruohai on the driver's seat hurriedly turned off the car, and then jumped out of the car, looked up and glanced at the small dusty plaque above the entrance of the small medical center, only to see that the small plaque was written with these words, "Wonderful hands returning spring." However, Li Ruohai just glanced at it to make sure that he hadn't come to the wrong place due to the urgency of the situation, and then immediately ran inside. Li Ruohai had just resisted Yi Zihong to the inside of the small medical center, and at a glance, he saw a 16 or 17-year-old little girl with waist-length hair sitting in front of an older woman, her fingers touching the veins at the older woman's wrists, and seemed to be helping the older woman to take her pulse. When the little girl saw Lu Jiang carrying Yi Zihong, who was covered in blood, she was startled and stood up from her chair in a flash. When Lu Jiang saw the little girl's surprised expression, he also subconsciously followed the little girl's gaze to Yi Zihong, who was carried on his back, and only then did he realize that these bloodstains staining Yi Zihong's body had not yet been dealt with. But now the matter is important. First save Yi Zihong alive before saying, bloodstains are no longer important. At this time, outside Li Ruohai also walked in, seeing Lu Jiang and the little girl both stayed there motionless, quickly stood out and said, "Shall we quickly go call your grandfather to come out?" The girl who was called Shaoui then reacted and quickly nodded, but did not immediately go and call his grandfather, but first turned her head to look at that elder lady and said, "Auntie, you go back first, wait for 2 days and I'll give you a medical treatment." Without much ado, the elder lady nodded and then hurriedly trotted out. Then, he twisted her head to look at Lu Jiang again and spoke, "You guys put him down first, I'll go call my grandfather over." After saying that, he lifted the door curtain and ran out to call his grandfather. Lu Jiang looked around and finally placed Yi Zihong's body on the sofa, then pulled over 2 chairs from the side, sitting on one herself and pulling one for Li Ruohai. Although Li Ruohai was also very anxious at this time, but he knew that he was in a hurry now is not helpful. After all, he is not a divine mind master, and cannot find out the reason for Yi Zihong coma. So Yi Zihong woke up. Dry standing is not much use, so Li Ruohai went to the chair, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and put it into his mouth with a trembling hand. Li Ruohai also fumbled for a lighter and was about to light his cigarettes when Lu Jiang, who was next to him, touched him with his elbow. "Give me one too." Lu Jiang, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up, but his 2 eyes never left Yi Zihong. Li Ruohai didn't hesitate and directly pulled out another one from the cigarette box before handing it to Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang took the cigarette and put it on his mouth. Then, Li Ruohai put the lighter in front of his cigarette, and with a gentle movement of his finger, he lit the cigarette. So the 2 of them were like this, smoking cigarettes while waiting for Xiaoyi's grandfather to come over. Just when they had smoked half of the cigarette, the door curtain in front of them was once again lifted. Chapter 104, It's Hopeless. An old man in his 60s slowly walked in. The old man's temples were gray, his face was full of wrinkles, his white beard was up to his chest, and he had a fairyland style as if he was a Taoist master as depicted in the immortal cultivation novels. Standing beside him, the well-behaved Xiaoyi was just like his attendant. "Put out the cigarette." The old man opened his mouth and said with a hint of anger in his tone, although his voice was not very loud, it was full of majesty. Upon hearing this, Li Ruohai hurriedly threw the cigarette to the ground and then rubbed it fiercely a few times with his foot on it. After stomping out the cigarette, Li Ruohai was about to talk to the old man about Yi Zihong, but before he had the chance to open his mouth, when he looked up, he saw a shocking scene, only to see Lu Jiang holding the unfinished cigarette in one hand, pulling at the old man's beard with one hand, with an impatient look on his face. AI, pain, my granddaughter is still here, can't you give me some face? The old man said with a face of pain. His previous intimidating pressure was gone, and the expression on his face made people can't help but laugh. Xiaoyi and Li Ruohai on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing after seeing this scene. Stop it, old man Li quickly helped cure the disease. If we can't cure it this time, we'll be in big trouble, Lu Jiang said, letting go of his beard, with a straight face, completely without the slightest hint of a joke. Once the old man called old man Li heard this, he knew that Lu Jiang was no longer joking with him, and was afraid that something really big had happened, so then gently stroked his beard with his hand, restored the positive face and said, "Where is the patient? What kind of injury?" Old man Li asked with a straight face, but for these questions, Lu Jiang could only shake his head. I don't know, it should be poisoned, but it might not be an ordinary poison. Anyway, I have never seen it, and I am not a divine numinous master. It is better for you to come and see for yourself. Saying that, he stepped back and exposed Yi Zihang behind him. Seeing this, old Ghostly walked to Yi Zihang's face, stretched out his hand and touched both of his cheeks, then pulled up one of Yi Zihang's hands and began to take Yi Zihang's pulse. While taking Yi Zihang's pulse, old man Li's face slowly became a bit ugly. Seeing this scene, Lu Jian was a bit anxious and wanted to ask questions, but was afraid that it would disturb Li Lao Gui's pulse, so he could only keep his words in his mouth. After 2 or 3 minutes, old Ghostly pulled his hand back with a grave expression. How is it? Lu Jiang hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Old Ghostly looked at Lu Jiang, but he couldn't help but sigh. When Lu Jiang saw old Ghostly sigh, he was angry and scared. Lousy, let's say over the situation just. You directly say cannot. Why must sigh? Is not the old man anxious death you are not happy? Li old ghost see Lu Jiang slightly angry look. Also dare not say anything more. Directly Will Yi Zihang's situation told him. This child is indeed poisoned, but this kind of poison, it's not easy to solve. Just directly say if there is any salvation. Lu Jian was too lazy to talk about this and asked in a straightforward manner. Old man Li shrugged and shook his head. It's hopeless. When Lu Jiang and Li Ruohai heard this, their entire faces instantly turned pale, and their minds buzzed. Seeing this scene, Li Ruohai seemed to have realized something, and after pondering for a long time, he opened his mouth again and said, that, for the record, I'm just saying that I'm not strong enough to save, but if I were to be a mid-grade divine numinous master, it should be very easy to save him, and with the speed of the erosion of the toxins in his body, at least for a month he'll be safe. Chapter 105 How about this kid? As soon as Lu Jiang heard this, his eyes widened in anger and he pulled on old man Li's beard. You're deliberately trying to scare me, aren't you? Lu Jiang was really angry. He was just about to be scared to pee, and as a result, this person is actually saying this kind of thing to him now. Li old ghost was torn to tears or about to flow out. A strong shout of pain, if it is not Lu Jiang thinking that this old granddaughter is still here, may really directly pull the old ghost of Li's beard down. Deeply inhaled a breath. Lu Jiang coldly grunted, let go of Li Laogui's beard, and looked at him with a face that was not good. Li Laogui was also aware that his joke had gone a little too far, but what surprised him was that Lu Jiang would be so agitated that he almost didn't really pull his beard off. Could it be that the kid lying here was really some big shot? Hey, what kind of person is this kid in the end? Old man Li opened his mouth to ask with some curiosity. Lu Jiang glanced at him, then glanced at Li Ruohai on the side, signaling for Li Ruohai to tell him. Seeing that there were no outsiders here, Li Ruohai had no intention of hiding it. True disciple. Old man Li froze for a moment, looking at Li Ruohai for half a day. What did you just say? Old Ghostly opened his mouth once more and asked, with a hint of surprise in his tone, as if it was because he hadn't heard clearly just now. Li Ruohai didn't mind as he twisted his head to look at old Ghostly, then opened his mouth and said word for word, he is a true human disciple, son. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Yi Zihang. Old Ghostly stood in place, shivering coldly, then jerked his head to look at Xiaoyi, and said with a meaty expression, Xiaoyi, go, take out that box in my bedroom, quickly. Seeing that Grandpa's face suddenly became anxious, Xiaoyi also sensed something and didn't dare to delay, rushing out. Seeing this, Lu Jiang was also a bit puzzled and looked at old man Li, asking, what are you letting her take the box for? Old Ghostly glanced at Lu Jiang, and didn't intend to hide anything anymore, but still sighed and said with a meaty face, that's the precious spirit medicines I've collected for nearly 40 years since I entered the Divine Numinous Master. It's what I've kept for myself to prolong my life and for Xiaoyi to cultivate, but it seems that I can't keep it now. After saying that, old man Li couldn't help but sigh again. Although these spirit medicines were precious, If the real person knew that he had kept personal goods for himself when saving the real person's disciple, and that he had not done his best to save his disciple, and took his anger out on him, then his and his granddaughter's little lives might not be guaranteed. On the side of the road Jiang heard, but could not help but froze for a moment, frowned again and opened his mouth to ask, "Those elixirs can save his life?" Old Manly shook his head without hesitation. "No, but it can suppress the spread of the toxins in his body and allow him to regain consciousness. At least for 3 months there won't be any problems with his body." After saying that, Old Ghostly sighed again, shook his head, and continued, "Alas, 40 years of savings, just gone." After saying that, a look of pain appeared on his face, but Lu Jiang on the side did not think so. Instead, he even revealed a smile and patted Li Laogai's shoulder. Old Ghostly, this time you've made a mistake." Old Ghostly froze for a moment, seemingly not understanding the meaning of Lu Jiang's words. Seeing this, Lu Jiang gently smiled and explained for Old Ghostly, "Don't forget, this is a disciple of a real person. You saved him, wouldn't his master repay you? Even if his master doesn't, he himself must more or less express himself. In addition, I see that your maiden seems to be quite good looking. Do you think this kid is worthy of your granddaughter?" The moment Lu Jiang's words came out, Old Manly first froze, then he turned his head to look at Yi Ziheng. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, looking at Yi Ziheng with a hint of a smile in his eyes. That look was as if he was looking at his future son-in-law. Li Ruohai on the side was also speechless when he saw this scene. This group of old things, they were really more immodest than one another. Chapter 106. Anyway, I don't know. Not long after, Xiaoyi walked in quickly holding a small red-skinned box. Elder Ghostly hurriedly took the box from Yi's arms and opened it, and immediately afterward, a strong energy fluctuation attracted Lu Jiang who was on the side. Lu Jiang probed and glanced at the box in Old Ghostly's hands, but his eyes instantly turned straight. 100 years of Ganoderma, 1,000 hands of flowers, Chalcedony fruit, Inferno snake guts, hiss, you have a bit too many treasures here, Lu Jiang couldn't help but say, and while saying that, he touched towards Old Ghostly's box. When Old Ghostly saw the scene, but he hastily closed the box, looking at Lu Jiang with a wary face, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Lu Jiang bristled, but he also knew that these things were feared to be Old Ghostly's lifeblood. If he took them, Old Ghostly might really fight with himself. "Alright, I won't take them, you go ahead and save that kid from waking up." Seeing this, Old Ghostly didn't take much more, slowly walking over to Yi Ziheng's side, pulling a stool and sitting down beside Yi Ziheng, then once again opening his small chest, taking out one spiritual medicine after another, placing them into a lime green jade bowl. In one fell swoop, 1/3 of the treasures in Old Manly's box were taken out, and seeing this scene, Old Manly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as a wave of flesh pain washed over him. More than 40 years of savings, this all of a sudden directly spent 1/3, and still used in a person they do not know. This anyone will feel heartache. Old Manly closed the box, and then took out a green jade pounding, put the jade pounding into the jade bowl, the spirit medicine a little bit of pounding, crushed into dark green medicinal mud, putting the medicinal mud in the jade bowl to the side. He then lifted one of Yi Ziheng's hands, looked at it for a couple of moments, then put his hand down again, and then lifted the other hand. After looking at it for a few seconds, Old Manly nodded, then began to take off Yi Ziheng's outer clothing. Yi Ziheng's was wearing a short sleeve on the inside, and his 2 arms were exposed, allowing Old Ghostly to scrutinize them. However, without observing for long, the other few people had discovered that something was wrong with Yi Ziheng. Of Yi Ziheng's 2 arms, the left arm seemed to be somewhat strangely white, looking as if it was a clean and white tile rather than a human arm. "Grandpa, what's going on with him?" Xiaoyi, who was at the side, asked with some doubts. Although she is only 17 years old this year, she has been following her grandfather for many years, and has grown up with a great deal of experience and talent, and has done some research on the medical arts, and has even personally helped her grandfather to diagnose a few difficult cases. But for Yi Ziheng's arm symptoms that are so white that they are miserable, this is the first time she has seen them. A kind of strange poison. I have only seen it in medical arts before, called white jade skin. The poisoned person's skin will slowly turn white as pure white jade, smooth and bright, and the place that becomes white jade will be completely out of control. Some people with slightly higher cultivation may still be able to restrain the onset of white jade skin, but this kid's cultivation is still a bit weak, and when it comes to white jade skin, he can't resist it at all. Listening to Li Laogui's explanation, Xiaoyi nodded, and then got to the bottom of the matter. Then is there a solution formula? Old Ghostly shook his head as he searched for something on Yi Ziheng's jade-like arm. I don't know anyway. Chapter 107, Healing Wounds. As he spoke, Old Ghostly had already found the small wound on Yi Ziheng's arm. A very small hole, if not for the fact that the tiny bead of blood condensed on the alabaster skin appeared to stand out. It was possible that old Ghostly would have been searching for a few hours and would not have been able to find the injured area. Li Lao Gui used his index finger and thumb to pinch Yi Zihang's arm wound. Then his face condensed and began to use his own divine thoughts to inject into the wound, wanting to force out the jade needle in Yi Zihang's wound. After a minute or so, old Ghostly's face was suffocating red, his forehead was covered in sweat, and the hand that pinched Yi Zihang's wound couldn't help but tremble. Old Ghostly, can you do it? Why don't you let me do it? How can I say that my cultivation is a bit stronger than yours? Lu Jiang on the side couldn't help but say. But when old Ghostly heard this, he couldn't help but blankly glance at him, his face full of displeasure. Are you familiar with the veins in a person's body? Letting you come, if you accidentally injure the veins in his body, injuring his foundation and destroying his cultivation path, let's see if his real-life master will kill you. After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to him, but focused on forcing out the jade needle in Yi Zihang's wound. Lu Jiang didn't dare to say anything else. After all, he was indeed a layman in this aspect of medical arts. If he really hurt Yi Zihang's veins accidentally and ruined his cultivation path, that real person would definitely kill him. After another 5 or 6 minutes, a white round head slowly emerged from amongst Yi Zihang's wounds, and that was precisely the white jade needle that had pierced into Yi Zihang's body earlier. Seeing this scene, Elder Ghostly quickly turned around and picked up a tweezer, then exerted a force on that white needle and directly pulled him out. The moment they saw the white jade needle being pulled out, the few people around them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and there was a slight change in the tense look on their faces. Old Manly picked up another handkerchief before placing the white jade needle inside, wrapping it up carefully and handing it over to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, hold it carefully. This white jade is brittle. Don't break it. Grandpa, why are you keeping this needle? Could it be that he still has a use for it? Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask while carefully receiving the white jade needle wrapped in a handkerchief in old Ghostly's hand. Old Ghostly nodded with a serious face. Although this jade needle was taken out, the white jade skin poison on it hasn't been used up yet. At least there's still about a quarter of it left, so it can still be put to good use. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yi Zihang's arm, wiped the sweat on his forehead, brought over the previously ground medicinal mud, and then pulled out a mahogany box from his arms. The mahogany box was opened by Old Manly, revealing more than a dozen silver needles thinner and longer than a finger. Li Lao Gui took out a silver needle, dipped the end of the silver needle in the medicinal mud well. 1/3 of the part all stood dark green medicinal mud. Then he made a dozen silver needles as he did, one hand holding a dozen silver needles stained with dark green medicinal mud. Li Lao Gui with the other hand's index finger and middle finger handful of Yi Zihang's arm. About a minute or so later, Li Lao Gui to find the right position, pick up the hand of a silver needle into Yi Zihang arm and shoulder connection, and then hand up and needle down will be the remaining dozen silver needle and turn into Yi Zihang arm and shoulder connection next to a few acupoints, and finally took a long sigh of relief. Chapter 108, Being Sold and Counting Money Back. After that, Old Manly took out a small knife and made dozens of wounds on Yi Zihang's arm, but probably because of the white jade skin, even though dozens of wounds were made on his arm, there was only a very small amount of blood flowing out of the wounds. However, Elder Ghostly seemed to have guessed all of this and didn't care much about it. Instead, he applied the rest of the medicinal mud on those cut wounds, and finally bandaged them up with medicinal herbs and gauze. After doing all this, Old Ghostly finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked to the side of the two thinking for a while, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Hey, kid, can you drink?" Li Ruohai knew that this kid was calling himself, because Li Laogai didn't dare to call Lu Jiang like this, even though Lu Jiang's age was more than 20 years younger than him. Lu Jiang's strength was strong. He didn't dare to call Lu Jiang like this for fear of being punched by Lu Jiang. Li Ruohai nodded. Can, but and not much. Li Ruohai didn't say anything when he heard this. He stood up and said, "Good, that's good. Let's go drink then." Li Ruohai couldn't help but freeze for a moment upon hearing this. This had just finished helping Yi Zihang with his treatment. Shouldn't Old Ghostly stay and wait until Yi Zihang woke up before he left? Now if he left, in case Yi Zihang woke up later, what about any emergencies? However, before he had time to speak, Lu Jiang on the side was the first to stand up and said, "That's right, I'm tired after saving people for half a day. It's time to drink some wine and relax. But this drinking hurts the body. Drinking too much is not good for the body. But if it's medicinal wine then it's a different story." After saying that, Lu Jiang revealed a you-know expression towards Old Manly. When Old Ghostly saw the scene, his face twitched, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile and said through gritted teeth, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a pot of my own brewed medicinal wine there. Why don't we go have a drink?" Once Lu Jiang heard this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Good, then let's go." Saying this, he glanced at Li Ruohai beside him and signaled for him to stand up. However, Li Ruohai was a bit bewildered. completely confused as to what the two were up to, but shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'd better stay here and wait for Yi Zihan to wake up." So, before the words were finished, Lu Jiang, who was standing beside him, was sullenly touching his arm heavily with his knee. Li Ruohai looked at Lu Jiang's gloomy eyes as if he wanted to kill him. Although he didn't know what exactly they were going to do, Li Ruohai knew that if he didn't agree now, Lu Jiang might just hit him until he agreed. "Alright, let's go drink then." Once Lu Jiang heard this, his originally gloomy face instantly turned clear, patting Li Ruohai's shoulder with a satisfied expression. "Is that right?" As for the old man Li on the side, when he saw this scene, he also immediately looked at his granddaughter, then said with an apologetic face, "Shao Yi ah, then the matter of taking care of this brat can only be entrusted to you. After all, he has just been treated. It's inevitable that something will go wrong after he wakes up. It's still safer to have someone accompany him." Seeing that her grandfather had personally ordered, Yi did not push back and nodded with a smile. When Lu Jiang saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head, and thought to himself, "This little girl is also stupid enough to be sold and still count the money." As for the old man Li who saw his granddaughter's promise, he revealed a joyful look and hurriedly pulled the dumbfounded Li Ruohai and ran out, fearing that Shao Yi would regret it. Chapter 109, Awakening. A few minutes after Lu Jiang and the others left, Yi Zihong slowly awoke. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Yi Zihang's eyes showed bewilderment. He clearly remembered that before he passed out, he was still staying with Lu Jiang and Li Ruohai. How could he have appeared in this place in the blink of an eye? But before he had time to think about it, the stabbing pain coming from his arm interrupted his thoughts. Yi Zihong gritted his teeth and looked at his right arm, but he realized that there was a layer of gauze bandaged on it. A slight itching sensation came. Yi Zihong subconsciously went to grab his arm. "Don't scratch!" An unfamiliar voice suddenly entered Yi Zihong's ears. Yi Zihong froze for a moment, looking for the sound, and found a woman dressed in a beautiful, pure and lovely appearance appeared in front of the curtain. The woman was wearing a plain white dress, with a clover hair clip on her head, and her long, silky hair was not tied up, but draped around her waist. The moment he saw the woman, Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and it was as if his entire body had been seduced, and it took him a long time to react. Yi Zihong took a look at his bandaged arm and looked at the woman again. "Was it you who woke me up?" Yi Zihong asked. There didn't seem to be anyone else here besides him and this woman, right? But the woman shook her head. "It wasn't me who saved you, it was my grandfather who saved you." Yi Zihong nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Are you thinking about your two fellow disciples?" the woman asked. Yi Zihong froze for a moment. Two fellow disciples? What fellow disciples? Did he have fellow disciples? But on second thought, two fellow disciples, could it be Li Ruohai and Lu Jiang? After thinking for a moment, Yi Zihong nodded. "Did they send me here? Well, but they went out to drink with my grandfather, and I don't know where they are, so I can only wait for them to come back on their own." Yi Zihong nodded. A tingling sensation came from his hand, but he could still endure it. "Are you hungry? Do you need me to make some medicinal porridge?" the woman at the side asked tentatively after half a second of silence. Yi Zihong originally wanted to shake his head and smile and refuse, but the thought of this woman standing here like this in a room alone with herself more or less still made people a little uncomfortable, and some things could not be done. "Thank you then," Yi Zihong said with a smile. Seeing this, the woman smiled gently and said nothing more, turned around and lifted the curtain and walked in. Seeing this, Yi Zihong breathed a long sigh of relief. Then with a thought, the system's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical power, 99. 9. Peak first grade. Mental power, 1 yen, first grade. Extreme physical completion, 100%. Feats, 3. Grand completion realm, 1000/10. 000. Mental skill class, 9. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 640W. Toxicity erosion rate, 8%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 months. Comprehensive assessment, beginner in martial arts. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihong could not help but freeze for a moment. It seems that this doctor's medical skills are still very strong. He even directly suppressed his toxin for 3 months. 3 months is not a very long time to say, but for Yi Zihong it was completely enough. After promoting to the second grade, the spread of toxins can be slowed down by 10 times. By then it will be 30 months, 2.5 years as a whole. He has 100% certainty that he will be promoted to the 4th grade of martial arts in this 2.5 years, and then the toxins in his body will be forced out of his body. Chapter 110, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it. System, can I break through to 2nd grade martial artist now? Yi Zihong opened his mouth and asked. He remembered that when he had broken through to a 1st grade martial artist before, the system had said that if there was enough experience value, the breakthrough was still possible even without a technique. Yes, but it requires 100 experience points to be consumed, the system said. Yi Zihong nodded and smiled slightly. Think of it as money to buy a second-grade merit law. The system did not answer Yi Zihong's words, but asked very directly, is the host certain that he will consume 100 of experience value to upgrade? Yes, Yi Zihong replied without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a warm current surged into his body immediately afterward, and his skin turned a light golden color, emitting a silky glow that looked just like a shimmering light bulb. Host's breakthrough is successful. The system is starting to update. As soon as the words fell, the attribute panel in front of Yi Zihong suddenly closed. However, Yi Zihong had already guessed this possibility beforehand, so he wasn't too surprised. Yi Zihong laid back down on the sofa and looked at the ceiling with both eyes, where he quietly fumed. Not long after, the woman from before walked out with 2 bowls of medicinal kanji, so Yi Zihong sat up and took the medicinal kanji, then ate the kanji while chatting with her. While the two were eating the kanji, in a small pavilion not far from here, the 3 of them, Old Ghostly, were sitting on a stone bench next to a stone table in the pavilion. Old Ghostly picked up a jug of wine in his hand and poured a small half-cup of wine into the bowls in front of the 3 of them with a face of pain, then hurriedly placed the jug at his feet. When Lu Jiang saw this scene, his face revealed a few unpleasant colors as he stared at Old Ghostly. Li Laogui also knew the meaning of Lu Jiang's eyes, although still a little reluctant, but still lifted the wine pot up, ready to add some wine for a few people. However, Lu Jiang seemed to be fed up with the way he poured the wine bit by bit, and directly snatched the entire wine pot over, and then began to pour the wine cups in front of the 3 people. Li Ruohai's heart ached as he watched, as if what was poured out wasn't wine, but his blood. Li Ruohai took a closer look at the wine in the bowl. The smell seemed a bit wrong, and the color of the wine was also a bit strange. Light green, always giving people some bad feelings. Sighing, Li Ruohai still shook his head. I'd better not drink it. Later on if you two are drunk I still have to carry you back. Saying this, Li Ruohai pushed the bowl in front of him forward. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiang's face sank, directly rewarding him with an iron walnut. Are you stupid? I let old Manly take out the medicinal wine to drink just for you. Now you even say you don't want to drink it. Looking for a fight, right? Lu Jiang said viciously to Lu Jiang, without a trace of a good look on his face. Li Ruohai, on the other hand, was touching the place on his head where he had just been hit by Lu Jiang, looking at Lu Jiang with a bewildered face, completely unaware of what had happened. Looking at Li Ruohai, Lu Jiang shook his head helplessly, pointed at the medicinal wine in front of Lu Jiang and spoke. Do you know how hard it is to brew a pot of this? How precious those spirit medicines soaked inside are? Do you know that if you drink a few bowls of wine here today you could potentially break through directly to the peak of the 1st grade tomorrow once you wake up? Lu Jiang's voice wasn't very loud, but it spoke clearly. Li Ruohai wasn't a cutie either. Instantly hearing the meaning of Lu Jiang's words, his gaze once again turned to the bowl of wine. The previous greed disappeared in his eyes and was replaced by endless greed. Seeing this scene, Elder Ghostly, however, could not help but shake his head, looking towards the pot of wine in Lu Jiang's hand, his heart aching. It seemed that this jug of wine would not be preserved. I'm afraid. Chapter 111. During his conversation with the woman, Yi Zihong learned that her name was Li Yi, the granddaughter of the owner of this small medical center, and that she was also a 1st-grade martial artist who had just entered the martial arts path not long ago, possibly because they were both martial artists. Yi Zihong and Yi chatted happily, and although all they chatted about were things related to cultivation, the 2 of them finally resonated with each other. So, what did you cultivate martial arts for? Li Yi sat beside Yi Zihong and asked with a curious expression as she held her chin with both hands. Yi Zihong felt as if he had been asked, and opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a single word in half a day. Cultivating martial arts for what? Yi Zihong didn't seem to have thought much about this question. Previously, one of the reasons why he practiced martial arts was because he thought it was fun, and the other was to get back at Yanghua and make him pay for his actions. But why did he cultivate now? To force out the toxins in his body? But after forcing out the toxin in his body, does he still want to cultivate? If he wanted to, what was the reason for cultivating? And if he didn't want to, what was the reason for that? After a long period of silence, Yi Zihong shook his head with a bitter smile. He himself didn't seem to be clear yet, so he turned his gaze to Xiaoyi and asked, what about you? And what are you cultivating for? Xiaoyi said with a hint of a smile on her face, somewhat proudly, I want to be like my grandfather, hanging around and healing people. After saying that, a silly smile appeared on Yi's face. But wouldn't it be better to be a doctor if you heal people and cure the sick? Why do you need to cultivate martial arts? Yi Zihong asked with some doubts. After he heard Yi Zihong's doubts, her entire body suddenly fell silent all of a sudden, and the smile on her face immediately tightened. Although Yi Zihong didn't know where he had gone wrong with those words just now, he still immediately apologized when he saw Xiaoyi in this state. "I'm sorry, is it possible that I said something wrong somewhere just now?" Xiaoyi glanced at Yi Zihang and squeezed out a smile and shook her head. "No, it's just that I remembered something from before." As she said this, her eyes were unable to hold back the redness for a moment. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihang was at a loss for words, looking at Xiaoyi's situation, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. But the girl cried in front of him. This can be the same time. Really want to cry. I'm afraid he can only look on. But fortunately, Xiaoyi was obviously much stronger than he looked. A smile appeared on her face, and she squeezed back the tears that were clearly about to overflow. "Well, why don't we change the topic of conversation for a bit? Do you usually have any small animals?" Xiaoyi still said with a big smile on her face, as if nothing had just happened. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't linger on the topic just now and quickly shifted to a new topic. "Small animals, do cats count? I have a cat at home, just a few days ago, but it keeps crawling on my head. Do you think it's a head fetish? Is there a cure for this?" When Xiaoyi heard Yi Zihang's words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Head fetish? She has heard of many other fetishes, but only this head fetish. She really heard it for the same time. "Or you find a time to carry him over. Let me help him look, but I'm not a psychiatrist. Cure or not, I cannot guarantee." After saying that, the two of them laughed in unison. Chapter 112, Update Successful. More than an hour later, Yi Zihang's system update was complete, and a beep exploded in his head like a firecracker. System update successful. The lottery system has been updated. The host has completed the Hidden Quest Extreme First Grade and received the following rewards: 1 raffle ticket, a one-time 3rd grade magic treasure Heart of Stone, and 50 W of experience value. Host breaks through to 2nd grade martial artist. Reward, 3 raffle tickets. Mind Flower. Experience value 100 W. Immediately afterward, the attribute panel appeared in front of him once more, but it seemed to have been altered a bit. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 150, beginner's grade 2. Numinous power, 1 yen, beginner grade. Feats, 3, great achievement realm, 1000 out of 10. 000. Mental skill class, 9. Deshang realm, 1000/10,000. Physical skill class, 10. Dechang realm, 1000/10,000. Remaining experience value, 690 W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, small success in martial arts. Detected that the host has upgradable skills that cost experience value, 22 W. Do you choose to upgrade? The system's voice sounded again. Upgrade. Yi Zihong did not hesitate and answered directly. Immediately after, on the attribute panel in front of Yi Zihang, a golden light flashed, and a warm current then surged into Yi Zihang's body. And with that, the data on Yi Zihang's attribute panel underwent a huge change. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 280, 2nd grade beginner. Nihility, 13 nihility, beginning grade. Feats, 3, perfection realm. Mental skill class, 9, perfection realm. Physical skills, 10, perfection realm. Remaining experience value, 668 W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, small success in martial arts. Physical energy had risen directly to 280. Mental energy had also soared directly to 13 yen, and all the feats and skills had also reached the perfection realm. This wave could be said to be very profitable. But what made Yi Zihang curious was that spiritual power had already risen from 1 to 10. Why his divine numinous master still hadn't been upgraded? System, how much numinous power does a divine numinous master need to ascend to the next level? Yi Zihang couldn't help but ask. 1,000 yen, the system replied. Once Yi Zihang heard this, he almost didn't spit a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. He originally thought that this divine yen master upgrade would be fine up to about 100 yen at most, but he didn't expect that the system would now say to himself that it would take 1,000 yen, which meant that he would still have to gather more than 900 skills before he could upgrade. Yi Zihang shook his head helplessly. Shaking his head, Yi Zihang didn't bother to think about this for the time being, but waved his hand and took out the disposable 5th grade magic treasure Heart of Stone that he had just obtained from his storage ring. The system understood Yi Zihang's meaning in an instant and directly opened its mouth to explain. Heart of Stone, a disposable 5th grade magic treasure, automatically helps the host offset a fatal blow, but can only be used once, and the attacking party must not exceed the 5th grade cultivation level. When Yi Zihang heard this, he looked towards the stone-like Heart of Stone in his hand, and a smile appeared in his eyes. This is the first time he has seen a 5th grade magic treasure. It seems to be a good thing. Then, he took the Heart of Stone back into his storage ring and took out the other mindfulness flower. Heart Numinous Flower. Primary grade spiritual treasure. After using it, it can increase 50 numinous power. Chapter 113, We Are Assassins. After listening to the introduction of the Mind Flower, Yi Zihang couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then his face revealed a look of ecstasy as he hurriedly asked, System, can I use this Mind Flower now? How can I use it? Yi Zihang was very excited. With this Mind Flower, it would be equivalent to letting him learn 50 mental power skills at once. Yes, the host only needs to consume the entire mindfulness flower, the system replied. After Yi Zihang heard this, he didn't hesitate and directly swallowed the palm-sized mindfulness flower in one gulp. After chewing the mind flower in his mouth, its juice instantly exploded in Yi Zihang's mouth, and the flavor was dozens of times more bitter than the world's bitterest bitter gourd, and Yi Zihang almost didn't spit it out at once, but after all, it was something that could increase his mind power by 50 points, so he couldn't waste it. So Yi Zihang clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and violently swallowed the mind flower in his mouth in one gulp. Host's mind power has increased by 50 points. The system's voice rang out, but Yi Zihang didn't care much. He was more interested in removing the bitter taste in his mouth. This flavor was really too bullish. After 5 or 6 minutes, the bitter flavor in Yi Zihang's mouth slightly weakened, although it was still very bitter, but it was much better than just now. Yi Zihang sighed and asked the system to open the Grand Carousel page again, preparing for a wave of lucky draws. However, when the page that originally belonged to the Grand Carousel opened, Yi Zihang realized that his Grand Carousel had disappeared. But rather than disappearing, it was better to say that it had been replaced. The page that originally belonged to the Grand Carousel had turned into a 9-cell grid, with 9 cells representing 9 options. Of these 9 grids, 8 of them were things inherited from above the Grand Carousel: feats, spiritual skills, magic treasures, thank you for your patronage, and all the rest. As for the extra one, it was the one in the very center with 2 big words written on it: spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure? That said, the Heart Numinous Flower just now seemed to be a first-grade spiritual treasure. Could it be that this spiritual treasure is a 5th-grade treasure that is specifically used to enhance one's numinous power? As Yi Zihang was thinking, the system's voice sounded once again, explaining for Yi Zihang. Spiritual treasure means heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. All kinds of spiritual treasures have different uses. There are spiritual treasures that increase the power of thoughts. There are spiritual treasures that increase physical ability. And there are also some that have special effects. After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Zihang couldn't wait any longer and directly started the lucky draw. A golden bright frame began to jump regularly on the 9 grids. The bouncing continued for about 10 seconds, and finally stopped at the experience value grid. Gained experience value, 32W. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihang was more or less a little disappointed. Experience value could be said to be the thing he lacked the least. Casually doing any quests could go up by 100,000 or a million. Sighing, Yi Zihang began to draw again. This time the lightbox fell on magic treasure. Obtained a first-grade magic treasure iron wrist guard. Then, an iron wrist guard appeared in Yi Zihang's hand. Yi Zihang looked at the wrist guard in his hand and couldn't help but stare. This thing looked so familiar, but it seemed to be missing something. Yi Zihang pondered for a while, and took out the thorns that he had gotten earlier and placed it on the iron wrist guard. A wave of middle-aged power suddenly surged through his heart, and Yi Zihang couldn't help but shout, "We're assassins." Chapter 114, You Taste It. Yi Zihang put the thorn into his storage ring, and then put the iron wrist guard on his injured left hand. Yi Zihang didn't do this to protect his injured arm, nor was it because he was accustomed to using his left hand. The reason why he did this was simply for the sake of faith. Of course, faith was faith, and he would not cut his ring finger. Yi Zihang started the 3rd lucky draw. The 9-cell grid kept jumping around, but in the end, it jumped to thank you for your patronage. However, Yi Zihang's 4th draw was very lucky, jumping directly to spiritual treasure. Obtained 1 ox power fruit. Ox power fruit, a first-grade spiritual treasure, can increase physical energy by 50 points after taking it. Immediately after, a fist-sized fruit appeared in Yi Zihang's hand. Yi Zihang looked at the fruit, but he couldn't help but freeze. Just now, that mind flower was not very good, and I'm afraid that this ox power fruit is not very good either. However, after thinking about it, this ox power fruit can at least enhance the physical ability of 50 points, so it can't be wasted. So Yi Zihang tried to take a bite. Well, the flavor is not bad, Yi Zihang said with some surprise. The flavor of this ox power fruit wasn't delicious, but compared to the mind flower, it was simply a heavenly and an earthly one. The flavor of the ox power fruit was not very strong, just a little sweet, and the flavor was very light, but it was already very good, and Yi Zihang was already very satisfied. After a small half-mouthful of Niu Li Gua, Yi Zihang's mind rang with the system's voice. Physical energy increased, 11 points. Yi Zihang froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something. Could it be that this nyoli fruit increased physical energy by as much as it was eaten? So Yi Zihong took another small bite of the nyoli fruit with the attitude of trying it out. Physical energy increased. 4. Hearing this sound, Yi Zihong affirmed his guess. Now Yi Zihong began to think about another problem. Surprisingly, he was able to eat it in small pieces and then increase his physical energy by a small amount. So could he pick out a small piece and take it back to Linya to try? System, does this ox power fruit have any effect when given to others? Yi Zihong asked. Yes, but it is recommended that the host dilute it before giving it to others to eat. It is difficult for ordinary people to absorb it, and even after taking too much of it, it will lead to too much energy accumulation in the body, destroying the cultivation path in the future. As if the system could see Yi Zihong's mind, it carefully explained for Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong nibbled a few more bites of the nyoli fruit, and his physical energy rose by 40 points, and he planned to keep the remaining 10 points and give them back to Linya. However, Yi Zihong seemed to have thought of something, and took out his thorn, picking off a piece of crystal clear flesh from the place where the ox power fruit hadn't been bitten. Xiaoyi, Yi Zihong shouted. He was going to give Xiaoyi a piece as well. Anyway, with Linya's current state, the rest of this would definitely not be used up, and he didn't know if it would rot if he kept it. It just so happens that Xiaoyi's grandfather saved his own life, and he has nothing to repay. So he first sends a piece of cow power fruit as a token of appreciation. After hearing Yi Zihong calling out to him, Xiaoyi walked out from another room and looked at Chen Xian with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong? Xiaoyi asked with some confusion. Yi Zihong handed over the slice of ox power fruit in his hand, revealing a smile. You taste it. Chapter 115, What is a real person? Yi froze for a moment, but in the end, she walked over and picked up the small piece of cow power fruit in Yi Zihong's hand. What is this? Yi asked with some curiosity. It can enhance your cultivation. Try it, Yi Zihong said. Xiaoyi glanced at the ox power fruit in her hand and pondered for a while, but in the end, she still ate it. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't hesitate and directly turned on breath detection. Name, Li Yi. Physical ability, 15. First grade, early stage. Numinous power, 1. 2 beginner grade divine numinous master. After Yi ate the ox power fruit, her physical ability began to rise little by little, reaching 20 points in the end. Name, Yi. Physical energy, 20. First grade. Nian Li, 1. 2 beginning grade divine Nian master. Xiaoyi also noticed her changes and looked at Yi Zihong with a look of surprise in her eyes. Yi Zihong began to calculate. Xiaoyi used 5 points of physical energy here. He ate 40 points himself. There were still 5 points left. Leaving it for Linya should be enough. Brother Zihong, what is this stuff? Why do I feel as if my cultivation has increased so much all of a sudden? Xiaoyi asked curiously. However, this kind of thing Yi Zihong felt that it was better not to talk about it. After all, there was no impermeable wall in the world, and he had only gotten to know Xiaoyi today, saying that it was the other person who had saved him, but it didn't mean that she was really like this as she had shown. In short, before completely familiar with each other, or try to keep some vigilance good, lest again like Qin Zizhong like things. However, when it came to Qin Zizhi, Yi Zihong couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart again. He had killed 3 people today, even though they had started it, but no matter what, it was Yi Zihong who had killed them. I'm afraid that this matter wouldn't be too easy to solve. Brother Zihong, are you alright? Xiaoyi looked at Yi Zihong's soulful appearance and asked in a low voice. Once Yi Zihong heard this, he woke up from his thoughts and looked at Yi, revealing a smile. Oh, sorry, where were we just talking about? Yi Zihong said with a hint of apology. Said about that fruit. Xiaoyi smiled faintly. I'm not too sure about this fruit. It was left to me by my master. Yi Zihong said. This was the last way to shrug it off. Master, is that the real person powerhouse that Grandpa and the others are talking about? Yi Zihong nodded. It should be. Is that real person very strong? I used to hear Grandpa say that only strong people who had reached the peak of the 9th grade realm could be called real people. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Yi Zihong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Although he had heard the name of a true master every day, he really hadn't known anything about what kind of person could be called a true master. I'm not too sure, Yi Zihong said. This was something he didn't need to hide. Anyway, he had already told Li Ruohai in the previous times that this master of his own was unreliable, and he didn't really know much about anything in the martial arts world, so he didn't really need to hide it. Brother Zihong, is it true that you don't know much about things in the martial Dao realm? Aha! Yi Zihong nodded and answered. Seeing this, he pondered for a while and finally decided to personally give Yi Zihong a good explanation about the relationship between the realms and titles in the martial Dao realm. Yi Zihong also expressed his willingness to accept this. After all, it was better to understand these things as early as possible. Chapter 116, This dream can be had. After Xiao Yi's explanation, Yi Zihong had sort of clarified the relationship between cultivation and titles in the martial arts world. In fact, this title is very simple to say. Only after reaching the 7th grade realm of martial artists can have a title. The 7th grade martial artists were called masters, the 8th grade was Taidu, the 9th grade was grandmaster, and the peak of the 9th grade was the strongest martial artists in the world, which were very few in number, and were called real people, true master, and that fake master of Yi Zihong's was the strongest martial artist in this world, the peak of the 9th grade, true man. Then roughly how many true men are there in this world? Yi Zihong asked with some curiosity. The total number of known ones currently is only about 50 or so, of which we have 12 in the country of China. Wait, you mean to say that besides the country of Hua, other countries also have real people in existence? Yeah, besides the country of China, there are also the country of Japan, the country of Buddha, the country of M, the country of the stick, and so on, all of which have real people in existence. There's one in M country too? Yi Zihong couldn't help but ask. In his impression, M country had always been a technology-based country and only had a history of 200 to 300 years, martial arts and whatnot. There shouldn't be real people in existence. Xiaoyi could see the doubt in Yi Zihong's mind, gently smiled and explained. It's true that M over is mainly based on technology, but that doesn't mean they don't have martial arts. And you have to know that M country is one of the 10 countries with the most ancient martial arts relics left in the world today. 10 countries with the most ancient martial Dao relics left behind? Yi Zihong felt even more incomprehensible. A country with a history of 200 to 300 years. Where did it get the ancient martial arts Dao relics? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mayan civilization, he said softly. Upon hearing this word, Yi Zihong instantly reacted. Right, the country of M might not have much of a martial arts history, but it didn't mean that the civilization that once ruled this land didn't have a martial arts history. By the way, are these 12 real people the only ones in China in total? Yi Zihong asked, suddenly thinking of a crucial question. If there were only these 12 people in total in the country of China, and if these 12 people happened to know each other and knew of their existence, and then got together for a chat and found out that there was no master amongst them who was a disciple of his, then he would be in deep trouble. That's not true. There are quite a few reclusive powerhouses that don't want to show their faces, but once in a while, when they can't be bothered, they will go out to find a disciple. Once he heard this from Yi Zihong was finally relieved. Fortunately, not all the real people had already appeared in the world, or else it would definitely be a matter of time before this matter of his was dismantled. But even if he is not dismantled now, but wait until one day he became strong enough, sooner or later is going to be dismantled. At that time he still have to encounter After thinking for a long time, Yi Zihong finally found 2 ways for himself that could perfectly solve this problem. The first way, to find a real person to be his master, so that there would be no such thing as dismantling. But the problem was, where would he find a real person to be his master? Even if he could find someone willing to accept him as a disciple, it was still a question. Moreover, after people were willing, after they found the system on him, would they have a thief's heart or just kill him and take the system away was another question. The solution to the first approach might not be very reliable, so Yi Zihong planned to take the second approach. The second solution, to become a peak 9th grade realist powerhouse himself. Having reached the peak 9th grade realm himself and become a real person, then even if the matter of not having a real person master was discovered, so what? He himself was a real person powerhouse, the top powerhouse in the world. Who else would he wimp out on? At this time, Yi Zihong remembered the question he asked him earlier, why he cultivated, in order to become a real person strongman, in order to prevent being counted in the future. Well, this dream can be had. Chapter 117, Returning Drunk. After another little more than half an hour, Yi Zihong saw at the doorway, Lu Jiang and a white-haired old man walking and carrying a familiar figure. Yi Zihong fixed his eyes and realized that the person was none other than Li Ruohai. Old me can still drink. Li Ruohai suddenly raised his head and roared loudly. His voice was so loud that it could scare people to death. And Yi Zihong, too, saw his reddish and incomparable face. Then Li Ruohai moved a little closer, and Yi Zihong could smell a smell of alcohol coming through. In no time, Lu Jiang and that old man dragged Li Ruohai over, then threw him towards the sofa where Yi Zihong was, making him lean against it. Li Ruohai suddenly opened his mouth and slammed a spacer, the smell of alcohol accompanied by a strange odor of some sort. It was quite disturbing. Then he slowly twisted his head towards Yi Zihong, then his eyes stalled on Yi Zihong's face for a few seconds. Hey, isn't this little friend Yi? Why? Awake. Saying that, he raised his hand and gathered it towards Yi Zihong's shoulder, pulling Yi Zihong over. How is it? Are the injuries on your body healed yet? Li Ruohai said with a big grin. A look that was a far cry from the usual Yi Zihong saw. Although helpless, Yi Zihong still nodded his head. After all, no matter what, They were the ones who saved themselves, so he could mess with them first. Yi Zihong could only smile and nodded. It's already much better. But how do I see that you seem to be very spiritless? Wait for me. Saying that, with a twist of his head, he looked at the old man who had sent him in. Old Ghostly, go, get another jug of wine. Give little friendy a taste. As soon as that old man known as Old Ghostly heard these words, his entire face immediately darkened. Old Ghostly glanced at Lu Jiang beside him. Is that okay? Lu Jiang shrugged. Feel free. Then, Yi Zihong saw Old Ghostly pull out a wooden box from his body, only to see Old Ghostly open the wooden box in his hand and light up the dozens of 7 or 8 centimeter long, shining silver needles inside. Walking towards Li Ruohai, when Yi Zihong saw this scene, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. These silver needles, they were too scary. When Li Ruohai saw the silver needle in Li Laogai's hand, his face even showed a hint of a shameful smile, pointing at Li Laogai, and said as if mocking, He, with this thing, you'd better not bring it out to embarrass people. But the words just fell. Yi Zihong will see before also from Li Ruohai 1 or 2 meters away from Li Old Ghost suddenly rushed to Li Ruohai's body, and quickly will 5 or 6 silver needles stabbed into his head in turn. The whole process length is not more than 5 seconds. Speed is very fast. Because the needles did not penetrate deeply, Li Ruohai's head looked like a hedgehog. Immediately afterward, Yi Zihong saw Li Ruohai's eyelids begin to droop downwards, and his body became shaky, as if he would fall down at any time. Yi Zihong hurriedly took a few steps back, afraid of accidentally touching the few silver needles on his head. Seeing this, Elder Ghostly once again stretched out his hand and removed the several silver needles on Li Ruohai's head with a skillful maneuver, and then retracted them into the wooden box, and Li Ruohai was finally closing his eyes and collapsed, letting out a snoring sound. Elder Ghostly let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at Yi Zihong and then at Lu Jian on the side. Then, as if realizing something, he picked up Li Ruohai and walked towards the inner room. Chapter 118 Resources of a Scattered Cultivator. All of a sudden, only Yi Zihong and Lu Jiang were left in the room, and after the two of them were silent for a long time, Lu Jiang took the lead and said, Why did those 3 people attack you? I don't know. Yi Zihong shook his head. Where would he know these things? Then think about whether they have asked you any special questions, such as asking you which sect of cultivators you are. These martial artists, although they are casual cultivators, they would not just go out of their way to kidnap, or even kill a martial artist with an unknown identity. Yi Zihong pondered for a moment. Yes, they did ask me which sex cultivator I was from. Then how did you answer? A casual cultivator. What? Lu Jiang suddenly let out a shout, looking at Yi Zihong with eyes full of surprise and disbelief. What's wrong? Yi Zihong realized that something was wrong and asked in a low voice. What are you doing pretending to be a casual cultivator if you're not one of the real disciples? It's fun. I didn't want to be too publicized. Lu Jiang was speechless for a while after hearing this, and didn't know what to say about Yi Zihong. What's wrong with pretending to be a casual cultivator? Yi Zihong asked with some doubt. He remembered that in those novels he had read before, the casual cultivators were the most powerless and lowly group of people. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with pretending to be a loose cultivator. Do you know that casual cultivators are a status in the martial arts world? Lu Jiang said helplessly. Isn't it the weakest force? Yi Zihong asked. Ha! Lu Jiang laughed coldly twice, looking at Yi Zihong with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Well then, let's not talk about the issue of loose cultivation forces. Let me ask you a simple question first. What is the prerequisite for cultivation? This question stumped Yi Zihong, and he pondered for half a day before slowly answering. Qualification? Lu Jiang was speechless. You are at least a disciple of a real person. Don't act so ignorant. Okay, no matter how good the qualifications are, without resources and without a technique you cultivate my ass. When Yi Zihong heard this, he felt as if it was true. Then I'm asking you, where did you get your resources and techniques from? After hearing this one question, Yi Zihong was subconsciously wary for a moment, thinking that Lu Jiang had discovered the secret of his system. But after taking a closer look at Lu Jiang's expression as if nothing had happened, Yi Zihong felt that he should have overthought it. My master gave it to me, Yi Zihong replied, trying his best to remain calm. What about the resources of the scattered cultivators? Lu Jiang asked again. Yi Zihong was silent for half a day before replying. From their families? When Lu Jiang heard this, he was so angry that he knocked a fist onto Yi Zihong's head, directly knocking out a ringing sound. Hiss! Yi Zihong covered his head with both hands and grimaced in pain. Why are you so stupid? Having a family member providing him with resources, that means that there are people in their family who cultivate martial arts. So can it still be considered a casual cultivator? Once Yi Zihong heard this, he covered his head and pondered for a while before finally nodding. Then where do you think the resources of a loose cultivator come from now? Lu Jiang asked again, an impatient expression on his face. Yi Zihong was certain that if he spoke up again this time, The one that landed on his head might not be as simple as a fist. Yi Zihong didn't dare to speak out of turn, combining his previous experiences with a variety of things and finally coming to a conclusion. Was it a robbery? Chapter 119, Scattered Cultivation Status. Lu Jiang was speechless, completely speechless, and let out a long sigh. Whether it was because the words he said were too difficult to understand, or Yi Zihong was just too stupid. But no matter what, Lu Jiang was not prepared to spend any more time with Yi Zihong. He felt that if he asked like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say anything by tomorrow. Ordinary people can't cultivate without cultivation resources in Gongfa. If they can't cultivate, they don't have cultivation. If they don't have cultivation, they can't enter the circle of Wudao. If they can't enter the circle, they can never know Wudao. And they can't become casual cultivators. In the world of martial arts, scattered cultivators refer to those ordinary people who have obtained the inheritance of martial arts by chance. They do not have any power, but they have huge resources. The resources of those martial artists before they die. Are some martial artists in the eyes of the fat sheep to be slaughtered? Even if they kill them, there will be no one to come to them to settle the score. So, do you now understand what kind of state the casual cultivator is in the martial arts world? Lu Jiang hissed. He had already made it so clear. If Yi Zihong still couldn't figure it out, then he would have just slapped his face and hollered up. But fortunately, because Lu Jiang had said it in great detail this time, Yi Zihong had finally figured out the true status of casual cultivators in the martial arts. So then the reason why I was attacked by Chen Zizai and the three of them before was because I messed up my own identity to cause it? Lu Jiang nodded. This kid finally figured it out. In the future when you go out, if you don't want to publicize it, just simply say that you are a disciple of the Heavenly Star Sect. The fame of the Heavenly Star Sect is enough to scare away some people with bad intentions. Is this good? Don't worry, your real-life master won't mind. Yi Zihong was speechless. He was trying to say if the people from the Heavenly Star Sect would mind. Okay. However, since he had already said so, there was no need for him to say anything more. Just agree. By the way, Chen Zizai and the three of them, Yi Zihong said, his voice weakening, as if he was a little scared and a little guilty, when Lu Jiang saw Yi Zihong's appearance, but he waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry, things have been taken care of. Just a little thing. A small matter? Yi Zihong didn't know what to say. He had killed people and still three, and it was just fine? Really? Seeing Yi Zihong's unbelieving look, a proud smile appeared on Lu Jiang's face as he waved his hand and said, don't worry about it, we've checked the identities. The strongest one is an outcast from a certain clan. The other three are really loose cultivators, but the inheritances obtained are all very small. They are all the inheritances of a first-grade martial artist. They don't count for much. It's not much of a big deal to kill them. Yi Zihong opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Is it so normal to kill people in your martial Dao world? Just how terrifying is your martial Dao realm? Yi Zihong roared furiously in his heart, but didn't say anything out loud, and kept his expression on his face as calm as possible. But since Lu Jiang had said it was fine, then he shouldn't have to worry. By the way, your cultivation seems to have risen quite a bit. Lu Jiang glanced at Yi Zihong and said. Yi Zihong knew that this couldn't be hidden, so he had thought of everything before his breakthrough. The storage ring opened up partially again after I reached my limit body, so I ate what was inside, and then I broke through. Lu Jiang fell silent as he walked out without another word, but for some reason, Yi Zihong saw a hint of despondency in his back. Chapter 120 Body Strengthening Dan Formula. The next morning, Yi Zihong woke up in the small medical center, because Old Manly said that although the toxins in Yi Zihong's body had been removed, it was inevitable that something would happen, so it was better to stay here until tomorrow to make sure that it was really fine before leaving. So Yi Zihong spent the night in the small medical center, while Lu Jian was originally going to leave, but because Li Ruahai was still there huffing and puffing, and he himself couldn't drive, so he stayed here quite helplessly. You're awake? Elderly came to him at some point. Anyway, Yi Zihong only knew that as soon as he opened his eyes. Elderly was here. Elderly, Yi Zihong said very respectfully. He didn't want to be like Li Ruahai yesterday, who was stabbed into his brain by Old Ghostly with a few silver needles over a dozen centimeters long. Old Ghostly nodded towards him with a big poker look, slowly walked to his front, lifted one of his hands without even looking and touched it for a while. Well, it's worthy of being a disciple that the real person has his eye on. With such a strong recovery ability, he has already recovered to such a point in one night, Old Ghostly said, not even glancing at Yi Zihong with his eyes. That, senior, you're grasping the wrong hand. When Yi Zihong said this, Old Ghostly jerked his head down and realized that he was indeed pulling on Yi Zihong's uninjured left hand. Old Ghostly only felt his old face redden, but was unwilling to admit his mistake and coughed dryly twice. That, old man's medical skills are not something that a little brat like you can understand. Old me not touching the location of your wound is because I was afraid that arm of yours couldn't withstand old me's powerful internal force, leading to secondary injuries. So I retreated to check your injuries and the spread of the toxin through your other arm, Old Man Lee said righteously. But Yi Zihong was not a cutie, and saw at a glance that Elder Ghostly was lying. But he didn't expose Elder Ghostly, but instead echoed the pat on the back. Elder Lee is really powerful. He knew about my recovery with a single touch, Yi Zihong said, looking like Old Ghost Lee's little fanboy. Old Ghostly didn't know if Yi Zihong was being sincere when he said that at this time, or if he was simply saying it for the sake of flattering his ass. But no matter what, Yi Zihong's words made him happy, and as soon as he was happy, he naturally wanted to send something to Yi Zihong. However, he himself didn't seem to have any more treasures besides the chest of elixirs. Moreover, in order to save Yi Zihong before, 1/3 of the spirit medicine in the box had already been used, he wouldn't give Yi Zihong one more point. That was his savings for many years. After thinking for a long time, Old Man Lee thought of something. Wait for me here for a moment. After Old Ghostly finished speaking, he ran into the inner room and stayed inside for more than a minute before running out again. He had a small smile on his face, and both of his hands were pinned behind his back. Kid, I heard that kid Li Ruohai say yesterday that you seem to be a divine mind master as well. Aha, just came into contact not long ago, right? Seeing this, Old Ghostly revealed a trace of a smile on his face and brought out his hand that was placed behind him, and a parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Here, this is the formula for the first grade elixir Strong Body Dan, although you may not be able to use it for the time being, but it's only a matter of time, so I'll give it to you today. With that, he handed Yi Zihong the formula for the body strengthening pill. Yi Zihong was dumbfounded for a few seconds, but he quickly reacted and took the formula, then hastily thanked him. Chapter 121 Martial Trade Ground. Old Ghostly chatted with Yi Zihong for a few more moments before leaving directly. Yi Zihong, on the other hand, picked up the Dan formula and slowly opened him up. The moment Yi Zihong's eyes made contact with the Dan formula, a voice then entered his mind. Host has comprehended the first grade Dan formula Strong Body Dan, automatically ascending to the perfection realm, consuming 1W of experience value and +1 of Nianli. As soon as the words fell, immediately afterward, Yi Zihong felt a sudden surge of memories in his mind, which were information on the refining method and required medicines for the body strengthening pill. Yi Zihong directly put the formula in his hand into his storage ring, and then recalled what he had just seen in his mind. The body strengthening pill was a first-grade pill that no longer had any effect on Yi Zihong, but he had previously promised Li Ruohai that he would help him refine a body strengthening pill. However, even though the body strengthening pill was a first-grade elixir, the materials needed to refine it were still a considerable cost. 1 blood ginseng, 3 cordyceps, 2 poisonous scorpions. These things would cost at least a few tens of thousands of dollars to buy, which was already a large amount for Yi Zihong. However, Li Ruohai had said before that he would provide all the materials for refining, so he didn't have to worry about anything. After a few more minutes, Li Ruohai and Lu Jiang walked out, looked at Yi Zihong, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then led Yi Zihong out of the small medical center. Old Man Li brought Xiaoyi to see the three off, and before he left, he kept saying to Yi Zihong that he would come often when he had time, and that he could come to him for anything in cultivation and alchemy. A bit too enthusiastic. After that, Li Ruohai started the car and the three of them drove out in it. Are we going straight back to Yi Zihong's house? Yi Zihong didn't reply because he knew that Li Ruohai wasn't asking him again. Lu Jiang on the passenger side over there was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, let's go to the martial trade ground. Li Ruohai visibly froze for a moment, but eventually nodded. Yi Zihong, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what the martial trade ground they were talking about was. What does the martial trade ground do? Yi Zihong couldn't help but ask. Lu Jiang twisted his head and glanced at Yi Zihong, a wry smile appearing on his face. You'll know when you arrive. Seeing that Lu Jiang had no intention of telling him, Yi Zihong didn't ask anymore, but quietly sat in his seat and waited. After roughly half an hour of traveling, Yi Zihong got off the bus beside a flower and bird market, and the three of them got out of the bus one after another and stood in front of the flower and bird market. This is the martial arts market? Yi Zihong asked with slight doubt. No, it's inside, Lu Jiang said, then led Yi Zihong and Li Ruohai towards the inside of the flower and bird market. A few minutes later, the three of them passed through the flower and bird market and came to a small alleyway, and after a few more detours, they finally came to a large gate, which was guarded by two big men with sturdy builds. Yi Zihong's breath detection was automatically turned on, and the information of the two men appeared in front of him as data. Name, cultivation level, mid-first grade, spiritual power, 0, 9 inch, name, cultivation, first grade middle stage, spiritual strength, 0, 8 inch. Seeing this scene, Yi Zihang couldn't help but froze for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but show a few shades of surprise. To have two first-grade martial artists guarding the door here. What kind of world was inside that iron gate? Chapter 122 Potion Market. Lu Jian pulled out a silver token from his pocket and showed it to the two guards, who immediately showed a look of awe on their faces and hurriedly walked over to the large iron door to open it for the trio. The lock on the iron gate was a fingerprint lock. After the two men walked over and pressed on their fingerprints, the lock was slowly opened. One of them removed the fingerprint lock and opened the iron door, and on the other side of the iron door, several men dressed in black suits appeared in front of them. Name, cultivation level, first grade early stage, spiritual power, 0, 8 inch. Name, cultivation level, second grade early stage, spiritual power, 0, 9 inch. Name, cultivation, second grade middle stage, spiritual power, 0, 9 inch. 1 second grade middle stage, 2 second grade beginner stages, and 8 first grade martial artists. This battle was a bit impressive. Yi Zihang was now becoming more and more interested in this so-called martial arts trading ground. To be able to use so many martial artists as gatekeepers, it must be a big power. The three of them walked slowly under the watchful eyes of several martial artists. Li Ruohai and Lu Jiang seemed to have gotten used to this kind of scene, with a bland demeanor, without a hint of abnormality. But on the contrary, Yi Zihang was the complete opposite of the two of them, somewhat fearful, walking more or less unnaturally. However, it was no wonder Yi Zihang, after all, it was his first time to walk in front of so many martial artists, more or less will be a little uncomfortable. Not far in front of them was another iron door, much larger than the one they had just walked through, and after walking for a short while, several people reached the iron doorway. As usual, Lu Jiang picked up his token, and the second-rank cultivator watching the door nodded. Then a few first-rank martial artists behind him unlocked the fingerprint lock, removed the lock, and opened the door. Go in, that second-grade martial artist said coldly, no emotion to speak of in his icy tone. Lu Jiang did not hesitate, and with a calm face, he led Yi Zihang inside. Just after walking into the world at the other end of the iron gate, Yi Zihang suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes. At the other end of the iron gate, a bustling and noisy world appeared in front of Yi Zihang, with people shouting everywhere. Selling elixir, 10 years of blood ginseng for only 3 pieces of warm jade. Selling beast pets, the wolf demon descendant that contains the power of the bloodline is only 5 pieces of warm jade. Selling pills, a semi-finished body strengthening pill for only 50 pieces of warm jade. There were a lot of people selling pills, beast pets, elixirs, weapons, formulae, warm jade, and so on, all sorts of things. However, Yi Zihang roughly swept a glance, but found that most of these people selling pills were some half-finished pills, and could not even afford a good complete first-grade pill. Why isn't there even a good first-grade elixir here? Yi Zihang couldn't help but ask. Lu Jiang glanced at Yi Zihang after hearing this, but smiled without saying anything. On the other hand, Li Ruohai, who was on the side, stepped forward to explain. The number of martial artists is originally small, only a handful of million people, and among them, those who cultivate spiritual power are even fewer, and in the end, those who are able to become divine idea masters to refine pills are even fewer, plus the fact that alchemists are not able to succeed in every alchemy, and the pills that they make are not able to be successful in every instance, which has led to the extreme scarcity of pills in the marketplace. Chapter 123, Brass Token. Then how many divine numinous masters does the Heavenly Star sect probably have? Yi Zihang suddenly asked. Li Ruohai didn't answer Yi Zihang immediately, but instead twisted his head and glanced at Lu Jiang first, seemingly seeking his opinion. However, Lu Jiang shrugged with an indifferent expression. It's not like it's an unseemly secret, so what are you afraid of? Seeing that Lu Jiang had said so, Li Ruohai did not hesitate. There aren't many divine numinous masters within the Heavenly Star sect. There are 21 in total. 2 of them are mid-grade divine numinous masters, and all the others are beginner-grade divine numinous masters. 21. So few, Yi Zihang said, his words filled with disappointment. But after Li Ruohai saw this expression on Yi Zihang's face, he shook his head helplessly and said in his heart, you think that anyone who has a real-life master like you can live to use resources to pile you up to divine idea master? But although this thought was in his heart, Li Ruohai did not say it out loud, but went on to explain. Divine numinous master requires a very high big brother. It's not as simple as simply piling it up with resources. Of course, those like you who have a real-life master don't count. Listening to Li Ruohai's words, Yi Zihang was speechless. What do you mean by piling it up with resources? His own spiritual power from ordinary to becoming a real divine numinous master. It was all because he practiced spiritual skills step by step to cultivate it up. Okay, when did he use resources to pile it up? However, Yi Zihang didn't want to discuss these issues right now. What he wanted to know right now was another issue. how to differentiate the qualifications of divine numinous masters, and how to make someone a divine numinous master. If he could, he would like to try to cultivate Linya into a divine numinous masters. After all, Linya's spiritual power seemed to be quite high, directly reaching 2, stronger than all those second-grade martial artists. Maybe it was a natural spiritual power wizard too? That said, other than piling up resources, is there any other way to make a person a divine numinous master? There is. Direct cultivation of Gongfu, Li Ruohai said indifferently. Gongfu? Yi Zihong muttered, but he didn't seem to have a Gongfu for cultivating spiritual power, which made Yi Zihong very difficult. Other than that, is there anything else? I don't know. I'm not a divine mind master. How would I know? Li Ruohai said, with an air of minding my own business. Seeing this, Yi Zihong could only turn his gaze to Lu Jiang, but Lu Jiang shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know much. If you really want to ask, you should go ask Old Manly. The three of them walked for a while and came in front of a small two-story building, which was one of the few buildings here. Lu Jiang led Yi Zihong and Li Ruohai inside. There weren't many people in the small building, at least not on Yi Zihong's and their floor. Other than the three of them, the only thing left was the old man sitting at the counter on the side, and the two guards at the beginning of the second rank next to him. The old man slowly raised his head, his eyes roamed over the three of them, and finally rested on Lu Jiang's body. Lu Jiang slowly walked up to the old man, fished out the silver token from before and a piece of warm jade from his bosom, and placed them on the table in front of the old man. Run a low-rank token. Lu Jiang opened his mouth and said. When the old man heard this, he swept another glance at Yi Zihong and Li Ruohai, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He picked up the token on the dais table and carefully examined it, seemingly discerning its authenticity, then picked up one Ruinyu and looked at it for a few moments, before finally nodding and returning the token to Lu Jiang, who waved his hand and transformed it into a beam of light that flew into the storage ring on his finger, then took out a brass token from underneath the dais table and handed it over to Lu Jiang, who turned his hand to hand over the token to Yi Zihong. Chapter 124, You Can Refine Pills. If you want to buy anything in the future, take this brass token and come to the martial trade ground. There are a lot of things here, whether it's warm jade or spiritual pills, and there are also occasional people who will release some quests, so if you're willing to do so you can follow them up, and then go and complete them and collect the rewards. Lu Jiang said while shoving the brass token in his hand to Yi Zihong. The brass token was a pentagonal object, about the thickness of a finger, less than the size of a palm, with the words Martial Trade Ground engraved on the front, and a large He character on the back. Okay, let's go out. With that, he led the two out. Lu Jiang took Yi Zihong for a good spin around the Martial Trade Ground, while next to him, Li Ruohai acted as a tour guide and began to introduce Yi Zihong. The martial arts market is managed by the He family of Jianhai province. The He family has the highest 5th grade high-level cultivation martial artists, very prestigious in Jianhai province, basically can be considered a party hegemony, so there are very few people to cause trouble on their turf. It is relatively safe. The whole martial arts market is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first is everywhere these small stalls. There are good and bad, there are real and fake, but no matter how things are, as long as you pay money to buy, you are not allowed to return. This is the rules of the martial arts market. The second part, those small mansions, small buildings, most of these places are rented by some other local forces. Inside the things compared to the outside to be more precious and more valuable. One ruin you not enough words do not drill into it. Of course, if only to go in to get a better understanding of the words can be, but is not too frequent to go, otherwise it will cause resentment of the people. The third part of the last, that is, the formation of this martial arts trade field. He's family, the martial arts trade field controller. He's in the martial arts trade field has a total of 3 buildings. One just went to that place, called Token Building. All martial artists want to go to the martial arts trade field must apply for a token. If you don't have a token, even if you have the strength, they will not let you come in, unless there are other people who have a token to bring you in. Second, the auction house. Yes, that's the kind of place where things are auctioned off. It's right there. Li Ruohai pointed his finger not far away. Yi Zihong looked along and saw the small ancient building at a glance. It wasn't very big, only 3 floors in total, but I think you won't be going there for a long time. The things there are too expensive. The auction price of a casual item will start at 100 pieces of warm jade, and there's also a requirement to go in. Unless you have a silver token, or have a special invitation letter, you won't be able to get in. Lastly is one of the most important places in this martial trade ground, the Great Hall of Directors. Li Ruohai said this and looked up at a building a few meters away. Yi Zihong followed his gaze, but to be honest, that building, even though it was called the Great Hall, was actually just a large house with a large area, and aside from the somewhat ancient decorations, there was nothing more special about it. Looking at that large mansion, Yi Zihong pondered for a while before turning his head to look at Li Ruohai. I feel as if I have enough Nianli to refine pills. Li Ruohai and Lu Jiang, who were on the side, couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing this. But in an instant, Li Ruohai understood what Yi Zihong meant. Chapter 125, Making You Worry. Li Ruohai pondered for a while and nodded. Are you sure you can refine it all at once? I don't know. Haven't tried it yet, Yi Zihong said slightly helplessly. And Li Ruohai was also silent for a while, not knowing what to say for half a day. Lu Jiang, however, walked to the ground stall on the side as if he didn't hear it, wanting to try to pan for treasures. He was still more or less surprised by the fact that Yi Zihong had refined pills, but to him, it wasn't a big deal at all. A divine numinous master of the first grade could only refine pills of the first to third grade, and as he was a fourth grade martial artist, those pills were no longer of much use to him, which was why he was able to act so calmly. After a long time, Li Ruohai nodded. Okay, I'll gather the needed materials as soon as possible, but before that you'll have to practice a bit more to make sure you don't waste the materials. Practice so much? Yi Zihong asked with some doubt. You don't need to worry about these. Later I will go to Old Man Li's place to get you the things you need for alchemy, and by the way, I will bring you a copy of ordinary spirit medicines over, so that you can try to concoct some ordinary pills. Yi Zihong nodded. The three of them wandered around the martial trade grounds for a while longer, but really didn't buy anything because he didn't need anything at all right now. However, Lu Jiang was kind enough to say if he wanted to buy him a handy spirit weapon, as he had previously seen a first-rate spirit weapon shattered into pieces next to Chen Zi's eyes and their corpses. Yi Zihong didn't say anything, but silently took out his second-grade thorn, and then Lu Jiang shut up. After that, the three of them returned the same way they came in before and walked out from where they came in. Returning to the car, Li Ruohai started the car and they drove towards the neighborhood where Yi Zihong was. About half an hour later, Yi Zihong returned home. Li Ruohai said that he would come back later to get Yi Zihong some of the things he needed to use for refining pills. As soon as Yi Zihong opened the door to his room, he saw a ball of fleshy guy sleeping on the sofa, and after hearing the commotion of him coming back, he twisted his head to look over and called out, "Meow." Xiao Aoi softly called out, then turned his head to continue playing with something in his hand. Yi Zihong fixed his eyes and found that the thing in Xiao Aoi's hand was exactly the ball of wool that he had bought for him in the supermarket last time. Looking at his appearance, he should be quite fond of this thing. Yi Zihong walked to Xiao Aoi's side and gently touched her furry little head. Little Aoi probably also felt quite comfortable with this look, and let out a cozy sound from her mouth. Knock knock knock. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Yi Zihong froze for a moment. He had just returned less than 10 minutes ago and Li Ruohai had already driven a round trip? Yi Zihong walked to the door with slight doubt and opened it, but the person standing behind the door was not Li Ruohai, but Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood outside the entrance hall and looked at Yi Zihong who came to open the door. The bad guy in his eyes flashed a flash of essence, and his face actually showed a look of relief. Lin Ye, what's the matter? Yi Zihong asked. Oh, that I didn't see you yesterday when I was feeding the cat, so I thought to come up and look for you to see if you were up to something, Lin Ye said, her face actually showing a hint of a grieved look. Yi Zihong had a hint of a smile on his face, and suddenly took a step forward and without any warning, he embraced Lin Ye into his arms. I'm sorry, letting you worry. Chapter 126, The Complete Book of Ordinary Pill Refining. After that, the two of them chatted for more than 10 minutes and were standing the entire time. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ye's legs were getting a little weak, they probably would have been able to talk for a while. Then remember to come down and feed the cat at night. Yi Zihong nodded, so Lin Ye smiled and walked down. After that, Yi Zihong turned on the TV and hugged Aoi for another hour or so, when the knock on the door sounded once again. Knock knock knock. Yi Zihong opened the door, and the person behind the door was none other than Li Ruohai. Li Ruohai's hands were holding a small, ancient tripod with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, not very large. There were also all sorts of exquisite patterns beautifully engraved on the small tripod. There were also many miscellaneous things contained within the small tripod, including medicinal herbs, books, and a few pieces of warm jade. The things have all been brought to you. That old man Li the cheapskate is so generous this time. It's really rare, Li Ruohai said while placing the things on Yi Zihong's home table. Are these the things to use for alchemy? Yi Zihong pointed at the small tripod and asked. I guess so. Wait for me to read the instructions. With that, he picked up one of the books in the small cauldron and flipped through it, nodding his head while reading it. I've almost read it. Then he threw the book away and picked up the small tripod. Then with a flip of the tripod, all the contents were poured out. Take it, said the man, shoving the small tripod to Yi Zihong before turning around and picking up another book on the table, flipping through it for a few moments. Yi Zihong, on the other hand, was holding the small tripod and looked at him with a confused expression. Wait for me, let me see, He shawu, clove, sanchi, Li Ruohai said while placing a few herbs on the table into Yi Zihang's small tripod. After half a minute had passed, the small cauldron was almost full, and Li Ruohai finally nodded. Alright, start refining. Refining? How to refine? Yi Zihang asked with a confused look on his face. He didn't even know what kind of elixir Li Ruohai wanted him to refine. What the hell was he refining? Li Ruohai also reacted. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he hurriedly carried the small tripod in Yi Zihang's hands, then handed over the book in his hands. Receiving the book, as soon as Yi Zihang flipped it open, followed by the system's voice in his head ringing out once again, host comprehended the complete book of ordinary pill refining, automatically consuming 1W experience value and upgrading to the perfection realm, numinous power +1. Then, a section of text appeared in Yi Zihang's mind, and after a minute, Yi Zihang had already figured out the formulae and their refining methods. Yi Zihang threw the book onto the table, then gave Li Ruohai a look that was not favorable, and then began to throw some of the medicinal herbs in the small cauldron outside. What are you taking out the herbs for? Li Ruohai asked with some confusion. Yi Zihang gave him a blank look. This guy even had the face to ask. Confusing the Dan recipes of 5 or 6 types of pills and throwing so many herbs into his small tripod. If not for the fact that he had just personally read through the Dan recipes, all of these herbs would have been wasted. Li Ruohai also realized from Yi Zihang's eyes that something was wrong, and consciously closed his mouth, not speaking. In a short while, Yi Zihang took out 9/10 of the medicinal herbs in the small cauldron, leaving only 5 or 6 flavors in the small cauldron. Then, only then did Yi Zihang take the Dan tripod from Li Ruohai's hands again, ready to start refining the pills. Chapter 127, Body Strengthening Dan. Yi Zihang placed his hands on top of the Dan tripod, then began to catalyze his thought power to seep into the Dan tripod according to the method he had just read in the complete book of ordinary pill refining. After his thoughts seeped into the Dan ding, the patterns around the Dan ding began to emit a faint golden glow, and a hot air wafted out from the Dan ding, which also carried a faint medicinal fragrance. The operation of this Dan ding was actually very simple, injecting Nianli into it, and then converting it into a special kind of heat energy through the Dan ding, which was able to eliminate all the impurities in the medicinal herbs, leaving behind only the best part, which would then be condensed into a Dan. As Yi Zihang refined the Dan, a new panel of the system suddenly appeared in front of him. Original Nianli, 52. Remaining numinous power, 51 inch. The thing recorded on the panel was Yi Zihang's Nianli, which was originally 52 points, but he had just activated the Dan tripod, and in less than 10 seconds, his Nianli was directly turned into 51 points, which was too much consumption. System, is Nianli able to recover? Yi Zihang asked in his mind. He felt that it should be recoverable, otherwise all those divine luminaries would have become disposable. Yes, when there must be a Nianli Gongfu, if not it can be recovered, but the speed is extremely slow, 10 hours to recover a little. The system replied. To this Yi Zihang for a moment did not know what to say. 10 hours to be able to recover 1 point. Then if accidentally use up all 52 points of Nianli value, would not it take 520 hours, almost 22 days to be able to return to full? Then what if there are Nianli feats? Beginner grade Nianli feats, 1 hour to recover 1 point of Nianli. Middle grade Nianli feats, 100 points in 1 hour. High grade Nianli feats, 1000 points in 1 hour. Looks like we have to go get a Nianli Gong method to make it work, Yi Zihang said in his heart. After that, Yi Zihang spent another 3 hours, and finally ended up refining the first potion in his life, and his Nianli also changed from 52 at the beginning, to 34, consuming a whole 18 points of Nianli. However, Yi Zihang didn't even have time to see how well the elixir had been refined in the Dan tripod before the system took the first step to celebrate for him. Host has successfully refined an ordinary elixir, rewarded with a first-grade elixir formula and 3 raffle tickets. But Yi Zihang didn't care too much. He was now more interested in seeing how his first refined elixir looked like. As soon as he placed the Dan tripod on the table, Li Ruohai on the side couldn't wait to stick his head over. There were a total of 3 pills in the cauldron, all of which were gray in color and had a smoke-like white gas emanating from them. Yi Zihang took out the 3 pills in the cauldron. The pills were not very hot, and in his hand, he could feel a burst of heat coming from the pills. Yi Zihang handed one of them to Li Ruohai, and picked one up himself and put it in front of his nose to smell it. The smell was not bad, with a strong herbal flavor. However, as the heat dissipated, the herbal odor was slowly dissipating. What kind of elixir is this? Li Ruohai on the side asked with some curiosity. Body Strengthening Dan is considered a weakened version of Body Strengthening Dan. The power contained is not as big as Body Strengthening Dan. It's okay for ordinary people to use it, but even if a martial artist does, there is no difference between using it and not using it. After hearing this, Li Ruohai instantly lost interest in the Body Strengthening Dan in his hand and put the pill back on the table. Chapter 128 Mind Power Technique. After that, Yi Zihang made another potion, also 3 pills, named Disease-Removing Pill, a kind of medical pill, but the effect is not very big, can only treat some colds, wind chill and other minor diseases, for some slightly more serious diseases cannot do anything about it. However, this time, in addition to these 3 disease-removing pills, Yi Zihang also had some other gains. For example, his speed of refining pills had changed from 3 hours to 2.5 hours, which was half an hour less, and the amount of energy consumed had also become much less. When Yi Zihang refined the elixir for the first time, he consumed a total of 18 points of Nianli before and after, while for the second time, Yi Zihang consumed only 14 points of Nianli from the beginning to the end, a whole 4 points less consumption. If he could, Yi Zihang would like to continue refining a few more potions, but Li Ruohai advised him not to do so, because over-refining pills would lead to extreme physical exhaustion, and if he accidentally collapsed, he would have to sleep for 2 or 3 days. Yi Zihang also did feel some fatigue in his body, so he gave up the idea of continuing to refine pills. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Ruohai said goodbye to Yi Zihang and told Yi Zihang to try his best to practice the elixir a few more times in these few days, but not to exhaust his body. In addition, he would deliver the elixir needed for the Strong Body Dan on the next Saturday, so Yi Zihang would make sure to wait for him at home on Saturday. After saying this, he hurriedly ran downstairs and left. Yi Zihang, on the other hand, was by the window and kept watching Li Ruohai walk near the entrance of the neighborhood before he opened the system's lottery panel and prepared to start the lottery. It wasn't that Yi Zihang didn't trust Li Ruohai and was afraid that he would rob himself. It was mainly because Yi Zihang was afraid that something amazing would suddenly appear in his hand at that time, striking Li Ruohai into autism. 9 lattice jumping, 3 raffle tickets quickly used up, but Yi Zihang's luck this time does not seem to be very good. 3 raffle tickets, a thank you for your patronage, an experience value plus 100W, the 3rd mental power skills, and then upgraded to the full level, adding 1 point of thought power. Yi Zihang was speechless about this. He was not lacking anything right now, he just lacked that 1 Nianli skill, but the system just wouldn't give it to him, which made him helpless. Original Nianli, 53. Remaining Nianli, 21 inch. Looking at the remaining Nianli on the small panel in front of him, Yi Zihang expressed his helplessness. Although this remaining Nianli was enough for him to refine a potion once, he still had to help Li Ruohai to refine the potion on Saturday. Even if he could recover some Nianli in the middle of the time, it wouldn't be recovered too much. 5 days, 24 hours a day, a total of 120 hours, would only restore 12 points of Nianli, but he hadn't refined a first-grade elixir and didn't know how much Nianli a first-grade elixir would consume. Anyway, 12 points would definitely not be enough, so it was better to save these Nianli to use together on Saturday. Yi Zihang remembered old Ghostly. He said that if he had any problems with alchemy, he could go to him. He just didn't know if he would be willing to lend his Nianli Gongfu to himself to take a glance at it. As long as he took a glance at it, he would be able to comprehend that Gongfu and instantly cultivate the Gongfu to the perfection realm. But Gongfa, this kind of thing, I'm afraid is that as Li Old Ghost is not easy to lend, and oneself and they are not very familiar. The chance is not very big. Chapter 129, What if I get cheated one day? At 9 p.m., Yi Zihang appeared downstairs on time, but Linya didn't seem to have come over yet, so he fed the cat himself first. After waiting for a few more minutes, Yi Zihang heard the sound of Linya's door being opened, and Linya appeared in front of Yi Zihang wearing a white plain dress. She placed the bowl in her hand towards the side of Yi Zihang's bowl and let the stray cats eat, while she herself walked over to Yi Zihang's side, sat down, and then looked at the stray cats with a faint smile on her face. Tomorrow is the physical education midterm. How much do you think you can score? How simple. A perfect score is not a problem. Oh, so powerful. Then you must have that perfect score tomorrow to show me. Oh. Linya looked at him and said with a hint of a smile on her face. Yi Zihang was about to say something, but then he heard a familiar voice suddenly come from within his mind. There are some great things that can't be taken back if you blow them out. Getting a perfect score on the physical education midterm exam is rewarded with the first grade Nianli technique, the Heartwatcher's Sutra. After hearing this, Yi Zihang also couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to send himself a set of beginner's grade Nianli Gongfu? With Yi Zihang's current strength, getting a perfect score on the exam is simply something that is within reach. The system also don't mess with these tasks, directly give him the technique. Thinking of this, Yi Zihang's face couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy. What are you thinking about? Smiling so happily? I'm thinking that if I really get a perfect score on my PE test tomorrow, shouldn't you give me a little reward? Saying that, with a hint of a smile, he looked at Linya thoughtfully. Linya all of a sudden seemed to think of something, and her smiling face swished and turned red. Then what reward do you want? Linya lowered her head and asked somewhat shyly. Her voice was small, so small that she couldn't even hear it without listening carefully. Yi Zihang smiled gently and came to her ear, saying quietly, "If I really get a perfect score on the exam, will you let me give you a kiss?" Linya's face flushed a few more points. Then, where are you going to kiss? Although this was more or less a knowing question, Yi Zihang was happy to answer, "That depends on where I want to kiss." Saying that, he revealed a mischievous smile towards Linya. Then, the two of them fell into a moment of silence, but although the words were gone, neither of them felt awkward. Yi Zihang put his arm around Linya, and the two of them looked up at the starry sky together. After a long time, Yi Zihang seemed to have remembered something and pretended to reach into his pants pocket for a while before pulling out the body-strengthening pill that he had refined today. "Come on, here's a tasty treat for you." With that, he handed the gray body-strengthening pill to Linya. Linya looked at the gray elixir in Yi Zihang's hand, and subconsciously glanced at Yi Zihang, revealing a bit of worry in her eyes. "Zihang, this shouldn't be that kind of thing." Yi Zihang froze for a moment. What was meant by that kind of thing? But after seeing the worried expression on Linya's face, Yi Zihang instantly reacted, a helpless bitter smile appearing on his face. "What are you thinking about? I definitely won't do anything illegal." Once Linya heard this, she instantly sighed in relief and took the elixir from Yi Zihang's hand, smiling as she ate him down. Yi Zihang after seeing this scene but was a little helpless. This girl is not too trusting of others. He just a few words and she believed it. What if one day he was cheated by someone? Chapter 130 Rare Poison Pill. Linya looked at the pill given by Yi Zihang in her hand and pondered for a few seconds before finally consuming it in one gulp. On the other hand, Yi Zihang immediately opened the breath detection and began to observe the changes in Linya's data. Name, Linya. Physical energy, 0. 6. Mental energy, 1. 2 inch. Looking at Linya's original physical energy value, Yi Zihang didn't know what to say. 0. 6 physical energy. This was too weak. However, as the effects of the body-strengthening elixir slowly played out in Linya's body, Linya's physical energy gradually began to rise. 0. 6. 0. 7. 1. 1. 1. 2. Name, Linya. Physical energy, 1. 2. Mental energy, 1. 2 inch. In the end, Linya's physical energy rose to 1. 2, directly doubling and equaling her mental energy. 1. 2 physical energy might not be a big deal to Yi Zihang anymore, but to Linya, the feeling that this power brought to her was extremely shocking. She could clearly feel that her strength had become much stronger. She felt that her body was filled with power, and her entire body had become particularly energized. It was just like an originally deflated balloon that was suddenly filled to the brim with air and became airy. What is that thing? Linya couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with curiosity. But although Yi Zihang trusted Linya, there were still some things he didn't like Linya to know too early. "It's a secret," he said, revealing a smile. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Linya went back first, and Yi Zihang didn't choose to cultivate outside this time, but went back with Linya. The little bit of experience value and physical ability increased by the star forging technique was no longer of much use to the current Yi Zihang. So instead of staying here and spending hours to increase that little bit, it would be better to go and do something more meaningful. After returning home, Yi Zihang opened his attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 320, second grade beginning. Numinous power, 2153 numinous, beginning grade. Feats, 3, perfection realm. Mental skill class, 9, perfection realm. Physical skill class, 10, perfection realm. Remaining experience value, 770W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, small success in martial arts. There were still 21 points of Nianli left, which was completely enough for Yi Zihang to be refining a furnace of pills, but Yi Zihang didn't dare to do so because he was afraid that he would be overly fatigued and then fall down asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Zihang scratched his hand and changed the panel. All the data on the panel disappeared. Only a tattered parchment scroll with a was left. The tattered parchment scroll, and at the bottom of the parchment scroll were a few large, clearly visible words. Randomized first grade Dan formula. This was a gift from the system when Yi Zihang made his first elixir today, and Yi Zihang had saved it until now since he hadn't had the time to use it before. Open, Yi Zihang said softly. Immediately following the next second, a golden light suddenly emanated from above the parchment scroll, illuminating the entire system panel in a golden color. Host has comprehended the first grade Dan formula Rare Poison Dan. The first grade dilute poison pill can dilute the toxins in the body after taking it, but the effect is effective. A toxin can only be used for a maximum of 10 pills. If more, it will have no effect. This dilute poison pill formula was also considered a good formula. It could dilute the toxins in the body. If Yi Zihang hadn't broken through the second grade realm, he might have been happy for a while, But the problem was that now that he had broken through the second grade realm, the toxins in his body had already been suppressed, and he didn't need this dilute poison pill anymore. Chapter 131 Researching a Magic Treasure. With a stroke of his hand, Yi Zihong closed the panel. Then with another wave of his hand, he took out a solid sheepskin scroll and several jade white needles. This sheepskin scroll and white needles were both automatically scavenged by the system after Yi Zihong killed Chen Zzz, and the white needles, of which there were 4 in total, were called white jade poison needles, which were the very things that had pierced into his own skin at the beginning. And the important thing is that this thing is still a third-grade treasure, although it is a disposable item. But in Yi Zihong holds all the treasures are still the highest grade one. In addition, this sheepskin scroll seemed to be a relic treasure map, coupled with the information that he had previously received from Lu Jiang. Loose cultivator martial artists usually turn from ordinary people into loose cultivators after having encountered strange encounters. This Chen Zizai said that he himself was an abandoned disciple and not a loose cultivator, but he had real loose cultivators by his side. So could this treasure map be their stuff? In addition, this third-grade white jade poison needle, think also is not Chen Zizhong that guy's own things. After all, is the third-grade martial artists are not necessarily able to have the third-grade magic treasure. Therefore, Yi Zihong guessed that this white jade poison needle was obtained by Chen Zizi through this treasure map. A martial artist who possessed a third-grade treasure must have at least a third-grade cultivation level. The resources he possessed must not be too small, otherwise there wouldn't be such a treasure map. But look at Chen Zi and those guys. 4 people, in addition to Chen Zi and the white jade poison needle, in addition to not have any magic treasure. Simply poor, think has not yet found the real treasure. So Yi Zihong began to study the treasure map, but strangely enough, Yi Zihong had already compared all the existing maps in his mind with the treasure map, but he didn't find any place that could be matched with the treasure map. Yi Zihong shook his head and sighed, not bothering to look for the general location of the treasure map. He directly studied the treasure map. Half an hour later, Yi Zihong's face was once again showing a hint of helplessness. The treasure map he studied clearly. This was actually a road map that should have recorded the things hidden in a certain place and several routes to that place. But unfortunately, although Yi Zihong had figured all of this out, he had no idea where the place pictured on this map actually was, which made him helpless. Thus, Yi Zihong could only retrieve the treasure map along with the white jade poison needle into his storage ring. Yi Zihong glanced at his watch. 12 o'clock. It wasn't very late, at least for Yi Zihong, as his mental power was extremely strong, so he only needed to sleep for 3 or 4 hours a day. So Yi Zihong removed the wrist guard on his left wrist and began to study the magic treasure. Divine numinous masters were both alchemists and weapon makers at the same time, and using a magic treasure would make it even more powerful. These were all things that Yi Zihong had read inside that book, the complete book of ordinary pill refining. However, because it was a book that introduced pills, the book didn't say much about things like magic treasures. It only said that magic treasures, like pills, were forged by the power of the divine numinous master's thoughts, and that the divine numinous master's use of them could make them much more powerful. And then there was nothing else, all of which was skipped over in one stroke. But it didn't matter even if he didn't know much, because Yi Zihong felt he had plenty of time to study him. So in the remaining hours, Yi Zihong began to study his first-grade iron wrist guard. Chapter 132 Physical Education Midterm. The next morning, Yi Zihong got out of bed early in the morning, and had an early dinner by the way, even though he wasn't hungry at all. However, today, he was going to take the physical education exam, and he was going to get a perfect score, so it was safer to be on the safe side and eat a little bit. After a few more minutes after eating breakfast, Yi Zihong ran downstairs to find Linya. The door to Linya's house just opened, and Yi Zihong saw Linya in a school uniform walking out with her ponytail. Is it done? Yi Zihong asked with a smile. Linya nodded before walking out and closing the room door behind her. The two walked towards the direction of the school, chatting as they walked. However, Yi Zihong realized that Linya seemed to be a bit different from her usual self, probably because she was too nervous. Her words today were much less than usual. Seeing her like this, Yi Zihong had a smile on his face, and reached out to take her hand. A burst of coldness instantly came. Linya felt a sudden burst of warmth coming from her hand, and also froze for a moment. Don't worry, you can definitely pass. Yi Zihong's words were like a ray of hot air in the middle of winter, giving Linya a trace of warmth. She smiled and nodded her head in response. Even though she was still a little nervous in her heart, she looked much better already. A few minutes later, Yi Zihong and Linya entered the school's main gate before walking straight towards the playground. Before they arrived, there were already quite a few people who had arrived here before them, and they sat casually according to their class position, with a lazy look on their faces. Yi Zihong and Linya came to their class's location and then sat down to rest. The exams were not conducted in this school, but rather, they traveled to the first middle school in the city away from here to conduct the exams together with the other two schools. As for why this was done, Yi Zihong didn't know, and he was too lazy to think about it. He only knew that it was enough for him to get a perfect score. At almost 8 o'clock, the lead teacher of each class and the school principal arrived, and the one who led Yi Zihong and the others was naturally their homeroom teacher, Su Xianjing. The principal told the class teachers to organize their students, stand in formation, and then have all of them face him so that he could begin his long speech. The principal said a whole lot of miscellaneous things. What only one chance pay attention to safety In short, what could be summarized in one sentence? He had to use 5 or 6 sentences to finish, making everyone a little impatient. In the end, the principal spoke for a whole half hour, and hardened many people's nervousness, for which Yi Zihong expressed his heartfelt admiration. After that, a physical education teacher walked up again, explaining the specifications of this time's midterm physical education. There were a total of 3 items in this midterm, which were padded volleyball, standing long jump and girls 800-meter boys 1,000-meter run. The weather was cooler in the morning, so the 1,000-meter test was held, and the padded volleyball and standing long jump were held in the afternoon. Yi Zihong didn't really care about it, because for him, it was just a joke to get a perfect score in these things. However, Linya beside him didn't seem to think so, staring at the physical education teacher on the platform with a nervous look written all over her face. When the physical education teacher had finished speaking as well, the teachers began to take the students out of the school, getting on the shuttle bus that was parked in front of the school, and then slowly drove towards the city's first middle school. Chapter 133, Something is Not Right. Half an hour later, at the school gate of Qingmu City No. 1 Middle School, Yi Zihong and the others got down from the bus, then spent a few more minutes standing in line before finally slowly walking in under the teacher's leadership. Just as they walked in, Yi Zihong saw the silhouettes of several other shuttle buses. The people from their school had all arrived, so the shuttles coming over were obviously from other schools. After the other school's shuttles stopped, the people inside walked out one by one, and then started to stand in line just like Yi Zihong and the others. Yi Zihong sometimes felt quite strange. The physical education examination is not a sports event. Why do they have to pull the students of 3 schools together to take the examination? Is it to motivate each other? But they are not examined together. Their 3 schools are completely separate exam. Into the city of the first high school waited for a while, about 9 o'clock when the other 2 schools also arrived. So the city of the first high school of the old principal went up to the platform, in the national flag low to start a speech. However, the old principal does not seem to be a nagging person. Casually picked the key to say a few sentences and then let them do what they do. Yi Zihong's teacher then started to organize them, and then walked towards the volleyball test place in groups of 10. Because there were a lot of people testing, and Yi Zihong and his team weren't in the first group, so they could only wait for others to pass, and then they went in to test. Yi Zihong looked at the people in front of them. There were at least 300 people from another school, plus there were 2 more classes in front of them, another 7 or 80 people. It would take at least an hour or so to get to them. On the other side, where the standing long jump was, another school was using it, so Yi Zihong and the others could only wander aimlessly around the playground. Quite a few people had run over to the sports facilities on the side of the playground to play. Only Yi Zihong and a few others stayed on the playground, sitting on the ground, either eating snacks or chatting. Yi Zihong and Linya were leaning against a big tree, chatting in the shade. Because of Yanghua's original reason, no one dared to get close to Yi Zihong at all. They were all afraid that one day Yanghua would come back and start targeting them after knowing the news that they had befriended Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong had the ability to call Yanghua's bluff, but they didn't. After half an hour or so, only half of the volleyball test was finished, and just then, the school bell suddenly rang. However, there were security guards all around the playground, obviously not wanting the students of this school to come to the playground here. Yi Zihong didn't care too much, so he started to continue chatting with Linya, but as they were chatting, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming over, and looking for the sound, they found that a student of City No. 1 middle school wearing a school uniform was walking towards the playground in spite of the security guard's obstruction, and a dozen or so students followed behind him, looking like a group of delinquent teenagers. The man seemed to have realized that Yi Zihong was looking at him, and his eyes flicked over towards them. The moment the man's eyes caught Yi Zihong's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face, as he pushed the security guard beside him away, and then walked over towards Yi Zihong with a group of people behind him. When Yi Zihong saw this scene, he immediately realized that something was wrong, and a wary look appeared on his face. Chapter 134, Yang Di. The man walked to Yi Zihong with a few people behind him and looked at him expressionlessly. He slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone, then did some manipulation, and after a long time, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Kid, the person in this picture is you, right?" the man said, turning his cell phone around, and a photo appeared on the cell phone screen of a student dressed in Hangshui Middle School. waving his fists and slamming them against a middle-aged man. There was no need to say that the student in this photo was definitely Yi Zihong. And as for the middle-aged man, it was one of the several people who had caused him to make a trip to the police station last time. Who are you? Yi Zihong looked towards that man. A cold light crossed his eyes. His eyes and that man's man looked at each other with a few moments of caution. It's not important who I am. What's important is that my brother said that someone was bullying him in Hangshui, and that made me very upset. Saying that, a hint of anger appeared in the man's eyes. Right at that instant, Yi Zihong seemed to remember something, and his pupils snapped open. Hangshui Middle School. His brother. There were quite a few guys in Hangshui Middle School whose brothers were studying in City 1, but I'm afraid that there was only one person who was against him and who was able to gather so many people at once. Yang Hua's brother, the president of the judo club of City No. 1 Middle School. Yang Di, what do you want? Yi Zihong asked coldly as he stood up and looked straight at Yang Di, not losing any ground. But Yang Di didn't seem to put Yi Zihong in his own eyes. Sneering twice, he continued, originally, this kind of thing I shouldn't intervene to manage. After all, I'm no longer a student of Hangshui, and I'm older than you, and I'm your senior when it comes down to it, so I don't really want to find trouble with you. Saying this, Yang Di suddenly gave a beat and let out a laugh, then added, but that brother of mine, is really too unyielding, and now suddenly had an accident. Some things cannot be solved by themselves. No way, only I can come instead. Saying that, the several little brothers beside him quickly surrounded Yi Zihong, looking at Yi Zihong with unfavorable faces. Yi Zihong's hands silently clenched, but he seemed to have thought of something else and turned his head to look at Linya behind him, a hint of worry in his eyes. That's my sibling behind you, right? That kid is quite discerning. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Yi Zihong again, the smile still on his face. Yi Zihong, right? To be honest, I quite appreciate you. Able to fight. Fights hard enough. Of course, I hope that you don't just have courage alone. I would like it more if you have a little bit of brain. And, what exactly do you want to say? Yi Zihong said coldly. His intuition told him that Yang Di came here, definitely not just for Yang Hua's matter. Even Yang Hua's matter might be just an excuse. Although Yi Zihong interrupted his speech, but Yang Di was not angry. Instead, he even showed a hint of smile and said, well, since you want to get straight to the point, then we won't talk about polite words. I want you to join me and be my little brother. If you agree, the matter between you and my brother will be cancelled from now on. It's that woman, can also be left to you. After saying that, Yang Di looked at Yi Zihong. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious look. Chapter 135, We are all martial artists. I hope you're a smart person. If you join me, you will not only get your girlfriend, but you will also be able to enter City No. 1 Middle School for free. No matter what your grades are, I will bar you in through our family's means, and I will also pay you a salary of 3W a month, let you be the vice president of the judo club, and even other women, whatever you want. The condition that Yang Di uttered looked so unbelievable in the eyes of the crowd. If they didn't see Yang Di's sincere expression on his face, they probably wouldn't believe that it was true. In the face of Yang Di's warm invitation, Yi Zihong sensed that something was wrong. I'm just a junior high school student. Am I worth that much? Yi Zihong asked coldly. He always felt that there was something fishy about this. Yang Di heard this, but he couldn't help but sneer twice, leaned in close to Yi Zihong's ear and whispered a few words. In an instant, Yi Zihong's face gathered color, as if he had heard some bad news. How about it? Do you want to cooperate with me for a win-win situation? Yang Di asked with a smile. Yi Zihong was silent, and after half a second, he raised his head to look at Yang Di. I want to think about it under consideration. In the face of Yi Zihong's answer, Yang Di was not surprised, but revealed a smile and patted Yi Zihong's shoulder. I know I came a bit abruptly today, and it's normal for you to not be able to think clearly at once, but my plan is a mutually beneficial win-win plan, and I hope you are smart enough. Saying that, he pulled open his shirt again and pulled out a business card from among his inner pockets to hand it to Yi Zihong. This is my business card. Call me when you're ready to think about it. My cell phone is on 24/7 for you. After saying that, he glanced at Linya on the side again, revealing a hint of a smile before turning around with his men and walking away, and the words that Yang Di had previously bent his head and said in Yi Zihong's ear kept echoing in his mind. Because we are all martial artists, we are one of a kind. Yi Zihong took a deep breath. Although he didn't think Yang Di would lie to him, he still opened his breath detection to look at Yang Di, who was slowly walking away. Name, Yang Di. Cultivation level, 2nd grade high stage. Spiritual power, 1 inch. A 2nd grade high stage martial artist. No wonder when he just stood with Yang Di he had a breathless feeling. He didn't expect his strength to be so powerful, and it seems like he is only 17 years old now, not even 18. This cultivation speed is too fast. Ziheng, are you alright? Linya looked at Yi Zihong. Her face was filled with worry and fear. It seemed that Yang Di's arrival just now had indeed frightened him. Yi Zihong looked at her and revealed a smile. It's fine. Seeing this, Linya was silent for a while longer. Then she turned her head to look at him and asked, Yang Di, what did he just say to you? Yi Zihong looked at Linya, and after half a second, he shook his head. Nothing. After saying that, he took Linya's hand and went to another big tree. And when Linya saw that Yi Zihong was not willing to talk about what happened just now, he didn't say a word about what happened just now, and all he talked about was this midterm exam. After another half an hour, it was time for Yi Zihong to take their volleyball test. Yi Zihong walked in with a full heart, mechanically patted the ball a few times, and finally succeeded in scoring a full point. But the whole person was obviously not in the right state. As for Linya, her patting skills were pretty good. 20 was a breeze for her, and he did it easily. Chapter 136, a shocker. After the volleyball, it was Yi Zihong's turn to do the standing long jump, because she ate the strength pill yesterday. She, who could only jump 170 centimeters at most at one time, jumped 205 centimeters at once, which was more than 30 centimeters. But the most surprising thing was not Linya's standing long jump performance, but Yi Zihong's long jump performance. Maybe because of some absent-mindedness, Yi Zihong didn't think too much at that time, and casually jumped, forgetting to control the force, and the result was not a small heartbeat out. The examiner and the several students next to him were shocked to see the scene, and their mouths were wide open enough to put down an apple. Yi Zihong only realized what was wrong at this time and looked down, only to find that the distance line was so far behind himself. He roughly eyeballed it, and if nothing else, he was afraid that he had jumped 300 centimeters this time. This wouldn't be an accidental world record break, Yi Zihong secretly said in his heart. He remembered that the world record for standing long jump seemed to be around 340. Looking at the crowd on the field, they all looked at their feet with shocked faces, and their eyes looked as if they wanted to find a few springs from the soles of Yi Zihong's feet. Yi Zihong hurriedly walked towards the invigilator, who was still in shock and hadn't come back to his senses. Teacher, is it ready? Only then did the invigilator come back to his senses, looking towards Chen Xian and nodding. Seeing this, Yi Zihong intended to walk away. He didn't want to stay here and be treated like a monkey. Defeating just walked out not 2 steps. Yi Zihong heard the invigilator's voice suddenly come from behind him. Classmate, if you can't do well in arts, you can talk to us. We can special recruit you into City No. 1 middle school as a physical examiner. As soon as the invigilator said these words, countless students turned their heads to look at Yi Zihong, some admiring and some jealous. Yi Zihong himself, on the other hand, felt helpless. Thank you, teacher, but I still want to rely on my own strength to go to high school. After saying that, he smiled and waved goodbye to the teacher. Although Yi Zihong refused the invigilator's invitation, some unfriendly voices still intermittently reached his ears. Humph, isn't it just jumping farther? What's the use? It's not like it can be a meal. That's it. Physical strength. Without a certificate, you still have to go to a construction site to move bricks. Born a slave life. In the future, 80% can only do heavy physical labor. For these guys who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, Yi Zihong didn't bother to care about them. He passed through the crowd's gaze and walked over towards Linya's direction. Yi Zihong just sat down beside Linya. Before he had time to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his head ringing out again. Completing the hidden quest one shot, obtaining 1 raffle ticket, and 3 second-grade elixirs bone-strengthening pills. This could also complete a hidden mission? Yi Zihong was a bit confused, but what the heck? It was a free gift anyway, so he didn't want it for nothing. So Yi Zihong directly opened the lottery panel, and the 9 squares popped out, and the light box started jumping between the 9 squares. After 10 seconds, the light box stopped jumping, and it didn't move at the position of technique. Yi Zihong's heart immediately tightened. He didn't know what exactly was the merit law he obtained this time. Was it a Nianli merit law, or a second-grade cultivation method? If it was a second-grade cultivation technique, then he had earned a generous amount. If it was a Nianli technique, then it would be a generous loss. Chapter 137, Extreme Bones. Host comprehended the second-grade Gongfu, 100 Herbs Bone Tempering Technique. Hearing this voice, Yi Zihong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a second-grade Gongfu, otherwise he would have lost generously. But Yi Zihong was just happy for not long. The next second, the look on his face was suddenly stagnant. His face became a little unsightly. The 100 Herbs Bone Quenching Technique has risen to the perfection realm. The 100 Herbs Bone Tempering Technique, as the name suggests, is to use the power of 1,000 kinds of spirit medicines to temper the bones, making them stronger. Extreme Bones has been opened. Please go to the attribute panel to check. Has been full of helplessness. Before it was ultimate physique. Now it's ultimate bone. At the 3rd grade it's going to be cultivated. Then isn't there an ultimate viscera awe, said to be very helpless? But Yi Zihang still chose to open the attribute panel to check it out. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical energy, 330, early 2nd grade. Numinous power, 2253 numinous, beginner's grade. Extreme bone, 20%. Feats, 4. Perfection realm. Mental skill class, 9. Perfection realm. Physical skill class, 10. Perfection realm. Remaining experience value, 769W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, minor martial arts completion. The extreme bones completion level unexpectedly reached 20% directly, which was the most unexpected thing that Yi Zihang could have expected. However, upon careful consideration, Yi Zihang instantly realized. He recalled that he had taken the bone-quenching pill when he was in the 1st grade realm, and had quenched his bones once. Perhaps it was because of that bone quenching that he was able to make his ultimate bone reach 20% of strength. System, if I were to use a bone-quenching pill, how much would the degree of completion of the extreme skeleton increase? The bone-quenching pill was only a 1st grade elixir, and although it was one of the most difficult to refine amongst 1st grade elixirs, Yi Zihang felt that he might be able to give it a try if it was able to increase the extreme bone so drastically. First one, increase by 20%. Second one, increase by 10%. Third one, increase by 1%. Useless thereafter. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Zihang was more or less disappointed, but would the second one be a good choice if it increased by 10%? As Yi Zihang was thinking about it, the morning exams ended. Su Xianjing gathered the students and instructed a few words, then told them to go and eat individually, but they had to gather here before 1 o'clock. Seeing this, Yi Zihang then took Lin Yadao outside the small restaurant. He still has a few $1,000s in his pocket. Money is not spent. Did not eat a few meals is certainly not a problem. The two ordered a few dishes, sat on the seat and waited for them to be served, but the dishes did not have time to come up. But a few students wearing school uniforms suddenly walked up to them and surrounded them. Yi Zihang looked at their uniforms and immediately recognized that these were the students from Castle Peak Middle School who were participating in the physical education midterm with them. Yi Zihang didn't have any good feelings towards these uninvited guys. If it was on a normal day, he probably wouldn't even give a damn about them, and if he dared to clamor, he would directly use his fists to teach them to be human beings. But not today. It wasn't because Linya was beside himself right now. Anyway, Linya had seen him do it before and knew how powerful he was, so Yi Zihang didn't think there was anything wrong with Linya being beside himself. The important thing is that today is the physical education examination. If you suddenly make trouble at this time and fall into people's ears, they will directly cancel the qualification of the examination if they are not happy. Then it will be finished. Yi Zihang wasn't very afraid of this. He felt that as long as he said something, Lu Jiang and Li Ruohai should be very willing to do themselves this favor. But what about Linya? She is not a real person disciple, not even a martial artist. Li Ruohai and their willingness to help is still a problem. So Yi Zihang thinks it is better to try not to cause trouble. Chapter 138, He Family, He Qiming. Yi Zihang, do you mind if the two of us chat alone for a while? A voice suddenly entered Yi Zihang's ears. Yi Zihang looked for the voice and found that the person who spoke was a student standing directly in front of him. The guy had his short hair on top of his head, his school uniform was neatly worn, and he had a faint smile on his face, looking quite amiable. Who are you? Yi Zihang asked coldly. He wouldn't just casually leave Linya alone in a place like this. The student smiled gently and opened his mouth to say, He Family, He Qiming. After He Qiming said those words, Yi Zihang's mind instantly recalled a place, the martial trade ground, the He clan. In order to verify his thoughts, Yi Zihang opened his breath detection towards He Qiming. Name, He Qiming. Cultivation level, 2nd grade middle stage. Spiritual power, 1 inch. Sure enough, he was a martial artist. Yi Zihang's heart was both shocked and helpless. Today, Yi Zihang had actually seen two martial artists in the middle of the campus all at once, and both of them possessed the cultivation of the 2nd grade, which was something that made Yi Zihang quite shocked. But at the same time, the one thing that made Yi Zihang feel helpless was that both of these guys had come to find themselves, even though they both seemed to be in a peaceful manner. Yi Zihang couldn't help but sigh, but still looked at He Qiming in front of him and said, Yes, but these people of yours must go out with us. Although he hadn't met He Qiming before, to be honest, Yi Zihang always felt that this He Qiming fellow was a trustworthy person. However, it was only for He Qiming alone, but for others, Yi Zihang didn't have this trust. He Qiming also saw Yi Zihang's concerns, but seeing that Yi Zihang had agreed, he smiled and nodded. You guys go find a restaurant next door and wait for me to go. Upon hearing this, those few guys didn't hesitate and directly backed out, then went to the one across the street from the restaurant. Seeing this, Yi Zihang twisted his head to look at Linya, revealing a hint of a smile. I'm going out. I'll be back soon. When the food comes up you can eat by yourself first, no need to wait for me. Linya wanted to say something, but just as her mouth opened, it was closed again. She remembered what happened to Yang Di earlier. Although Linya felt more or less dissatisfied with Yi Zihong for keeping secrets from her, she knew that these things would be of little use even if he went over there. I'm afraid, so it would be better to stay here rather than go over there and disturb them. Then I'll wait for you here, Linya said. Yi Zihong smiled and nodded before walking out with He Qiming. After going out, the two of them made a few more detours and turned into a small alley that not many people passed by. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Zihong opened his mouth. He didn't want to make Linya wait too long. Seeing how direct Yi Zihong was, He Qiming smiled and nodded his head, not saying any more polite words, and said directly, "Good, we are not people who like to beat around the bush, so I'll just tell you directly, I want you to join me." Join you? What for? To set up a martial artist group that belongs to us. What benefits can I have? Resources. Our He family is the founder of the martial trade ground in Greenwood City. Even though this martial trade ground is not under my control, I still have a small portion of the share. I can share some of these resources with you. A smile appeared on He Qiming's face as he finished speaking. He thought that no martial artist would be able to refuse the offer he made, but this time he had obviously guessed wrong. I think I need to think about it. Yi Zihong said this. The answer he gave to He Qiming was the same as the one he gave to Yang Di. Although he was more or less surprised, He Qiming eventually nodded, revealing a small smile while making the same gesture as Yang Di, taking out his business card and handing it to Yi Zihong. Also, I would like to say one more thing. By following Yang Di, you can only be his henchman, but if you follow me, you will be my ally, my collaborator. I hope you will consider it well. After saying that, he walked out. Chapter 139 1000 Meter Run. For the last words He Qiming said, Yi Zihong actually wanted to laugh a little. He Qiming said that if he followed him, his status would be that of a partner, while if he followed Yang Di, he would only be Yang Di's little brother. That might be a nice thing to say, but after thinking about it for a moment, it was easy to understand another layer of meaning. If a person was strong enough to reign supreme, then he didn't need any allies. He just needed to have a few capable henchmen and that was enough. But if a person wasn't strong enough, then he would have to look for allies, because he couldn't claim the throne alone. He could only settle for the second best, pushing the most powerful people down first, and then sharing the success with his allies. However, Yi Zihong wasn't sure if there would be something like the bird is out of the bag or something like that after the success. However, no matter what, these things had nothing to do with Yi Zihong. After all, there was still a Heavenly Star sect on his side to deal with, so before he could figure out Heavenly Star sect's exact attitude towards him, it was better to remain as silent as possible. Then Yi Zihong returned to the restaurant alone. The food had already been served, but Linya didn't eat it, but waited for Yi Zihong to come back and eat together. After the two of them ate lunch, there was still more than an hour before the gathering time, so Yi Zihong took Linya to go around and wander around for a bit, and only hurried back when it was almost time for the gathering. The 1000-meter run in the afternoon was led by their Hongshui Middle School, and after running 2 rounds, it was time for Yi Zihong to take the field. Yi Zihong slowly walked to the starting line, shook his hands and feet, suddenly felt that there is a gaze is watching himself. Turn his head to see not far from Castle Peak Middle School's He Qiming is looking at himself with a smile on his face. In response, Yi Zihong could only return a smile and a nod. Then, the 8 people on the starting line bent down, hands touching the ground, eyes looking straight ahead, a look of readiness. Ready, snap, the starting gun sounded. Yi Zihong rushed out with a flying stomp, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The others had just rushed out of the starting line, and Yi Zihong had already run to a place 3 meters away from the starting line. When the other students who started with Yi Zihong saw this scene, they all froze in place at once. Asterisk. This guy snatched the race, didn't he? Yes, it's definitely a snatch run. Otherwise it would never have been possible to run this far. Hey Hatsumomo, quickly call a halt, that guy snatched a run. Several guys' voices were louder than one another, and their fingers were only on Yi Zihong's body who kept darting, but they themselves had forgotten to run. As for Yi Zihong, because he was already too far away from them, he couldn't hear what they were shouting at all. His speed was extremely fast, and for the 400-meter playground, the first lap basically took less than 1 minute to run the whole way. But Yi Zihong finished the first lap, found that the starting line is still standing. 3 or 4 people also cannot help but freeze for a moment. Do not know what these people here. However, these were none of Yi Zihong's business, so he didn't bother, and proceeded to speed up and start running the second lap. By the time he reached the second lap, Yi Zihong's strength actually didn't use up much at all. As long as he was willing, he could even finish the lap with a speed faster than the first lap. However, in order not to be noticed, Yi Zihong still chose to keep a low profile and ran for 1 minute and a half. When there were 200 meters left in the end, Yi Zihong violently exploded and finished the race in 20 seconds. And Yi Zihong finally got a very good result. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 50 seconds faster than the 3 minutes and 40 seconds needed for a full score. But although this result was very good for Yi Zihong, for some other people, it was very upsetting for them. Chapter 140, The Black Curtain. Protest. We protest. He clearly grabbed a run. The referee still doesn't call for a stop. There's shady stuff here. There's definitely shady stuff. The referee must have received money. This kind of guy is not qualified to be a referee. Those few guys who had been standing at the starting line from the beginning suddenly shouted loudly, loud enough for everyone to hear. Yi Zihong coldly glanced at them, but was too lazy to argue with them. Anyway, just now when running everyone present saw, grabbed not grabbed the run is not their decision. Why argue with these small people who cannot see other people's good? However, the more silent Yi Zihong's side was, the more those guys felt that Yi Zihong was weak-minded and that's why they didn't dare to speak, and began to insult Yi Zihong even more boldly. Damn, what I despise the most is people like you. You even want to grab a run. You don't even want to have a face, and you spend money to buy the referee. Shameless. People like this should die in their entire family. Yes, the whole family should die. The voices of those guys were louder than one another, and while abusing them, they also looked at the surrounding crowd, as if they wanted to drive them. At this time, the referee couldn't help himself and violently rushed to one of them, angrily roaring, whether or not you grabbed a run is one thing, but you're here cursing people in front of everyone. Didn't your parents teach you to respect others? The one who was refereed after the whole person was frozen, but he quickly reacted. A trace of anger appeared on his face, not the slightest bit afraid of the referee. Instead, he also said even louder, everyone has seen it. This guy is already annoyed. Just because I said something about him taking money from that student. Everyone see, is this kind of person really qualified to be a referee? The referee was infuriated beyond measure after hearing this. The anger in his heart spewed out like volcanic lava. Raising his hand he was about to slap towards that student's face, but at that moment, he realized that his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone, and when he turned his head, he found that it was a student wearing the uniform of Castle Peak Middle School. Needless to say, this person must be He Chiming. He has always wanted to pull Yi Zihong to join him, now encountered such a good opportunity and how can you miss it? The referee originally wanted to break free from He Chiming's hand, but as soon as he exerted his strength, he suddenly realized that He Chiming's palm was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, He Chiming didn't continue to pull on the referee's hand after figuring out his intentions, but instead loosened his palm and released his hand. You're a student from Castle Peak Middle School, right? It's not even your exam yet. What are you doing over here? The referee had more or less regained his senses, looking at He Chiming who had just stopped himself in time with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. If he had really slapped down that slap just now, then regardless of whether Yi Zihong had snatched a run or cheated today, he would have to face expulsion from the school. After all, in this age of information flow, if a teacher slaps a student, no matter what his purpose is, he will immediately be questioned by the masses of the internet, and then become a target. Countless people will come to question the teacher in the name of protecting students, protecting minors, and even protecting the future of the motherland's flowers, and ask him if his own children were slapped like this. He would ask him whether he would be heartbroken if his own child was slapped in this way, saying that he was inhuman. Questions like these will come one after another, and by then, even if he comes out to apologize, there may still be people who say, if apologizing works, what is the use of having a police officer? In the end, his outcome would be expulsion from the school to quell public anger. As for why the teacher beat this student, not many people would care, and even if they knew, at most, the child would be young enough to get over it with a few words. Chapter 141 Rerun. Teacher referee, I have some personal thoughts about what just happened. I wonder if I can say something in front of everyone. He Chiming asked courteously. He was practically a different person from the few loud, foul-mouthed guys just now, which made the referee's favorable impression of him rise again. Go ahead, the referee said. Then I'll start with my personal opinion. First of all, I don't think Yi Zihong had to jump the gun at all. His final time for the 1,000-meter run just now was 2 minutes and 50 seconds, while the full score for the 1,000-meter in the midterm exam is within 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He's a whole 50 seconds faster. Do you guys think that there's still a need for him to grab a run when he's already running so fast? He Chiming said, looking towards the few guys causing trouble on the side with a teasing look in his eyes. Seeing this scene, those few guys were so angry and annoyed that they couldn't say anything for a moment. Who stipulated that if you run fast, you don't have to rush? Who cares about his high score? Maybe he is doing it to be able to add more points when he is in the middle school exam? I seem to remember that city. No. One middle school has a rule that anyone who can break our school's 1,000-meter running record can get up to 30 extra points in the midterm exams if they apply to our school, and even a bonus of $1,000 a month. At this time, one of them suddenly stood out and said, He Chi-ming couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing this. Then he turned his head to look at the referee. Seeing this, the referee nodded. This school does have such a rule. Seeing this, He Chi-ming smiled helplessly. Since that's the case, let's not keep theorizing about these useless things. Let's simply come to something direct. What direct? The referee and the few students who were causing trouble on the side all asked with some confusion. A faint smile appeared on He Chi-ming's face, but he didn't answer immediately. Instead turning to look at Yi Zi-hong first. Is it okay? Aha. Yi Zi-hong nodded and answered. He knew what He Chi-ming meant. Direct? Didn't that mean a direct rerun? Alright then, everything will be fine. You guys will just watch from the sidelines. In addition, the referee teacher, later on it will be a trouble for you to yell once again. Everyone understood what He Chi-ming meant, but the referee was more or less disapproving of this method of his. But he just finished running 1,000 meters, and this is less than a minute's rest before he has to run again. Won't there be any problems? The referee said with some concern. But just as the referee was speaking, Yi Zi-hong had already walked behind the starting line. It's fine, I've only just moved around. The referee couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Yi Zi-hong's words, and then burst into a bitter laugh. As for the few people on the side, they glanced at Yi Zi-hong with great disdain, still pretending when he's dead to the world. Let's see how he'll end up later. Facing the sneers of a few people, Yi Zi-hong didn't care at all. He just silently got ready, touching the ground with both hands and looking straight ahead with both eyes. The referee picked up the issue gun in his hand and changed the danmaku before aiming the gun at the sky. Ready! The referee's voice rang out, and Yi Zi-hong's body suddenly went all the way up, like a tiger poised to strike. Snap! A gunshot rang out. Yi Zi-hong's body jerked up, and in the next second, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 142, Someone Behind You. In the second when the gunshot was released, Yi Zi-hong's feet fiercely stomped on the ground. His feet were like springs. The whole person flew out 5 or 6 meters at once. Then Yi Zi-hong fiercely crossed his feet again and leapt. The whole person jumped out 2 or 3 meters forward again. After that, Yi Zi-hong didn't choose to stop immediately, but ran at a faster speed, step after step, running around the playground at a speed that people couldn't believe. In the end, Yi Zi-hong took 45 seconds to run through the 400-meter-long playground, almost 1 meter a second. What a terrifying speed. When Yi Zi-hong ran to the finish line, he symbolically gasped for breath a few times. Even though he himself wasn't tired at all, he still had to fake it a little bit, otherwise not others were afraid that they would suspect that he wasn't human. Is it okay now? Yi Zi-hong looked towards those few people who were picking a fight and said slowly with a hint of exhaustion. At this point in time, there was nothing left for these guys to say. They could only look at each other and exchanged glances. But within those eyes, Yi Zi-hong saw anger and resentment, as if failing to make Yi Zi-hong suffer made them angry. Yi Zi-hong also realized what was going on. His eyes turned cold all of a sudden. He felt that there must be someone else behind this matter who was operating in the dark. Alright, it was our fault just now. We misjudged you. Now let's restart the exam, the man said, with an apologetic smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. The referee on the side was furious and annoyed at the scene. He really wanted to go over and slap each of them and tell them that their qualifications for the exam were cancelled, and that they would score 0 points in the physical education midterm exam, but he didn't have the power to do so. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, trying not to do anything out of the ordinary. Then, the referee could only arrange for a few people to retake the exam, while Yi Zi-hong was counted with a perfect score. Mission accomplished. The host has obtained the preliminary grade Nianli technique, the Heart Watch Sutra, the Heart Observation Scripture, an elementary grade Nianli feat, allows one to observe their own heart, making their state of mind unchanged. Their Nianli cultivation speed accelerated, and their speed of recovery rises. The host comprehended the Heart Observation Sutra, automatically consuming 1W experience points. The Heart Observation Sutra has reached the perfection realm. The system's voice entered Yi Zi-hong's mind, but Yi Zi-hong didn't care too much about it. His attention was now fully focused on those few guys who were retaking the exam. Yi Zi-hong stood aside and watched the few guys who retook the exam, quietly memorizing their appearance into his mind. When the sports midterm was over, he would definitely go find these guys and figure out some things. If necessary, he wouldn't mind making them the same as manhwa, with their legs broken and staying in a hospital bed for a few months. Hi. He Chi-ming walked over to Yi Zi-hong's side with a small smile on his face, one hand resting on Yi Zi-hong's shoulder. Yi Zi-hong stood in place and pondered for a while before finally speaking. Thank you for what happened just now. Hearing these words from Yi Zi-hong, the expression on He Chi-ming's face looked even brighter. but he still waved his hand in a pretense of modesty. You're welcome. In fact, if you want to solve the matter just now, just directly let them watch you retake the exam. The reason why you didn't say anything is just that you're too lazy to pay attention to them, He Chiming said. This was said with more or less compliments, but Yi Zihong just smiled gently and didn't say anything. Chapter 143, Investigation. The exams ended a few hours later, and the principal of the city's first high school came out to casually say a few more words before the teachers of each school began to organize the students to get on the buses and go back to school. Yi Zihong, on the other hand, was always paying attention to the few students from before, and only moved his line of sight back after figuring out how many classes those students were in. On the way back, Linya sat next to Yi Zihong and originally wanted to chat with him, but Linya realized that Yi Zihong didn't seem to be listening to him much, and always answered with a voice. Linya had no choice but to lean her head on Yi Zihong's shoulder, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. While Yi Zihong sat in his own seat, he was still thinking about who actually sent these guys to fix himself. To say it was an enemy, Yi Zihong didn't seem to have many. There was only one Yanghua before and after. However, Yanghua should still be lying in the hospital now, and shouldn't have time to come to find his own trouble. But according to the kind of perseverance he had to provoke himself before, Yi Zihong felt that he still had a great possibility. Secondly is He Chiming. Although just now it was He Chiming who helped himself, but it can't be ruled out that it was him who spent his own money to direct and act out a big drama in order to help himself and get his goodwill. Of course, this is just a guess. The final answer in the end what? Yi Zihong now also do not know. Maybe he secretly offended someone, or they are simply want to find their own trouble. Everything is just their own guess. But no matter what, Yi Zihong felt that it was necessary to go find these guys and ask them. Arriving at the school, Yi Zihong gently shook Linya, who was sleeping on his shoulder, awake, then got off the bus with him and stood in front of the school. Returning to the school, after entering the school, the principal gave another speech, but this time it was shorter, ending in 3 or 4 minutes, before announcing that school was over. Ziheng, let's go back together, Linya said as she looked at Yi Zihong standing beside her. However, Yi Zihong shook his head. I still have some things to do, you go back first. Oh, Linya responded with a more or less disappointed expression on her face, but still nodded. Seeing looking at Linya's lost expression, Yi Zihong was silent for half a second before finally adding, why don't you stop cooking tonight? Let's go to the night market and eat. Once Linya heard this, the disappointed expression on her face instantly disappeared for the most part, and she happily nodded her head. Then Yi Zihong waved goodbye to Linya before he started to look for those few guys who had picked on him before in the 300 plus people. Finding so many people in over 300 people wasn't an easy task, but Yi Zihong still quickly found those few guys. At this moment, they were gathered around discussing something, their faces somber and full of displeasure. Taking a look at the surrounding crowd, now was not a good time to make a move. One had to wait for them to walk to a less crowded place first, so Yi Zihong waited. After 2 or 3 minutes, those guys separated and walked away. Yi Zihong casually followed towards one person. Before that guy could leave the crowd, he was grabbed by Yi Zihong at the back of his neck, and then Yi Zihong put his elbow on his shoulder, and it looked like Yi Zihong was bringing him closer. That guy hadn't even reacted to what was happening, and in the next second, he heard Yi Zihong's threatening voice coming from his ears. If you dare to scream out, I'll let you never speak again in your life. Saying that, the hand that twisted the back of the guy's neck and neck slightly exerted force, instantly causing the guy to grimace in pain. Chapter 144, It's Li Gaixing. The person who was grabbed by Yi Zihong by the back of his neck seemed to be a bit disbelieving, and he was just about to yell out when he raised his breath. But before he could scream out, Yi Zihong directly extended his thumb and violently poked a finger into his abdomen. That person only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and the breath that was originally raised was like being stabbed with a small hole. All of it ran out at once. Still want to try again? Yi Zihong asked coldly, a hint of threat in his tone. The man shook his head with a pained face. Seeing this, Yi Zihong didn't nag. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had noticed this place yet, he pulled him all the way into the school's restroom. Walking into the restroom, Yi Zihong violently threw the man into a toilet, then followed him in himself, closing the door with his backhand and looking at him with a fierce gaze. He half crouched on the ground, looking at Yi Zihong with a fearful expression, his body trembling unceasingly. Who told you to do this? Yi Zihong asked coldly, not wanting to waste time. Once the man heard this, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Zihong, but he soon realized what was going on and gritted his teeth and shook his head. I don't know what you're saying again. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Once Yi Zihong heard this, but he couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. Originally, he was still a little unsure if someone had instructed them to do this, but now, seeing this guy's reaction, Yi Zihong dared to be 100% certain that someone had definitely instructed them. Do you think Yang Huai is powerful? The guy couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this, not knowing why Yi Zihong would say Yang Hua, and what kind of intentions he was fighting for. But he knew that silence was the best answer right now. I've been fighting with Yang Hua for so long, but nothing has happened to me. I've been gotten into the police station by him, but still nothing has happened. Why do you think that is? Yi Zihong said with a smile. He actually said all this just to scare this guy, making him think that he was very powerful and had a big backer behind him, not something he could mess with. And as it turned out, Yi Zihong's words did have some effect. The man's face had already revealed an expression of horror. His two hands unconsciously moving as sweat grains fell one after another on his forehead. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Yi Zihong with a hint of awe. After I tell you, will you tell anyone else? The man asked in a small voice, his voice filled with awe. When Yi Zihong saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. I won't involve anyone else in what's going on between us, so feel free to rest assured. The man was silent again after hearing this, seemingly hesitating to tell Yi Zihong about this matter or not. Of course, you can also choose not to say anything, but I'll go find a few other people. Their mouths aren't necessarily harder than yours, but their hearts might be tougher than yours, and when the time comes, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally disclose your name and be the backstabber for them. Yi Zihong's passage was just like hitting the last breath into a balloon full of air, as if it was on the verge of blowing up the balloon directly. You must promise that you won't tell anyone about my informing, he emphasized again. Yi Zihong wasn't laughing this time, but nodded with a serious face to make himself look more credible. Seeing this, the man took a deep breath and without hesitating, spoke a name that Yi Zihong was familiar with. It's Li Gaixing. Chapter 145, Another Furnace. Li Gaixing, that dude who was mixed up next to Yan Hua. Yi Zihong had almost forgotten about him, but he didn't expect that this guy was now running out to die again. But now Li Gaixing is just a small person to Yi Zihong, completely unworthy of his eyes, although their family seems to have some money, but compared to the Yi family behind He Qiming and Yang Hua's brother, Yang Di, it's just a small greenworm. But since he wanted to play with himself, he naturally had to play along. Yi Zihong thought in his heart, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Zihong opened the toilet door and walked straight out. 10 minutes later, Yi Zihong returned home. Yi Zihong had just gone to Linya's house to determine the time to go to the night market later. Because of the exams, school ended early today, and it was only 1600 hours now, while the time that Yi Zihong and Linya had determined was 1900 hours. And as for why they had to set the time so far away, it was of course because Yi Zihong wanted to refine pills. Yi Zihong immediately carried out the Dan cauldron and placed it on the table after returning home. Then with a wave of his hand, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Yi Zihong. Physical energy, 330, second grade beginner. Nihility, 25 of 53 nihility, beginner grade. Extreme bone, 20%. Feats, 4, perfection realm. Mental skill class, 9, perfection realm. Physical skill class, 10, perfection realm. Remaining experience value, 769W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, small success in martial arts. Because of comprehending the Heart Observation Sutra, Yi Zihong's Nianli recovery rate reached a significant rise, rising by 1 point an hour, and now it had reached 25 points, which was completely enough to allow him to practice the elixir once more. So Yi Zihong closed his eyes once and flipped through the complete guide to ordinary pill refining in his mind. After a few minutes, Yi Zihong found the elixir he wanted to refine this time. Yi Zihong closed his hands and picked up the Dan furnace, placing the required herbs into it, and then with a thought, a wave of heat surged into the Dan furnace, and the herbs began to be slowly refined. After an hour and a half had passed, a furnace of pills came out, still 3 of them, with a hint of medicinal fragrance appearing in the Dan cauldron. Yi Zihong's pill this time was called Small Grain Resistant Pill. Its effect was very simple. That is, after eating one could not eat for 3 days. Yi Zihong looked at the grain-expelling elixir in his hand, and the color of joy overflowed on his face. But this time, the reason why Yi Zihong was happy was not because he had refined the small grain-resisting pill, but because the time he took to refine the pill had been shortened again, and the amount of energy he consumed had been reduced again. This time, Yi Zihong's alchemy speed was 1.5 hours, half an hour faster than the previous 2 hours, and the amount of energy consumed had also been reduced from 14 points to 10 points. This was a huge improvement for Yi Zihong. Yi Zihong even began to fantasize if the next time he made an elixir, he would only need to consume 5 points of Nianli, and the time to make it would also be shortened to an hour. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yi Zihong felt, so he raised his hand to glance at the time displayed on his watch, 17:25. How about refining a furnace? A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Zihong's face, and then he began to open his mouth to refine the second furnace of elixir. Chapter 146, Going to the Night Market Again. The second potion that Yi Zihong refined was a wound restoration pill, an elixir for recovering wounds, but since it was not even of grade, the ability to recover was limited, and at most, it could restore some superficial wounds, and if it was serious, it would not be of much use. After taking out the 3 restoration sultans from the cauldron, Yi Zihong lifted his watch and glanced at the time. 1850, 1 hour and 25 minutes, just 5 minutes faster than before, and Yi Zihong's conception was still more or less a bit different. As for the Nianli, original Nianli, 52, remaining Nianli, 7-inch, there were still 7 points left, but counting the 2 points of Nianli that had been recovered in the 2 hours from just now until now, it still meant that Yi Zihong's Nianli consumed this time was still 10 points. This result Yi Zihong was still more or less a bit disappointed, but compared to the previous 2 times, today was considered an improvement. So Yi Zihong put the alchemy stuff back into his storage ring, ran to the washstand and washed his face, then went out. As for Xiaoao at home, it was enough to leave the TV on for her, and bring her back at night with whatever she was eating. Arriving at Linya's door, Yi Zihong knocked on the door. Linya soon came out from inside. She had already changed her clothes, and looked like she had been waiting for Yi Zihong for quite a while. Let's go. Aha. The two walked slowly to the night market, then casually found a noodle shop in the night market and sat down to eat. After eating, the two began to stroll around the night market. The night market not only had a wide variety of snacks, but also had a lot of other knickknacks, such as small hair cards, small toys, and even small pets similar to turtles and hamsters. Let's go over there and take a look, Linya said as she held the milk tea in her hand with one hand while pointing to a small ground stall not far away. Yi Zihong followed Linya's finger and realized that Linya was pointing at a small stall selling old things, where most of the things displayed were some strange and weird things, including small dolls, ancient copper coins, jade bracelets, and even foreign banknotes. Yi Zihong accompanied Linya to those small stalls. Linya bent down and picked up a small jade seal. On it was carved a small fish leaping out of the water. The fish's scales were carved out piece by piece. It looked quite exquisite. Do you think this will be an antique? When Linya said this, before Yi Zihong had a chance to speak, the old man who set up the stall couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little girl, if that thing is an antique, do you think I still need to set up a stall here? Definitely sold him to enjoy the happiness. After saying that, he laughed twice again. Yi Zihong shrugged in agreement. Linya naturally also know that this laugh is fake. Just like the old man said that, this thing if really is an antique, I'm afraid that he has long been sold to enjoy the blessings of life to go, and how can be so old is still here at the stallet. Little girl is not like this seal let your boyfriend to buy for you. The old man suddenly smiled and said. Once Linya heard this, her little face instantly turned red beyond recognition, but she didn't retort. Buy it if you like it, Yi Zihong said softly beside her. Although he didn't have a lot of money with him, but for ground floor goods like this, the price wouldn't be more than $100 even if it was more expensive. He still had that money on him. Linya however shook her head. No need. I still prefer the one with the kitten on it. After saying that, he put the seal down. Chapter 147 Jin Demon Copper Coin. The first time I heard this from Linya, I laughed, and pulled out a plastic bag from behind me, and then turned the bag over, and a whole lot of different kinds of small things were poured out from it. Yi Zihong looked at the things that were poured out. Really everything. Jade trigger finger, porcelain doll, fortune cat, bracelet, all kinds of everything like kittens is it? And so Moncler outlet online I find you a few, said, then began to find in a pile of small objects. After half a day of searching, Moncler outlet store found several things carved or painted with kittens. There were jade cats, iron anchors, copper cats and porcelain cats. Linya looked at those things in Moncler outlet store her hands and glanced at Yi Zihong beside her, a helpless expression on her face. Pick one, Yi Zihong said with a bitter smile. Seeing this, Linya had no choice but to pick from the grandpa's hands. In the end, Linya picked a black and white porcelain cat doll, which was just a tiny bit bigger than a fist. Grandpa, how much does this thing cost? Yi Zihong asked as he did so. The old man smiled being there to clean up the things that had just been poured out. Seeing Yi Zihong asking, he raised his head and replied with a smile. It's not expensive. I'll just charge you $30 is also considered a relatively normal price. So Yi Zihong touched his hand into his pants pocket and was about to pull out the money, when he suddenly saw that the old man picked up an ancient coin in his hand, and it was at this instant that Yi Zihong suddenly felt a wave of ability fluctuate with it. He reacted violently and hastily stopped the old man. Grandpa, can you show me that coin in your hand? The grandpa froze for a moment, looked at the copper coin in his hand, and handed it to Yi Zihong. Seeing this, Yi Zihong hastily took it, and immediately afterward, a familiar voice entered his mind. Demon suppressing copper coin, a broken 5th grade magic treasure. used in ancient times to suppress evil demons, containing a trace of an evil demon's undying soul. When Yi Zihong saw this, his entire body was shaken, half knowing what to say. However, he still tried his best to appear calm, then squeezed out a smile. "Grandpa, how much is this copper coin?" The old man looked at the copper money in Yi Zihong's hand and pondered for a while, then finally raised his head to look at Yi Zihong again, and slowly opened his mouth in the middle of the day. "Counted as 20 for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Zihong hurriedly pulled out a large red 100 yuan bill from within his pants pocket and handed it to the old man. Seeing this, the old man hastily collected the 100 yuan bill and put it away, then lowered his head to find money for Yi Zihong. However, after half a ring, the old man was suddenly raising his head, his face showing a difficult expression. "Young man, the change I have here seems to be a bit not quite enough," the old man said as he flipped the small wallet on his waist to show the two of them. Yi Zihong glanced over and saw that there were only a few $1 bills in the old man's wallet. Other than that, the biggest ones were a $10 bill and a $20 bill in his hand. But is that really all the money the old man has in his hand? Yi Zihong didn't believe it. He definitely had a lot of change in his pants pocket. The reason why the oldest Moncler outlet store was just to exchange these things on the stall for money, so that he could earn more. However, because he had found the demon-suppressing copper coin on the stall, Yi Zihong didn't feel angry about it, and bent down to pick up 2 more pieces of copper coins, and then said to the old man, "Master, I take these 2 pieces of copper money for $50, okay?" Upon hearing this, the grandpa immediately smiled with joy and hurriedly put the money in his hand into his bag, then gave a thumbs up to say that Yi Zihong had vision. Chapter 148, Blown Up. Yi Zihong and Linya strolled around the night market for a little while longer, sold 2 grilled fish to the stray cats in the park, and went back. By the time Yi Zihong and Linya returned to the neighborhood, it was already 2100 hours. Yi Zihong took out the 2 bags of roasted fish in his hand and placed the roasted fish on the ground, and as soon as the stray cats smelled the aroma of the roasted fish, they immediately rushed over and snatched those roasted fish. After that, the 2 of them sat on the stone steps and chatted for a while, seeing that it was late and they had to get up early for school tomorrow, so they went home. After returning home, Yi Zihong realized that Xiao was still obediently lying on the sofa, motionlessly watching the Animal World channel on the TV in front of him. Hearing the movement behind her, Aoi twisted her head to look at Yi Zihong, and when she saw the grilled fish in Yi Zihong's hand and smelled the odor that wafted through the air, her body immediately stood up straight. "Meow." Xiao glanced at the bag of roasted fish and then looked at Yi Zihong before calling out in a low voice. Yi Zihong smiled gently and walked to the kitchen to fetch a plate for little Aoi, then put the grilled fish in it before lifting the plate and placing him on the table in the living room. Little Aoi on the sofa proudly saw this scene. Without saying a word, directly a flying body jumped onto the table and began to wolf down the grilled fish. Yi Zihong had a hint of a smile on his face as he sat down on the sofa, and with a wave of his hand, an ancient copper coin appeared in his hand. This coin was naturally the demon-suppressing copper coin that Yi Zihong had purchased from the old man's stall earlier. Jin Demon Copper Coin. Listening to this name should be some kind of thing used to ward off evil spirits, and it is also a 5th grade magic treasure, although it is broken. But no matter how to say that the grade is extremely high. Yi Zihong carefully examined the Jin Demon Copper Coin in his hand. This town devil copper money is round. Above depicts a hand holding a long sword, wearing a robe of white bearded old man's appearance, not very big, the diameter of about 4-5 centimeters, the thickness of how to look also have a 5 millimeters or so. Yi Zihong will Jin Demon Copper money picked up, put to their ears shake a few times, as if they want to hear some sound from it. However, it was a pity that this Jin Demon Copper coin was solid. Yi Zihong shook it for half a day and didn't hear any sound from it. Yi Zihong could only helplessly take him back into his hands. After pondering for a while, Yi Zihong had a new idea. Why don't we try injecting a bit of Nianli into it, regardless of whether it was a pill or a magic treasure? These things were all created through the use of thoughts by a divine mind master, and were very sensitive to thoughts, so if they were injected into them, they might be able to get some interesting results. Just as he said, Yi Zihong's mind moved and injected a trace of thought power into the demon-suppressing copper coin. Just after injecting 1 point of thought power into it, a golden light was suddenly released from the sword-wielding old Taoist on the surface of the magic coin, and the magic coin shivered along with it. Seeing that his method had worked, Yi Zihong's face revealed a hint of a smile, and then began to inject more Nianli into the Jin Demon coin, and as the collection of Nianli rose, the golden light emitted from the old Taoist on the demon-suppressing copper coin also became brighter and brighter, and the coin trembled even more. Bang! The demon-suppressing copper coin suddenly exploded, accompanied by a dazzling bright light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. And just at the moment when the Jin Demon Copper coin exploded, a black smoke escaped from it. and then took advantage of Yi Zihang's inability to open his eyes when he was stabbed by the dazzling light, and drilled in through Yi Zihang's 7 orifices. Chapter 149, Forcing Me to Cultivate. Host has been attacked by an unknown force and his life threatened. The system will automatically turn on protection mode, deducting 500 W of experience value. Immediately following the next second, Yi Zihang's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Zihang. Physical power, 330, second grade beginner. Numinous power, 553rds numinous, beginner's grade. Extreme bone, 20%. Feats, 4. Perfection realm. Mental skill class, 9. Perfection realm. Physical skill class, 10. Perfection realm. Remaining experience value, 270 W. Toxicity erosion rate, 4%, it has been suppressed, and will not undergo an increase for 3 years. Comprehensive assessment, small success in martial arts. Looking at the 500 W of experience value suddenly missing from the page panel in front of him, Yi Zihang was dumbfounded. What the hell? Unknown power attack? Deducting 500 W of experience value? Yi Zihang was somewhat confused as to what had just happened. The host just opened the seal of the demon-suppressing copper coin and released the evil demonic power that was suppressed inside. And since the host's current strength is completely unable to resist the attack of the evil demonic power, the system turned on the protection mode and suppressed the evil demonic power in the host's body. The system explained for Yi Zihang. Hearing this, Yi Zihang subconsciously looked at the demon-suppressing copper coin in his hand, but realized that there was only a small fragment of the demon-suppressing copper coin left in his hand, and that in the small explosion just now. The demon-suppressing copper coin had already turned into countless fragments scattered all over the place. Yi Zihang felt a little speechless for a moment. He had managed to buy a 5th grade magic treasure and thought it was something good, but instead of getting nothing, he had wasted 500 W experience points. Although the experience value of this thing Yi Zihang does not care very much, but this is 500 W points is not a small amount of money how can not heartache, but there was no use talking about it now. The experience value had already been deducted. It was hard to find the system to make him return it. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Zihang planned to go straight to bed for good. Because of the reason that his spiritual energy had been consumed too much, he now felt very tired. However, just as he was about to stand up, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a glimpse of a black mark on the back of his right hand. Yi Zihang froze for a moment and lifted his hand to take a look, his eyes filled with doubt. What is this? Host, please note that the system's ability has not reached the point where it can erase the power of the evil demon, so it has only sealed him. He may still erupt at any time. If you want to erase it completely, please make an effort to cultivate the host. You mean you collected 500 W of experience value but just sealed him in my body? Yi Zihang was a bit mad. This system was too pitiful. That was 500 W. Enough to upgrade 500 skills to the perfection realm. It's mainly because the host is so weak that the system can't get updated and its abilities are limited. The system said unflinchingly, its tone as calm as ever, which made Yi Zihang helpless. Then how long can this seal last? 1 to 2 months. Then what will happen after the outbreak? It will die. Is there a way to fix it? Cultivation breaks through to the 3rd grade realm, and the numinous power reaches triple digits. You're just deliberately forcing me to cultivate, aren't you? Yes. Then what can you do? Chapter 150, Medicinal Powder. For the sake of his precious little life, Yi Zihang had to once again study the cultivation method. However, the physical energy provided by the star forging skill was simply too little. Yi Zihang now needed at least 1,000 points of physical energy to reach the 3rd grade realm. And according to the cultivation speed of the star forging skill, I was afraid that it would take 3 years to reach that point, and by that time, Yi Zihang might even be cold in the ashes. With no choice, Yi Zihang could only open the 100 Herbs Bone Tempering skill and began to study it. The 100 Herbs Bone Tempering technique, as its name implied, utilized the power of hundreds, if not thousands, of medicinal herbs to temper one's bones and make them stronger. But to put it bluntly, it was actually a medicinal bath. With a wave of his hand, Yi Zihang took out the medicinal herbs that Li Ruohai had brought from Old Man Li and glanced at them. There were still 5 or 6 types of medicinal herbs, which should be enough to be used for refining a tub of medicinal bath. As for how to refine it, it had already been taught in the 100 herb bone quenching technique. Yi Zihang took out the Dan tripod from the storage ring again and prepared to refine the medicinal bath. In fact, refining the medicinal bath was similar to the process of refining pills, both of which involved putting the medicinal ingredients into the Dan tripod and refining them into a puddle of medicinal mud with the power of Nianli, and then finally refining them into medicinal powder in a second refining process. After finding the ice mountain water, melting it, and putting the medicinal powder into it, it becomes a medicinal bath. But to put it bluntly, it was actually burning all the medicinal herbs to ashes and then putting them in the ice water. Of course, these are just jokes. really refining medicinal powder is not just as simple as burning the herbs into powder. There is still a lot of technical content involved. Yi Zihong picked up the Dan tripod in his hand, put the herbs into it again, and began to refine the medicinal powder. This refining of medicinal powder actually had a very good advantage that was unattainable by alchemy, and that was the extent of the numinous power he consumed. If one were to say that refining an ordinary, no entry-level elixir, then the minimum amount of Nian power that would need to be consumed should be around 10 points. And of course, skillful techniques could be lowered by a few points. As for the refining of medicinal powder, the amount of Nianli consumed was extremely small. Only 3 points were enough, and there were even some really powerful divine Nian masters who could refine a furnace of medicinal powder with just a wave of their hands, without wasting Nianli. However, Yi Zihong clearly hadn't reached that realm yet. The time it took to refine the medicinal powder was also shorter than the time it took to refine the Dan. Yi Zihong only spent half an hour to refine the medicinal powder, but he was still tired and sweaty. Looking at the medicinal powder inside the Dan tripod, Yi Zihong's face revealed a hint of a smile, but he didn't immediately take the medicinal powder out of the Dan tripod. Instead he first ran to the bathroom and washed his smelly sweaty body all over. The main reason for doing so was because he was afraid that the stinky sweat on his body would pollute the medicinal bath. Yi Zihong washed very quickly, in just 10 minutes. Then he began to put cold water into the bathtub, and ran to the freezer layer of the refrigerator, took out the several bottles of ice water placed inside, opened the lid, and put it into the bathtub. There was no way. Yi Zihong's house didn't have any iceberg water. The only thing he had was this frozen farmer's 3 punches. So what could he do? He could only make do with it first, waiting until the water in the bathtub was almost released, and the 2 bottles of ice water were almost diluted. Yi Zihong then brought the Dan Ding, and then scattered the medicinal powder into it. The medicinal powder had just fallen into the bathtub, and instantly, it slowly spread out like a drop of ink falling into the water. The only difference might be that the ink was black, while Yi Zihong's medicinal powder took on a light green color. Chapter 151 Unnamed. When the medicinal bath was ready, Yi Zihong stripped naked and put 1 foot into it tentatively. Immediately afterward a piercing cold instantly surged up Yi Zihong's heart, so cold that his teeth shivered. Although Yi Zihong had anticipated such a situation, he thought that with the strength of his extreme physique, resisting this cold current was not a problem, but what he never expected was that his ultimate physique was a physical defense, while this thing was a spell attack. However, in order to save his little life, Yi Zihong still gritted his teeth and stepped his other foot into the bathtub before closing his eyes again and laying his entire body in. Coldness instantly swept over Yi Zihong's body. He even doubted that he would freeze if he stayed like this all the time. However, things did not go as Yi Zihong had imagined. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he gradually adapted to the cold and felt a hint of warmth. And it was at this moment that Yi Zihong felt a trace of warmth constantly passing through his body and entering inside his body. Yi Zihong comfortably lay in the bathtub, leaning his head against the side of the tub, quietly waiting for the medicinal bath to quench his bones. After about a small half hour, Yi Zihong finally was able to hear the beeps coming from the system. Ultimate bones +1. Yi Zihong looked down at the medicinal bath in the bathtub again. The color had become so light that it even looked like it was transparent. I'm afraid that this medicinal bath would be useless even if it continued to soak, Yi Zihong thought and couldn't help but sigh. He got out of the bathtub, drained the water, and then turned on the nozzle again to properly rinse the layer of green deposits on his body before running off to sleep. 1800 hours the next day. Probably because of the midterm exams coming up in 2 more weeks, the school deliberately extended the dismissal time back half an hour to make up for the students. However, not only did this serve no purpose for Yi Zihong, but it also wasted his time for nothing. For the midterm, he had 100% certainty that he could get into the city's first high school, and if it wasn't for the fact that he might not get a perfect score in the language essay, he would have even guaranteed a perfect score directly back. After school, Yi Zihong didn't rush home. He took off his school uniform and gave it to Linya, saying that he had something to do and that he would go over to her in the evening to get his clothes, and then ran out of the school without looking back to the nearest public transportation point. Yi Zihong now has to go to find Li Laogai, because he ran out of herbs, and those herbs he needs. The price still seems to be a big problem for him now. He doesn't have enough money to buy those herbs, so he can only go to borrow a few pounds from this Li Laogai, who he just met not too long ago. Although Yi Zihong was unconscious when he went into the small medical center last time, he was awake when he came out, so he still remembered the general path. After sitting for a few stops, Yi Zihong got off the bus, then looked around, recalling the scene, then followed the route he remembered and started walking. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Zihong walked into a sparsely populated alley. Yi Zihong looked up and saw the small medical center not far away, the small plaque hanging outside his door, with 4 big words written on it: Wonderful Hands Returning Spring. A smile appeared on Yi Zihang's face as he walked towards the small medical center. Chapter 152, A Sack of Medicinal Herbs. When Yi Zihang walked into the small medical center, he saw Xiaoyi sitting not far away, holding a few medicinal herbs in her hands, as if she was studying something. Only after hearing Yi Zihang's movement did she look up and look over. After seeing Yi Zihang, Xiaoyi also looked a little surprised, first staring blankly, then a smile appeared on her face. Brother Zihang, what is it that you want? He asked with a smile. Looking at Xiaoyi with a naive face, Yi Zihang was suddenly a little speechless, but after all, he came all the way here, couldn't possibly return empty-handed, so he could only harden his heart and grin. I came to find Seniorly, my grandfather, but he's not at home. Not at home? Where did he go? How long will it take to come back? Went out to help someone with their illness. It might take 2 or 3 days before he can come back. Yi Zihang was silent. 2 or 3 days, although this time is not very long, but now he is possessed by the power of the evil demon. He has to break through the 3rd rank within 2 months before the power of the evil demon can be erased. 2 or 3 days may really take his life. Seeing Yi Zihang's difficult face, Xiaoyi pondered for a while and spoke again. Brother Zihang, if you have something to deal with I can help. Although my alchemy is not good, but after spending so many years by Grandpa's side, I have more or less learned a few things. Yi Zihang pondered for a while and looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, can you lend me some herbs? Yi Zihang said, although it was still more or less embarrassing, but he couldn't just give up his life for the sake of face. Xiaoyi froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Zihang to come here simply to borrow herbs. That I've been learning alchemy lately, but the consumption seems to be a bit much, and I've already used up all the herbs from last time, so I wanted to go out and buy them, but I really don't have any money on me, so I can only come here to borrow some from you guys. Yi Zihang explained. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi instantly reacted, a small smile appearing on her face. So that's how it is. Brother Zihang, just tell me what you want. I'll just give it to you. That don't you need to talk to Seniorly beforehand? No need. Just a few herbs, as long as it's not a spirit medicine. Just take in more. Grandpa usually won't say anything. Yi Zihang pondered slightly after hearing this, and finally nodded, then stated the spirit medicine and quantity he needed. However, because of the reason that he was speaking to Xiaoyi, a girl, Yi Zihang still asked for a relatively small amount. Xiaoyi smiled and nodded after hearing this. Brother Zihang, wait here for me for a while, I'll go get the herbs for you. After saying that, she ran to the inner room to get herbs for Yi Zihang. Not long after, a sound came from the inner room, and after a few more minutes, he came out dragging a very large sack. Brother Zihang, is this enough? He placed the medicinal herbs on the table, a hint of a smile on her face. Yi Zihang was instantly shocked when he looked at the sack full of herbs. It seemed like he didn't ask for this much. Seeing Yi Zihang's astonished look, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi's face. These are just some ordinary medicinal herbs. We have a lot of them here, and they are generally rarely used. Plus Grandpa will often buy some new medicinal herbs to come in and put them away. These medicinal herbs are just put away, so it would be better to give them to Brother Zihang, so that they are more useful. Saying that, he lifted a corner of the sack and handed it over to Yi Zihang. Chapter 153, High-Grade Storage Ring. Yi Zihang looked at the sack full of medicinal herbs and froze for half a second, but in the end, he took the sack from Yi's hands. He roughly weighed the weight of the herbs in said sack, at least 5 pounds. This 5 pounds of weight for him is not what cannot withstand the weight. After all, to his heavy realm, is carrying 20 kilograms of weight? He can also walk like flying up a few kilometers. It was just that if he carried such a thing home like this, halfway home, he didn't know what kind of look he would get from people. The storage ring's space didn't seem to have enough left, so it seemed necessary to level him up. So Yi Zihang's mind moved and started to upgrade the storage ring. Low-grade storage ring. Space, 2 cubic meters. Each additional cubic meter of space costs 1 W experience points. Please host choose to upgrade the space. The system's voice sounded again. Yi Zihang pondered for a while, thinking that it was useless to keep the experience value anyway, so it would be better to use it to upgrade. So with a thought, he directly spent 98 W and upgraded the storage space of the storage ring to 100 cubic meters. Storage ring upgrade successful. The storage ring has been upgraded to a high-level storage ring. High-ranked storage ring. Space, 100 cubic meters. Each additional cubic meter of space costs 1 W experience points. Upgrading the storage ring to a high-grade storage ring grants 1 raffle ticket. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Zihang's mouth and gently touched the sack containing the medicinal herbs in front of him, and the sack flew into the storage ring. Xiaoyi, who was on the side, could not help but shout out when she saw this scene. Brother Zihang, the medicinal herbs just. Xiaoyi pointed at the original position of the sack with a look of disbelief. It's fine, I just received him into the storage ring. Brother Zihang, you have a storage ring. Xiaoyi looked at Yi Zihang, her face full of shock and a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Want to take a look? Yi raised her head to look at Yi Zihang, a longing gaze on her face as she hastily nodded. Yi Zihang lightly smiled and touched his left hand at the index finger of his right hand, and an ancient ring appeared on top of Yi Zihang's finger. Then without the slightest hesitation, Yi Zihang removed the storage ring from his finger. Then he handed it to Xiaoyi. Although Yi Zihang and Xiaoyi hadn't come into contact with each other much, just 2 times in total, his intuition told Yi Zihang that Xiaoyi was a kind girl, and that nothing would happen if he handed the storage ring to her. Besides, Xiaoyi's grandfather was not at home. Now only he and Xiaoyi were there, and Xiaoyi's cultivation was only at the first grade realm. Even if she really had bad intentions, it was impossible for her to take it away from her own hands. Xiaoyi looked at the storage ring that Yi Zihang handed over, but didn't go to take it. She just brought her face close and observed it with a curious expression before not looking at it. Not taking it to look at it? Yi Zihang asked with some doubt. Reasonably speaking, for this kind of novelty few people would have the fortitude not to touch him. But Yi shook her head. No need. I'm afraid of breaking it, Xiaoyi said. But the color of curiosity in his eyes did not diminish at all. It's fine. Yi Zihang smiled lightly and stuffed the storage ring into Xiaoyi's hand so that he could feel it properly. Xiaoyi originally wanted to push back, because he knew how precious a storage ring was. This type of magic treasure was considered rare even in the entire martial arts world, and was not something a normal, ordinary person could touch. However, Yi Zihang casually handed his storage ring to himself and let her check it out, which made her both somewhat flattered and touched. Chapter 154 Rich. Brother Zihang, how big is this storage ring of yours? He asked while carefully surveying the storage ring in her hands. 100 cubic meters. I think. So big. Is it a high-grade storage ring? Aha. Amazing, Yi said, looking at it for a while longer before returning the storage ring to Yi Zihang. Yi Zihang received the storage ring and looked at Xiaoyi's eyes full of envy with a faint smile on his face. Do you like the storage ring? Xiaoyi froze for a moment and looked at Yi Zihang before nodding. Then wait for one day I'll go to where my master is to get another storage ring and give it to you. Can I? Xiaoyi seemed to say with some disbelief. Of course then. Don't forget that my master is a real person, Yi Zihang said with a smile. Although the real person master thing was a bluff, it wasn't really difficult for Yi Zihang to get a storage ring, provided of course that the system would give face to him so that he could win a storage ring in the lottery. Xiaoyi nodded happily after hearing this. Alright, it's getting late. I'll leave first, Yi Zihang said before bidding farewell to Yi and walking out. After leaving the small medical center, Yi Zihang walked all the way towards the nearest nearby bus stop. Half an hour later, at Yi Zihang's home, Yi Zihang didn't rush to take out the sack full of medicinal herbs, but instead opened the panel for the lottery first. The system had given him a storage ring when he upgraded it today, and he had kept it until he returned home. Start. Immediately after, the 9 squares began to jump, one to the other, and finally stopped at the center, the position of the spiritual treasure that Yi Zihang was most looking forward to. Host has obtained 3 plants of bone-strengthening grass, a first-grade spiritual treasure. Immediately afterward, 3 small grasses that looked like weeds appeared in Yi Zihang's hands. Bone-strengthening grass, elementary-grade spiritual treasure, can be taken directly. Each plant can increase the extreme bone completion by 5%, or crush it and take it with red sunflower and blood tree juice, which can increase the ultimate bone completion by 7% at a time. It can also be refined into a second-grade bone-strengthening pill by adding beast bone powder and beast demon blood, and one can increase the ultimate bone completion by 10%. Seeing this, Yi Zihang hurriedly protected the 3 bone-strengthening grasses carefully before placing them into his storage ring. System, are there any requirements for refining a second-grade elixir? Yi Zihang asked. It was obvious that he was ready to refine the bone-strengthening grass into a second-grade elixir, but that was normal. After all, that would increase the ultimate bone completion degree by the highest amount. 3 plants would be 30%. Plus the 20% from before. It was enough to make his ultimate bone completion degree reach more than 50%, which was more than half of it. The requirements for refining a second-grade elixir are as follows. 1. Second-grade martial artist realm. 2. Minimum 3-digit, or 100 points of Nianli value. 3. Money. The first point Yi Zihang had obviously reached. The second point wanted some luck to draw out some more things that boosted the Nianli points, such as the kind of Nianli flower that Yi Zihang ate last time. Giving Yi Zihang 1, Yi Zihang would be able to directly charge his Nianli to triple digits. But the most difficult thing for Yi Zihang was the third thing. Money. After concocting a few pills before, Yi Zihang deeply appreciated the importance of having money. These ordinary herbs were nothing. None of them were very valuable. But if they were replaced with spirit medicines, a single plant was thousands of dollars. It was completely unaffordable to carry